3 years into their marriage, he indulged in her nightly, yet his heart belonged to his beloved white moonlight. She endeavored to be a devoted Mrs. Lee, upholding a marriage devoid of love, but rich in physical connection. Until the day she became pregnant, her dearly loved husband pushed her onto the operating table with his own hands, declaring, "Gu Mian, only one can survive, you or the child." Shattered and desolate, Gu Mian left in despair. When they met again, she had transformed completely, dazzling the world. Her unfaithful ex-husband knelt before her, pleading for reconciliation. "Mian, Mian, come home." Gu Mian smiled with composure and replied, "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in men." He pressed closer, trapping her in his embrace. "You didn't say that last night. We haven't been intimate for a long time." His lips brushed against her ear, his voice low and sultry. "Ting Shun, I need to go to the hospital." Gu Mian evaded his pursuing kiss. Just once. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. It wasn't until she felt on the verge of fainting that he finally released her. "Did I hurt you?" His low, melodious voice filled her ears. "He'll have someone buy you the latest handbag later." Gu Mian slowly opened her eyes to gaze at him. He was extraordinarily handsome, with features so perfect they seemed otherworldly, exuding a cold and proud demeanor. Perhaps he had just experienced pleasure, for traces of desire still lingered on his flawless face. After 3 years of marriage, Gu Mian could tell he had just indulged himself. Thus, his generosity. With a bitter smile, Gu Mian remarked, "Have you forgotten that I'm still in prison? Then well, wait until you're released." He replied casually, as if her imprisonment were merely a vacation. "Isn't your release imminent?" His hand caressed her cheek soothingly. "I told you a year goes by quickly." Suppressing her tears, Gu Mian grasped his hand, her voice hoarse and strained. "The hospital informed me that my grandmother is unwell. Do you have time to accompany me to see her?" Being incarcerated, she was unable to leave freely. Fortunately, her good behavior had earned her a day of family visitation. Having left the prison early that morning, Gu Mian intended to head straight to the hospital, but feared her grandmother would worry upon seeing her appearance. So she returned to change clothes, only to encounter Li Ting-shun, who had just returned from a business trip abroad. Eager to visit the hospital, she found herself delayed by his insistence. Gu Mian thought it fortunate to meet him, believing her grandmother would be delighted to see them together. But in the next moment, he withdrew his hand. Gu Mian felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. "I have matters to attend to this afternoon. You can go alone," Li Ting-shun stated as he stood up, retrieving a card from the bedside drawer and handing it to her. "Buy something for your grandmother." Gu Mian was not surprised, for this was not the first time he had dismissed her with money. He had never considered that what her grandmother truly needed was not monetary support, but the sight of their harmonious relationship. After showering and dressing, Li Ting-shun exited without a word. Gu Mian rose to tidy herself, her legs still trembling as she descended. She prepared some wontons for her grandmother, intending to cook for her. Upon entering the hospital room, Gu Mian froze, the bag slipping from her hands. Grandmother. Though her grandmother had been hospitalized for years due to poor health, she had never needed a respirator until now. Rushing forward, Gu Mian anxiously called grandmother and back. "Please open your eyes and look at me." Her grandmother struggled to open her eyes, a flicker of light appearing in her dim gaze. "Mian, Mian, you've come." "What happened, grandmother?" Gu Mian asked urgently. "Didn't the nurse say you were just a little unwell? How did it become so serious?" "I didn't want to frighten you, so I had the nurse say that." "Mian, Mian, I don't have much time left." "That's not true." Gu Mian grasped her grandmother's hand to check her pulse. The light was fading, the end drawing near. Tears streamed from her eyes like a broken dam, her heart torn apart. "Mian, Mian, aging and illness are part of life. Don't cry." Her grandmother gently stroked her face. "I have a granddaughter as filial as you. I have no regrets in this life, only worry for you." "Grandmother, please don't leave." Gu Mian hastily wiped her tears, forcing a smile. "In a month, you'll be released from prison, and I will be with you every day. You've always wanted to return to the countryside, right? Once you recover, we will go back." "All right." Her grandmother looked at her lovingly. "Bring Ting-shun along too. You two should give me a beautiful great-grandchild." Knowing it was impossible, Gu Mian nodded fervently. "Yes, he will agree. He initially wanted to see you, but an urgent matter came up at the company. Work is important." Her grandmother produced a half-moon jade pendant from beneath her pillow and placed it in Gu Mian's hand. Carved with a phoenix, the jade was exquisite and warm to the touch, a rare treasure. "Mian, Mian, keep this safe. It is yours." Before her grandmother could finish, the door to the room swung open. Li Ting-shun, clad in a tailored dark suit, entered with an imposing presence, his figure tall and perfectly proportioned, exuding an innate air of nobility. Gu Mian felt a surge of joy. "Grandmother, Ting Shan is here. He's come to see you." Li Ting Shan approached the bedside, but his expression was unusual. Typically calm and composed, he now appeared somewhat anxious. "Gu Mian, Luo Shui is ill. We need you to donate blood immediately." Gu Mian was taken aback. She had assumed he was worried about her grandmother, but it was actually for Luo Shui. Indeed, in this world, the woman he cherished most was his childhood sweetheart, the white moonlight, Luo Shui. No one could compare to her. Suppressing the dull ache in her chest, Gu Mian choked out, "My grandmother is fading. I must stay here with her." "Ting Shun, can't you use blood from the bank for Luo Shui? Panda blood is already rare, and this hospital doesn't have it. The nearest blood bank is over an hour away, and by the time the blood arrives, it may be too late." Li Ting Shun grasped her wrist and urged her to leave. "Gu Mian, a life is at stake. You must go. I want to stay with my grandmother. Let go of me." Gu Mian struggled, but to no avail. "Mian, Mian, Mian, Mian." Her grandmother stretched her hand toward her, her voice urgent. "I've never told you about your origins, but actually you, grandmother." Gu Mian was pulled from the room and taken directly to the blood donation station. Normal blood donations should not exceed 400 milliliters, but Li Tingshan insisted that Luo Shui needed more and had them extract 800 milliliters. After the blood was drawn, Gu Mian's complexion had turned as pale as a sheet. She struggled to maintain her strength, leaning against the wall as she returned to her grandmother's room, only to find the respirator had ceased its function, a white sheet covering her grandmother's frail body. The world spun around her, and her legs buckled as she collapsed to the floor. She lacked the strength even to cry, crawling toward her grandmother's side. "Please, grandmother, don't leave me." Kneeling beside the bed, she clutched her grandmother's lifeless body, overwhelmed with grief. "Gu Mian, be strong," came Li Tingshan's deep and indifferent voice from behind her. "By the way, Luo Shui is out of danger. Thank you for your sacrifice. Also, the prison has called it's time for you to return. 3 years into their marriage, he indulged in her every night, yet his heart belonged to his beloved white moonlight. She strived to be a good Mrs. Li, maintaining a marriage devoid of love, but filled with physical connection. Then came the moment of pregnancy, and her devoted husband pushed her onto the operating table himself, declaring, "Gu Mian, only one of you can survive the child, or you." Shattered and desolate, Gu Mian left. Upon their next encounter, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, dazzling the world. Her unfaithful ex-husband knelt, pleading for reconciliation. "Mian, Mian, come home." Gu Mian smiled serenely. "I'm sorry, I have no interest in men." He pressed closer, confining her in his embrace, whispering, "You didn't say that last night. We haven't been intimate in ages." His lips brushed against her ear, his deep, husky voice laced with temptation. "Tishan, I need to go to the hospital." Gu Mian evaded his pursuing kiss. Just once. Time stretched infinitely. It was only when Gu Mian felt herself on the verge of fainting that he finally released her. "Did I hurt you?" His low, melodious voice resonated in her ear. "They'll have someone buy you the latest handbag later." Gu Mian slowly opened her eyes to gaze at him. He was strikingly handsome, his features a perfect masterpiece, exuding an air of cold aloofness. Perhaps having just engaged in a liaison, traces of desire still lingered on his flawless face. After 3 years of marriage, Gu Mian could discern that he had just experienced great pleasure. Hence, his generosity. With a bitter smile, Gu Mian replied, "Have you forgotten? I'm still imprisoned. Then we'll wait until you're released." Her heart ached sharply at his nonchalant dismissal, as if her imprisonment were merely a vacation. "Aren't you almost out?" His hand gently caressed her face. "I've always said a year passes swiftly." Suppressing her tears, she grasped his hand, her voice hoarse and strained. "The hospital informed me that my grandmother is unwell. Do you have time to accompany me to see her?" Being incarcerated, she could not leave at will. Fortunately, her good behavior had granted her a day of family visitation. Having departed from prison that morning, she intended to head straight to the hospital, but feared her grandmother might worry upon seeing her current state. Thus, she returned to change her clothes, only to encounter Li Tingshan, who had just returned from a business trip abroad. Eager to reach the hospital, she found him persistently detaining her, causing her to be delayed the entire morning. Gu Mian thought it fortuitous to meet him if they went together. Her grandmother would surely be delighted to see them as a couple. But in the next moment, he abruptly withdrew his hand. An unexpected emptiness filled her heart. "I have matters to attend to this afternoon. You can go alone." Li Tingshun rose and handed her a card from the bedside drawer. Buy something for your grandmother. Gu Mian was not surprised. This was not the first time he had dismissed her with money. He had never considered that her grandmother needed more than money. She longed to witness their affectionate and harmonious relationship. After showering and dressing, Li Tingshun left without a word. Gu Mian got up, quickly tidying herself, her legs trembling as she descended. She packed some wontons to take to the hospital, intending to prepare them for her grandmother. Upon entering the hospital room, Gu Mian froze, the bag slipping from her grasp. Grandmother. Although her grandmother had long required hospitalization due to poor health, she had never before needed a respirator. Gu Mian rushed forward, anxiously calling out, "Grandmother, I'm back. Please open your eyes and look at me." Her grandmother struggled to open her eyes, a flicker of light shining in her aged, dull gaze. "Mian Mian, you've come. What's wrong, grandmother?" Gu Mian asked urgently. "Didn't the nurse say you were just a bit unwell and wanted to see me? How could it have escalated to this severity? I didn't want to frighten you, so I had the nurse say that." "Mian Mian, your grandmother is nearing the end." "That cannot be." Gu Mian quickly took her hand to check her pulse. The light was fading, the end drawing near. Tears poured forth like a breached dam, her heart feeling as though it were being cleaved. "Mian Mian, birth, aging, illness, and death are natural parts of life. Do not cry," her grandmother soothed, stroking her cheek. "Having a granddaughter as filial as you, I have no regrets in this life, only worries for you. Comme terre, don't leave." Gu Mian hastily wiped her tears, forcing a smile. "He'll be out in a month. He'll be with you every day. You've always wanted to return to the countryside, right? Once you recover, we'll go back." "All right." Her grandmother gazed at her lovingly. "Invite Tingshun to join the two of you should give me a beautiful great-grandchild." Knowing it was impossible, Gu Mian nonetheless nodded vigorously. "Yes, he will agree. He intended to visit you, but an urgent matter at the company required his attention. Work is important." Her grandmother retrieved a half-moon jade pendant from beneath her pillow and placed it in Gu Mian's hand. It was intricately carved with a phoenix, the jade exquisite and warm to the touch, a rare treasure. "Mian Mian, you must keep this safe, it is your." Before her grandmother could finish, the ward door swung open suddenly. Li Tingshun entered, clad in a tailored dark suit, his tall, slender frame exuding an innate nobility in every gesture. Gu Mian brightened. "Grandmother, Tingshun has arrived. He's come to see you." However, Li Tingshun's expression was off. Typically composed and inscrutable, he now appeared tense and anxious. "Gu Mian, Luo Shui is ill and requires your immediate blood donation." Gu Mian was taken aback. She had assumed Li Tingshun was concerned for her grandmother, only to realize it was for Luo Shui. Indeed, in this world his heart belonged to his childhood sweetheart, the white moonlight. Luo Shui no one could compare. Suppressing the dull ache in her chest, Gu Mian choked out. "Grandmother is on the brink, I must stay with her." "Li Tingshun, can't you use blood from the bank for Luo Shui? Panda blood is already rare, and this hospital lacks it. The nearest blood bank is over an hour away by the time it arrives. It will be too late." Li Tingshun grasped her wrist, pulling her towards the exit. "Gu Mian, lives are at stake, you must go. I want to stay with my grandmother. Let me go." Gu Mian struggled, but her efforts were futile. "Mian Mian, Mian Mian." Her grandmother stretched out her hand toward her, urgently speaking. "I've never told you about your origins, actually, you." "Grandmother." Gu Mian was pulled out of the ward and directly to the blood donation station. Normally, a person can donate no more than 400 milliliters, but Li Tingshun insisted that Luo Shui needed more, ordering 800 milliliters to be taken. After the blood was drawn, Gu Mian's complexion was as pale as a sheet. She forced her weakened body to return to her grandmother's room, only to find the respirator had ceased functioning, a white sheet covering her frail body. Her vision spun, her legs buckling beneath her as she collapsed to the floor. She lacked the strength to cry, crawling toward her grandmother with great difficulty. "Please, grandmother, don't leave me." She knelt by the bed, clutching her grandmother's lifeless form, consumed by despair. "Gu Mian, accept my condolences." Li Tingshun's deep, indifferent voice reached her from behind. "By the way, Luo Shui is no longer in danger. Thank you for your sacrifice, and the prison has called its time for you to return." Chapter 2. We are divorcing. Gu Mian's heart ached to the point of suffocation as she clutched Li Tingshun's pant leg, pleading, "Tingshun, I implore you to help me liaise with the prison. My grandmother has just passed." and I wish to remain here to guard her spirit and attend to her final affairs. Li Ting-shun furrowed his brow. A place like prison cannot be navigated with money. I understand your sorrow, but you must think before you speak. Think. Gu Mian looked up at him. I spent 11 months in prison, and you facilitated my release to donate blood for Yin Luoxue 4 times. Was that not with your financial means? Why can't you help me now? That is different. How is it different? Gu Mian, stifling her grief, continued to beseech him. I know in your heart. No one is as important as Yin Luoxue, but the deceased deserve respect. My grandmother raised me, and before her death, I was imprisoned and unable to fulfill my filial duties. It is my obligation to guard her spirit. Surely, she cannot be left alone without anyone to see her off? Ting-shun, I am begging you. Don't you have an uncle? I can assist, ensuring my grandmother departs with dignity. This isn't about money. Tears streamed down Gu Mian's face uncontrollably. The person was gone. No amount of money spent on funeral arrangements would change that. All she desired was to accompany her grandmother on her final journey. Ting-shun, as long as you agree, I will donate blood to Yin Luoxue as many times as you require. You think that donating blood is your bargaining chip, a condition for exchange? Li Ting-shun looked down at her from his lofty position, his cold voice resembling the eternal frost of unmelted snow. Gu Mian, this is what you owe Luoxue. Were it not for you, she would not be in a wheelchair. Gu Mian closed her eyes in anguish. A year prior, Yin Luoxue had fallen down the stairs, injuring her spine and resulting in paralysis of her lower body, falsely accusing Gu Mian of pushing her. No one in the Li family believed her, without surveillance or witnesses. She could not prove her innocence. Ultimately, her husband, Li Ting-shun, told her, Gu Mian, Luoxue is suffering painfully. If you do not accept legal consequences, she will never find peace. Causing injury that leads to disability carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Luoxue, being kind-hearted, would only require you to serve a year as a minor punishment. Gu Mian found the situation absurd. She had no desire for that and requested police intervention. At that moment, however, Yin Luoxue revealed a video of Gu Mian pushing her down the stairs, sealing her fate. She would never forget the disdainful and hateful glances from the Li family as the video played. It was as if they deemed her unworthy of sharing the same breath. In the end, Gu Mian was escorted back to prison by Li Ting-shun's bodyguards. She was overwhelmed with sorrow and loss of blood, lying in bed for 2 full days. On the 3rd day, in the prison activity room, the television broadcasted Yin Luoxue's birthday celebration, where the president of the Li group extravagantly spent 100 million for his beloved's birthday. In the footage, despite sitting in a wheelchair, Yin Luoxue's pure beauty shone through. Li Ting-shun stood beside her, caring for her every need, his gaze gentle. They truly appear to be a perfect couple. Tears cascaded down Gu Mian's face. Her grandmother was being buried today, yet he had promised to assist with her final arrangements. Now instead, celebrating the birthday of his cherished one. At that moment, Gu Mian finally understood. Those who do not love you will not reciprocate, no matter what you sacrifice for them. Gu Mian harbored a secret. She had loved Li Ting-shun for 10 years. Initially, he was a deity beyond reach, while she was merely an ordinary person among the masses. Like 2 parallel lines, their paths would never intersect, until fate intervened through an accident. 3 years prior, Li Ting-shun had suffered a severe injury in a car accident, leaving him in a vegetative state. The Li family sought renowned doctors, yet to no avail. The elderly matriarch believed in feng shui and suggested marrying Li Ting-shun for good luck. The girl, Yin Luoxue, who was betrothed to him since childhood, was suddenly kidnapped. With the auspicious day approaching, the matriarch had to search for another suitable girl and inadvertently discovered Gu Mian, who was working part-time as a caregiver for the Li family. In exchange, Gu Mian's ill grandmother could receive free treatment at the Li group's hospital, which was among the finest in the country and prohibitively expensive for ordinary people. Gu Mian agreed without hesitation. Yet no one knew that her agreement was not solely for her grandmother's sake. It was also to fulfill her own love. Before this, she had loved Li Ting-shun for 7 years, enough to be willing to care for him even if he never awoke. A month later, miraculously, Li Ting-shun awakened. Upon learning of his impending marriage, he was furious and immediately filed for divorce. However, when he inadvertently discovered that Gu Mian had the rarest blood type, he ceased any discussion of divorce. From that moment onward, Gu Mian became Yin Luoxue's mobile blood bank. To ensure Li Ting-shun's happiness, Gu Mian never voiced a complaint. For 2 years, she devoted herself to caring for him and his family, striving to be a good wife until she was wrongfully imprisoned. 10 years had passed. Her purest love and selfless devotion had been bestowed upon Li Ting-shun. Yet what had she received in return? His heart and mind were solely occupied by Yin Luoxue, casting her aside without a second thought. Perhaps she was mistaken. She should not have dared to wish for his gaze to shift from Yin Luoxue to recognize her existence. On the day Gu Mian was released from prison, it rained. No one came to greet her. After transferring buses several times, when she returned to the Yunyu Bay where Li Ting-shun resided, she was drenched from head to toe. Upon opening the fingerprint lock and stepping inside, she was met by the sight of Li Ting-shun descending the stairs. Compared to his impeccably dressed appearance, Gu Mian looked utterly disheveled. Li Ting-shun noticed her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Why are you back?" Gu Mian's fingertips trembled as she softly replied, "I was released today. Apologies, I forgot." Li Ting-shun paused before her for 2 seconds. "Rest well. I have to step out." "Ting-shun," Gu Mian called after him. "I need to speak with you." Li Ting-shun glanced at his watch. "I'm in a hurry. Let's discuss this when I return." As they brushed past each other, Gu Mian reached out to grasp his suit sleeve, uttering just one phrase. Li Ting-shun was compelled to halt, a flicker of impatience crossing his handsome face. "Speak." Gu Mian gazed at his perfectly sculpted profile, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet her tone was resolute. "Ting-shun, let us divorce." Li Ting-shun was taken aback, turning to her in confusion. "You wish to divorce simply because I did not come to pick you up from prison?" "That is not the reason," Gu Mian said, tugging at her lip corner. "I genuinely wish to divorce. Once you have the time, we can go finalize the paperwork." "Gu Mian, I do not have the time or mood to indulge your antics." The man's expression darkened as he directly pushed her hand away. "Go take a shower and clear your head." Li Ting-shun exited, leaving Gu Mian standing in place, staring blankly into the void. Was she not clear-headed? No, she was acutely aware. She had never been this clear-headed before. Gu Mian ascended the stairs to run a bath, retrieving her charged phone to power it on. After a month, her WeChat was flooded with messages. Yet none were from Li Ting-shun. As she casually scrolled through her friends' moments, her fingers froze. A few minutes ago, Yin Luoxue had posted on her WeChat, "Companionship is the longest confession of love." Accompanying the post was a selfie of her and Li Ting-shun, the man peeling an apple, while Yin Luoxue smiled radiantly at the camera. Chapter 3. I am tired. Let us divorce. It turned out that he was too preoccupied to even consider the divorce, hastily leaving to accompany Yin Luoxue. A familiar pang of pain surged through Gu Mian's heart, nearly rendering her numb. During their 2 years of marriage, she had often witnessed Yin Luoxue flaunting her love on social media. At that time, she felt conflicted. Each glimpse brought her heartache. Yet she could not resist the urge to look. But now, she had resolved to abandon such self-torture. Gu Mian moved her fingers to delete Li Ting-shun and Yin Luoxue from her WeChat contacts one by one. After enjoying her bath and putting on her clothes, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Li Ting-shun. Was he supposed to be with Yin Luoxue? How could he find time to call her? Gu Mian hesitated for a moment, but eventually answered the call. "Ling Shun, did you delete Luo Shue's WeChat?" "Yes, why? How can you still have the audacity to ask why?" Li Ling Shun seethed with rage. "Luo Shui learned of your release from prison and initially wanted to greet you, only to discover that you had removed her from your contacts. She thought you still harbored resentment towards her and recalling the moment when you pushed her down the stairs. She was utterly devastated. Gu Mian, can you not be so disruptive?" His accusations and ridicule pierced her heart, and she fought back the pain, finally responding, "Ling Shun, deleting her WeChat is my prerogative." "Indeed, it is your prerogative, but she is a patient," Li Ling Shun insisted, "given that you are confined to a wheelchair. Her emotional state is already fragile. Shouldn't you be more considerate of her feelings?" Gu Mian closed her eyes, a bitter smile forming on her lips. "If your precious darling is so fragile, I should keep my distance from her, lest she blames me for any misfortune that befalls her." "Gu Mian, you." Before he could finish, Gu Mian hung up the phone and blocked his number. She dressed and went downstairs, preparing herself a bowl of noodles before heading directly to the cemetery. The rain drizzled softly as she stood beneath an umbrella for an extended period before her grandmother's gravestone. By the time she returned to Yunyu Bay, it was already evening. Upon entering, she found Li Ling Shun seated on the living room sofa. She was taken aback. Usually, he would spend the entire day with Luo Shui, only returning after coaxing her to sleep. Gu Mian chose not to question his unusual behavior and walked straight upstairs. "Stop!" A low, cold voice called from behind. Gu Mian halted. The man approached her, his unfathomable gaze fixed on her face. "Gu Mian, you've grown bold, daring to hang up on me and block my number?" As Gu Mian turned to leave, he seized her wrist. "Are you deaf from your time in prison?" Her heart ached sharply, and she lifted her gaze to meet his. "Yes, I've been imprisoned, and my life is irrevocably shattered. Are you not satisfied yet?" Li Lingshun noticed her swollen eyes and furrowed his brow. "Have you been crying? Did you visit Grandma's grave?" Gu Mian struggled to hold back her tears. "I couldn't stay with her during her final moments. Do I now need your permission to visit her?" Li Lingshun's expression darkened slightly. "The other day, I insisted you return to prison because I feared you would be too upset. Fear for my well-being?" Gu Mian laughed bitterly. "You cannot even muster the effort to concoct a believable lie, using such a clumsy excuse?" She broke free from his grip. "Lingshen, em tayut. Let us get a divorce." Gu Mian returned to the master bedroom's dressing room and retrieved an old suitcase, beginning to pack her belongings. She would take nothing from the Li family. Therefore, her possessions were minimal. "Are you done causing a scene?" The man's impatient voice broke through from behind. "It's just been a year in prison. Besides, I specifically ensured you faced no hardships while inside. What more do you want?" As Gu Mian paused to gather her clothes, she turned to face him. "You ensured that my meals were different from the other inmates, consisting solely of pig liver and spinach, nutrients meant to keep me ready to donate blood to Luo Shui." Li Lingshun frowned. "Ultimately, you still care about Luo Shui. I asked you to donate blood to save her. As someone trained in medicine, you should embody the compassion of a healer. I have compensated you, after all." "Compassion of a healer?" Gu Mian laughed outright. "Have you ever seen a doctor who sacrifices their own blood to save a patient without regard for their own well-being? And your notion of compensation refers to these?" Gu Mian gestured toward an entire wall of designer bags. "Each of these bags is worth at least $1 million, a dream for countless women. Did you think buying me a bag for each blood donation was a fair trade, especially when they were all chosen by Luo Shui?" Every bag that came into her possession had been selected by Luo Shui, who would first choose her favorites and then leave Gu Mian with the remaining ostentatious options. Although the prices were exorbitant, none were practical for everyday use. She had never requested bags, yet they all believed she had gained something by selling her blood. Gu Mian smiled faintly. "I want to take a single bag with me, for I never intended to barter my blood." Li Lingshun pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Since their marriage, Gu Mian had always been compliant. She would occasionally sulk, but had never defied him so resolutely. He grasped her shoulders, his tone softening. "I understand that you're feeling low after your time in prison. Let us not fight anymore, all right? Let us go out for dinner. I had Yama prepare your favorite dishes." Gu Mian shrugged off his hand and picked up her suitcase, heading for the door. In an instant, he swept her off the ground, carrying her effortlessly to the soft bed. Before she could protest, he pinned her down, easily restraining her hands above her head. The familiar scent of his masculinity enveloped her as Li Lingshun leaned in to whisper seductively in her ear, "My dear Mrs. Li, let us not be upset anymore. Shall we? I will do whatever it takes to make you happy tonight." Gu Mian's heart raced uncontrollably. In the past, when she had been angry, she could never resist his charms, quickly forgiving him. Eventually, he found amusement in her reactions, always pulling her close whenever she showed displeasure. His desire for control during their intimate moments was overwhelming, and she often ended up begging for mercy, complying with his every demand. His breathing grew heavier as he kissed her lips while unbuttoning her shirt. Gu Mian suddenly regained her senses and struggled to break free from his grasp. "No, I don't want to. Don't want to?" Li Lingshun lifted his head, his lustful gaze fixed on her. "You claim to not want this now, but soon enough, you will be the one begging for more." Gu Mian's face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk as he pressed kisses along her neck. "This past year without you has been unbearable. I spent at least 300 nights working late to control myself." Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night had fallen, and the rain continued to patter softly. Yet the temperature in the room soared. After 3 years of marriage, Li Lingshun had long since understood Gu Mian's body, easily igniting her desires. Gu Mian's body trembled, her mind racing as she fought to maintain her composure, but he seemed determined to pull her deeper into his embrace. "Gu Mian, give me." Chapter 4. She is pregnant. Under his intoxicating allure, Gu Mian felt herself melting away, her body becoming liquid. She bit down hard on her lower lip, the sting helping her to remain lucid. She could not afford to lose herself in his embrace, nor could she continue to diminish her identity within this loveless marriage. Absolutely not. Suddenly, her phone rang, cutting through the charged atmosphere. Li Ling Shun was reluctant to pause, but the incessant ringing disrupted his fervor. He glanced at the screen and quickly released Gu Mian. She noticed the name displayed, Luo Shui. In the past, when they were intimate, if a call came through, Li Ling Shun would usually decline it, silencing his phone. However, when it came to Luo Shui's calls, he would always answer immediately. Gu Mian heard him pick up, his voice softening. "I'm at home." She didn't mean anything by it. "Don't overthink it." "All right, I'll come over later." Gu Mian sat up, hastily adjusting her clothing, her hands trembling as she fastened her buttons. When Li Ling Shun hung up and turned to her, a smirk graced his lips at the sight of her flustered state. "In such a hurry to get dressed? Afraid I might take advantage of you?" Gu Mian remained silent. Li Ling Shun reached out, helping her fasten the buttons on her shirt. "If you don't want me to continue unbuttoning, then come downstairs for dinner with me." Recalling the moment when things almost escalated, Gu Mian did not refuse. After all, resistance seemed futile. In the restaurant, the maid Yang Ma had prepared an exquisite spread of dishes. "Madam, you have lost a lot of weight. Do eat more," she remarked. Li Ting Shun raised his gaze to the demure girl dining across from him. Upon hearing Yang Ma's comment, he observed that she indeed appeared considerably slimmer. Having returned from prison, her face was now even more angular than before. Aside from her weight loss, she remained as striking as ever. Yet Li Ting Shun could not quite articulate what felt different about her. Yang Ma, using serving chopsticks, placed a piece of braised pork into Gu Mian's bowl. The aroma wafted towards her, causing her stomach to churn violently, and she could not suppress a retch. "Madam, what is wrong?" Yang Ma hurriedly poured her a glass of water, concern etched on her face. "I'm fine," Gu Mian managed to say after a moment, standing and declaring her fullness. Watching her retreating figure, Li Ting Shun suddenly lost his appetite. He set down his chopsticks and stood to leave. "Sir, you haven't finished your meal," came Yang Ma's voice. "I need to step out," he replied, donning his coat. "The food in prison is bland. She is unaccustomed to rich dishes. Prepare some congee for her." Yang Ma nodded in agreement. As Gu Mian ascended the stairs, she heard the sound of a car engine from below. A faint smile tugged at her lips. She had just promised to visit Luoshu over the phone and had barely touched her meal before leaving, truly a sign of love. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, she watched the car depart the villa and tiredly closed her eyes. Suddenly recalling something, she opened her eyes wide and pressed her right hand against her left wrist, feeling the strong, steady pulse, indicative of pregnancy. Gu Mian was taken aback. She needed no further reflection to ascertain that it stemmed from her visit a month ago. Li Ting Shun had never favored using protection, finding it restrictive, leading her to take medication afterward. That day, she had intended to visit the hospital after seeing her grandmother. But upon receiving the news of her grandmother's sudden passing, she had plunged into grief, completely forgetting her plans. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, rendering her unable to think clearly. Once she finally calmed herself, she hurried out. Rarely had she felt a pulse for someone pregnant, and, to avoid misjudgment, she resolved to purchase a pregnancy test. The unmistakable 2 lines confirmed her diagnosis. How could a single lapse in medication lead to this? Gu Mian gently caressed her abdomen. Just as she had made the difficult decision to divorce Li Ting Shun, she found herself unexpectedly pregnant. Fate truly had a sense of humor. Restless, she tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning before finally falling asleep. Upon awakening, she found the sun already risen and Li Ting Shun had not returned home. Descending for breakfast, she was met by Yang Ma, who rushed into the dining room, her face a mix of excitement and hesitation. "What is it?" Gu Mian could not help but ask. "Did you win the lottery?" "Madam, it is you who has won. How long do you intend to keep this from me?" Yang Ma exclaimed, producing a pregnancy test she had found in the trash. "You are pregnant. This is wonderful news." Gu Mian was speechless. Noticing her lack of elation at the prospect of impending motherhood, Yang Ma quickly inquired, "Madam, are you not happy?" After sipping her congee, Gu Mian replied, "Yang Ma, I've already filed for divorce." Yang Ma was taken aback. "Madam, you cannot divorce the sir." "Why not?" Gu Mian responded calmly. "Do you not see? He and Luoshu are more like a true couple. Indeed, they were a pair, and it was she who had intruded upon their lives, usurping the identity of Mrs. Li, preventing them from being together openly. The thought of making Li Tingshan fall in love with her was utterly laughable and pitiable. Tears welled in Yang Ma's eyes. "Madam, even if you do not say so, I know how much you have suffered in prison this past year. But now, everything is behind you. You should live well with the sir. I believe he will one day recognize your worth. Besides, with a child on the way, everything will change. A child deserves to grow up in a nurturing environment. For the sake of the child, you must reconsider the divorce." Gu Mian was momentarily stunned. Her parents had passed away when she was very young, and her grandparents had raised her, though they had showered her with love. She had longed for the presence of both a father and a mother, feeling envious of her peers who had complete families. She understood that a child should thrive in a wholesome family setting. "Madam, a man's mindset often shifts after he becomes a father," Yang Ma continued. "Many men settle down and return to their families once they have children. For the child's sake, you must give the sir another chance, don't you agree?" Gu Mian nodded gently. Yang Ma was right. For the sake of the child, she should strive for another opportunity. As long as Li Tingshan could maintain his distance from Yin Luoxue, she was willing to let go of the past and commit to nurturing their family. After breakfast, Gu Mian took a taxi to Li's group. Their marriage had not been publicly announced, and few within the company knew she was Mrs. Li. She called Li Tingshan's assistant, who came down to escort her upstairs. When she knocked and entered the CEO's office, Li Tingshan was on the phone. He glanced at her entrance with little surprise, as she had always been one to return after a night as choral. The assistant brought her a cup of hot water and then departed. Once off the call, Li Tingshan looked at Gu Mian seated across from him. "Why aren't you still in bed?" "I've had enough rest," she replied, pointing to the thermos. "Yang Ma asked me to bring you some chicken soup." "All right, I'll have it later." Gu Mian scrutinized him and asked, "Tingshan, where did you go last night?" Li Tingshan did not conceal the truth. "Last night, Luoxue fell ill and was admitted to the hospital. I stayed with her." Gu Mian's fingertips trembled. After a long pause, she finally asked Tingshan, "If we were to have a child, would you be able to spend more time at home?" Li Tingshan's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you wishing for a child? Do you not wish for one?" Gu Mian countered. Li Tingshan lit a cigarette, took a drag, and stated solemnly, "Gu Mian, this is not the right time for a child." Gu Mian was taken aback. "Why not? Luoxue's health has been poor lately. If you're pregnant, you would not be able to donate blood to her." Chapter 5. Leaving with nothing, Gu Mian felt as if her blood had turned to ice. A chill rapidly spreading from her feet to her entire body, nearly rendering her immobile. She had been so naive, thinking she could fight for their relationship, believing he would, as Yang Ma suggested, settle down for the child's sake. But in his heart, their child was evidently less significant than Yin Luoxue. Her child would not be welcomed by his father. Gu Mian shut her eyes in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I know you dislike Luoxue, but her health is genuinely poor. Please show some understanding," she implored. Li Tingshan examined her pallid face and reassured her, "If you want a child, we can plan for it once her health improves." Gu Mian forced a smile. If she were to tell Li Tingshan about her pregnancy now, he would undoubtedly rush her to the hospital for an abortion. This child was one of the few family bonds she had left, and she absolutely could not let it be terminated because of Yin Luoxue. "Understood." Gu Mian wiped her tears away. "You continue with your work. I shall not disturb you." Gu Mian fled the office, returning to Yinyu. She packed her belongings and exchanged a few words with Yang Ma before dragging her suitcase out the door. Initially intending to find a hotel for the night, she received a call from her uncle while in the taxi and immediately rushed over. Her aunt, Wang Shulan, opened the door and greeted Gu Mian with warmth. Mian, you have finally come. Your aunt has missed you so much." Upon noticing Gu Mian's empty hands aside from the suitcase, her smile faltered. Gu Mian quickly explained, "Aunt, I apologize. I came in such a hurry that I didn't have time to buy you a gift." "Minmin, come in quickly." Uncle Gu Ziyuan approached, saying, "You've never brought us anything on your previous visits. There's no need to be so polite. Why didn't you inform me of your release from prison? I could have come to fetch you. It was raining, so I didn't want to disturb you." "Uncle, how have you been?" "Same as always." Noticing the suitcase at the entrance, Gu Ziyuan inquired, "Why are you carrying a suitcase?" "I'm getting a divorce and moving out of Yinyu." "What? A divorce?" Wang Shulan's sharp voice interjected. "Did Li Tingshan initiate this?" Gu Mian shook her head gently. "It was my decision." "Are you out of your mind?" Wang Shulan exclaimed anxiously. "The Li family is the wealthiest in Huagua. Countless people aspire to marry into it. And you're choosing to divorce? Have you lost your senses from being in prison? Silence. Gu Mian glared at his wife, indignantly stating, when Li Tingshan sent Mian Mian to prison without verifying the video's authenticity, anyone would lose heart. If you wish to divorce, then do so. Although your grandmother has passed, uncle will stand by you. Move in here. It will be easier for me to take care of you. Gu Mian hastily declined. No, I'll rent a place and find a job. Uncle, you needn't worry about me. There are rooms in the house. Why spend money on rent? Gu Mian said, moving to take the suitcase. This matter is settled. Indeed, you should listen to your uncle. Wang Shulan chimed in, then quickly asked Mian Mian, if you're getting divorced, how much of the Li family's assets do you intend to claim? I'll leave with nothing. What did you say? Wang Shulan exploded. Are you insane? How can you leave with nothing? Without money, how will you survive? Aunt, I signed a prenuptial agreement. It's impossible for me to take anything from the Li family. Gu Mian redirected the topic. By the way, uncle, before grandmother passed, she entrusted me with a jade pendant and mentioned something about my lineage. What does that mean? Gu Mian's gaze flickered momentarily before he regained composure. Since it was given to you by your grandmother, cherish it. As for what she said about your lineage, she was merely lamenting your unfortunate background. Gu Mian held no doubts. Although she grew up without parents, her grandparents had showered her with love, and she did not feel pitiful. It's good you think that way. It brings them peace in the afterlife. At 10 o'clock that evening, Li Tingshan returned to Yinyu Bay, only to find Gu Mian absent from the master bedroom. He took out his phone to call her, but the call wouldn't go through. Descending the stairs, he summoned Yang Ma, inquiring, where's madam? She has moved out. What did you say? Li Tingshan frowned. When did she move out? This morning. Yang Ma hesitated, recalling Gu Mian's request to keep her pregnancy a secret from Li Tingshan, fearing it might jeopardize the child, and thus refrained from speaking. Yang Ma handed him a document. This is the divorce agreement madam left behind. Li Tingshan took it, glanced through it, and scoffed, leaving with nothing. She truly has ambition. Sir, madam is resolute about the divorce. This matter cannot be decided solely by her. Li Tingshan growled, tugging at his tie in frustration. Where did she go? Madam did not say. Li Tingshan strode out, instructing the driver to prepare the car. In the guest room, Gu Mian had just finished showering and was about to sleep when her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Gu Mian answered, hello, who is this? Come downstairs. The familiar cold voice on the other end sent a chill down her spine. Gu Mian's hand holding the phone froze as she replied, I've already gone to bed. I'll give you 10 minutes to come downstairs. Otherwise, no one in this neighborhood will sleep tonight. After the call ended, Gu Mian hesitated for a moment before changing her clothes and heading downstairs. A black Rolls Royce was parked in front of the building, and a tall, slender man leaned against the car, smoking. Gu Mian approached, maintaining a distance, and calmly asked, what do you want at this hour? What do you think? Li Tingshan replied, did you think I would let your actions go unchallenged? You dare draft a divorce agreement and leave home? He took a deep drag from his cigarette. Get in the car and come home with me. I might overlook this. Leave home. Gu Mian chuckled bitterly. Do you truly believe that place is my home? If it were, why will my husband spend the night with another woman? Is this still about Luo Shui? Li Tingshan retorted. Mian Mian, can you not be so narrow-minded? So what should I do to prove I'm not narrow-minded? Smile while watching you two together? Continue to support her? Or should I serve a longer prison sentence? Gu Mian met his gaze. Tingshan, our marriage was a transaction of interests, but I am a person, not a blood source for Yin Luoxue. Li Tingshan smirked coldly. You acknowledge that our marriage was a transaction. You married me to bring your grandmother joy during her treatment. Now that she has passed, you're eager to divorce. Severing ties with me, aren't you? Gu Mian wearily closed her eyes. Then I'll repay you for the expenses incurred at Li's hospital over the years. That way, it won't seem like I am cutting off the bridge after crossing. Li Tingshan's anger flared. Say that again. Gu Mian met his furious gaze. Calculate how much it adds up to, and I'll write you an IOU, repaying you in installments, with interest set by you. Before she could finish, the man suddenly discarded his cigarette and stepped forward. Before Gu Mian could react, he enveloped her in his arms. In the next moment, her slender waist was pinned against the car. What do you want to do? She began, but the words were silenced as his lips captured hers. A domineering kiss stealing her breath away. Gu Mian struggled, but her hands were trapped. After a long moment, Li Tingshan finally released her, his expression shifting from anger to unmasked desire, his voice low and seductive. If you don't want me to take you right here, then get in the car. Chapter 6. In the midst of a kiss, gasping for breath, Gu Mian finally gathered her wits and glared at him. If you don't want me to call Luoxue right now, then let me go. If she finds out you're here, kissing me at this hour, she might just have another episode. Li Tingshan narrowed his eyes, his deep gaze unreadable. Are you threatening me? I speak the truth. Li Tingshan pressed her firmly against the car. If you don't mind her hearing your moans while I have you beneath me, feel free to call. He smirked. We haven't been intimate in a while. Why not now? Would you prefer the front seat or the back? Gu Mian, terrified he might force himself upon her, trembled slightly, knowing Luoxue was fragile and couldn't handle such stress. The thought of her collapsing would surely break his heart. Li Tingshan lost interest, releasing her. Fine. I want to touch you, but you must come home with me tonight. Gu Mian quickly distanced herself from him. I've already said I want a divorce. My decision will not change. Li Tingshan gazed at her solemnly. All right, you have spirit, but I want to see how long your spirit can last. Gu Mian watched the Rolls-Royce drive away, exhaling in relief before turning to head upstairs. The following morning, Gu Mian began sending out her resumes. However, for 2 entire days, her applications either vanished into the void or were met with rejection. Gu Mian had always been an outstanding student, advancing rapidly through her studies. Graduating from Haicheng University at the age of 19, she had pursued medicine, and had it not been for her grandmother's illness requiring treatment in the capital, she would have already been employed at a hospital in Haicheng. The times have changed. Hospitals now require thorough background checks for new hires. Given her history of imprisonment, it is virtually impossible for her to gain employment in a reputable hospital, although she had mentally prepared herself for this outcome. The stark reality left Gu Mian feeling both sorrowful and disheartened. After a long day out, she returned home to find her uncle Gu Ziyuan and Aunt Wang Shulan seated on the sofa, both bearing expressions of distress. Wang Shulan, in particular, seemed to be brimming with suppressed anger. Uncle, Aunt, has something happened? Gu Mian inquired. It's nothing, Gu Ziyuan replied. Mian, have you eaten? I saved you some dinner. I'll heat it up for you. I've already eaten. Gu Mian pressed further. Uncle, what exactly has transpired? Please tell me. How can you even ask that? Wang Shulan exclaimed, arms crossed, frustration palpable. By marrying into the Li family, you were supposed to elevate us all, yet you have brought nothing but misfortune. Your uncle and I have worked tirelessly to run our shop, and now it faces closure because of you. Closure? Gu Mian quickly connected the dots. This is Li Tingshan's doing. Isn't it? Gu Ziyuan sighed. Though unspoken, the implication was clear. After all, few possess the clout to acquire an entire street's worth of shops in one fell swoop. I'm sorry, Uncle and Aunt. It's my failure to manage my personal affairs that has caused you trouble. Gu Mian apologized. Wang Shulan, visibly upset, retorted, Tingshan isn't seeking a divorce. So why is he angry? Why can't you just be content as Mrs. Li? Please refrain from speaking so, Gu Ziyuan interjected firmly. Mian is a sensible child. If she has brought up divorce, it must be due to a violation of her principles. What principles? Isn't it just that there are women outside? Men being unfaithful is commonplace, especially someone like Li Tingshan. He could have a dozen mistresses without it being scandalous. Wang Shulan admonished. Mian, heed your aunt's advice. Remain steadfast in your position as Mrs. Li. There's wealth to be enjoyed, and your uncle and I would benefit as well. Gu Mian's expression turned frosty. I'm sorry, Aunt, but I cannot agree. Loyalty is the foundation of marriage. If that is compromised, maintaining the relationship would be mere pretense. I am saying this for your own good, and yet you lecture me. Wang Shulan rolled her eyes. If you divorce, you'll have nothing, and you'll only anger Li Tingshan further. Can't you see how furious he is now? You're dragging us down with you. I will handle this matter and ensure that he does not trouble you, Gu Mian declared, rising to leave. I'm going to my room now. Gu Mian, stop. I haven't finished speaking. Have you said enough? Gu Ziyuan interjected, restraining his wife. Mian has assured us she will manage and that it won't impact us. I'm only looking out for her. Mian doesn't need it. Gu Mian shut her bedroom door, isolating herself from their voices. She understood that Li Tingshan was a man of relentless resolve, and she anticipated that he would make things difficult for her, if she did not wish to burden others. Quickly, Gu Mian gathered her belongings and wheeled her suitcase out. Mian, where are you going? Gu Ziyuan rushed forward to ask. Uncle, I cannot stay here any longer, Gu Mian explained. If I move out, Tingshan will not trouble you. Gu Ziyuan sighed. It is my inadequacy that I cannot support you better. No, it's I who have caused you trouble. Mian, Take care of yourself out there. I will. A few days prior, Gu Mian had been searching for an apartment, but had delayed renting due to work uncertainties. She contacted a real estate agent and secured a single apartment she had previously viewed. It was fully furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. After settling in, she retrieved her phone and removed Li Tingshun from her blacklist, sending him a brief text. To protect the child she carried, she could not return to Li Tingshun. Furthermore, she needed to find work quickly to support herself and her baby. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Li Tingshun calling. She declined, but the call came through again almost immediately. Hesitating, she eventually answered. I've already said everything I needed to in the text. Is this Mrs. Li? A stranger's voice responded from the other end. This is Shengshi Huangchao. Young Master Li is drunk and needs you to come pick him up. He must have someone with him. At the very least, he has a driver, she replied. The driver wouldn't dare approach young Master Li. Mrs. Li. We're eager to close for the night. We kindly ask for your assistance. Gu Mian hung up the phone, donned her coat, and stepped outside. She hailed a taxi to Shengshi Huangchao and took the elevator to the top floor. This was the most luxurious club in the capital, and Li Tingshun had a private room there exclusively for himself, a place Gu Mian had visited before. As she approached the slightly ajar door, she caught sight of two figures locked in a kiss through the crack. Although she couldn't see their faces clearly, she immediately recognized them as Li Tingshun and Yin Luoxue. Chapter 7. Are you done acting? Gu Mian's heart felt as if it had been crushed by a massive rock, a piercing ache spreading throughout her body, even into her bones. She wanted to flee, but her legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile. Tears of humiliation brimmed in her eyes, and she couldn't shake the suspicion that Li Tingshun had orchestrated this call to ensure she witnessed this scene. Yin Luoxue pulled away from Li Tingshun, her face flushed with embarrassment. Upon turning, she spotted Gu Mian standing at the door. Gu Mian, you're here? She exclaimed, wheeling herself over with an air of feigned innocence. Tingshun was drunk and lost control. Please don't misunderstand. Gu Mian attempted to wipe away her tears, but Yin Luoxue, seeing her raise her hand, trembled in fear. Gu Mian, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have approached Tingshun, or should I have allowed him to kiss me? I'm so sorry. Please don't hurt me. Gu Mian suddenly smiled. Are you done acting? Yin Luoxue bit her lip, looking pitiful. Gu Mian, you have misunderstood me. I'm not acting. This scene resembled a malicious character from a novel chastising the innocent beloved. Gu Mian found it laughable. You are indeed a talented actress, but unfortunately, I am not in the mood to be your audience. I will soon be divorcing Li Tingshun, and you may take my place as Mrs. Li. With that, Gu Mian turned to leave. Gu Mian, Yin Luoxue hurriedly caught her wrist. You're divorcing Tingshun because you no longer wish to support me, right? You want to see me suffer. Is it because you couldn't see your grandmother one last time that you resent me? The mention of her grandmother shattered Gu Mian's resolve, and she forcefully wrenched her arm away. Don't touch me. Yin Luoxue gasped, losing her balance and toppling over with her wheelchair. Gu Mian frowned, confused. Her mere gesture should not have caused such a fall. Just then, she heard Li Tingshun's voice questioning her from the room. Gu Mian, what are you doing? Looking up, she saw the man striding toward them. It dawned on her that Li Tingshun approached Yin Luoxue, helping her up from the ground. Luoxue, are you all right? Tears streamed down Yin Luoxue's beautiful face. Tingshun, it was my fault for not sitting properly. Please don't blame Gu Mian. Li Tingshun's gaze turned to Gu Mian, his dark eyes simmering with anger. Luoxue is already in poor health, and you dare to push her? After spending a year in prison, you haven't learned any better than to bully the weak? Gu Mian fought back tears, meeting his fierce gaze. Do not claim that I pushed her. Even if I did, is that not something you have taught me? Don't you, Mr. Li, also bully the weak, using your power to oppress my uncle, a mere commoner, to achieve your own ends? How dare you talk back after doing wrong? Is this how you, as Mrs. Li, should conduct yourself? Thus, I shall no longer be Mrs. Li. You two are truly meant for each other. I wish you a lifetime of bliss, sealed forever. May you never bring misfortune upon others again. Gu Mian turned and walked away. Gu Mian, stop right there. A man's voice, filled with fury, echoed behind her. But Gu Mian remained oblivious, striding forward. Brother Tingshun, please don't be angry. Yin Luoxue gently consoled. I heard that those who have served time tend to harbor a heavier resentment. I never thought it to be true, but just now. Gu Mian said she wants to divorce you. Does she no longer wish to save me? The mention of divorce only intensified Li Ting-shun's agitation. Are you hurt? No, just a bit sore from the fall. Gu Mian has always targeted me. The more it hurts, the happier she seems. As long as you're not injured. You should return home, Li Ting-shun replied, then turned to chase after Gu Mian. Brother Ting-shun. In Luoxue gazed in disbelief at the man's retreating figure. It was the first time he had abandoned her to pursue Gu Mian. How could this happen? As Gu Mian exited the club, she was suddenly swept off her feet. Instinctively, she clung to the man's neck to prevent herself from falling, exclaiming in anger, "What are you doing?" Without a word, Li Ting-shun hoisted her into the car and commanded the driver to start the engine. "Let me out." Gu Mian struggled fiercely. Li Ting-shun, release me. He pinned her hands down, holding her tightly in his embrace. If you desire something thrilling in the car, feel free to resist. Fearful, Gu Mian ceased her struggle. She was currently pregnant, and if Li Ting-shun were to force himself, it could potentially harm the child. Only then did he loosen his grip. Do you dare to push Luoxue again? Do you wish to return to prison? Gu Mian turned her head away. Do you believe me when I say I didn't push her? Li Ting-shun remained silent. Gu Mian forced a smile, self-deprecating. I shouldn't have asked such a question, for you will always choose to believe in Luoxue. Gu Mian, you summoned me here merely to witness the affection between you and In Luoxue, correct? Gu Mian interrupted him. There is no need for you both to engage in such disgusting displays of affection before me, for I have always believed that your bond is unbreakable. Li Ting-shun frowned. Did we kiss? What? Do you need me to help you relive that moment? Gu Mian mocked. Li Ting-shun grasped her shoulders firmly. So you're jealous? Gu Mian averted her gaze, not wanting him to see the vulnerability in her eyes. Jealousy doesn't quite capture it. We haven't finalized our divorce yet, and I don't wish to wear a great green hat every day. Li Ting-shun enveloped her in his arms. His deep voice softened slightly. I have never stated my intention to divorce you. I will no longer make things difficult for your uncle. Come home with me, and we shall argue no more. Leaning against him, Gu Mian felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. If this were in the past, her heart would have softened instantly. However, at this moment, her heart resisted fiercely. When did she cease to crave even a semblance of his tenderness? Perhaps it was when he dragged her away from the hospital, leaving her grandmother to pass away alone. Or perhaps it was when he declared that having a child meant he could no longer provide blood for In Luoxue. Gu Mian felt utterly exhausted. The fervor with which she once embraced him was now matched by her desire to escape. She closed her eyes and unknowingly drifted into slumber. The Rolls-Royce halted at the villa entrance, and the driver exited to open the rear door. Li Ting-shun carried the still-sleeping Gu Mian out of the car. After taking a few steps, he paused and lowered his voice. Did you call the club tonight for Mrs. Li and Luoxue to come? Sir, I did not. I've been waiting in the car for your call all evening, the driver promptly replied. However, Miss Luoxue was personally greeted by the club manager upon her arrival. Li Ting-shun fell silent and strode into the house. He gently placed Gu Mian on the bed in the master suite on the second floor. She appeared utterly exhausted, rolling over to embrace the pillow and continuing her slumber. Li Ting-shun tucked her in and quietly left. In the exquisitely luxurious room, In Luoxue was agitated when her phone suddenly chimed. Upon seeing a video from Li Ting-shun, she eagerly opened it. But in the next moment, her face drained of color. She had not anticipated that a high-end private club would have surveillance. Chapter 8. He does not love you. Li Ting-shun's call followed immediately. In Luoxue collected herself and answered, her voice dripping with sweetness. Brother Ting-shun. What was that video about? What video? He replied, you were drunk. I merely helped you clean your face. She had felt secure in her belief that there were no cameras in the hallway, which was why she had dared to feign a fall to frame Gu Mian. Yet she never expected there to be hidden cameras in the private room. Does cleaning your face require such proximity? Li Ting-shun cuestionó displeasa. From the door's perspective, it appeared as though we were embracing. No wonder Gu Mian accused us of kissing. In Luoxue bit her lip tightly. I was simply cleaning your face. I didn't know Gu Mian would arrive, nor that she would misunderstand. You know I appreciate honesty. Li Ting-shun sat behind his desk, taking a drag from his cigarette, speaking softly. I have already inquired. It was you who arranged for someone to call Gu Mian to the club, intending for her to witness that scene. Brother Ting-shun, I didn't. The club manager has already been dismissed. Do not engage in such petty schemes again. Li Ting-shun coldly stated. Regardless, Gu Mian is still my wife. I do not wish for misunderstandings to disrupt our household. In Luoxue protested. Even if she misunderstood, she had no right to push me. This issue originated with you. It is not her fault she acted in self-defense. Since you were not injured, let it go. In Luoxue was taken aback. He was weighing the right and wrong of the situation rather than siding with her. Clenching her clothes tightly, she asked Brother Ting Shun, "Have you fallen in love with Gu Mian?" Li Ting Shun replied without hesitation, "You're overthinking it." In Luoxue exhaled in relief. "I understand now. I won't do anything so foolish to upset you in the future." "That's good." Brother Ting Shun, Gu Mian wants a divorce. Does she no longer wish to donate blood to save me? She still wishes for my demise, doesn't she? Li Ting Shun took a drag from his cigarette. "I'm actively searching for the renowned doctor, Lu Ming. Once I find him to cure your illness and leg, you will no longer need to rely on Gu Mian for blood. You will be able to live a normal life." "Brother Ting Shun, you are so kind to me." In Luoxue hung up the phone, a radiant smile illuminating her face. It appeared she had misjudged the situation. How could Li Ting Shun possibly fall for someone like Gu Mian, a convict? Yet, before her illness was cured, she vowed to eliminate Gu Mian. Having held the title of Mrs. Li for 3 years was far too lenient for Gu Mian. The title of Mrs. Li would henceforth belong solely to her. In Luoxue, Gu Mian slept soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, she found herself in the master bedroom of Yun Yu Bei, greeted by the sight of a remarkably handsome face. Lowering her gaze, she noticed she was clad in a silk camisole, which caused her cheeks to flush. Yet, upon careful reflection, her body bore no signs of soreness. It seemed Li Ting Shun had not violated her. Relieved, Gu Mian attempted to rise, but the man's arm tightened around her, pulling her closer, their faces nearly touching. "Awake?" His deep voice, tinged with lingering sleep, was irresistibly alluring. "Did you sleep well?" Gu Mian pushed against his arm. "Let me go." Li Ting Shun smirked. "But you kept burrowing into my embrace last night." Without thinking, Gu Mian retorted, "Impossible." "Why impossible? Are you unaware of how clingy you were in bed?" Gu Mian's face flushed deeply. That was in the past. Only during their most passionate moments had she felt he truly belonged to her, leading her to cling to him so desperately. Even after their encounters, she would cling to him, unwilling to let him leave. However, things were different now. Recalling the scene from last night at the club filled her with an indescribable discomfort, causing her to instinctively push him away. Still angry? Li Ting Shun reached for the phone on the bedside table and opened a video for her to see. Gu Mian stared at the video in disbelief. "I did not kiss Luoxue. This video proves it." Li Ting Shun pulled Gu Mian into his arms, his lips brushing against her ear as his deep, husky voice seduced her. "It has taken considerable effort to satisfy you. I could never betray you." Gu Mian's face flushed crimson, as if she could bleed from embarrassment, and she hurriedly pushed him away, rushing into the bathroom. Splashing cold water on her face, she desperately tried to regain her composure. After 3 years of marriage, this was the first time Li Ting Shun had explained himself to her. But what did it matter? In Luoxue still stood between them, and he still could not accept the child growing within her. When Gu Mian emerged from the bathroom, Li Ting Shun was already gone. She changed into some clothes in the cloakroom, and as she descended the stairs, Yang Ma greeted her warmly. "Good morning, madam. Hurry and have breakfast." "No need. The sir is not here." With a smile, Yang Ma replied, "You both slept in today." The sir rushed to a meeting at the group and did not have breakfast at home. Only then did Gu Mian follow Yang Ma into the dining room. Yang Ma served her a bowl of porridge and said, "Madam, I don't believe the sir has any intention of divorcing you. Does he truly not want the child? I have no reason to deceive you." Gu Mian took a sip of the porridge and replied calmly. He said, "If I had a child, I couldn't provide blood for In Luoxue." Yang Ma was instantly furious. "That Miss In is deliberately targeting you. She claims the blood from the blood bank is unclean and insists only your blood will do. She's more demanding than a queen." Gu Mian smiled faintly from now on. "I will no longer provide her blood. But madam, once you divorce, how will you manage raising a child alone?" "It will be all right." Gu Mian looked down at her flat abdomen, a gentle smile gracing her features. "I will find a job and raise the child well." Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, she discovered it was a private hospital inviting her for an interview. Overjoyed, she hastily ate a few bites before heading out. Strangely, the interview was not at the hospital, but at a nearby CAF. Arriving at the CAF at the scheduled time, she found only In Luoxue seated at a window table, aside from the staff. Realizing something, Gu Mian turned to leave, but In Luo Shui called out, Gu Mian, if you walk out of here today, I will ensure you can never find work in the capital. Do you believe me? Gu Mian halted and approached her, asking, what do you want? Sit down. What will you drink? It's on me. Gu Mian took a seat across from her. I'm not thirsty. In Luo Shui took a sip of her warm coffee and leisurely stated, the hospital you're interviewing with is owned by my uncle. Normally, someone with your background wouldn't have a chance to become a doctor, but if I speak to my uncle, that could change. No need. Gu Mian flatly refused. I don't need your false compassion. In Luo Shui chuckled. So you're not genuinely looking for a job. You're just pretending to want a divorce to appear independent, hoping to catch Tingshan's attention? I'm not as dramatic as you. If I say I want a divorce, I will go through with it. Gu Mian replied, I've said it before. I will no longer occupy the position of Mrs. Li. It's yours. Do you think you need my permission? That position was always mine. In Luo Shui laughed lightly. Gu Mian, you are quite pitiful. Though married, Tingshan's heart has always been with me. I asked him yesterday, and he does not love you at all. To put it bluntly, you are a failure as Mrs. Li. Gu Mian felt a piercing pain in her heart. Indeed, she was a failure. Not only was she not deeply loved by Li Tingshan, but even her child was not cherished. If it were In Luo Shui who were pregnant, Li Tingshan would surely be delighted. Struggling against the ache in her heart, Gu Mian said, then please persuade him to divorce quickly, so I won't hinder your relationship. If it weren't for your blood donation, he would have divorced you long ago. In Luo Shui raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. Once he finds a miracle doctor Lu Mingji to cure my illness, he will promptly cast you aside. But for now, you must obediently remain in the Li household as my backup blood bank. Gu Mian clenched her fist beneath the table. Just as she was about to respond, a wave of nausea surged through her, and she dashed to the restroom, retching into the sink. Gu Mian, are you pregnant? Came In Luo Shui, a skeptical voice from behind her. Chapter 9. Almost losing control, Gu Mian could not expel anything, and, after a moment, she rinsed her mouth and wiped her lips with a tissue. Turning to face In Luo Shui's scrutinizing gaze, she countered, I just got out of prison. Do you think that is possible? Hearing this, In Luo Shui relaxed her expression. Regardless of Gu Mian's recent incarceration, she knew well that it was impossible for her to be pregnant. Li Tingshan despised children. She had known since childhood that marrying Li Tingshan meant she could never have children. She would do nothing to provoke his dislike. Not having children was for the best, as she was not fond of them anyway, and childbirth could ruin her figure. Maintaining her figure would ensure that she could hold onto Li Tingshan's heart. In Luo Shui composed herself and continued with her mockery, Gu Mian, though Tingshan is unkind to you, don't be disheartened. Once my illness is cured, he will naturally divorce you. Don't worry, we won to mistreat you. How about this? Next time you donate blood, I'll buy you a designer bag as a reward. Those bags are untouched. Keep them for yourself. Gu Mian tossed the tissue into the trash and walked away. In Luo Shui's taunts hurt her, but what pained her more was the reality of her joblessness. Her uncle secretly gave her the inheritance left by her grandmother, which amounted to less than 100,000 yuan. Not to mention the expenses of hospitalization. Hiring a nanny in the capital costs at least 20,000. She needed to find a way to earn money quickly. With no options left, Gu Mian sought part-time jobs that didn't require a background check. She had a nursing qualification and successfully found a part-time caregiver job at a hospital that afternoon. Just as she exited the hospital, Li Tingshan's call came through. Gu Mian suddenly remembered she had forgotten to block him again after last night. She answered the call. What is it? The man on the other end spoke icily. Did you meet Luo Shui today? Yes. Li Tingshan's voice grew colder. Gu Mian, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't target her for even a day? How have I targeted her? Luo Shui, putting aside past grievances, kindly offered you a job, and you called her false-hearted. Did that happen? Gu Mian's grip on the phone tightened. Yes, but I spoke the truth. So you think you have a point? Li Tingshan reprimanded. I didn't take you to meet Luo Shui last night. I brought you home instead. This morning, I explained that what happened last night was a misunderstanding and that nothing happened between me and Luo Shui. Instead of listening, you turned around and bullied her even more. Gu Mian smiled bitterly. So, he believed bringing her home was a favor. His explanation was to protect his beloved In Luo Shui. How foolish she was to think it was a shred of kindness. It seemed she couldn't even receive a scrap of pity. Gu Mian heard her own voice. Tingshan, do you think something only counts if we shared a bed? You're being unreasonable. Li Tingshan Shota, Gu Mian. Can you refrain from bringing your prison resentment back and affecting others? Don't you know Luo Shui cried all day and almost had a breakdown? Gu Mian could no longer contain her tears. They streamed down her face. Yes, she had been imprisoned. She was filled with resentment, which was why the once prominent student of high university now struggled to find a decent job. In Luoxue could strive to disregard the humiliation. Yet Li Tingshun's relentless questioning and accusations shattered her carefully constructed facade of strength in an instant. The most excruciating wound upon her was inflicted by the very man she adored, who had wielded the knife with his own hands. Have you lost your voice? Speak. Li Tingshun's ire intensified upon her silence. You must come to the Yin residence immediately and apologize to Luoxue. Gu Mian hastily wiped away her tears and inhaled deeply before uttering. She loves to cry and aspires to be like Meng Jiangnu. What can I do about it? She owed an apology, not to him, but to herself. Her error lay in allowing herself to fall in love with Li Tingshun. Without waiting for his response, Gu Mian abruptly ended the call and blocked his number. She would never again grant him the opportunity to inflict harm upon her. She was resolute in her decision to pursue a divorce. At the Yin residence, Li Tingshun stared at the disconnected call, the flames of his anger blazing even more fiercely. He redialed, but as expected, the call could not go through. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips. Gu Mian, you truly are something, Brother Tingshun. Please do not be angry. Yin Luoxue maneuvered her wheelchair towards him, her pale face glistening with tears. It is my fault. My good intentions have caused Gu Mian distress. She has every right to resent me. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have faced imprisonment. As she gauged Li Tingshun's expression, she continued, if I had been more magnanimous back then and prevented her from facing legal repercussions, perhaps she wouldn't have become so embittered. Li Tingshun, still fixated on his phone, replied absently, those who err must face consequences. It is not your fault. A flicker of satisfaction danced in Yin Luoxue's eyes. I shall buy Gu Mian a designer bag. I am certain that receiving such a gift will brighten her spirits and perhaps alleviate some of her bitterness. Just make the purchase and charge it to my account. He instructed. Understood. I have matters to attend to now. Take care on your way. Your stomach isn't well. Remember to eat on time. Yin Luoxue gently reminded. Noted. In the car, the driver could palpably sense the oppressive tension within the vehicle. Since Li Tingshun had not specified a destination, he reluctantly inquired, Sir, where are we headed? A cold voice from the back seat responded, Hand me your phone. The driver hastily unlocked his phone and handed it over. Li Tingshun dialed Gu Mian's number, only to discover he had been blocked. Frustration surged within him, and he instructed the driver, return to the Li group. Sir, weren't you intending to buy a gift for your wife? If it weren't for the Yin family's sudden call about Miss Yin nearly fainting from crying, you would have already seen her. Li Tingshun glanced at the luxurious bag beside him, his expression turning icy. We shall speak when she realizes her mistakes. The following morning, Gu Mian arrived punctually at the hospital. As a medical student with prior experience as a caregiver, she adapted swiftly and fostered amiable relations with the nursing staff. Gu Mian, you are so young and beautiful. Why have you chosen to be a caregiver? A nurse inquired during their lunch break. Most caregivers are middle-aged. I've never seen someone your age. Gu Mian smiled. This job pays quickly. 500 a day, with weekly payment. Ah, so you're in need of money, the nurse observed, lowering her voice as they were alone. You are diligent and patient. Perhaps you should consider the VIP wards. VIP wards? Gu Mian echoed. Indeed, those in VIP rooms are generally wealthy. Working there pays several times more than here. And if you perform well, you might even receive tips. Gu Mian's interest peaked. Several times more? Yes. The daily pay for the VIP patient in bed 15 is 2,000. Gu Mian's heart raced at the thought of earning 2,000 a day, which amounted to 60,000 a month. She could save up for a few months and take a break when her pregnancy progressed. I would like to give it a try, she declared. Don't rush. Listen to me first, the nurse said, sipping her milk tea. That VIP patient has gone through 5 caregivers in a single day at times. Even the ones who stayed didn't last more than 3 days. You can imagine how difficult it is to care for them. Gu Mian hesitated for a moment, but resolved, I still want to go. She needed the money, and no matter how challenging the patient might be, she was willing to take on the task. Thanks to a recommendation, Gu Mian smoothly passed the interview at the VIP floor nurse station and was assigned to the highest-paying bed, number 15, holding a stack of guidelines. She was taken aback by the sheer volume of information. The nurse smacked her forehead and pulled out a few more papers from the drawer, exclaiming, "I almost forgot about these." Gu Mian stared blankly at the extensive documentation. As she left the nurse station with her paperwork, the nurses began to place bets. "I bet she won't last a day. How could someone so young manage bed 15? I bet half a day. I'll wager an hour." As Gu Mian made her way to the patient room, she perused the documents in her hands. Suddenly, a familiar, melodious voice reached her ears. "Brother Ting Shun, I don't want to sit in the wheelchair anymore. Will you carry me?" Gu Mian froze in place, instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. There, she saw Li Ting Shun pushing a wheelchair, with Yin Luoxue seated inside, gazing at him with adoring eyes, resembling a love-struck young girl. Though it was the height of summer, Gu Mian felt as though she had plunged into an ice cavern. Her hands trembled uncontrollably around the papers. Was the capital truly this small? The more she wished to escape and let go, the more they seemed to appear before her, repeatedly stabbing at her heart with their presence. Closing her eyes to suppress the pain, she redirected her gaze and stepped into the patient room. At the elevator, Li Tingshun glanced back down the empty corridor. "Brother Tingshun, what is it?" Yin Luoxue inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Nothing," Li Tingshun replied, averting his gaze. "Then will you carry me? My waist is sore from sitting." Yin Luoxue pouted. "Just hold on a little longer. We'll have a masseuse attend to you once we get home." Yin Luoxue sulked. "No, I want you to carry me." Li Tingshun frowned slightly. This was a public space. If his grandmother were to hear of it, she would be displeased. Yin Luoxue fell silent at last. Upon entering the patient room, Gu Mian found it empty. Just as she planned to review her notes, a sudden pain struck her waist as if something had poked her. "Ah!" Gu Mian gasped and turned around, discovering a small boy of about 4 or 5 years old, clad in an Ultraman mask, with his left arm in a cast and a toy sword in his right hand, pointing at her. Upon noticing the boy as hospital gown, she quickly grasped the situation. She had initially assumed the demanding patient would be an elderly man or woman, but instead, she faced a little tyrant. "Hello, little friend." Gu Mian knelt down, smiling as she greeted him. "I am your new caregiver, Gu Mian." Wary of the boy's toy sword, she contemplated stepping back, but to her surprise, he discarded the sword and leaped into her embrace. "Mommy!" His high-pitched, excited voice echoed through the spacious room, leaving Gu Mian momentarily stunned. Gently patting his back, she replied, "Little friend, you've mistaken me. I am not your mother. You are my mother." The boy released her, removed his Ultraman mask, and gazed at her with sparkling eyes. "Mommy, I missed you so much." He possessed an exquisitely delicate face, his eyes gleaming like obsidian. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Gu Mian's heart softened instantly. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress his adorable little face. "Little friend, I truly am not your mother. My name is Gu Mian." The boy, however, paid no heed to her words and continued to insist, "Mommy, I am hungry." Gu Mian, feeling helpless, decided not to correct the situation for the moment. "Please wait a moment," he said. He picked up the documents and glanced through them, noting that the child was named Pei Xiaobao, age 5, with the remainder detailing his strict personal habits and the caregiver's protocols. Gu Mian observed the notes, noting a severe allergy to pollen, yet found no dietary restrictions. The VIP room was equipped with a small kitchen, so Gu Mian prepared a bowl of tomato beef noodles and brought it out. The aroma was delightful. His mother's culinary skills were truly exceptional. "Be careful, it's hot," he warned. "Thank you, Mama," Xiaobao replied, relishing the meal. Gu Mian couldn't help but smile slightly, wondering if the baby in her womb would be just as adorable and well-behaved as Xiaobao. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Xiaobao looked up, excitedly exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy is back." Gu Mian turned to see a young, handsome man in a suit entering. Even without Xiaobao's call, Gu Mian could ascertain their familial resemblance, as their features were strikingly similar. Gu Mian quickly stood to introduce herself. "Hello, Mr. Pei. I am Xiaobao's new caregiver, Gu Mian." "Hello." The man replied with a friendly smile. "I am Pei Jinchuan." He glanced at Xiaobao, who hadn't been this happy in quite some time. "Miss Gu, thank you," he added. Gu Mian hurriedly clarified, "Mr. Pei, please don't misunderstand. I did not teach Xiaobao to call me that." "I understand." Pei Jinchuan corrected his son, Xiaobao. "This is Aunt Gu Mian, not Mama. You must not call her that." "No, she is Mama." Xiaobao pouted, visibly upset. "Daddy, you can go. Mama is here with me." Pei Jinchuan pinched the bridge of his nose, apologizing. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. Xiaobao may need some time to adjust. I hope you don't mind. Gu Mian felt a bit awkward. Mr. Pei, this is a hospital, and with people coming and going, it could lead to misunderstandings. Xiaobao's mother might be displeased. Miss Gu, may we speak privately? The two stepped into a small sitting area, where Pei Jinchuan explained, Xiaobao's mother is no longer with us, which is why he might have mistaken you. Furthermore, Xiaobao suffers from bipolar disorder, and I fear that forcing a correction might be too much for him. Gu Mian was taken aback, as the information about his condition was not included in the documents. I purposely concealed it. I don't want Xiaobao to be viewed as a patient. Pei Jinchuan admitted, worry etched on his face. However, during the episode, even I struggle to manage him and must administer sedatives to stabilize him. Gu Mian nodded. I understand, Mr. Pei. I will do my utmost to care for Xiaobao's health and emotional well-being. Thank you. Xiaobao clung to Gu Mian, refusing to let her leave at the end of her shift. Pei Jinchuan, resigned, asked her to stay until the child fell asleep, consequently increasing her daily wage from 2,000 to 3,000. Gu Mian felt a sense of satisfaction. Earning money was her priority, and caring for Xiaobao was not burdensome for her. At 10 o'clock that night, after ensuring Xiaobao was asleep, Gu Mian finally left the hospital. A week passed, and Li Tingshun had not sought Gu Mian. She busied herself, diligently caring for Xiaobao at the hospital, returning home to shower and immediately sleep, suppressing thoughts of Li Tingshun. The nurses admired Gu Mian. Not only had she stayed, but the little rascal also called her mama. What extraordinary magic was this? Could she truly be his biological mother? If so, the family's look were nothing short of stunning. At noon, after coaxing Xiaobao to take a nap, Gu Mian tiptoed out of the ward to buy the cake he desired. The bakery had a queue, so she asked the nurses at the station to keep an eye on Xiaobao. Go ahead, I will take good care of him. Since Gu Mian's arrival, Xiaobao's temperament had improved significantly, and the nurses were genuinely grateful. Rushing back to the hospital, Gu Mian arrived 2 hours later. Just as she stepped out of the elevator with the cake, a familiar voice echoed. What is wrong with this little brat? This is my new bracelet. Can you even afford to replace it? It was Yin Luoxue. The voice came from the direction of Xiaobao's room. Alarmed, Gu Mian hurried toward the ward and was horrified to see Yin Luoxue slap Xiaobao across the face. Xiaobao's eyes turned red, and with a scream, he bit down on Yin Luoxue's hand. Yin Luoxue yelled, you little brat, how dare you bite me? I'll make you pay. She yanked her hand back and began to strike Xiaobao. Gu Mian rushed forward to intervene. Stop it. Let him go. Xiaobao's emotions spiraled out of control, screaming and attempting to strike Yin Luoxue in return. Gu Mian realized this was an episode of bipolar disorder. For the past few days, Xiaobao's mood had been stable, and he had not had an episode. Filled with both concern and anxiety, she tightly embraced Xiaobao. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can harm you. Be good. Under her gentle and patient reassurance, Xiaobao's emotions gradually stabilized. Gu Mian? Yin Luoxue asked curiously, what are you doing here? In the next moment, she heard the little boy call out, Mama, you're finally back. Yin Luoxue stood frozen for a few seconds, confirming she had not misheard. The boy was indeed calling Gu Mian Mama. Xiaobao turned to Gu Mian, his eyes filled with grievance. Mama, she hit me. It's okay. It's all over now. Gu Mian began to inquire about the incident when a low, cold voice interrupted. Gu Mian, what did he just call you? Chapter 11. The elevator kissed. Gu Mian turned to see Li Tingshun standing a few meters away. His handsome face darkened, as if rain could pour from it. Yin Luoxue quickly maneuvered her wheelchair forward. Brother Tingshun. He called Gu Mian Mama. I can't believe Gu Mian has such a big son. Didn't Grandma Li investigate thoroughly when choosing a bride for Tingshun? Pei Jinchuan's brow furrowed deeply as he replied, this child is not Gu Mian's. Yin Luoxue instinctively questioned. How do you know? Li Tingshun's gaze deepened. She was a virgin when she married me. Gu Mian was taken aback by Li Tingshun's directness, although they were alone. Her face flushed instantly. Furious, Yin Luoxue felt as if she might explode. It was one thing for the Li family to marry Tingshun for good fortune, but to learn that he had relations with Gu Mian was beyond her comprehension. Only she was entitled to possess Li Tingshun. Suppressing her hatred, Yin Luoxue bit her lip and quietly suggested, Brother Tingshun, this can be fabricated. Restoring a hymen is as common as catching a cold nowadays. Perhaps. Not possible. Li Tingshun interrupted her before she could finish. Her reaction that night was unmistakable. Memories of their first night flooded back into Li Tingxin's mind, causing his gaze to darken further. While he believed the child had no connection to Gu Mian, he still felt uneasy. He wanted to let Gu Mian stew for a few days to realize her mistakes. Yet here she was, directly playing the role of another's mother. Those unaware might think he had been cuckolded. Yin Luoxue's face turned pale with anger. Not only had he been intimate with Gu Mian, but he also clearly remembered her reaction, which was utterly infuriating. She vowed that Gu Mian would not live in this world to be a thorn in her side. She must die. Mommy, what is this uncle talking about? Xiaobao asked curiously. It's nothing. Gu Mian quickly ushered Xiaobao back into the ward. Li Tingxin followed closely behind, pressing, Gu Mian, I am asking you a question. Why does he call you Mama? Gu Mian turned to face the man behind her. I am Xiaobao's caregiver. He mistook me for someone else, so please lower your voice to avoid frightening the child. Yin Luoxue entered the room, wearing a disarmingly innocent smile. So that is how it is. It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. Gu Mian glared at her, questioning, Why did you just hit Xiaobao? He broke my bracelet. Yin Luoxue pulled out a shattered diamond bracelet, her voice laced with grievance. This was a gift from Brother Lightingshun for my birthday a while ago. Of course, it hurts me to see it damaged. Gu Mian's heart trembled painfully. She vividly remembered that day, the day of her grandmother's burial. Yet Lightingshun was celebrating Yin Luoxue's birthday, and she had witnessed him personally fastening that very bracelet onto Yin Luoxue's wrist during the live broadcast. Mom, I didn't mean to, Xiaobao said, his obsidian-like eyes gazing up at Gu Mian. This Annie's phone fell on the ground, so I helped her pick it up. She tried to pinch my face, and when I pushed her hand away, the bracelet broke. Suppressing the tears welling in her eyes, Gu Mian spoke, Xiaobao accidentally broke your bracelet, and his father will surely compensate you, but you should not have struck him. Yin Luoxue gazed lovingly at the bracelet. This is a gift from Brother Lightingshun. It is priceless to me, something not to be measured by money. Gu Mian scoffed coldly. If it is indeed priceless, then you ought to keep it at home and not wear it out, giving it a chance to be damaged. Yin Luoxue, feeling wronged, tugged at Lightingshun's suit jacket. Brother Lightingshun, look at her attitude. Not only does she side with an outsider, but her words are also laced with sarcasm. Lightingshun fixed his icy gaze upon Gu Mian, his expression turning colder. The last incident is not yet resolved, and now you are targeting Luoxue again. What kind of relationship do you have with this child that you protect him so fiercely? This is my employer, who pays my salary. If I do not protect him, whom should I protect? Gu Mian held Xiaobao's hand firmly, and today's incident was entirely Luoxue's fault. One should never resort to violence against a 5-year-old child. I will speak with the child's father and ensure you are compensated for the bracelet, but she must apologize to Xiaobao. Yin Luoxue glared at Gu Mian. Gu Mian, you are now Brother Lightingshun's wife. Why are you siding with another man? You keep referring to this child's father. He even calls you mom. Are you aiming to be his stepmother? No wonder you want a divorce from Brother Lightingshun. It seems you've already found a replacement. Shut your mouth. Gu Mian retorted, her gaze steady. Yin Luoxue, I am not as despicable as you. Tears streamed down Yin Luoxue's face. Brother Lightingshun, I merely wanted to remind her not to forget her identity and not to embarrass you. I have done nothing wrong. Lightingshun's handsome face darkened in an instant. Gu Mian, come home with me right now. Why should I listen to you? Gu Mian met his cold gaze defiantly. I am at work and will not leave with you. Without a word, Lightingshun stepped forward, grasping Gu Mian's wrist and pulling her towards the exit. What are you doing? Let go of me, Lightingshun. I won't go. Xiaobao rushed forward, swinging his small fists at Lightingshun. You bad guy. Let go of my mom. Seeing Lightingshun's suddenly darkened expression, Yin Luoxue felt a surge of delight. Let them cause a scene. Lightingshun despises children. The more they make noise, the more he will loathe Gu Mian. Ideally, he would strike Gu Mian in his rage. That would be truly satisfying. Indeed, Lightingshun was irritated by Xiaobao's commotion. Yet no matter how angry he became, he would never lay a hand on a child. Instead, he effortlessly lifted Gu Mian into his arms and strode out of the hospital room. Xiaobao, with his short legs, could not keep up and was soon restrained by a nurse rushing over, helplessly watching as his mother was carried away by the bad guy into the elevator. Yin Luoxue stood frozen, confused as to why Lightingshun, who had come to see her, was now carrying Gu Mian, leaving her behind. The VIP elevator was exclusive, and only Lightingshun and Gu Mian occupied it. Given the public setting, Gu Mian did not scream but calmly regarded him. Can you let me down? His expression was icy. Come home with me. I told you, that is not my home. Gu Mian lowered her gaze. Lighting, please sign the divorce agreement. Let's both move on. The man's eyes turned frigid as he set her down. Gu Mian thought he had acquiesced and sighed in relief, but the next moment, he pressed her firmly against the elevator wall, leaning down to capture her lips with his. Gu Mian clenched her teeth, attempting to push him away, but it was futile. Lighting Shun even used one hand to tilt her chin, ensuring she met his kiss. Gu Mian caught sight of the surveillance camera in the corner. An instant embarrassment washed over her. She did not wish to kiss him, nor did she want to be the subject of anyone's gaze. Just as Gu Mian was at a loss, the elevator dinged, coming to a halt, and the doors slowly opened. Gu Mian? Someone called her name. Chapter 12. It is my wife. Gu Mian's pupils contracted sharply as she pushed against Lighting Shun with all her might. Distracted by the interruption, Lighting Shun was easily pushed away. Pei Jinchuan's gaze fell upon Gu Mian. The girl's face was as red as a ripe tomato, filled with embarrassment. She dared not meet his eyes, lowering her gaze and greeting him softly. Mr. Pei. Pei Jinchuan smiled, glancing at the man beside her. It seems Mr. Li is quite interested in my caregiver. Gu Mian was taken aback. They knew each other. Unlike Gu Mian's discomfort, Lighting Shun remained composed, as if the earlier incident had nothing to do with him. He regarded Pei Jinchuan, his flawless visage betraying no emotion. I wondered how Gu Mian could so boldly confront me. It seems she has Mr. Pei backing her up, but what? Lighting Shun smirked, wrapping an arm around Gu Mian's shoulders and pulling her closer to him. Did Gu Mian not mention her relationship with me to you? Pei Jinchuan replied calmly. I have known Gu Mian for some time. She has not mentioned you. Moreover, what just transpired was clearly against her will. Lighting Shun nodded. It appears Mr. Pei understands my wife quite well. A flicker of shock crossed Pei Jinchuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. I truly did not expect Gu Mian to be Mrs. Li. Who would have thought the mistress of the Li group would take such a demanding job just to earn a little money? Mr. Li, a woman is meant to be cherished. Our little marital amusements are not something Mr. Pei needs to concern himself with. I shall take my wife home now. As he spoke, he attempted to lead Gu Mian away. Wait a moment. Pei Jinchuan extended his hand to block their path. Gu Mian is my hired caregiver. She has not finished her work today, so she cannot leave. I believe Mr. Li understands this. Lighting Shun smiled faintly, his handsome face devoid of warmth. Mr. Pei believes that, knowing the situation, I would let my wife continue serving others. Regardless, she should complete her work for today. Pei Jinchuan turned to Gu Mian. What do you say? Mr. Pei is right. Gu Mian pushed Lighting Shun's hand away. You should go home first. I need to work. Before Lighting Shun could respond, she added, this is a public place. It wouldn't look good. Perhaps due to the striking beauty of the three, several onlookers began to glance over, envisioning a dramatic love triangle scenario. Lighting Shun, who despised being the center of attention, did not insist further, merely gazing at Gu Mian. Come back early. I will be waiting for you. Whether it was Gu Mian's illusion or not, she felt his words were like the summons of a devil, sending shivers down her spine. Gu Mian. Gu Mian? As Gu Mian snapped back to reality at the sound of Pei Jinchuan's voice, Lighting Shun had already departed. She breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Pei, thank you for helping me out. It was nothing. Pei Jinchuan felt a strange emotion stir within him. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, especially with someone as formidable as Lighting Shun. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he had intervened. Gu Mian, considering your young age, I did not expect you to be married, especially to Li Ting Shun. Gu Mian smiled. Did you know each other before? We met at a dinner once, but we are not acquainted. Oh, let's head upstairs. On their way back to the hospital room, Gu Mian informed Pei Jinchuan of the incident that had just occurred. It was my fault. Buying the cake took quite a bit of time. I know my son. If he wants cake, he will certainly want to have it. You're not to blame. Thank you, Mr. Pei. I will resolve this matter. You need not worry. Upon returning to the room, the crying child saw Gu Mian and immediately ran over to embrace her. Mommy, you are finally back. That bad person didn't bully you, did they? Gu Mian recalled the scene in the elevator, her cheeks flushing red. No, Xiao Bao, I'm fine. Xiao Bao then turned to Pei Jinchuan to complain, Daddy. Just now a bad Annie bullied me, but thankfully Mommy protected me. Look how much Mommy loves me. Gu Mian felt extremely embarrassed, wondering if anyone would mistakenly think she had encouraged Xiao Bao to say such things for sympathy. Pei Jinchuan patted Xiao Bao's head. I understand. Guarantee you wanted to have Western food yesterday? Let's go tonight. All right. Pei Jinchuan turned to Gu Mian. Gu Mian, would you like to join us for dinner? No need. You took care of Xiao Bao today, so it is I who should thank you. Pei Jinchuan replied. Moreover, Xiao Bao would surely like to have dinner with you. Xiao Bao immediately chimed in, of course. I won't eat if mommy isn't here. Gu Mian relented. All right then. Let's go now. It will be nice to take Xiao Bao out for some fresh air. Gu Mian changed Xiao Bao out of his hospital gown, and the three of them set off together. Xiao Bao held one of Pei Jinchuan's hands and one of Gu Mian's, skipping joyfully. In the adjacent hospital room, Yin Luoxue captured this heartwarming scene through the door crack with her phone and sent it to Li Tingshun. She wondered how Li Tingshun would deal with Gu Mian after seeing the video when there was a knock at the door. Gu Mian, a young man in a suit, entered, and Yin Luoxue asked, Who are you? Hello, I am the assistant of Xiao Bao's father next door. I heard that Xiao Bao damaged your bracelet, and I am here to compensate. Yin Luoxue scoffed. My bracelet is quite expensive. Can you afford it? Although Xiao Bao did not mean to, he understood the principle of compensation. It's worth 28 million. Yin Luoxue said proudly. I have only worn it for a little over a month, so, counting depreciation, it should be at least 25 million. The assistant remained silent. Out of words, are we? I knew you couldn't afford it. Yin Luoxue mocked. If you can't afford to pay, then have that child and his caregiver come apologize to me. Perhaps I will forgive them if I'm in a good mood. The assistant took out his phone and said, Please give me your bank card number. You are actually going to pay? Give it to me. Yin Luoxue, skeptical, provided her card number. In less than 2 minutes, she received a message confirming the transfer of 28 million, without a single cent missing. While she was still in shock, the assistant spoke again. We have compensated for the bracelet, but now we need to settle the matter of you hitting our young master. Before Yin Luoxue could respond, a slap landed heavily on her face. The man, already strong, did not hold back, and Yin Luoxue felt stars in her eyes. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Slap. Another blow struck, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. Yin Luoxue, in pain and fury, exclaimed, I only slapped him once. Why do you get to hit me twice? Who told you I was only going to hit you twice? The assistant flexed his wrist and continued to strike her mercilessly. I'll help. The sounds of Yin Luoxue's cries and pleas for mercy echoed through the hospital room. When the phone rang, Li Tingshun was watching the video Yin Luoxue had sent with a dark expression. He had no mood to answer the call, silencing his phone and tossing it aside. Soon after, his assistant hurriedly knocked on the door and reported anxiously, President Li, it's bad. Miss Yin has been attacked. Chapter 13. Go to find him. Li Tingshun frowned, quickly connecting the dots. Was it the Pei family? Pei Jinchuan appeared gentle and polite, but was not to be trifled with. Yes, I have looked into it. The young master of the Pei family resides next door and seems to have had an unpleasant encounter with Miss Yin. Li Tingshun skufakuldi. Pei Jinchuan is trying to reach into the Li family affairs. How dare he take Gu Mian out for dinner? The scene of them holding hands makes it seem like they are a family of 3. President Li, what should we do now? The assistant inquired. Do I need to tell you how to handle such a trivial matter? Li Tingshun replied coldly. Since Pei Jinchuan has the time to dine, let us keep him busy. The assistant was confused. Aren't we discussing Miss Yin being attacked? How did it turn into a dinner discussion? Seeing Li Tingshun's low pressure, he dare not ask further. I understand. After dinner, Xiao Bao insisted on going to the amusement park, and Pei Jinchuan had no choice but to take him. Gu Mian accompanied them, enjoying the various attractions, and it had been a long time since she had felt so relaxed. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that the 3 of them returned. Xiao Bao, exhausted, fell asleep on Pei Jinchuan's shoulder. Back at the hospital, Gu Mian changed Xiao Bao's clothes and tucked him in, just as the door to the room swung open. Gu Mian did not immediately recognize the person in the wheelchair. Yin Luoxue? Yin Luoxue's face was swollen, resembling a pig's head, looking both pitiable and comical. What happened to you? How dare you ask me what happened? Yin Luoxue, you see that Gu Mian, you and that dogman dared to retaliate against me. I have already told Tingshun. He will not let you off. Gu Mian furrowed her brows. What are you talking about? Just as Yin Luoxue was about to respond, a nurse rushed in. I'm sorry to interrupt. I will take her away now. It was I who sent someone to hit her, Pei Jinchuan explained. She touched my son, so I had to repay her in kind. Gu Mian's face showed concern. Mr. Pei, it is right to seek revenge for Xiao Bao, but I worry you will attract trouble. Yin Luoxue is Li Tingshun's beloved. He will certainly not stand idly by. No sooner had she finished speaking than Pei Jinchuan's phone rang. After answering, he said to Gu Mian, "It seems you know your husband quite well." Gu Mian frowned. "Li Tingshun has made a move, hasn't he?" "Yes, and it's quite a significant one." Pei Jinchuan chuckled. "To make such a fuss over a woman is beyond my expectations." A bitter feeling welled up in Gu Mian's heart, and her eyes became moist. It was humiliating for her that her husband would resort to violence for another woman. Pei Jinchuan noticed Gu Mian's distress and asked, "Gu Mian, are you all right?" "I apologize. I spoke out of turn." "You did not speak out of turn. His actions are understandable because you do not comprehend their relationship." Gu Mian collected herself and asked Mr. "Pei, is this matter quite troublesome?" "What will you do now?" "Do not worry. I can handle it. It will just require some time and effort. I will be quite busy, and I will need your help in taking care of Xiao Bao. As Xiao Bao's caregiver, it is my duty to look after him. You need not worry. I will do my utmost to take care of him." "Thank you." Gu Mian bid farewell to Pei Jinchuan and left the hospital. As she got into a taxi, her phone rang. It was her uncle Gu Zhiyuan. Gu Mian promptly answered, "Uncle." However, the voice on the other end was that of Wang Shulan, filled with anger. "Gu Mian, didn't you say that as long as you moved out of my house, Li Tingshun would not make things difficult for us? It has been a week since I last received a notification to reopen my shop, and today I was struck by a thunderbolt." "Aunt, what thunderbolt?" "I received a notice stating that my shop can no longer operate and that I must vacate immediately. The landlord wants to reclaim the premises. How do you manage things? Have you angered Li Tingshun again?" Gu Mian, feeling frustrated, closed her eyes momentarily. It was entirely her fault. She had almost forgotten that her uncle's shop was still under Li Tingshun's control. She had sensed something was amiss in Li Tingshun's demeanor when he left the hospital today, but she never anticipated he would act so swiftly to assert his authority. "Enough." Mian didn't want to dwell on it. Gu Ziyuan's resigned voice broke the silence. "Be quiet," Wang Shulan scolded, "always protecting your precious niece. Once she leaves the Li family, she is nothing. If she wants to create a ruckus over a divorce, that's her business, but it cannot affect me. Am I to suffer alongside you in this desolation? I tell you, Gu Ziyuan, if we cannot reopen, I will divorce you." "Aunt, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry." Gu Mian interjected. "I will find a way to resolve this. Then I shall grant you one last chance. You had better act swiftly, for my patience is limited. If this is not resolved soon, I will follow through with my threat." Gu Mian stared at the phone after the call ended, her gaze downcast. She absolutely could not allow her uncle to divorce because of her. She needed to confront Li Tingshun. Gu Mian called Yun Yubei, but Yang Ma informed her that Li Tingshun had not yet returned home. She instructed the driver to turn around and head to Li Group. But when she called the assistant, she was met with a reluctant response. "I'm sorry, madam, but President Li is working overtime and cannot see you at this moment." Gu Mian understood this was Li Tingshun's intention, yet she had no plans to leave. "That is all right, I can wait. Please let him know I'm here when he is free." "Very well." Gu Mian sat alone on a bench outside Li Group, her slender figure appearing particularly desolate. Inside the CEO's office, Li Tingshun watched her through the surveillance footage, his expression cold and detached. He had presumed she had grown bold enough to speak back and even block him. Yet within a mere day, her fragile resolve had crumbled, leading her back to him. Li Tingshun, the assistant, knocked and entered. "I mentioned you were busy, but the madam insists on waiting for you. Let her wait. It would do her good to experience some discomfort. Perhaps she would think twice before challenging me again." After 2 hours of waiting, Gu Mian felt fatigued and a bit uneasy. Ordinarily, she would endure until dawn, but now that she was pregnant, she needed to rest for the sake of her child. Just as she prepared to leave, her phone rang. "Madam, President Li has finished his work and will be coming down to escort you." Gu Mian perked up, following the assistant upstairs. Li Tingshun's office exuded a simple yet grand atmosphere, radiating exquisite luxury through its meticulously designed decor. Li Tingshun stood by the window, smoking a cigarette. Gu Mian approached, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, which offered a breathtaking view of the bustling nightscape of the capital. The scent of smoke was unbearable for her, so she maintained a distance from the man and, without any preamble, stated, "Tingshun, please do not make things difficult for my uncle." Li Tingshun exhaled a ring of smoke, coldly inquiring, "How was your candlelit dinner?" Gu Mian was momentarily taken aback. "What? I asked you how it felt dining with Pei Jinchuan." Li Tingshun turned to her, his penetrating gaze locking onto her face. "You are my wife. Dining with another man is tantamount to inviting ridicule upon me throughout the capital. We merely had a meal together. A meal? And that's all? Li Tingshan retrieved his phone and played a video, his voice low yet laced with anger. Just take a look at how jovially you two interacted. One might think you were a happy family of three. Gu Mian, hear me clearly. Even if you are but a dog raised by Li Tingshan, no other man is permitted to feed you. Chapter 14. Guarding one's integrity, Gu Mian's fingertips trembled, her heart aching as if pierced by needles. In his eyes, she was perhaps even less than a dog he kept. Meanwhile, In Luoxue was his treasured gem, deserving of any sacrifice he would make to defend her. Gu Mian suppressed her anguish and said, I understand. I will maintain my distance from Mr. Pei. Please do not further complicate matters for my uncle. He is my only family left. Tingshan, I implore you. Li Tingshan took a drag from his cigarette. Is this how you plead? Gu Mian was taken aback. If he harbored any lingering feelings for her, they had been reduced to mere carnal desires. Yet, she refused to barter her body as a means of negotiation. Even with the man she loved most, it felt like a humiliation. Furthermore, as she was pregnant, she could not engage with him physically. However, the urgency of her uncle's situation loomed large. Li Tingshan observed the turmoil etched across her face and spoke icily. Weren't you laughing brightly in front of Pei Jinchuan? Why do you appear so miserable in my presence? Tingshan, Gu Mian struggled to voice her thoughts. Can I help you with my hands? What did you just say? Li Tingshan momentarily failed to grasp her meaning, but once he did, he laughed. Not in anger, but with mockery. So, after dining with another man, you seek to preserve your purity? You want to even let me touch you? I'm not. Gu Mian attempted to explain, but was interrupted by his sharp command. Bring her in. The office door swung open, and the assistant wheeled in a cart laden with steaks, their aroma wafting through the air. Li Tingshan seized Gu Mian's hand and led her to the table. You used to enjoy eating. I've arranged an ample feast for you. Finish all these steaks, and I will cease to make things difficult for your uncle. Gu Mian gazed at the 5 steaks laid out before her, gritted her teeth, and sat down, picking up the knife and fork to begin eating. Li Tingshan sat opposite her, leisurely sipping from a wine glass while observing her with a composed demeanor. By this time, it was already past midnight, and Gu Mian felt her hunger mounting. Initially, she consumed the food with gusto, but as she devoured the 4th steak, her stomach began to protest, and she suddenly felt nauseous. She hurriedly excused herself to the restroom, where she heaved into the toilet. Li Tingshan paused, his grip on the wine glass faltering, and ordered, Clear the table. Yes, sir. The assistant hastily removed the steaks, visibly concerned for the madam. After a prolonged period of retching, Gu Mian finally regained her composure, sitting on the floor and gasping for breath. She heard the man's low, icy voice beside her. Will you dare do this again? Gu Mian felt her nose tingle. On the verge of tears, she fought back the tears and shook her head gently. Li Tingshan turned to leave, instructing the assistant to take the madam home. The assistant stepped in. Madam, let's go. Upon returning to her rented apartment, Gu Mian took a hot shower and lay down on the bed, utterly exhausted. Li Tingshan's need for control was overwhelming. If she remained in the capital to give birth, he would undoubtedly discover it. It seemed that before her pregnancy progressed further, she would need to not only divorce him, but also leave the capital and find a secluded place to have her child. Gu Mian raised her hand, gently caressing her abdomen. As long as she could safely deliver the child, it mattered little if they never returned to the capital. After all, there was nothing here that she held dear. The next morning, Gu Mian received a call from Wang Shulan, her tone surprisingly pleasant. Gu Mian, have you woken up? Have you had breakfast? Gu Mian directly inquired, Aunt, what has happened? I just received a call informing me that your uncle's shop no longer needs to be vacated. You must have gone to find Tingshan last night, right? Gu Mian did not respond directly. So, can we resume operations? Not yet. Your aunt called to discuss this matter. Wang Shulan got straight to the point. Gu Mian, your uncle and I rely on this shop to make a living. If we close for even a day, there won't be a single cent of income at home. How can we sustain ourselves like this? You must hurry and reconcile with Tingshan so we can reopen soon. And I understand. That's the spirit, my obedient child. Wang Shulan continued. Now that the shop has been bought by Tingshan, he effectively becomes our landlord. If you manage to win him over, he might just grant us a rent reduction. With his wealth, he could even gift us the shop. Aunt, you overestimate me. Gu Mian replied honestly. I can only plead with Tingshan to allow you to continue your business. As for anything else, I hold no weight in his heart. Wang Shulan's mood soured at once. Look at how you speak. You don't even have the desire to fight for your uncle and me. It's as if all my efforts have been in vain. But you're right. If he truly cared for you, he wouldn't have sent you to prison himself. Regardless, you need to find him quickly so we can start operating again. I can't believe I'm married into your family. Suffering for 8 lifetimes without enjoying a single blessing, only to toil away in this shop. Only after she vented did Gu Mian bid farewell and hang up. She stepped out, purchased 2 buns at the community entrance, and took the bus to the hospital. After feeding the little one breakfast, Pei Jinchuan walked in. Gu Mian. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Pei. Gu Mian noticed the dark circles under his eyes and asked, Little Bao said you didn't sleep at all last night and worked the whole time. Is that right? Yes. Mr. Pei, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead. Let's talk outside. Gu Mian handed a toy to Little Bao and followed Pei Jinchuan into the small living room before saying, I promised you I would take good care of Little Bao, but I have to go back on my word. Once you find a new caregiver for him, I will leave. Li Tingshan didn't force her uncle to relocate the shop, which was a step back, but he did not agree to continue operations, indicating that he was still angry. After much contemplation, she realized that resigning from her position here was the only way to appease him. Did something happen? Pei Jinchuan wondered. Is it because of your husband? Gu Mian wished to avoid further complications and shook her head. It's my own issue. After a moment of hesitation, Pei Jinchuan asked, Is it because you're pregnant? Gu Mian was taken aback. How did you know? The news of her pregnancy hadn't even reached her closest uncle. Fearing discovery by Li Tingshan, she had postponed a visit to the hospital and had only discreetly begun taking folic acid. Pei Jinchuan smiled. It seems my guess was correct. Gu Mian quickly pleaded, Mr. Pei, please keep this a secret. Of course, I won't tell anyone without your permission. Only then did Gu Mian breathe a sigh of relief. Outside, Yin Luoxue's eyes widened in disbelief at what she overheard. Chapter 15. The Li family banquet. Gu Mian is pregnant? Impossible. Yet their conversation could not possibly be fabricated, could it? Gu Mian truly is expecting. So her nausea in the CAF was indeed a sign of pregnancy. This wretched woman dared to deceive her. Yin Luoxue clenched her fists, suppressing her anger as she returned to her hospital room. Once she calmed down, she was left perplexed. If Gu Mian is pregnant, why would she request a divorce? Shouldn't she leverage her condition to secure her position as Mrs. Li? What if this child isn't Li Tingshan's? After all, Gu Mian has been imprisoned. How could she possibly be carrying Li Tingshan's child? Perhaps she became pregnant with some rogue while in jail. It was rumored that such illicit affairs occur in prisons. It must be so. Yin Luoxue couldn't help but laugh. Gu Mian is doomed. After pondering, Yin Luoxue decided that if she directly informed Li Tingshan about Gu Mian carrying another man's child, he might think of her every time he sees Gu Mian. Therefore, she shouldn't reveal it herself. Instead, she should let Li Tingshan discover it on his own. The more public the revelation, the more Li Tingshan would resent Gu Mian. Yin Luoxue quickly devised a plan. The 5th of every month was a fixed family banquet for the Li family, taking place in 3 days. If the Li family discovers at the banquet that Gu Mian has been unfaithful and is pregnant with another man's child, the scene would undoubtedly be spectacular. Unbeknownst to Gu Mian, who was oblivious to the eavesdropping and plotting outside, she curiously asked, Mr. Pei, how did you know I was pregnant? I often noticed you feeling nauseous. You mentioned you studied medicine. If it were a stomach issue, you would have sought treatment by now. Additionally, Little Bao's mother exhibited similar symptoms during her pregnancy. Gu Mian nodded. Little Bao's mother must have been a very gentle woman. Yes, she was very gentle. She passed away 3 years ago, and my pain has gradually faded with time, but Little Bao still feels the loss. Pei Jinchuan gazed at his son playing with toys on the hospital bed. Gu Mian, in fact, Little Bao has called other women mother before. How can that be? Is it due to a lack of maternal love? Pei Jinchuan shook his head. The women he calls mother are all pregnant. I took Little Bao for assessments and consulted a psychologist. The conclusion was that Little Bao has a heightened sense of smell. Pregnant women emit different scents due to hormonal changes. Little Bao's mother was pregnant when she died in a car accident, and he was in the car at the time, forever imprinting her scent in his memory. Thus, he associates that scent with motherhood, which is why I became certain of your pregnancy. Gu Mian's heart ached for the small child who had endured such trauma. Even more regrettable was that Pei's wife had been pregnant when the incident occurred. It was a girl. Pei Jinchuan pressed his fingers to his throbbing temples, and she was already full term. Just as I was about to have both a son and a daughter, fate dealt me a devastating blow. Gu Mian was at a loss for words. Mr. Pei, take care of yourself. After all, you still have little Bao. Indeed, for little Bao's sake, I must live well and raise him. Gu Mian softly stated, Mr. Pei, I truly adore little Bao, but I also have my own family to protect, so I must insist on my resignation. All right, I will find a new caregiver as soon as possible. Thank you. Gu Mian sighed in relief and took out her phone, unblocking Li Tingshin's number and sending a text. In the conference room of Li Corporation, Li Tingshin sat at the head of the table, listening to reports from the staff below. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to see a message from Gu Mian. I have resigned, but I must wait until a new caregiver is found before I can leave. Please allow my uncle's shop to continue operating. There was also a previous message. I have moved out of my uncle's place. Please do not make things difficult for him. Li Tingshun curled his lips. Her tone was quite soft when seeking help, a stark contrast to her stubbornness in the elevator yesterday. He raised his hand, and his assistant promptly approached, bowing Mr. Li. Li Tingshun murmured something, and the assistant soon departed. In the evening, Gu Mian had just returned to her apartment when Wang Shulan called, announcing that they could continue operations. Wang Shulan scolded Gu Mian a bit more over the phone, subtly reminding her to please Li Tingshun. Gu Mian, accustomed to her mercenary nature, refrained from arguing and quietly listened until the end, politely bidding farewell. Just as she was about to take a shower, Li Tingshun's call came in. Gu Mian swiped to answer. Tingshun, I thought you blocked me again. Li Tingshun's voice sounded rather cheerful. The family banquet is in 2 days. Prepare yourself. I will come and pick you up. Gu Mian's fingers tightened momentarily. Is there any way I can avoid going? What do you think? The man did not respond, but instead posed a question back. Gu Mian ceased to insist, understanding the situation. After hanging up the phone, she sat dazed for quite some time before finally rising to take a shower. On the day of the family banquet, Gu Mian had taken leave from Pei Jinchuan in advance. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Tingshin called punctually. As Gu Mian exited the hospital, a Rolls-Royce was already parked at the entrance. She opened the rear door and got into the car. After instructing the driver to start, Li Tingshin turned to the girl beside him and asked, Didn't I ask you to prepare? Why are you dressed like this? She was dressed simply and casually, which was fine on ordinary days. However, the Li family banquet was always regarded with great importance. Not only the women, but even the men paid attention to their appearance. No one would be as casual as she was. Gu Mian replied indifferently, I'm not walking a red carpet, and besides, you've never cared about what I wear. Li Tingshan furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed he indeed had never paid attention to Gu Mian's attire. She turned to look out of the car window. In the past, she had made an effort to dress up. She didn't want to embarrass Li Tingshan at the family banquet. But in the end, she was always relegated to the kitchen to work, hardly different from the servants. Still working as a caregiver for the Pei family? Li Tingshan's sudden voice interrupted Gu Mian's thoughts. Gu Mian thought he was questioning her about the previous matter and hurriedly explained, Mr. Pei hasn't found a new caregiver yet, so I have to stay and help for the time being. Gu Mian always thought Xiao Bao was quite well behaved, unlike the nurse's description of him as a difficult little tyrant. However, in the past 2 days, she had witnessed firsthand that, over the span of just 2 days, he had driven away 7 trial caregivers. He was unyielding and, coupled with his bipolar disorder, even Pei Jinchuan was at a loss with him. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce stopped outside the Li family villa. As soon as she got out of the car, Gu Mian heard Yin Luoshu's delicate voice, Tingshinji. Yin Luoshu maneuvered her wheelchair over. Tingshinji, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Gu Mian looked closely and saw that Yin Luoshu's face had already returned to normal, dressed in a chic haute couture dress, her makeup exquisitely done. Aren't you hospitalized? How did you come back? Li Tingshin casually asked. Today is the family banquet. How could I possibly miss it? So I checked out early this morning. Yin Luoshue completely ignored Gu Mian's presence, gazing affectionately at him. Tingshinji, thank you for standing up for me. I heard that Pei Jinchuan has been overwhelmed because of your outburst. She cast a glance at Gu Mian, a hint of triumph flashing in her eyes. Actually, you didn't need to go to such lengths for me. When Grandma finds out, she'll surely call me a disaster. Li Tingshan said little in response. Let us go inside. Gu Mian watched their retreating figures, a bitter smile forming on her lips. They were engaged from childhood. and everyone in their circle tacitly accepted that Yin Luoxue would marry Li Tingshan. Thus, she never missed a family banquet. As for Gu Mian, though seated beside Li Tingshan, she felt utterly out of place. She never truly belonged there. For a fleeting moment, Gu Mian wanted to turn and flee. But that would undoubtedly infuriate Li Tingshan and implicate her uncle. With heavy legs, as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, Gu Mian followed them inside. She first accompanied Li Tingshan to the second floor to meet the old matriarch of the Li family. In the room, the old matriarch, dressed in a white practice outfit, was meditating on a cushion. Hearing the knock and the door opening, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Gu Mian, her face broke into a radiant smile. "Mian girl, you finally returned." "Grandma," Gu Mian said, her nose tinged with tears, nearly on the verge of crying. "It's good to be back." The old matriarch stood up to grasp her hand. "You must have suffered a lot while you were away." Gu Mian gently shook her head. The old matriarch's eyes glistened with tears. "You always report good news and not misfortune, even without you saying. I know this past year must have been tough for you." "Grandma, I'm back now, aren't I?" The old matriarch nodded. "I've always said your fate is exceptionally good, and you are free from any misfortune. Now that you have endured this calamity, those who harmed you will undoubtedly face retribution." Li Tingshan frowned. "Grandma, it's best to refrain from such superstitious remarks targeting Luoxue. Am I superstitious?" The old matriarch burst out laughing. "You ungrateful little rascal. If it weren't for my belief in bringing Mian girl into the family, you would still be a comatose patient on a hospital bed." Li Tingshan realized he couldn't win the argument and said, "You two carry on. I'll step out." "Quickly leave. Don't delay my private chat with Mian girl." Once Li Tingshan had closed the door and exited, the old matriarch pulled Gu Mian's hand and sat down on the sofa. "Child, I already know about your grandmother's passing. Please take care of yourself." Gu Mian's eyes reddened, her voice choked. "If it weren't for you bringing my grandmother to the Li family's hospital for treatment 3 years ago, she wouldn't have been able to last until now. Grandma, thank you for allowing her to stay with me for 3 more years." "Silly child, you are so considerate that it makes my heart ache," the old matriarch said, holding her hand tightly. "Your grandmother has passed. From now on, I will be your support. This place is both your in-laws and your family. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, no one will dare bully you." Tears streamed down Gu Mian's face. She didn't know how to tell the old matriarch that she was about to divorce Li Tingshan. The old matriarch, like her grandmother, only wished for their couple to live happily together. If she were to hear this news, it would surely break her heart. Gu Mian could not bear to do it. Perhaps it was best to wait for a suitable moment to tell her. "Thank you, Grandma." Good child, the two chatted for quite a while until a maid knocked on the door, saying Li Tingshan was looking for Gu Mian, prompting her to head downstairs. As she stepped into the living room, she overheard Yin Luoxue's voice. "You don't know how arrogant the Pei family is. An assistant actually dared to provoke me. Truly, they are oblivious to their own insignificance. Indeed, it's quite bold. You are my brother's person, and to dare provoke you is simply courting death," said Li Tingshan's younger brother, Li Xingze. Young and flamboyant, he had no intention of inheriting the family business, choosing instead to enter the entertainment industry as a popular idol. Upon spotting Gu Mian, Yin Luoxue raised a gentle smile. "Gu Mian, you're here." Gu Mian replied. "Tingshan is looking for me." "Where is he?" "Sister-in-law, it's not my brother looking for you. It's me." Li Xingze turned to her. Though he called her sister-in-law, his eyes were filled with disdain. "I want to eat the cake you make. The ingredients have already been prepared by the maid, so go make it." Li Xingze had always looked down on Gu Mian, but out of respect for the old matriarch, he had to put on a fade. However, he often took advantage of this so-called sister-in-law title to make her do things for him. Gu Mian loved Li Tingshan and had always tried her best to be a good Mrs. Li, considering the care of Li Tingshan's family her responsibility. So she naturally wouldn't refuse her younger brother-in-law's request. Now, however, having decided to leave Li Tingshan, she no longer wished to please someone who looked down on her. Seeing Gu Mian stand still, Li Xingze instantly grew impatient. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said?" Gu Mian wanted to refuse, but thinking of how much the old matriarch looked forward to the family banquet, she didn't want to dampen her spirits, so she suppressed her reluctance. "All right, I'll go right away." Yin Luoxue, watching Gu Mian's departing figure, feigned concern and said, "Xingze, you can't speak to Gu Mian like that. She is your sister-in-law." Li Xingze scoffed. "She doesn't deserve it." Luoxue in my heart. You're my only sister-in-law. Don't say that. Tingshan Iasin T divorced yet. There is no possibility between us. My brother's divorce with her is just a matter of time. I don't care. I want to keep you as my sister-in-law. Their conversation distinctly reached Gu Mian's ears, and she knew Luoxue had intentionally let her hear it. Though she had long since grown accustomed to it, the sting didn't lessen. Her heart still ached. She had tried her best, but in Li Xing's eyes, she didn't even qualify to compete with Luoxue. Gu Mian hastily left the living room and, with practiced ease, donned an apron in the kitchen to begin baking a cake. Her grandfather often remarked that her hands were meant for healing rather than cooking, never allowing her to step into the kitchen during her childhood. However, after marrying into the Li family, she embraced the culinary arts, preparing a variety of dishes, medicinal meals, and desserts, all in an effort to become a commendable Mrs. Li in the eyes of others. This would be her final foray into the Li family's kitchen. When dinner time arrived, all members of the Li family gathered at the table. The matriarch, Mrs. Li, occupied the head seat and glanced toward the empty spot beside Li Tingshun, furrowing her brow. "Where's Mian girl?" she inquired. It was only then that the others noticed Gu Mian's absence. Li Xingze casually responded, "She is gonna make me a cake, Grandma. I'm hungry. Let us start the meal without her." "Such disregard. She is your sister-in-law," Mrs. Li retorted, her expression darkening. "You may have her cook for you, but to neglect even inviting her to the table? Had I been in your place, I would have thrown that cake right in your face." Lixing zeskoft, Grandma. Why do you always favor Gu Mian? Respect for one's elder sister-in-law is akin to that for one's mother. In the past, you would have treated her with the same reverence you show your own mother, Mrs. Li admonished. Li Xingze snorted, muttering, "Does she deserve such respect?" "What did you say? Am I wrong?" Li Xingze's temper flared. She personally pushed Luoxue down the stairs, resulting in Luoxue now being confined to a wheelchair. A person with such malicious intent does not deserve to set foot in the Li household. It is laughable that you expect me to respectfully call her sister-in-law. You. Mrs. Li's face turned pale with anger. I have stated clearly that no one is to mention Mian girl's imprisonment today. Do you take my words lightly? Grandma, the truth is as it is. Is it amusing to bury one's head in the sand? How dare you speak like that? Mrs. Li's gaze shifted to Li Tingshun, commanding, "Tingshun, go call your wife to dinner." Chapter 17. She shines. Li Xingze chuckled. My brother would go? He is far too fond of Luoxue to ever forgive Gu Mian. In the next moment, Li Tingshun rose and headed to the kitchen. Li Xingze, my brother is indeed the eldest grandson, the most filial, always listening to Grandma. He hastily added. Mrs. Li's expression softened slightly. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Tingshun found Gu Mian engrossed in her cake-making, treating the task with the seriousness of an artist. Over the past 3 years, he had seldom paid attention to this wife of his, not rejecting her presence, and surprisingly finding himself drawn to her in private moments. Yet, aside from their intimate encounters, he had never truly observed her. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the focused Gu Mian radiated a unique brilliance. Li Tingshun was puzzled by his own erratic thoughts, composed himself, and approached her. "Dinner is ready. Let's go eat." "You all go ahead. I'll be finished shortly," she replied, her voice calm. "Grandma has spoken. You cannot start without her." Gu Mian understood the importance of prioritizing. Keeping the Li family waiting would invite disdain. She swiftly placed the cake in the refrigerator and followed Li Tingshun to the dining room. Mrs. Li's displeasure vanished upon seeing Gu Mian, her face lighting up with a smile. "Mian girl, you've arrived. Come, sit down and eat." "I apologize for keeping everyone waiting," Gu Mian offered as she took her seat beside Li Tingshun. "Begin your meal," Mrs. Li instructed, prompting the others to pick up their chopsticks. Li Xingze, with a quick glance, stood and used the serving chopsticks to place a shrimp on Gu Mian's plate. Gu Mian was taken aback, staring at the face before her that bore a resemblance to Li Tingshun. Others looked on in shock as well. Li Xingze smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, the food in prison must have been terrible. You've lost weight. You should eat more." Li Tingshun isa bro furuwa. Xingsha. Mrs. Li shot a warning glance at her grandson. "Mind your words. I'm not speaking out of turn, am I? Has sister-in-law not spent time in prison? Has she not lost weight?" "You, Grandma." Gu Mian interjected before Mrs. Li could reprimand him. "Xingze is correct. It is a fact that I served time. There is nothing shameful about it." She recognized that the more she evaded the truth, the more others would use it to belittle her, rather than harboring meaningless insecurities. She chose to confront her reality head-on. The notion of self-respect had been forfeited the moment she entered prison. Mrs. Lee looked at Gu Mian with compassion. You have endured enough hardship. I cannot allow you to be belittled in your own home. What hardship does she face? Li Xingze exclaimed indignantly. She spent merely a year in prison and has returned without a single loss. The one to be pitted is Luo Shui, who will be confined to a wheelchair for life. Luo Shui lowered her gaze at her legs, pain evident on her face. Yet, she took a deep breath and feigned indifference. Xingze, let it go. The past is the past. As I said before, I do not blame Gu Mian. A year in prison was sufficient. Gu Mian couldn't help but smile, finding the situation absurd. Seeing her expression, Li Xingze became even angrier. What kind of attitude is that? Luo Shui has treated you so well, and you are not grateful? With me around, you would not lay a finger on Luo Shui. A woman like you deserves to rot in prison for a lifetime, lest you harm others. As Mrs. Lee prepared to speak, a low, cold voice interrupted. Have you said enough? Everyone turned to the silent Li Ting-shun, whose expression was dark, the palpable tension causing the air around them to chill. He fixed his gaze on Li Xingze, who felt a shiver run down his spine. From a young age, he had feared his brother. Even now, a single glance could send chills through him. Li Xingze nervously swallowed and asked, Brother, did I say something wrong? Did Grandma not make it clear that this matter is not to be mentioned again? Are you deaf or simply disregarding her words? As Li Xingze began to explain, Li Ting-shun continued, Gu Mian is my wife. If I have not spoken against her, who are you to judge her? To insult her in my presence is audacious. If I were not here, would you dare to harm her? Li Xingze's complexion paled, feeling both intimidated and frustrated. Brother, you never used to concern yourself with such matters. Why are you defending Gu Mian today? I am not defending her, Li Ting-shun replied, lifting a glass of red wine and taking a sip. I simply wish to remind you that even if Gu Mian were my pet, it is not for others to reprimand her. Do you understand? Luo Shui clenched her teeth in silence, maintaining a gentle smile. Ting-shun, how could you compare Gu Mian to a pet? Xingze will not reprimand her again. Let's not allow a trivial matter to disrupt family harmony. At least Luo Shui understands, Mrs. Lee chimed in. Unlike Xingze, who has grown unruly in the entertainment industry, lacking decorum. Luo Shui, taken aback by the unexpected praise, felt delighted. Mrs. Lee had never been fond of her, often responding coldly despite her efforts to be warm and engaging. Today marked the first time she had received a compliment. Luo Shui hurriedly replied, Thank you, Grandma. Let me serve you some soup. Such trivial matters can be handled by my granddaughter-in-law. You need not trouble yourself. Luo Shui's hand froze mid-motion, embarrassment washing over her. Li Xingze quickly intervened. Luo Shui, you can't reach it. Let me serve. Only then did Luo Shui awkwardly retract her hand. Mrs. Lee continued, Luo Shui is right. You two brothers must not allow family harmony to be disrupted, especially during a family gathering like this. Li Xingze presented the soup to Mrs. Lee Grandma. I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not be angry. I have aged, buried in the earth up to my neck, and I do not yearn for much. My only hope is that Ling, Shun, and Mian, the girl, will soon bless me with a great-grandchild. Alas, fate has not been kind. Mian has suffered for a year in prison due to your actions. Madame de Vipet Heartless, lamenting that your decision has delayed my wish to hold my great-grandchild for yet another year. Gu Mian, sitting with her hands gripping the hem of her clothes beneath the table, thought that if Madame Lee knew of her pregnancy, she would surely be overjoyed. Yet this child must remain a secret from the Li family. Li Xingze offered some comfort, saying, Grandma, it is her own doing. However, recalling the look in Li Ting-shun's eyes, he swallowed the rest of his words. Madame Li continued, now that Mian has finally returned, this household has become a turbulent mess. You two brothers dare to argue at the dining table. It seems it is time for this old woman to restore order. Li Xingze felt a jolt of anxiety. Grandma, what do you intend to do about it? You're not going to confiscate his bank card, are you? Madame Li turned to Luo Shui, asserting that all these troubles stem from her. Although the Li and families have long-standing ties and are neighbors, they are not blood relatives, and boundaries must be respected. Henceforth, there is no need for Luo Shui to attend family gatherings. Chapter 18. Exposed in public, Luo Shui's face paled. Grandma, what do you mean? Are you sending me away? Madame Li smiled gently. I do not have the habit of dismissing guests in the midst of a meal. What I mean is, you need not attend the Li family gatherings from now on. She emphasized the name Li with particular weight. Luo Xue looked bewildered, appearing quite pitiful. Li Xingze quickly interjected, Grandma, Luo Xue has never missed our family gatherings. Why are you suddenly forbidding her from attending? That was in the past. Her presence was inconsequential then. However, now that your sister-in-law has had a direct conflict with her, sitting together at the table would inevitably lead to disputes. I merely wish to avoid that. Tears streamed down Luo Xue's face as she pleaded, but Grandma, I never intended to cause any conflict with Gu Mian. Madame Li gazed at her, asking, Do you not harbor any resentment towards Gu Mian? None, Luo Xue replied, looking at Gu Mian. Because I know that if I were to resent her, Ting Shan would be caught in the middle, and I do not wish to make it difficult for him. Madame Li smiled again, turning her attention to Gu Mian. Mian, do you resent her? Gu Mian spoke calmly, yes. She could not feign indifference, nor did she wish to. Luo Xue bears no grudges against you. What right do you have to resent her? Li Xingze the Funda. If you had even half of Luo Xue's kindness, this tragedy would never have occurred, and she would not be in a wheelchair. Gu Mian took a sip of orange juice, remaining silent. A year ago, she had explained herself countless times. But apart from Madame Li, no one believed her. Having already served time, further explanations now seemed futile. What kind of attitude is this? Li Xingze exclaimed, seeing her detached demeanor. I thought you would have changed after coming out of prison, but you remain insufferable. Xingze, let me ask you, Madame Li interjected, if you were pushed down the stairs intentionally, resulting in paralysis, would you not despise that person? Is that even a question? Li Xingze replied without hesitation. I would certainly kill them. Exactly. I believe anyone would feel the same way, Madame Li said with a smile. So do you not find Luo Xue's so-called kindness somewhat disingenuous? Luo Xue's face fluctuated between red and pale. Li Xingze quickly attempted to clarify. Luo Xue said she forgave Gu Mian because she does not want to make things difficult for my brother. She loves him dearly and can forgive anything for his sake. Unlike Gu Mian, who only brings harm. Madame Li smiled faintly. Xingze, who do you love most in this world? Of course, my family, Grandma, my parents, my brother. If you were pushed down the stairs and became disabled, would you not resent even your closest family members if they were the perpetrators? Li Xingze paused, considering the question. Even for those one loves dearly, it is difficult to avoid resentment. Grandma is right, isn't she? Madame Li smiled. Everyone has a selfish side to them. I do not believe there are truly selfless saints in this world who, after being harmed to the point of immobility, can smile and say they forgive. That is simply too far-fetched. Luo Xue wept continuously. Grandma, you may not care for me, but you cannot slander me like this. I'm not as you describe. I do not wish to delve into the truth of your character, nor am I interested. However, you have brought chaos to the Li family, and that is your fault. Madame Li maintained her smile, yet her voice brooked no argument. You're neither a Li nor a relative of the Li family. It is entirely reasonable for me to exclude you from our private family gatherings. Luo Xue looked helplessly at Li Tingshan. Tingshan. Li Tingshan took a sip of red wine. Grandma, it is just a meal. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Luo Xue felt a glimmer of hope. She knew that Li Tingshan would stand by her. However, Madame Li's expression grew more serious. As long as I am alive, I will not allow the Li family to be shrouded in turmoil. Li Tingshan set down his wine glass. Luo Xue, let us heed Grandma's wishes. Luo Xue was utterly stunned. If even Li Tingshan said so, this matter was undoubtedly settled. She suppressed her anger and quickly regained her composure. Ultimately, her absence from family gatherings stemmed from that old woman protecting Gu Mian. Once the truth about Gu Mian's child became public, we shall see how that old woman will shield her. With this thought, Luo Xue hastily wiped her tears with a tissue and forced a smile. Grandma, I apologize for making you unhappy. I won't attend any more Li family gatherings. Please do not be angry. Madame Li finally said no more, and they continued their meal. Delicious dishes were served one after another. Madame Li balua atikata. Silence was a basic principle at the dining table, leaving no room for conversation. Luo Xue discreetly turned to glance at the maid serving the dishes, who nodded knowingly and quickly placed a steamed fish in front of Gu Mian. Upon smelling the aroma, Gu Mian felt nauseated. Li Xingze, who had been searching for an opportunity to confront her, immediately exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? making such a disgusting noise. Are you trying to ruin the meal? Gu Mian wanted to explain, but was unable to speak as her stomach churned. In Luoxue, puzzled, asked, Gu Mian, you aren't pregnant, are you? It was as if she had suddenly realized something, and with excitement, she exclaimed, Ting Shun, congratulations. Li Ting Shun's hand, holding the chopsticks, froze. Do you have any common sense? Li Xingzi chuckled. She has only been out of prison for a few days. How could she possibly be pregnant so soon? In Luoxue gasped in shock. Xingzi, don't say such things. How could Gu Mian's child not be Ting Shun's? At her words, everyone turned their inquisitive gaze towards Gu Mian. Regaining her composure, she calmly looked at In Luoxue. Who told you I was pregnant? In Luoxue, having anticipated her denial, pressed on, Gu Mian, that is a symptom of pregnancy. Why are you afraid to admit it? You wouldn't be carrying someone else's child, would you? Li Ting Shun's expression darkened immediately. In Luoxue hastily added, Ting Shun, do not be angry. Gu Mian must have her reasons. Perhaps she was forced. Enough. Madame Li's sharp voice cut through before In Luoxue could finish her sentence. Madame Li, known for her amiable nature, rarely displayed such immense anger. Leaving everyone at the dining table utterly taken aback, all hastily laying down their chopsticks. Mother, please do not be upset, interjected Li Tingshun's father, Li Hongxian, who had remained silent until now, unable to contain himself any longer. Do not let trivial matters disturb you. My granddaughter-in-law has been wrongfully accused of carrying an illegitimate child. How can I not be enraged? The piercing gaze of Madame Li fixed upon In Luoxue. With no evidence, you dare to slander a member of the Li family? Who grants you such audacity? In Luoxue, her face contorted with grievance, protested, Grandmother, I am not fabricating anything. She is indeed pregnant. If you do not believe me, you may summon a doctor for an examination this very moment. Chapter 19. Gu Mian must be pregnant. Is it possible that Ting Shun is unaware of whether she is pregnant? Am I not clear on this matter? Must I rely on an outsider to remind me? Madame Li's expression grew increasingly frigid. Mian has just spent a year in prison, and her health has deteriorated significantly. I am concerned about her well-being, which is why I recently invited Mr. Liu to examine her. Mr. Liu indicated that Mian was suffering from a deficiency of vital energy and had significant gastrointestinal issues, requiring careful dietary management to avoid spicy and oily foods. This fish is too rich, causing her discomfort. Is that unacceptable? In Luoxue immediately retorted, I refuse to believe it. Gu Mian must be pregnant. Grandmother, concerning the reputation of the Li family, we must ascertain the truth. Must you seek my belief in the affairs of the Li family? Madame Li Scufa, are you questioning me or Mr. Liu? Just as In Luoxue was about to respond, Li Hongxian spoke up. Luoxue, my mother would never make such a claim lightly. And Mr. Liu, a disciple of the renowned healer Lu Ming, possesses extraordinary medical skills. He would not overlook something as significant as a pregnancy. In Luoxue ground her teeth in silent rage, harboring deep resentment towards Gu Mian. I previously mentioned that I do not have the habit of dismissing guests in the middle of a meal, yet you have overstepped, daring to publicly humiliate Mian. Madame Li, unable to hide her fury, commanded, someone, escort Miss In home. In Luoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Grandmother, you wish to expel me? Did I not make myself clear? Madame Li Raturta. A maid stepped forward, saying, Miss In, please. Feeling humiliated, In Luoxue instinctively glanced at Li Tingshun, only to find him with his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought, showing no intention of aiding her. Unable to confront Madame Li directly, she begrudgingly maneuvered her wheelchair away. Madame Li's expression softened slightly, quickly. Remove this fish from the table. Inform the kitchen to prepare light, stomach-friendly dishes for the eldest young mistress. Gu Mian collected herself. Thank you, grandmother. The meal left Gu Mian feeling distracted. Indeed, Mr. Liu had just conducted a routine checkup for Madame Li, who had also offered to check Gu Mian's pulse, but she had declined. Given the previous exchange, it was clear that In Luoxue was aware of her pregnancy. What surprised Gu Mian was that before she could devise a plan for dealing with this, Madame Li had stepped in to defend her and even lied on her behalf. Gu Mian's thoughts were in turmoil, especially after dinner when Madame Li declared, Tonight, Ting Shun and Mian shall stay at home. There is no need to return. Your room has been tidied up. Gu Mian, wishing to seize the opportunity to clarify matters, nodded, All right, grandmother. She intended to stroll with Madame Li in the garden. But a maid approached. Eldest young mistress, The second young master said he was not satisfied with dinner and requests that you prepare a cake promptly. Reluctant to bake, Gu Mian preferred to leave matters unfinished, but realizing this was the last occasion, she acquiesced and went to the kitchen to prepare the cake, instructing the maid to deliver it to Li Xingze. As she removed her apron and prepared to find Madame Li, she felt a firm grip on her wrist. Turning, she found Li Tingshun's impassive face. "Come with me upstairs. I have something to discuss with you." The young members of the Li family resided on the third floor. The two ascended in the elevator, and upon reaching the room, Li Tingshun closed the door, turning to Gu Mian. "Are you pregnant?" Gu Mian was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Did not grandmother just state that I am not pregnant, merely suffering from gastrointestinal discomfort?" Li Tingshun furrowed his brow. "Over a month ago, did you take the medication?" Suppressing the bitterness in her heart, Gu Mian nodded. "I did. When have I not?" Li Tingshun sighed in relief. "That is good." Gu Mian felt a sharp pang in her heart. "Are you truly so fearful of me being pregnant? I have stated before, Luoxue's health is fragile. You are not in a position to conceive." Gu Mian could no longer contain herself, her voice rising in pitch. "So whether I can have a child hinges on Luoxue? Do you not find that utterly absurd?" Gu Mian, do not act irrationally. Li Tingshun's low voice bore a hint of warning. "At the table, I refrained from opposing my grandmother's favoritism towards you, even neglecting to defend Luoxue. What more do you desire? So because you did not support Luoxue, I should feel grateful to you?" Gu Mian's shoulders trembled. "What you did was not to protect me, Gu Mian. You yourself stated that even if your dog were attacked, you would intervene. So you are not safeguarding me, but rather your own pride." Li Tingshun's gaze grew colder. "Do you presume that my grandmother's affection for you grants you the right to take liberties?" Gu Mian turned to leave. "Stop." Li Tingshun swiftly caught up, gripping her wrist. "Where do you think you're going?" "To find grandmother." Li Tingshun scoffed. "To lodge a complaint with her?" Gu Mian glared at him. "No, I intend to clarify matters with grandmother. I wish to divorce you," she asserted. "Surely you cannot refuse to sign? You are becoming increasingly ambitious, hoping to pressure my grandmother to achieve your own ends." Gu Mian fought back tears. "That is not my intention. I merely wish to escape you and liberate myself from this absurd and sorrowful marriage." A flicker of anger crossed the depths of his dark gaze. "Liberation? Do you believe being married to me is a form of oppression? Indeed, to me, the Li family feels like a prison." Li Tingshun's fury ignited further, his grip on her wrist tightening. "Do not forget, it was you who willingly entered this prison. During our wedding, I was unconscious. No one forced you." Gu Mian felt as if her wrist might fracture under his hold, struggling against him. "Release me. It hurts." "This hurts? Have you never truly experienced pain?" Li Tingshun dragged her to the edge of the bed. Before she could react, he pushed her onto the soft mattress and, in the next moment, he loomed above her, pinning her down. Gu Mian sensed a wave of danger wash over her, unable to suppress a shiver. "What do you intend to do? What do you think?" Li Tingshun tugged at his tie. "Since you perceive our marriage as a cage and wish for liberation, allow me to inform you. As long as we remain married, you are obliged to fulfill the duties of Mrs. Li." In a swift motion, he tore her clothing away. Gu Mian trembled uncontrollably, biting her lip in a desperate attempt to maintain her composure, refusing to succumb to his seduction. "Please, I do not want this." The man smirked, his fingertip brushing against her lips. "Are you certain you do not desire this?" Gu Mian felt a mixture of shame and anger. Her rational mind remained clear, yet she could not control her body's response. After 3 years of marriage, this man was intimately familiar with her body, knowing precisely how to lead her to the brink of surrender. Unable to resist, she could only plead, "Tingshun, I beg you, please." He was insatiable, often becoming almost reckless in his fervor, posing a risk to the child. "Why not?" Li Tingshun's kiss lingered along her neck. "You do not wish for it, but I do." Chapter 20. The cake is poisonous. Gu Mian felt on the verge of tears. Just as Li Tingshun was about to claim her entirely, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from the door. "Young master, are you in there?" Gu Mian felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. It was the voice of a servant. Li Tingshun, poised as if to shoot, was abruptly restrained, his expression turning cold as he inquired, "What is it?" "Young master, it's bad news. Miss Een and the second young master have both been poisoned." The two individuals on the bed were momentarily stunned. As Li Tingshun rose, he asked, "Have they been taken to the hospital?" "They were sent immediately, and the old madam has gone as well. She asked me to inform you." "Understood." Li Tingshun walked straight into the bathroom. Gu Mian sat up, hearing the sound of running water, and weakly tugged at the corners of her lips. She knew that when it concerned Yin Luoxue, even if Li Tingshun struggled to contain himself, he would swiftly collect his composure and rush to the hospital. Gu Mian's attire had been torn by Li Tingshun, so she went to the wardrobe to find something else to wear. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Li Tingshun emerging from the bathroom. The man had just bathed, wearing only a white towel around his waist. Water droplets cascading down his sculpted abdomen and V-line, exuding an irresistible allure. Yet, his gaze upon Gu Mian was particularly somber. Gu Mian frowned slightly and instinctively asked, "What is the matter?" Xingzhe said they were poisoned after eating the cake you made. Gu Mian's fingers trembled. How could that be? I did not poison it. Come with me to the hospital first. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hospital. The old madam was already seated on a bench outside the emergency room, awaiting news. "Grandma, how is it?" Gu Mian hurriedly approached. The old madam patted her hand. "They're still inside for gastric lavage. The doctor said there is no risk to life, just some discomfort. My dear Mian, do not worry. Everything will be fine." "Old madam, I do not appreciate that statement. What do you mean by everything will be fine?" The voice belonged to a glamorous woman, Himeru, Yin Luoxue's mother. "Old madam, if you do not care for your own grandson, I certainly care for my daughter. This wretched girl just got out of jail and has poisoned my daughter. She deserves the harshest punishment. I will call the police and have her arrested." The old madam replied sternly, "The matter has not been clarified yet. You cannot hastily conclude that our Mian is responsible. It is evident they were poisoned after consuming the cake made by Gu Mian. Our Mian is not so foolish as to poison a cake so blatantly, inviting suspicion upon herself." Himeru was momentarily speechless, her anger intensifying. "You are so determined to protect this murderer?" She turned to Li Tingshun. "Tingshun, you should say something." Calm down," Li Tingshun said, his handsome face betraying no emotion, his tone consistently distant and indifferent. "Let's wait for them to come out." Himeru fell silent. Moments later, the emergency room door opened, and a doctor in a white coat emerged. "Doctor," Himeru rushed forward. "How is my daughter?" "Both have escaped danger. Young Master Li will be discharged tomorrow, but Miss Yin's health is frail. It would be best for her to stay a few more days for observation." The old madam sighed with relief. "That is good to hear. How can you say that when they are hospitalized?" Himeru retorted angrily. "What kind of karma has my daughter incurred? Being harm time and again by Gu Mian. Old madam, you must give me an explanation today, or I will resort to the police." The old madam looked toward Gu Mian. "Mian, dear, I ask you, did you poison the cake?" Gu Mian replied with calm dignity. "Grandma, I did not." "Very well, I believe you." "Old madam, the poison might not have been in the cake. Perhaps the second young master and Miss Yin consumed something else?" suggested Zhang Ma, the old madam's personal servant. "Let us return to the ward and inquire with Xingzhe." They arrived at the ward where Li Xingzhe was awake, lying in bed and groaning in discomfort. Upon seeing Gu Mian, he exploded. "How dare you show your face? What did you put in the cake?" "Do not rush to accuse," the old madam admonished. "You might have ingested something toxic by mistake." "Grandma, even now you defend her. I had dinner with her. After the meal, I did not eat anything else. Only took the cake she made to share with Luoxue, and then we both were poisoned." The old madam asked, "The cake is so sweet. Did you not drink anything?" "I had tea." "Old madam, what do you mean by that?" Himeru interjected. "Are you implying Xingzhe was poisoned by drinking my tea? You suspect me of poisoning it?" "I did not say that. But we must clarify the situation. Why would I poison my own daughter? I have always cared for Xingzhe the most. How could I harm him?" As they spoke, the doctor knocked and entered. "Old madam, the test results for the cake are in. It indeed contained poison." Gu Mian was taken aback. Himeru nearly laughed out loud. Speaking with conviction, "I told you it was Gu Mian's doing." "Old madam, no matter how you protect her, you must be reasonable. Just like a year ago, if she did it, she cannot escape. Your protection means nothing." The old madam maintained her stern demeanor. "Mian has already stated that she did not poison it. I believe her. Even now, you refuse to admit it," Himeru said, turning to Li Tingshun. "Tingshun, your grandmother is biased, but you are the fairest judge. You should speak." Li Tingshun turned to the girl beside him. "What on earth is going on?" Gu Mian met his deep, cold gaze, and despite her preparation, her heart ached at his attitude. He did not trust her. He only cared for and believed in Yin Luoxue. "It was not me." Her voice echoed. reminiscent of a year prior when Yin Luoxue fell down the stairs, and she repeated her explanations. But you made the cake all by yourself, with no one else involved. Li Tingshin stated. Gu Mian felt a piercing pain in her heart. What do you want? To send me back to prison? Li Tingshin furrowed his brow. Gu Mian, I am speaking to you calmly. I did not poison it. If you want to know the truth, investigate it yourself. Himeru pulled out her phone. What is there to investigate? I will call the police and have you arrested. Mother, do not call the police. At the entrance, Yin Luoxue, anxious, maneuvered her wheelchair inside. This is a family matter. Do not involve the police, lest it tarnish the Li family's reputation. Li Xingzhe glared at Gu Mian. Look at Luoxue. She considers the Li family at every turn. Unlike you, who only knows how to harm others. Chapter 21. The truth revealed. Himeru felt heartache. Luoxue. Kindness must also bear a sharp edge. Being excessively kind will only enable evil. It is you who will suffer in the end. Mother, Gu Mian is not targeting me today. Yin Luoxue reminded. Her cake was not meant for me. Li Xingzhe suddenly realized that's right. The cake was meant for me. Gu Mian intended to poison me. I took the cake to share with Luoxue, and that is how she was implicated. Gu Mian, I only exchanged a few harsh words with you at the dinner table, and you resorted to poisoning me. As Li Xingzhe grew angrier, he seized a nearby glass vase and raised it above Gu Mian, as if to strike her. Before Gu Mian could react, a figure suddenly enveloped her. She heard a dull thud, and in the next moment, the glass shattered on the floor, scattering into pieces. The familiar scent of his cologne enveloped her. She looked up and found herself gazing into Li Tingshin's dark, profound eyes. He had shielded her, preventing her from being hit. Gu Mian could hardly believe her eyes, blinking forcefully to ascertain that she was not mistaken. In the next moment, the startled exclamation of Yin Luoxue reached Gu Mian's ears. Brother Tingshin, what are you doing? Only then did Gu Mian confirm that she had not been mistaken. What am I doing? Protecting one's wife is a duty every man should uphold. Is that not perfectly normal? The old lady Li was overjoyed, nearly bursting with excitement, and ready to set off firecrackers in celebration. Brother, are you all right? Li Xingzhe was equally shocked. Why are you shielding this wicked woman? She tried to kill me. Li Tingshin turned to face him, his lips parting slightly. A gentleman uses words, not fists. The men of the Li family do not strike women. Li Xingzhe was momentarily taken aback. Of course, he did not have a habit of hitting women, but he had been so enraged moments ago that his emotions had spiraled out of control. Second young master. The eldest young master is correct. No matter what, you cannot lay a hand on the eldest young madam, Zhang Ma interjected. Today's events are peculiar. The eldest young madam is a medical practitioner, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine. Indeed, which is why she would resort to poisoning. It falls within her realm of expertise. Li Xingzhe replia, Zhang Ma added. So, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine who intends to poison someone would choose such a mild poison, ensuring you merely need to undergo gastric lavage, while she brings misfortune upon herself. Li Xingzhe pondered for a moment, then declared, So Gu Mian did not intend to kill me. She merely wished to teach me a lesson, to avenge the grievances at the dining table. In that case, she is indeed wicked, wicked to the core. The eldest young madam aims to discipline you by poisoning the cake she personally prepares, ensuring you know it was her doing. Li Xingzhe found himself at a loss for words, his dissatisfaction boiling over. Zhang Ma, why are you defending her like grandma? Have you all been bewitched? Zhang Guma, speechless, replied, Second young master, I am merely stating the facts. Stop arguing. Gu Mian, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. What? Are you ready to confess? Li Xingzhe glared at her. If you admit it now and kneel to apologize, perhaps I might consider not turning you over to the police. Gu Mian met his gaze. I did not poison the cake. I have evidence. Both Yin Luoxue and Himeru were taken aback, instinctively exchanging glances, a flicker of panic crossing their eyes. Gu Mian produced her phone and played a video. The footage captured her entire cake-making process, every step clearly documented, with her never leaving the camera's view. Even the necessary ingredients were brought to her by the servants. Eldest young madam, here is the sugar you requested. Gu Mian glanced at it and said, Let's use a sugar substitute instead. Xingzhe is an artist and needs to manage his weight. Besides, I noticed him cough a couple of times. Consuming overly sweet foods will only exacerbate that. How considerate of the eldest young madam. I will fetch that right away. Li Xingzhe, seated in his hospital bed, was taken aback. He had not expected Gu Mian to be so thoughtful and concerned for him. A pang of guilt washed over him. Yin Luoxue noticed the shift in Li Xing's emotions and felt her anger boiling over. She feigned nonchalance as she remarked, "Gu Mian, did you know there was something wrong with the cake all along, which is why you recorded the video in advance to exonerate yourself?" Himeru chimed in. "You are revealing too much, Gu Mian. Sometimes, being overly prepared makes it easier to expose oneself. Perhaps you poisoned the sugar substitute beforehand, deliberately sending the maid to fetch it." Upon hearing this, Li Xing's guilt dissipated in an instant, and he retorted angrily, "I told you there was no way you genuinely cared about my health. You were merely plotting." Gu Mian smiled faintly. "Since you refused to believe the video I provided, insisting it is my doing, then feel free to call the police. But this time, I will not be so easily sent to prison. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. If you want to report me, go ahead. I am not a member of the Li family." As Li Xingze reached for his phone, the old lady Li coldly interjected, Mian has already produced a video to prove her innocence. How can you still wish to push her into a corner? This is utterly unreasonable. It seems I, as the matriarch, must provide evidence to clear her name." Li Xingze, resigned, said, "Grandma, I understand you favor Gu Mian, but this video does not prove anything. Whether you present it or she does, it remains the same." "Who said I was presenting this video?" The old lady Li smiled, Zhang Ma. "Yes, old madam." Zhang Ma stepped forward, pulling out her phone to operate it. Since the eldest young madam was imprisoned a year ago, the old madam has regretted it immensely. To safeguard the privacy of the servants, no surveillance was installed at home. However, the absence of monitoring only serves to complicate the eldest young madam's case. To prevent such incidents from recurring, the old madam ordered hidden cameras to be installed throughout the house, with no corners left unmonitored, aside from the bathrooms and bedrooms. Li Xingze, intrigued, asked, "There are cameras in the house? How was I unaware?" This was secretly installed by the old madam, and no one was informed. As they spoke, the television screen projected the surveillance footage. Zhang Ma located the kitchen camera and adjusted the time to when Gu Mian began making the cake. The visuals were clear. Even the weight on the electronic scale was visible. Gu Mian made no suspicious movements, leaving the frame only when called by Li Tingshun for a meal. "Zhang Ma." Fast forward, the old madam urged. "Yes, old madam." Zhang Ma complied, and soon, a middle-aged maid stealthily entered the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, retrieved the cake, and from her pocket produced a bottle of substance, evenly sprinkling it over the cake before placing it back. "See, it was this person who poisoned the cake. It has nothing to do with Mian." The old lady Li's expression turned cold. "Zhang Ma, call home and have this person detained for thorough questioning." "Understood." The old lady Li turned to Li Xingze, apologize. Li Xingze, incredulous, opened his mouth to refute but found himself speechless. He had wronged Gu Mian, and that was the truth. "I am sorry." Under the old lady Li's warning gaze, Li Xingze struggled to utter the words. The old lady was dissatisfied. "Who are you apologizing to?" Li Xingze pouted, "Sister-in-law, I apologize." "It's all right." Gu Mian smiled faintly, her voice calm. "Because this will be the last time I make food for you." A strange sensation flickered through Li Xingze's heart, a heavy discomfort settling in. Although he despised Gu Mian, he relished the desserts she made, finding them more to his taste than any confectioner's creations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scolded her at the dining table just moments ago and then called her to bake a cake. Feeling a twinge of reluctance, he remained obstinate and huffed disdainfully. "If you don't want to make it, then don't. Who cares?" Cough, cough, cough. A sudden coughing fit erupted. Himeru hurriedly patted Yin Luoxue's back. "Luoxue, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Gulf, gulf, gulf. Yin Luoxue coughed a few times, looking at Li Tingshun. "Brother Tingshun, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you take me back to the ward?" Before Li Tingshun could respond, the old lady Li interjected. "Tingshun has no time. He needs to go home to dismantle the surveillance cameras." Li Xingze, intrigued, asked, "Grandma, why are we dismantling the cameras? Aren't they beneficial? Otherwise, who would suspect the maid would poison him? We're not dismantling the cameras in public areas, but rather in his room." "What?" Li Xingze was astonished. "You installed cameras in my brother's room?" "Of course. I need to know how my grandchildren are progressing in giving me great-grandchildren, which is why I had them installed." The old lady Li asserted confidently. "Had it not been for your sudden poisoning, they would have already provided me with great-grandchildren." Gu Mian's face flushed instantly. "Grandma, please don't say such things. I'm not speaking nonsense. The elderly lady Li remarked. After you two finished your meal, you went back to your room to indulge in each other's company. I even heard Ting Xin asking you if that position was comfortable. Gu Mian stood frozen, her eyes wide, her face flushed as if it could bleed. Yin Luoshue's face turned pale with anger, especially upon witnessing Gu Mian's reaction. It confirmed that what the elderly lady said was true. While she was suffering from poison, Li Tingshun was merrily engaging in such activities with Gu Mian. It was simply despicable. Yin Luoshue clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Luoshue, what is wrong? Don't scare your mother. Himeru exclaimed, Doctor, hurry. The ward descended into chaos as several doctors rushed in, hastily pushing Yin Luoshue into the emergency room, with Li Tingshun following closely behind. The elderly lady Li took Gu Mian's hand. Mian girl, let us go home. Li Xingze wore a look of grievance, Grandma. Can't you stay with me a little longer? The elderly lady Li shot him a glare. Stay by yourself. Reflect on your actions. Gu Mian returned to the Li residence with the elderly lady. After escorting her to her room, she spoke. Grandma, I have something to discuss with you. The elderly lady smiled. After a long night, I am quite tired. Let us save our conversation for another day, shall we? Gu Mian nodded. Thank you for tonight. Foolish child, learning from adversity is wisdom. We can be trapped once, but never second time. The elderly lady Li tenderly grasped her hand. From now on, I shall walk beside you in place of your grandmother, always believing in and protecting you. Gu Mian could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced the elderly lady. Okay, thank you, Grandma, good child. Don't be sad. With Grandma here, there is nothing to fear. Gu Mian inquired. Grandma, is there really surveillance in my room? Grandma has no inclination for spying. How could I possibly install cameras in your room? I said that on purpose. Did you not see how Luoshue fainted from anger? Gu Mian found herself both amused and exasperated. Why do you act like a child? Provoking her? I simply cannot stand her insufferable demeanor, her calculating eyes almost overflowing. If it weren't for the ties between our families, the elderly lady trailed off with a long sigh. Let us not speak of her anymore. I had Zhang Ma prepare bird's nest soup for you. Eat and rest early. All right. In the hospital, after resuscitation, Yin Luoshue was out of danger. Approximately half an hour later, she awakened. Luoshue, you're finally awake. I was so worried. Himeru wiped her tears. If anything happened to you, what would I do? Li Tingshun, irritated by her tears, stood up. It's good that you're awake. Rest well. I'll take my leave. Tingshun. Yin Luoshue hurriedly grasped the hem of his shirt. Don't go just yet. She exchanged a knowing glance with Himeru, who understood immediately. Tingshun, Luoshue must be hungry. I'll go get her something to eat. Please stay here and watch over her to prevent any further incidents. Li Tingshun azitata. Then sat back down. Himeru quickly left. Yin Luoshue gazed at Li Tingshun and asked, Tingshun, why did you help Gu Mian today? When did I help her? Yin Luoshue felt a knot of frustration. For her, Li Tingshun's inaction in defending her was equivalent to aiding Gu Mian. What she desired was his unconditional favoritism. You were protecting Gu Mian, Yin Luoshue accused. You even shielded her from the vase. Li Tingshun was taken aback. He was perplexed as to why he felt compelled to protect Gu Mian. In that moment, he had instinctively stepped in front of her without a second thought. This was not typical of him. Agitated, he lit a cigarette, disliking this uncontrollable sensation. Yin Luoshue could tell he was thinking of Gu Mian, further fueling her anger. Unable to confront Li Tingshun directly, she resorted to a pitiful display. Tingshun, I was poisoned today and nearly died. The gastric lavage was dreadful. Li Tingshun inhaled deeply. It's fine now. The perpetrator has been identified. I will ensure you receive justice. Yin Luoshue sniffled. The maid must have acted out of a moment of madness. Tingshun, since both Xingze and I are safe, shouldn't we let this go? To err is human. Those who dare to poison and conspire against Xingze cannot be easily forgiven, Li Tingshun replied. I will handle this matter. You need not concern yourself. Yin Luoshue hesitated, then tentatively said, Tingshun, Gu Mian seems to truly be pregnant. My mother said she was like this when she was pregnant with me, unable to tolerate even a hint of oil smoke. Grandma wouldn't deceive me, Li Tingshun replied casually. Moreover, over a month ago, she took the morning after pill, so it's impossible for her to be pregnant. Yin Luoshue was utterly stunned. Over a month ago, they had been together the day Gu Mian left prison. Suddenly, She recalled that day when Li Ting-shun had returned from abroad. He initially promised to change clothes before visiting her, but after waiting for hours, he only arrived in the afternoon. Thus, upon returning home, he encountered Gu Mian, and they had delayed him for the entire morning. In Luoshue's resentment surged. How could Gu Mian, even while imprisoned, not remain complacent, taking every chance to seduce Li Ting-shun? It was utterly infuriating. Thus, she must ascertain whether Gu Mian was truly pregnant. Suddenly, the phone rang. Li Ting-shun answered. Speak. Zhang Ma reports that the maid confessed she had not brewed the coffee properly last time, and after being reprimanded by the second young master, she harbored resentment, which led to the poisoning. However, she claims she did not intend to target anyone else, knowing that the cake made by the young mistress was always consumed solely by the second young master. Hence she chose to poison it in hopes of seeking your forgiveness. Li Ting-shun coldly ordered, gather all the household staff. In front of everyone, sever one of her hands and expel her from the Li family. Understood. In Luoshua trembled in fear. After Li Ting-shun hung up, he stood. I'll take my leave now. Be careful on your way back. Once Li Ting-shun departed, Himeru immediately entered. Luoshua, what happened? One hand severed, expelled from the Li family. Li Ting-shun is truly ruthless. Nothing has even occurred yet, and he has already taken such drastic measures. Himeru felt a wave of apprehension. Thank goodness you were clever enough to ensure the maid wouldn't implicate you. In Luoshua sneered. These poor people lack money the most. As long as they are offered enough, they will naturally comply. My daughter is indeed remarkable. Himeru exclaimed in frustration. Who would have thought that old hag would install surveillance in the house? Fortunately, we refrained from taking matters into our own hands and didn't spill any dirt on Gu Mian. What a pity. Gu Mian is merely a mouse, and I am a cat. She cannot escape my grasp. In Luoshua leaned against the headboard, a flash of malice in her eyes. That old hag is so intent on protecting Gu Mian, it's truly detestable. Once I devise a plan to eliminate her, let us see what support Gu Mian has left. Gu Mian consumed the bird's nest soup and returned to her room to bathe. After finishing her bath, she was startled to find Li Ting-shun seated on the sofa. Why are you back? Previously, Li Ting-shun would have spent the entire night at the hospital with In Luoshua. This is the Li residence. Can I return? Li Ting-shun rose, slowly approaching her. Gu Mian felt like prey under the gaze of a predator, the air thickening with danger as she instinctively retreated. In the next moment, he stepped forward, pinning her against the wall. Chapter 23. Did I hurt you? The familiar scent of hormones enveloped her, causing Gu Mian's heart to race. Don't act recklessly. There are cameras here. Li Ting-shun raised his hand to gently pinch her nose, chuckling softly. What did Grandma say that you believe? How could she possibly have installed surveillance in our room? It seems you know her better. Gu Mian smiled awkwardly. It's getting late. I need to sleep. The man can find her in his embrace. Not yet. We haven't finished what we started before going to the hospital. No way. Gu Mian hurriedly adjusted her nightgown. If you insist, I will go sleep with Grandma. You've grown quite bold, threatening me. Li Ting-shun leaned down, his forehead touching hers. I protected you from the vase today, and this is how you repay your savior? Gu Mian was speechless. It was merely blocking a vase, hardly deserving of the title savior. Besides, he had not spoken a word in her defense. It was only the old lady and Zhang Ma who stood up for her. He cared only for In Luoshua and showed no regard for her well-being. Suppressing the dull pain in her chest, she politely thanked him. Thank you. Can I go to sleep now? Observing her reluctance, Li Ting-shun decided he would not let her go easily. No, my back hurts. You need to help me take a bath. Gu Mian felt both exasperated and amused. You think hitting your back will leave you half paralyzed? I save you. You ought to be grateful, he replied, his gaze deepening. Do you want me to skip the bath and head straight to bed? I'll wash. Gu Mian quickly responded. But you must promise me, after the bath, you will go to sleep obediently. I am truly exhausted. The man raised an eyebrow. Let us see how I feel. After Gu Mian filled the bathtub, Li Ting-shun entered, undressing before her. Gu Mian's face flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. Li Ting-shun smiled. It's not our first time. Why be shy? Gu Mian's cheeks turned even redder. Hurry up and wash. The water will get cold. As Li Ting-shun settled into the tub, he remarked, Madam Li, if I'm not mistaken, this is a temperature-controlled bathtub. Gu Mian took a towel to dry him off. Li Ting-shun typically disliked baths, but he had chosen this moment to tease her. and the sight of her blushing while diligently wiping him down was amusing. Let us not mention divorce anymore, shall we? What do you desire? I can fulfill your wishes as best I can. You mean living in a grand mansion, carrying designer bags others dream of, and endlessly donating blood to Luoshua, right? Gu Mian smiled faintly. Ting Shun, that is not the life I want. Li Ting Shun felt inexplicably irritated. Then what kind of life do you desire? To leave you. Anywhere is fine as long as I can escape from you. Gu Mian smiled, perhaps without a grand house. I will have to work hard for money. But I am willing. Do you truly despise me? Li Ting Shun looked at her in confusion. You would rather endure hardship than stay by my side? Gu Mian gently shook her head. This was a man she had loved deeply, and despite the disappointment, she could not bring herself to hate him. If she truly hated him, her unreciprocated love would become a mere joke. Ting Shun, I do not hate you. Gu Mian gazed earnestly into his eyes. I just do not wish to remain by your side any longer. What difference does that make? Li Ting Shun grasped her shoulders, anger flickering in his deep-set eyes. I never asked you to leave. What right do you have to abandon me? Just as Gu Mian opened her mouth to respond, the world around her spun. In the next moment, she was pulled into the bathtub by the man. Gu Mian landed on him, and the water in the tub splashed over the edges. She instinctively touched her abdomen, relieved that she was unharmed. Just as she attempted to climb out, he wrapped his arm around her, holding her wrist and pressing it against himself. Gu Mian felt both embarrassed and furious. Don't be ridiculous. Is it because I have not fulfilled my duties as a husband that you are acting this way? His lips brushed against her ear, coaxing. It's been a long time since I've bathed with someone. Shall we try? I don't want to. Gu Mian struggled, but his strength was overpowering. Li Ting Shun was becoming anxious. He was a normal man, and it had been over a month since they had been intimate, holding back since the day Gu Mian was released from prison. He felt pent up, especially since his earlier anger had simmered down due to the poisoning incident. He could no longer control himself. Gu Mian gripped the edge of the tub, gritting her teeth to stifle her cries. She didn't know if all men were like this, harboring feelings for another woman while still engaging with a wife he didn't love. But she could not do it. At that moment, she felt like a mere outlet for his frustrations. Please, Ting Shun, let me go. I don't want this. Perhaps it was the water or Gu Mian's struggles that nearly pushed Li Ting Shun over the edge. He inhaled deeply, gripping her waist, about to take things further when a tear unexpectedly fell onto his face. Li Ting Shun froze, halting all movement. Gu Mian's despairing expression struck him like a lightning bolt. Her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down uncontrollably. What's wrong? He asked hoarsely, did I hurt you? His question shattered Gu Mian's composure, and she burst into tears. Li Ting Shun quickly lifted her out of the tub, placing her on the bed and wrapping her in a blanket. I will call a doctor. He had been too aggressive earlier and might have hurt her. Don't call a doctor. Gu Mian curled up in the blanket, trembling. Don't disturb Grandma. I don't want to worry her. Li Ting Shun paused and put on a bathrobe before sitting beside her on the bed. Stop crying. The girl obediently quieted her sobs, but continued to sniffle softly. I haven't touched you anymore. Please, don't cry. Li Ting Shun brushed the hair from her forehead. Get up and dry off. You'll catch a cold. Gu Mian quickly dodged his hand. I can do it myself. Li Ting Shun's hand froze. A wave of irritation surged within him, and he stood up to leave. Bam! The door slammed shut, startling Gu Mian. She closed her eyes, tears streaming into her pillow. After a moment, she composed herself and got up to take a shower. Now that she was pregnant, she could not take medication and must avoid catching a cold. While showering, her legs trembled, her body still faintly carrying Li Ting Shun's scent. The next morning, Li Ting Shun did not return. Gu Mian suspected he sought solace with Luoshua, but that was no longer her concern. The next day, Gu Mian went downstairs to have breakfast with the old lady. Where is Ting Shun? The old lady inquired. Gu Mian poured milk for her. There was an urgent matter at the company. He left early and asked me to keep you company for breakfast. As long as you are here, it doesn't matter if he is or isn't. The old lady smiled, unaware that Li Ting Shun had left the night before. She simply chose not to expose Gu Mian's lie. Ultimately, the child was only trying to keep her from worrying. After breakfast, Gu Mian bid farewell to the old lady and headed to the hospital. Despite her haste, she was still half an hour late. Little Bao had been eagerly waiting for her. Mom, Gu Mian smiled. Did you have breakfast? Yes, I made you some sweets. You can eat them later. Thank you, Mom. Gu Mian set her things down and began cleaning the room. Little Bao had high standards for air quality, so she cleaned 3 times daily to ensure everything was spotless. Pei Jinchuan entered and immediately said, "You shouldn't be doing this. Take a break." Gu Mian smiled softly. "Mr. Pei, I am your hired caregiver, not a deity. This is simply my job. Given your current situation, it would be best for you to minimize movement and exercise extra caution in the first 3 months." Pei Jinchuan replied, "I have found a new caregiver. Regardless of whether Xiao Bao accepts her, at least you won't have to handle these tasks anymore." "That won't do," Gu Mian said apologetically. "Then my salary will be halved." Although they had known each other for a brief period, Gu Mian's character was not hard to discern, and Pei Jinchuan could only concede. "You truly wish to take no advantage." Gu Mian remarked, "My grandmother once said that everyone receives what they are destined to have in this life. If you claim what does not belong to you, you will inevitably lose something else." I didn't understand it before, but during my year in prison, I seem to have grasped the meaning of her words. Li Tingshan is not meant for me. My attempts to possess him have cost me dearly. My grandmother was right. Pei Jinchuan said, "Gu Mian, we can consider ourselves friends, so forgive my curiosity, but it seems your relationship with Li Tingshan is rather strained." Gu Mian did not conceal the truth. "I am preparing for a divorce." "What about the child?" "The child is solely mine. He has no connection to him and will never know of the child's existence." Pei Jinchuan nodded. "Actually, I have an idea. Would you care to hear it?" "What is it?" "I reviewed the surveillance footage from the corridor. That day, Xiao Bao was struck and his bipolar disorder flared up. Normally, he would require a sedative to calm down, but surprisingly, he did not need one under your care." Pei Jinchuan sighed. "At such a young age, sedatives are detrimental to his health." "That is true." Pei Jinchuan continued, "You are now pregnant, and it will be quite challenging to earn a living for yourself and your child. I can assist you. I am from Haicheng and am only in the capital on business. I will be returning soon. If you are willing, you could accompany me back to Haicheng. Help me care for Xiao Bao, and I will pay you a salary. It could be mutually beneficial." "Mr. Pei, I understand your intentions." Gu Mian pondered for a moment before replying. "However, I cannot agree to this." "Why not?" "I know you wish to help me, but if Tingshan learns that I divorced and returned to Haicheng with you to care for Xiao Bao, he would surely misunderstand." Pei Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. "I thought you decided to divorce because there were no feelings left with Li Tingshan. Why are you concerned about his misunderstandings?" "I'm not worried about his misunderstandings. I fear that if he does misunderstand, he may turn against you." Gu Mian explained, "You may not understand him. His possessiveness is nearly pathological, and he would never allow me to grow too close to another man after our divorce." Seeing Pei Jinchuan deep in thought, she added, "Mr. Pei, our relationship is certainly innocent, but Tingshan may not see it that way. If your desire to help me results in you being targeted, I would carry that burden of guilt for life. Please trust that I can take good care of myself and my child. Since you insist, I cannot argue further. However, Gu Mian, I hope that one day, if you need assistance, you will call me at once. Not for any other reason, but because Xiao Bao appreciates you, and I am willing to help." "Thank you. Mr. Pei, you are truly a kind person." Gu Mian inquired, "When do you plan to return to Haicheng?" "Soon, within the next few days." At 9:30 in the evening, after coaxing Xiao Bao to sleep, Gu Mian prepared to leave. Pei Jinchuan stood up. "I will see you out." "No need. You should stay with Xiao Bao. The new caregiver will be here tonight. I need to step out for a moment, and it is on my way." Gu Mian then accepted his offer without further protest. A black Bentley was parked outside the apartment building. As Gu Mian unbuckled her seatbelt to get out, Pei Jinchuan called her name, approaching with 2 gift boxes in hand. "These are from a business partner. I cannot take them with me, so please keep them and enjoy." Gu Mian focused her gaze and recognized the well-known brand of Bird's Nest, known for its quality and high price. "Mr. Pei, I really can't accept this. Please take them. It would be a pity to throw them away." Gu Mian reluctantly accepted. "Thank you. No need for thanks." Just as Gu Mian was about to bid farewell, she caught sight of a tall figure emerging from the darkness, walking toward her. She froze momentarily. Pei Jinchuan followed her gaze and saw Li Tingshan. "Why are you back so late?" Li Tingshan approached Gu Mian, a smile adorning his handsome face. "Why trouble Mr. Pei to bring you back? Did we not agree that I would come to fetch you?" Gu Mian recalled the events of the previous night, her expression becoming slightly awkward. "Mr. Li, it is good to see you again." Pei Jinchuan smiled. "I was attending to some matters nearby and took the opportunity to see Gu Mian home." "Thank you, Mr. Pei." Li Tingshan wrapped an arm around Gu Mian's shoulder. "Another day, my wife and I will treat you to dinner." "Very well." Their polite exchange was palpable. Yet Gu Mian could sense the tension in the air escalating. Li Tingshun issued a subtle dismissal. No need to see you off further. Pei Jinchuan had no intention of lingering, bidding farewell. Gu Mian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing they might clash right then and there. Still reeling from the moment, she suddenly felt Li Tingshun snatch the 2 bags of birds' nest from her hands. He walked a distance away and tossed them directly into the trash bin. What are you doing? Gu Mian felt a pang of distress. They were quite expensive. Li Tingshun turned around, his gaze heavy. Is something so trivial enough to buy your loyalty? Gu Mian, I thought you were proud. Why seek after these 2 boxes of birds' nest when you do not covet the position of Mrs. Li? Speak more politely. Gu Mian retorted firmly. These were purchased by me, not a gift from anyone. She had no intention of taking something for free. She planned to deduct the cost from her salary when it was time to settle accounts. Do you think I am deaf? I heard clearly that they were given to you. I will pay him back later. How does that not count as a purchase? Gu Mian said, preparing to retrieve the discarded bird's nest. Do not pick them up. The man's warning echoed ominously. If you dare to pick them up, I will prepare 10 servings of bird's nest for you to consume all at once. Gu Mian recalled the steak from that day and abruptly halted her steps. Li Tingshun was not one to make empty threats. She had no desire to eat 10 servings of bird's nest. Turning to face him, Gu Mian insisted, I accepted them, and I intend to pay him back. You throwing them away means I work for nothing for several days. With that, she huffed and ascended the stairs in frustration. Li Tingshun pinched the bridge of his nose, baffled that she would get so upset over a mere 2 boxes of bird's nest. Upon entering her apartment, Gu Mian was about to close the door when he followed her inside. She hurriedly blocked his path. What are you doing? I did not invite you in. Leave. Naturally, her feeble resistance was no match for him. Li Tingshun effortlessly entered and seated himself on the sofa without hesitation. Gu Mian could only shut the door and head to the balcony to collect her laundry, focusing on her own tasks. Li Tingshun surveyed the modest apartment, smaller than a restroom in a Li household, cluttered and constricted. He gazed at Gu Mian, who was folding clothes on the bed. How can a place like this be suitable for living? Come back home with me. I already said that is not my home. Still upset about last night? Li Tingshun felt a headache coming on. He had forcibly ended their argument halfway without losing his temper, yet she remained irked. Come home with me. I promise not to force you. I will not return. This place is perfectly fine. Gu Mian placed the neatly folded clothes into a small wardrobe. I am just an ordinary person, so of course I will reside in an ordinary community. Yin Bay is excellent, but it does not belong to me. Just like Li Tingshun, who had never truly belonged to her. Li Tingshun's brow creased, irritation creeping onto his handsome face. Gu Mian, I have already lowered my stance. Gu Mian turned to face him. Is it your grandmother who pressured you to come? Do not worry. When the time is right, I will clarify matters with her. Clarify what? You want to divorce me and are asking Grandma to pressure me? Anger flickered in Li Tingshun's eyes. Gu Mian, are you pretending to be deaf? Or are you deliberately ignoring my words? I have stated clearly that I will not divorce you. Why? Gu Mian gazed at him in confusion. You clearly do not love me, so why refuse to divorce? Chapter 25. The desire to bully her love? Li Tingshun let out a cold laugh, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. The foundation of our marriage is an exchange of interests. When did it ever involve love? When you married me, you sought money and the treatment for your grandmother from the Li family. Now that your grandmother has passed away, you immediately demand a divorce, claiming that I did not give you love. Do you not find that utterly ridiculous? Gu Mian's fingers trembled, her heart pierced by a sharp pain, making it hard for her to breathe. She felt absurd in Li Tingshun's heart. She was merely someone who had married him for the Li family's medical resources to treat her grandmother. Their union had nothing to do with love, and she would forever be denied the luxury of seeking affection within this marriage. Li Tingshun continued, Gu Mian, you are the wife my grandmother chose for me, and thus I accepted you. Although our relationship can only be deemed a partnership, the termination of this relationship is entirely up to me. Do you understand? Gu Mian's bitter smile betrayed her thoughts. If she were to confess that she had loved him for a decade, he would surely not believe her. Under the warm light, she looked at the face she had cherished for 10 years. You accepted me solely because I was chosen by Grandma, did you not? Was it not because I possessed the rare blood type that could save Yin Luoxue? Li Tingshun frowned and gazed deeply at her. Tingshun, I will no longer donate blood to Yin Luoxue. Gu Mian declared resolutely, not even in death. Suddenly, the phone rang. Li Ting-shun answered it. Grandma, you two aren't asleep yet, are you? I've made some nourishing soup for you, and I'll bring it over now. Li Ting-shun replied. We have already gone to bed. Then I must come over. No more talking. I'm on my way. Li Ting-shun hung up and turned to Gu Mian. Did you hear that? Gu Mian closed her eyes and conceded, I will go back with you, but I want to sleep in the guest room. All right. Gu Mian quickly packed her belongings and followed Li Ting-shun back to Yunyu. Fortunately, she lived nearby and arrived before Grandma. After they entered the master bedroom and changed into their pajamas, Grandma knocked and entered. Mian girl? Grandma, Gu Mian sweetly responded. Why'd you come over so late? I couldn't sleep, so I brought you some soup. Drink it while it's hot. Thank you, Grandma. Gu Mian sat at the small table, sipping her soup while chatting with Grandma. Li Ting-shun watched them on the sofa, lost in thought. In the past, Gu Mian had been just as warm towards him. He recalled waking up after his car accident. The first person he saw was Gu Mian. She was there, gently wiping his body, and upon seeing him awaken, she was so excited that she didn't know what to do and immediately called for help. When he saw a stranger undressing him, he lost his temper and demanded to know who she was. Grandma arrived to explain that she was his newlywed wife, brought in to lift his spirits. Attributing his recovery to Gu Mian, she was always so obedient, quietly enduring even when Li Xingza bullied her. He disliked staying at the Li family mansion, as it was too noisy with too many people. Once he fully recovered, he moved back to Yunyu, and Gu Mian naturally followed. Every day when he returned from work, she would stand at the door waiting for him, cheerfully asking if he was tired from work. His responses were always cold, yet she remained undeterred. Several times, when he worked late without calling to inform her, she would fall asleep on the sofa waiting for him. Eventually, he did not know what had compelled him to instruct his assistant to inform her immediately if he worked late. Over time, he grew accustomed to her presence. She was like a devoted servant, albeit one who cared for him far more than an ordinary servant would. He thought to himself that people often become accustomed to being cared for. The turning point in their relationship occurred 2 months after moving back to Yunyu. It was Yin Luoshue's birthday, and he had drunk more than he should have. When he arrived home, Gu Mian was waking up from the sofa. He had left work early to celebrate Yin Luoshue's birthday, and his assistant, unaware, did not call to inform her. Gu Mian asked him why he had been drinking, and he candidly replied that it was for Yin Luoshue's birthday. She paused briefly, feeling wronged, yet still asked if he was feeling unwell, rushing to prepare a hangover remedy for him. Suddenly, he felt an urge to tease her, pulling her into his embrace on the sofa. She was both nervous and shy, her cheeks reddening like a ripe tomato, inexplicably adorable. He found himself unable to restrain his desires as he carried her upstairs. That night marked the first time he lost control in his life. When he awoke the next day, Gu Mian was too embarrassed to look him in the eye. Lowering her head as she softly said she understood that he had only been drunk the night before and that she did not hold it against him. However, that same evening, he sought her out once more, this time without the influence of alcohol. She looked at him in disbelief, her eyes so pure and clear that he felt guilty for his actions. He raised his hand to cover her eyes, claiming her deeply once more. Ting-shun. Ting-shen? Grandma's voice pulled Li Ting-shun back to reality. He looked up at her. Grandma, what is it? What were you lost in thought about? Surely you weren't thinking about Mian girl? Gu Mian smiled. How could he possibly be thinking about her? He must have been thinking of Yin Luoshue. As expected, the next moment, he cleared his throat and said no. All right, Grandma won't disturb you two anymore. You should sleep early, but if you feel energetic and wish to do something else, that is not prohibited. Gu Mian stood up alongside her. Grandma, let me see you downstairs. No need. I can find my way. You two rest. Once Grandma left, Gu Mian immediately picked up her clothes and prepared to leave. Li Ting-shun stood up and grabbed her wrist. Where are you going? I told you. I'm staying in the guest room. Li Ting-shun's gaze darkened. He wanted to say something, but held back. Instead, he said, you don't need to go out. You can sleep in the master bedroom, and I will take the guest room. In the moment Gu Mian was caught off guard, Li Ting-shun had already opened the door and left. Gu Mian stood quietly for a while, then took the bowls downstairs, but she did not see Yang Ma's figure. Thinking Yang Ma must have gone to bed, she did not call for her and washed the bowls herself. At that moment, in an ordinary residence in the city, Yang Ma was in a panic, protecting her son. Missy, please, I beg you, do not cut off my son's hand. Yin Luoshue sat in a wheelchair, admiring her newly done nails. He was cheating in my cousin's casino, by all rights. He should have both hands cut off, but out of respect for our acquaintance, I pleaded on his behalf and spared one hand. You should be grateful. Missing, cutting off one hand will ruin his life. I implore you, please have mercy. I can give you money. I will advance my wages with my employer. Whatever amount you ask for, I will provide. Do you think I am in need of money? In Luoshue raised an eyebrow. If you want to save your son, there is something you must tell me honestly. What is it? Gu Mian is pregnant, isn't she? Chapter 26. Complete disgust. Yang Ma was taken aback, but quickly shook her head. No, still daring to lie. In Luoshue's gaze darkened. Someone cut off one of his hands. Don't. Yang Ma hurriedly shielded her son, gritting her teeth. All right, yes, Madam is pregnant. In Luoshue pressed further. Is it Ting Shun's child? Of course. In Luoshue's teeth ground in anger. How could she get pregnant while I have been in prison? She returned the day your grandmother passed away. So they got together as soon as they met? Did you witness it with your own eyes? That morning, I was not at home, so I did not see my wife. However, upon returning to Yunyu Bay in the afternoon, I saw the bed that belonged to my husband was tidied by me. I am well aware of whether they shared a bed. The day after my wife was released from prison, I discovered a pregnancy test in the trash. Indeed, she was pregnant. In Luoshue's expression darkened. Why did Gu Mian deny her pregnancy? Because my husband did not want a child, and if my wife were pregnant, she could not donate blood to you. Thus, my husband wished to avoid fatherhood, while my wife sought to protect her child, which is why she proposed divorce, intending to secretly give birth. The coldness on In Luoshue's face dissipated momentarily. Is what you say true? Ting Shun truly does not want children for my sake? This was directly stated by my wife. It cannot be mistaken. In Luoshue laughed joyfully. I knew it. Ting Shun only has eyes for me. What is Gu Mian? Yang Ma hurriedly interjected. Miss In, every word I say is true. I beg you, spare my son. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall let you go this time. In Luoshue cast a disdainful glance at her. However, if you dare to leak even a word of today's events, I have my ways to ensure your son's demise. Upon returning to the car, Himeru immediately inquired, so is it confirmed? It is confirmed. Gu Mian is indeed pregnant, but Ting Shun will not keep this child for me. Splendid. Himeru exclaimed. As long as Ting Shun is on your side, anything can be negotiated. Let us inform Ting Shun of Gu Mian's pregnancy. He will surely compel her to abort. No. In Luoshue, not swayed by elation, stated calmly, Mother, do not forget. That old hag is determined to protect Gu Mian and will never allow Ting Shun to take her for an abortion. That is true. So what should we do? Since Gu Mian has concealed her pregnancy, we shall act as if we are unaware. A fierce glint flashed in Luoshue's eyes. If something were to happen to the child in her womb, perhaps even that old hag would come to detest her. My clever daughter, what a brilliant plan. Let's proceed with this. Himeru exclaimed with excitement. Your cousin has many subordinates. Entrust this matter to him, and it will be foolproof. In Luoshue curved her lips into a smile, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, yet a sinister aura lingered. I not only want her to lose the child, I want her to live in perpetual shame, ensuring that Ting Shun utterly detests her. The following morning, when Gu Mian descended the stairs, Li Ting Shun was absent. Gu Mian was relieved and enjoyed a leisurely breakfast alone. Yang Ma, these eggs are too undercooked. They still have runny yolks. I cannot eat raw food. Madam, what did you say? Yang Ma, standing nearby, took a moment to comprehend. What is wrong? Gu Mian noticed her pale expression. Had something occurred? Nothing, madam. I'm fine. Just a moment of distraction. As long as it's nothing serious. By the way, Yang Ma, she continued. Here is a sum of cash the driver brought early this morning. He said last night, bird's nest was taken to the recycling shop by your husband. And this is the money from the sale. Gu Mian felt a surge of joy. Wonderful. Now I can return the money to others. After breakfast, Gu Mian set off for the hospital to return the money to Pei Jinchuan. Pei Jinchuan frowned. The bird's nest is meant for you to eat, not to sell for money. Mr. Pei, the Li family has not mistreated me. A bowl of bird's nest daily is customary. I cannot possibly consume it all. The old lady sends it regularly, and Yang Ma prepares it for her daily. It seems you do not regard me as a friend. Gu Mian smiled. I dislike being indebted to others, even friends, so please do not overthink it. Pei Jinchuan had no choice but to accept the money. He would soon return to Haicheng. So taking advantage of Gu Mian's presence, he prepared to give Little Treasure his vaccinations. Upon hearing he would be separated from Gu Mian, Little Treasure immediately clung to her, crying uncontrollably, I do not want to leave Mommy. I want to be with Mommy. Pei Jinchuan felt a headache coming on and directly distanced himself. Gu Mian comforted him for a long while before he finally stopped crying. By the time Pei Jinchuan returned with a newly purchased toy, little treasure had already fallen asleep, exhausted from crying. Gu Mian smiled as she tucked him in. Little treasure has agreed to behave and go back with you. Pei Jinchuan was astonished. How did you convince him? I told him that if he listened to you, I would frequently visit him in Haicheng. Pei Jinchuan was even more shocked. Just like that? Mr. Pei, little treasure is quite sensible. While you were away last night, I had a good conversation with him. Little treasure does not intend to target the caregiver. He simply wishes for more of your company. He believes that without the caregiver, you would stay, but with her, you would become busy with work, which is why he sought to drive her away. Pei Jinchuan felt both astonished and guilty. It is my fault for prioritizing work over spending more time with little treasure. I've always thought little treasure was pitiful for not having a mother, so I aim to build a better future for him to compensate for the family's shortcomings. Mr. Pei, you are a responsible father, but at this age, little treasure needs your companionship more than anything. I will balance my career and family better from now on and spend more time with little treasure. Pei Jinchuan looked at her. Gu Mian, you will surely be a gentle and wonderful mother, teaching your child well. Gu Mian could not help but smile. I do not ask for much. I only hope he grows up safely to be a righteous and kind person. He certainly will. Thank you, Mr. Pei. In the evening, Gu Mian finished work on time. As she stepped out of the hospital, the driver approached. Madam, the sirs sent me to pick you up. Gu Mian halted her steps. No need. I will take a taxi home. The driver looked at her with pity. Madam, please do not put me in a difficult position. Gu Mian, feeling helpless, had no choice but to enter the nearby Rolls-Royce. Li Tingshun sat in the back seat, working on his laptop. The driver quickly started the engine and departed from the hospital. Gu Mian took out her phone and opened a job recruitment website. Pei Jinchuan was about to leave, and she needed to find another job. The matter of divorce also needed to be prioritized. Otherwise, Li Tingshun would inevitably discover her pregnancy. Li Tingshun had been waiting for Gu Mian to speak, but after a long wait with no response, he could no longer resist stopping his work and turning to her. She was focused on her phone, not sparing him a glance. Li Tingshun initiated the conversation. Are you hungry? Would you like me to take you out for a meal? No, Gu Mian flatly refused. Li Tingshun frowned. What are you looking at? Nothing. Looking for a job? It was not hard to guess. She had resigned from Pei Jinchuan's place and naturally needed to find new employment. The card I gave you has no limit. You can spend freely. There is no need to earn such small amounts. Gu Mian paused her fingers on the phone. Spending your money gives you the right to expect me to donate blood to In Luoxue. Does it? Why can you always relate everything to Luoxue? Li Tingshun's expression turned cold. You speak of her incessantly. Do you truly hate her that much? I certainly do. Gu Mian turned to meet his gaze. If it were you, unjustly imprisoned for a year, forever bearing a criminal record, making it difficult to find a job, would you not harbor resentment? Before Li Tingshun could respond, she smiled lightly. Why would I be foolish enough to ask you such a question? You are a born aristocrat, forever free from such troubles. Thus, you cannot comprehend my hatred. Tingshun, I now finally understand that there has always been a chasm between us. I should not have overstepped my bounds in attempting to approach you. You were right before. Our marriage is merely a transaction. I needed your assistance to save my grandmother. And now that she has passed, this transaction should come to an end. Consider it a breach on my part. Let us divorce. Divorce again. A chill lingered in the depths of the man's eyes. What must I do for you to swallow those two words back? You cannot. For I have resolved to end this marriage. My grandmother would never agree. I will find a way to persuade her. Is that so? Li Tingshun let out a cold laugh. Just look at what has become of my parents. My grandmother still refuses to consent to their divorce. In our family, there is no divorce, only widowhood. He gazed at her solemnly. Thus, Gu Mian, you will forever be my wife, Li Tingshun. If you can endure it, that is best. If not, you must bear it. Your grandmother may be gone, but you still have an uncle. With a mere flick of my finger, I could ensure he would find it impossible to survive in Hua country. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Gu Mian clutched her clothing tightly, fighting back tears. There is a gala tomorrow night. You will accompany me. I will not attend. I am informing you, not seeking your opinion. The man's lips curled slightly. Do not forget your position. Attending such occasions with me is your obligation. Mrs. Li. Gu Mian turned her gaze toward the window, refusing to look at him any longer. She was filled with hatred, loathing her own lack of strength. unable to protect her uncle, thus falling prey to his threats. The car halted outside the villa, and Gu Mian immediately exited and entered the house. Li Tingshun furrowed his brow. Lao Lu. The driver promptly turned to him. Sir, is she sulking? Lao Lu replied. Sir, if I may speak frankly, your earlier words were rather hurtful. It is no wonder even a person as mild-mannered as Madam would be angered. Li Tingshun replied coldly. It is her repeated mentions of divorce that provoke my anger, and I merely spoke the truth. What right does she have to be angry? Lao Lu could only sigh. It truly is unmanageable. Li Tingshun irritably tugged at his tie and exited the vehicle. The following afternoon, Gu Mian was preparing afternoon tea for Xiao Bao at the hospital when Yang Ma's call came through. Madam, the sir has sent clothes to the house. Please return to try them on. He will come to pick you up after work. Understood. Gu Mian finished the tea and took it out, requesting leave from Pei Jin Chuan. I also have matters to attend to this evening. I will take Xiao Bao out, so you may rest assured to return. Then I shall leave first. Do not forget to give Xiao Bao his medicine. All right. Upon returning to Yinyu Bay, Gu Mian found the living room adorned with the latest seasonal collections from various luxury brands. She selected a simple yet elegant white dress, ascended the stairs to change, and applied a clean, natural makeup. Although she had been imprisoned, her hair had not been shorn, a condition insisted upon by the matriarch of the Li family to facilitate communication with Li Tingshun during her incarceration. She tied her shoulder-length hair neatly. Just as she finished, Li Tingshun called, indicating she could come downstairs. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mian rose and descended. Li Tingshun sat in the back seat, resting his eyes. Upon hearing her enter the car, he slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at her. In the next moment, the man seemed momentarily taken aback. What is it? Gu Mian noticed his reaction and, though reluctant to speak, was curious. Is my outfit unsuitable? If it is, I can change. No, it looks splendid. There is no need to change. Gu Mian then averted her gaze, quietly observing the scenery outside. We will arrive shortly. Li Tingshun began, only to be interrupted by Gu Mian. I know. I will find a quiet corner to avoid causing you trouble. Before Yin Luoxue required a wheelchair, she had always accompanied Li Tingshun to such events. Although Gu Mian felt sorrowful, she never voiced her feelings. She was an ordinary person, unable to integrate into high society, unlike Yin Luoxue, who could engage effortlessly with affluent wives and thus benefit his career. It seemed that Yin Luoxue's inability to attend was the reason she was summoned instead. Li Tingshun frowned, intending to suggest she eat something upon arrival to avoid hunger. The driver could sense the oppressive atmosphere within the vehicle, daring not to make sound. After nearly an hour of travel, they arrived at a manor. Li Tingshun exited the car, extending his hand toward the girl inside. Gu Mian pursed her lips, but ultimately placed her hand in his. The outdoor lawn of the manor was already lively with mingling guests, and Li Tingshun's arrival caused a stir. A business prodigy, he attracted attention wherever he went, especially with a woman at his side. Mr. Li, the manor's owner, Mr. G, approached with his wife. Welcome. May I ask who this young lady is? Li Tingshun introduced, This is my wife, Gu Mian. The revelation stunned everyone present. The Li and Yin families were longtime acquaintances, and their betrothal was no secret. Yin Luoxue had always regarded herself as the wife of the Li family, looking down on others with pride. Everyone assumed that her marriage to Li Tingshun was merely a matter of time. How could Li Tingshun's wife have changed so suddenly? Was she perhaps a daughter from an even more prestigious family? It was unexpected that Mr. Li, a man of few words, had married so swiftly. Mr. G chuckled and teased. Not too swift, as my wife and I have been married for 3 years. She is rather reserved and dislikes socializing, rarely venturing out. With time, familiarity breeds comfort. I am usually at home, and you are welcome to visit often. Mrs. G warmly took Gu Mian's hand. Mrs. Li, you are truly beautiful. It is no wonder Mr. Li wishes to keep you at home. Gu Mian smiled and nodded, eliciting a delighted response from Mrs. G. You two converse. I will take Mrs. Li to meet some people. Li Tingshun gently adjusted a stray lock of hair near Gu Mian's ear and affectionately said, Call for me if you need anything. Gu Mian felt somewhat uneasy, acknowledging him softly before preparing to follow Mrs. G. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Ting Shunge. Everyone turned to see Yin Luoxue approaching in her wheelchair. Upon reaching them, Li Tingshun asked, What brings you here? Yin Luoxue. Her exquisitely made-up face adorned with a gentle, poised smile, replied. Today marks the 30th anniversary of Mr. G and Mrs. G's wedding. Of course, I had to accompany you. She handed a gift box to Mrs. G, wishing the couple enduring happiness and joy. Mrs. G had to release Gu Mian's hand to accept the gift. Thank you, Missing. No need for such formality, Mrs. G. In-law's gaze finally settled on Gu Mian, casually remarking, Gu Mian, you are here too. Had I known you were coming, I would not have attended. I thought Ting Shingu would be like before, not considering inviting you. Chapter 28. Wearing a green hat, her words were laced with blatant provocation, yet when juxtaposed with Li Tingshun's earlier comments, something felt amiss. Although married for 3 years, in-law had never severed her ties with him, publicly still presenting herself as the Li family's matriarch. TSK. If it were not for Li Tingshun's indulgence, it must be her lack of shame. Unaware of the shifting perceptions directed at her, in-law feigned casualness. Gu Mian, why did you not prepare a gift for Mr. and Mrs. G? That seems rather rude. But since you seldom attend such gatherings, one cannot blame you. The gathering's guests began to feel the tension. This was an open affront to the rightful wife. However, considering in-law's audacity and observing Gu Mian's silent demeanor, it was clear her status within the Li family was not high, at least not on par with in-law's lineage. In elite circles, marriage heavily emphasizes family background. Only with matching social standings can true partnerships flourish. Lacking such pedigree, perhaps their union was founded on genuine love. Yet, with in-law's brazen provocation and Li Tingshun's silence, it appeared that the affection was not as profound as one might hope. Although Gu Mian had no intention of addressing in-law, her lack of a gift was indeed impolite. Li Tingshun had not informed her that today was the anniversary of their marriage. Otherwise, she would have prepared a present in advance. Just as Gu Mian was about to express her apologies, she heard Mrs. G remark that Miss Yin's words were rather harsh. She noted that not only had Li Zong sent over a carefully chosen gift from himself and Mrs. Li, but even if no gift had been brought, such remarks were unnecessary, as the G family was not lacking in such trivialities. In-law's expression darkened instantly. Mrs. G casually handed the gift meant for in-law to a servant, taking Gu Mian's hand and adding that since Mrs. Li was typically reclusive, her presence today was already a tremendous honor, rendering the absence of a gift inconsequential. Mrs. G's intent was clear, granting Gu Mian ample face. In-law bit her lip discreetly, maintaining a polite smile that appeared slightly strained, and said, I'm misunderstood, Gu Mian. My apologies. Come, let us go eat, Mrs. G said as she led Gu Mian away. Upon reaching the buffet area, Gu Mian expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mrs. G, for helping me out. I merely spoke the truth. I received Li Zong's gift early this morning, and the person who delivered it mentioned it was chosen by him and his wife. At that time, Lao Ji and I thought Mrs. Li was in-law, right? Gu Mian smiled as she spoke her unspeakable thoughts. It seems there's indeed some history between the three of you, Mrs. G replied, her irritation barely concealed. That in-law is not a good character. Her words are veiled with malice. Do not be too meek. You are the rightful Mrs. Li, and you cannot show weakness in dealing with such scheming women. Gu Mian chuckled softly. The title of Mrs. Li is merely a name. It cannot compare to true love. Nevertheless, I appreciate your support, Mrs. G. I simply cannot stand these women who strive to be the third party. Why must they choose such a path? Mrs. G waved her hand dismissively. Enough of that. Eat something first. You need strength to deal with a third party. Though Gu Mian had no intention of confronting in-law, she was indeed feeling hungry. She grabbed some food and found a place to sit. Not far away, in-law looked pitifully at Li Tingshun, saying, Brother Tingshun, I certainly did not say anything wrong. Why is Mrs. G targeting me? Li Tingshun replied coolly, next time, ask for clarification before speaking. In-law was furious, but could only suppress her anger. Why didn't you invite me to such an occasion? Why bring Gu Mian instead? If she causes a scene, it will embarrass you. You are in the hospital, and Grandma ordered that she must attend. In-law gritted her teeth, vowing not to let that old woman off easily. Li Zong, a middle-aged man, approached. Miss In is also here. Mr. Liu, in-law greeted with feigned politeness. You are here too. I treated Mrs. G's mother. So we are acquainted, Mr. Liu remarked. How has your health been, Miss In? Same as usual, but after taking the herbal remedy you prescribed, I feel much better. Mr. Liu nodded, As long as I can locate my senior brother, Lu Ming, your condition will improve, and there is hope for your legs to recover. Yin Luoxue smiled brightly. Brother Tingshen has been helping me look. I have also been inquiring about my senior brother's whereabouts, but sadly, there's been no news. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your concern. You're welcome. Li Tingshen was soon surrounded by people toasting him, and Yin Luoxue wished to stay by his side, but was quickly pushed out of the crowd due to her wheelchair. She turned to see several wealthy women surrounding Gu Mian, showering her with compliments about her beauty. This only fueled her anger further. Suddenly, a soft, childish voice called out, "Mommy!" Everyone turned to see a little boy in a black suit running towards Gu Mian, one hand in a cast, while the other embraced her. Gasps filled the room. Li Tingshen had been married for 3 years, yet this boy appeared to be 4 or 5 years old. Could be a marriage due to pregnancy? Gu Mian was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Bao, quickly squatting down to ask, "Xiao Bao, what are you doing here? You look so handsome today." Daddy said he would bring me to the party. I didn't expect to see Mommy. Xiao Bao turned and waved at Pei Jinchuan. "Daddy, Mommy is here too." Upon seeing Pei Jinchuan, the crowd was stunned. He and Xiao Bao looked almost identical, leaving no doubt that they were father and son. Yet, Xiao Bao called the Li family matriarch Mommy. What a confusing situation. Pei Jinchuan approached Xiao Bao, reminding him, "Xiao Bao, this is Aunt Gu Mian, not Mommy." Xiao Bao earnestly corrected, "This is my Mommy. She is with me every day, and she loves me the most." Yin Luxu instinctively glanced at Li Tingshen. Noticing his expression had already darkened like stormy waters, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. She knew that Gu Mian, a harbinger of misfortune, would inevitably stir up trouble wherever she went. Suppressing her amusement, Yin Luoxue controlled her wheelchair to approach, exclaiming, "Gu Mian, what is the meaning of this? You actually brought them here. Do you want to embarrass Brother Tingshen in public?" As her words fell, everyone turned to Li Tingshen, noting his displeased demeanor. The scene was reminiscent of a battleground. Gu Mian rose, gently tousling Xiao Bao's hair, and replied with a smile, "I have no hidden relationship with Mr. Pei. What is there to be embarrassed about? How can you say that? In front of so many people, he calls you Mommy, yet he is not Brother Tingshen's child. Anyone would think Brother Tingshen has been cuckolded and is unexpectedly a father." Gu Mian turned to her, "What relationship Xiao Bao and I share? You know it all too well. If you truly care about your brother Tingshen, you should clarify the situation instead of making insinuations that lead others to speculate." Yin Luoxue scoffed, "You have done something shameful, yet you expect me to explain it? You must be out of your mind." "I believe it is you who has lost your mind," Gu Mian replied, her expression unyielding. "Do you not believe I can accuse you of defamation? Accuse me? With what grounds? I may not be able to, but Mr. Pei certainly can. Have you forgotten how you were beaten to a pulp?" Yin Luoxue was infuriated. "Shut your mouth." Gu Mian smiled. "If you wish to smear my reputation along with Mr. Pei's, then please provide evidence. Just because a child calls me Mommy, do you think that implies something? If Xiao Bao calls you grandson, does that mean you must refer to him as grandfather? You." Yin Luoxue's face turned pale with rage. Xiao Bao earnestly interjected, "Mommy, I don't want a grandson like that." Mrs. G, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, momentarily abandoning her composure. Yin Luoxue was left even more embarrassed and furious, raising her hand to strike Xiao Bao. "Gu Mian dit that sweetly, Xieling Xiao Bao." And Yin Luoxue's slap landed on Gu Mian instead. "Miss Yin, what are you doing?" Mrs. G said disapprovingly. "Mr. Pei is our esteemed guest, and you dare to strike the young Master Pei in my presence? What kind of authority do you think you possess to act so recklessly?" Realizing her blunder, Yin Luoxue hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mrs. G. I was just too angry. I didn't mean to hit him." Pei Jinchuan stepped forward to check on Gu Mian. "Are you all right?" Gu Mian shook her head. "I'm fine." Pei Jinchuan then turned his gaze to Yin Luoxue, coldness radiating from his eyes. Yin Luoxue trembled in fear. "Brother Tingshen. Brother Tingshen, save me." Chapter 29. A farce. As Yin Luoxue spoke, all eyes fell upon Li Tingshen. He strode forward, his long legs carrying him past Yin Luoxue and directly to Gu Mian's side. His deep voice was laced with unexpected tenderness. "Does it hurt?" Gu Mian was taken aback. Was she dreaming? Li Tingshen did not inquire whether Yin Luoxue's hand was in pain. Instead, he approached her directly. With a smile, he gently caressed Gu Mian's face, asking if she had been rendered speechless. Yin Luoxue, infuriated, nearly fainted, exclaiming that Tingshen Gu was threatening her. Li Ting-shun disregarded Yin Luoshua's outburst and turned his attention to Pei Jinchuan, suggesting that he should clarify matters to prevent the couple from becoming the focal point of the evening, thus overshadowing Mr. and Mrs. G. Pei Jinchuan affectionately patted Xiao Bao's head and told him to fetch something to eat. Xiao Bao immediately scampered off. Pei Jinchuan then addressed Mrs. G with humility, explaining that Xiao Bao, having lost his mother at the tender age of 3, had a vague memory of her. A few days prior, they had coincidentally met Mrs. Li at the hospital, and the child, perhaps feeling a sense of familiarity, had called her mom. It was difficult for a child to correct such a slip, and out of kindness, Mrs. Li had not forcefully rectified the misunderstanding, which had unfortunately led to this embarrassment. Mrs. G felt a pang of sadness, realizing the situation, and expressed her apologies to Pei Jinchuan for evoking painful memories. The other ladies nearby shared in this sentiment, lamenting the tragedy of a child losing their mother at such a young age. They praised Mrs. Li for her kindness, willing to endure misunderstandings rather than hurt the child. Miss Yin, having already grasped the situation, was not only unmoved by the child's plight, but also seemed intent on striking him. It was lamentable that a motherless child was subjected to such bullying, demonstrating a cruel disposition towards those so young. Yin Luoshua's face turned pale with anger as tears streamed down her cheeks, insisting that it was not as it appeared. Mrs. G frowned and remarked, Miss Yin, today marks my wedding anniversary with my husband. It is rather inappropriate for you to be weeping so. Moreover, if I recall correctly, I did not send an invitation to the Yin family. How did you gain entry? Yin Luoshua hurriedly explained that she was there to find Ting Shun Gu. Given Li Ting Shun's prominence, the doorman had no choice but to grant her access. Mrs. G, unyielding, countered that since Mr. Li was already accompanied by Mrs. Li, what was her role in this gathering? Yin Luoshua felt utterly mortified, wishing for a hole to hide in. However, Mrs. G, recognizing her discomfort, allowed her to enjoy the event. Seizing this opportunity, Yin Luoshua expressed her gratitude for Mrs. G's hospitality. The banquet continued, and Gu Mian found Xiao Bao and took him to get some food. Mom, you look beautiful today, Xiao Bao complimented, likening her to a princess. Gu Mian chuckled, amused by his sweet words. I truly mean it. You are the princess, and I am the prince, protecting you from wicked women, Xiao Bao declared. Such a good boy, Gu Mian replied, but suddenly a low, cold voice interrupted her. Turning, she saw Li Ting-shun approaching. Come with me, he commanded. I want to stay here and talk. She protested. His eyes narrowed slightly. Unless you wish for him to overhear our private conversation. Gu Mian bit her lip and followed him as he led her into a small reception room, closing the door behind them and pressing her against it. What are you doing? Gu Mian gasped, startled by his boldness in someone else's home. How did you know I wanted to misbehave? He teased, his lips brushing against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. His voice turned frosty. Why didn't you clarify your relationship with Pei Jinchuan earlier? Or was it your intent to let others misunderstand? It's Yin Luoshua who seeks to provoke misunderstanding. Why are you confronting me instead? Gu Mian retorted, forcing a smile. Are you seeking retribution on my behalf for her grievances? Did I say that? He countered. You didn't say it, but your actions suggest otherwise, she replied, pushing him away. Your concern was for me, not for Yin Luoshua, right? Li Ting-shun held her firmly, insisting, if we are to pretend, we ought to do so convincingly. As he lifted her, he pressed her back against the door, his hands slipping beneath her skirt. All of Gu Mian's senses heightened in alarm. Li Ting-shun, what are you doing? She exclaimed. With a smirk, he silenced her with a kiss. Gu Mian's eyes widened as she found herself ensnared in his embrace, overwhelmed by his passionate advances. Soon, beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she struggled to catch her breath. We must exhibit affection at this gathering. Otherwise, how will others believe in the authenticity of our relationship? He murmured, addressing her as Mrs. Li. Please don't. Gu Mian trembled, feeling her resolve weaken, nearly on the verge of tears. Ting-shun, stop. Li Ting-shun, observing her reaction, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, the anger instigated by Pei Jinchuan dissipating. Yet, he pressed, did you know Pei Jinchuan would be here today? Of course not, she replied, biting her lip in distress. Ting-shun, please let me go. There are people outside. Outside the frosted glass windows, guests mingled in the garden, chatting and enjoying drinks. Fear not, it's one-way glass, he reassured her. Though unseen, Gu Mian felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. You've ruined my dress. I have nothing to change into. At last, Li Ting-shun relented, releasing her back to the floor. Gu Mian's legs felt weak, almost causing her to collapse. He chuckled, clearly amused by her flustered state. Is this all it takes to fluster you? Gu Mian shot him an exasperated glare, hastily straightening her dress. As she turned to leave, he called out, Are you certain you wish to go out looking like that? Confused, she made her way to the restroom, only to be startled by her reflection. The makeup she had applied was smudged, and her lipstick was askew. Quickly, she wiped it clean and reapplied her makeup, ensuring she looked presentable before stepping out. Li Ting-shun extended his arm. Mrs. Li, please. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Gu Mian reluctantly took his arm as they exited together. Suddenly, Pei Jinchuan rushed towards them, his expression frantic. Xiao Bao is missing. Missing? Gu Mian pointed towards the dining area, where they had last seen the child. He's not there. I've searched everywhere. Pei Jinchuan replied, furrowing his brow. How could this happen? Gu Mian's heart sank. Let us split up and search for him. Agreed. The estate was vast, and Li Ting-shun accompanied Gu Mian as they scoured both indoors and outdoors without success. Soon, they reconvened with Pei Jinchuan. Have you found him? No, Pei Jinchuan replied, concern etched across his face. I checked by the main gate. Xiao Bao hasn't left. He should still be somewhere on the estate. Gu Mian's anxiety mounted. Perhaps we should inform Mrs. G and enlist everyone as help? Pei Jinchuan thought for a moment, his demeanor calm. It's possible that Xiao Bao simply wandered off to play. With so many guests, it might cause a panic to alert them unnecessarily. Then we shall continue our search. Gu Mian suddenly recalled something. I remember now. I know how to find Xiao Bao. Gu Mian took out her phone and sent a children's watch to Xiao Bao as a gift, allowing him to call her at any time. The call connected, but no one answered. How could this be? Gu Mian was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had seen the watch on Xiao Bao's wrist and had reminded him not to run off and to call her if he needed anything. Pei Jinchuan inquired whether the watch had a positioning feature. Yes, but I hadn't activated it as it pertains to your privacy, Mr. Pei. Pei Jinchuan immediately insisted. Activate it now. Very well. Gu Mian opened the app and enabled the location feature, quickly discovering that Xiao Bao was within the estate, albeit quite far from the front yard. The group followed the coordinates and soon spotted a glass greenhouse in the distance. Gu Mian felt a sense of foreboding and hurried forward, only to find Xiao Bao unconscious inside the greenhouse. Xiao Bao. Pei Jinchuan attempted to open the greenhouse door, but found it locked. He kicked it forcefully several times, but to no avail. President Ji received a call from Li Ting-shun and rushed over with the key. Oh no! How could the child be locked inside? I will open the door. Once the door was unlocked, Pei Jinchuan was the first to carry Xiao Bao out. Others, hearing the commotion, rushed over, and Mrs. Ji anxiously asked, What happened to the child? Xiao Bao is allergic to pollen. Pei Jinchuan exclaimed urgently. Is there a family doctor at home? I'm here, mister. Lu Lang stepped forward to examine Xiao Bao. This is bad. He has been in the greenhouse for too long, causing anaphylactic shock. It may already be too late to get him to the hospital. Pei Jinchuan trembled, his expression changing drastically as he pleaded. Mr. Lu, do you have a way? Please, you must save Xiao Bao. Mr. Lu remained silent, taking out silver needles he always carried, ready to treat Xiao Bao. However, despite several needles, the boy remained unconscious. No, the child's bronchial passages are severely blocked, and the mucous membranes are swollen. I must stimulate specific acupoints to open the bronchial tubes to save him, but those points are exceedingly dangerous. Any misstep could result in immediate death. Only my senior brother, Lu Ming, could manage this. I lack the capability. Mister. Lu looked at Pei Jinchuan, suggesting they take Xiao Bao to the hospital. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Gu Mian knelt before Xiao Bao, listening to his heartbeat, realizing they had only 3 minutes of golden rescue time left. I know it's too late, but I cannot help. Mr. Lu lamented. Gu Mian gazed at the unconscious boy and reached out to Mr. Lu. Give me the needles. I will try. Mr. Lu almost doubted his hearing. You? A scoff echoed from the crowd, as Ian Luoshu mockingly said, Gu Mian, you may have graduated from medical school, but if Mr. Lu dares not to use the needles, what gives you the audacity to try? Truly, ignorance breeds courage. Lives were at stake. There was no time to waste. Gu Mian took the silver needles from Mr. Lu, immediately disinfecting them. Gu Mian, are you out of your mind? Ian Luoshu interjected. Do you realize that if anything goes wrong and the child dies, you could face imprisonment? You've only just been released. Everyone was stunned by her words. Their gazes fixed on Gu Mian, who knelt before Xiao Bao, her eyes lowered, her expression concealed. Only her trembling hand holding the needle was visible. In Luoxue, seeming to grasp the gravity of the situation, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Gu Mian. I didn't mean to say that. I was afraid you might get into trouble. It was a slip of the tongue. Tears welled in Gu Mian's eyes. She didn't need to turn around to imagine the expressions of those present. First shock, then disdain and ridicule. Since the day she was imprisoned, she had known she would endure such scrutiny for life. Gu Mian forced back her tears and turned to Pei Jinchuan. Her voice choked yet resolute. I want to try. If she didn't act now, there would be no chance left. Xiao Bao's life would abruptly end. He was so young. He should not leave this world yet. Pei Jinchuan, recovering from despair and astonishment, met Gu Mian's determined gaze and nodded firmly. Go ahead. If something goes wrong, I will not blame you. Gu Mian withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, and, locating the acupoints, injected steadily. Mr. Liu watched in astonishment as she performed each needle insertion. How can you? Seeing Mr. Liu's expression, In Luoxue's face lit up with a smug smile. It seemed this insufferable child was doomed tonight, and Gu Mian would fall with him. Whatever medical school accolades, if she caused a death, her career would be irrevocably ruined. The thought of Gu Mian being left with nothing, cast aside and reduced to a stray dog, filled her with satisfaction. As Gu Mian finished her injections, she anxiously watched Xiao Bao, who remained unconscious. In Luoxue, feigning sorrow, lamented, poor child to perish like this. Gu Mian, this is all your fault. A child so small, dying in your hands. How can you live with yourself? If I were you, I would follow him and atone with my life. Mrs. G felt a headache coming on. Missing, can you refrain from speaking? Wiping her tears, In Luoxue retorted, Mrs. G, I share your concern for the child, which is why I couldn't help but speak the truth. Mrs. G replied, Mr. Pei has chosen not to pursue Mrs. Li's responsibility. Who are you to act as a judge here? Even if there were blame, it is not for you to dictate. In Luoxue was left speechless, gripping the armrest of her wheelchair, swallowing her indignation. Gu Mian paid no heed to their exchange, her focus solely on Xiao Bao. Suddenly, Xiao Bao's mouth seemed to move. With joy, Gu Mian exclaimed, Xiao Bao, wake up. Open your eyes and look at me. Coughing violently, Xiao Bao finally gasped for breath, slowly opening his eyes. Mama. The onlookers were once again astonished. Mr. Liu had declared the child lifeless. As Liu Lang's junior, his medical skills were second only to the revered Liu Ming, a titan in the field. Yet, the child whom Mr. Liu deemed unsalvageable had been revived by Gu Mian on the spot. Everyone was utterly bewildered, and In Luoxue stood frozen, unable to comprehend. Gu Mian wept tears of joy. Xiao Bao, you're awake. Quickly, Mr. Pei, let us take him to the hospital. Pei Jinchuan immediately lifted Xiao Bao and rushed outside, with Gu Mian following closely. Li Tingshan attempted to join, but was halted by In Luoxue. Tingshan, I'm feeling unwell. Will you take me home? Li Tingshan brushed her hand aside. I have matters to attend to. Let the driver take you. In Luoxue watched him stride away, her eyes wide in disbelief. She had just mentioned her discomfort, yet he showed no concern. How different from before, when he was so attentive to her health. Gu Mian, it was all because of Gu Mian. Gu Mian settled into Pei Jinchuan's car, removing the silver needles from his chest. Is it safe to take them out now? Pei Jinchuan asked, somewhat apprehensive. Could there be a risk? Now that we are away from the pollen, it should be fine. That's a relief. Gu Mian turned to Xiao Bao and asked, how did you end up in the greenhouse? Weakly, Xiao Bao murmured, someone took me there. Before he could finish, he fainted again. Xiao Bao. Pei Jinchuan panicked. What is wrong with him? Gu Mian felt for his pulse. He has merely fainted. It's not asphyxiation. Mr. Pei, there is no need for alarm. But it seemed that tonight's events were not mere coincidence. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiao Bao was rushed into the emergency room, while several others waited anxiously outside. Before long, Mrs. G and Mr. Liu arrived, with the wheelchair-bound In Luoxue following closely behind. Brother Ting Shun, In Luoxue inquired with feigned concern, how is Xiao Bao? Li Ting Shun remained silent. Pei Jinchuan turned to Mrs. G, expressing his apologies. I truly regret that this has impacted your dinner with Mr. G. What are you saying? As long as the child is unharmed, That is a blessing, Mrs. G responded, her heart racing at the thought of a potential mishap occurring in her home, which would be difficult to account for to the Pei family. Mr. Lu's gaze lingered on Gu Mian's face. Li Tingshun noticed this and felt a twinge of discomfort, his voice low and serious. Mr. Lu, do you have something to discuss with my wife? Indeed, Mr. Lu replied. Mrs. Li, what is your relation to my master, Lu Ming? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Gu Mian. Shocked, she exclaimed, the renowned physician Lu Ming? How could I possibly know him, let alone have any connection? Mr. Lu appeared skeptical. Your acupuncture techniques are remarkably swift, steady, and decisive, much akin to Lu Ming's. Gu Mian clarified, my family comes from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. Both my grandparents are esteemed practitioners. I have learned from them since childhood, but we do not know the renowned physician Lu Ming. I see. Mr. Lu did not probe further. To possess such medical skill at your young age is truly impressive. The younger generation should not be underestimated. Gu Mian nodded, you flatter me. It is merely that Xiao Bao's life was not meant to end. Yin Luoxue interjected with a smile. Gu Mian lacks such prowess. It was you who first administered the acupuncture that saved Xiao Bao. Her additional needles were merely embellishments. It was absurd to suggest that Gu Mian's medical skills could surpass Mr. Lu's. If that were the case, she would not be in her current predicament. Mrs. G, curious, remarked, but Mr. Lu had already declared Xiao Bao's death sentence. It was Gu Mian's insistence on acupuncture that revived him. Yin Luoxue replied softly, that is simply Mr. Lu's humility. He refrained from asserting Xiao Bao would awaken before he did. Unlike some, who think their accomplishments are theirs alone after a few needle pricks. Mrs. G, displeased, retorted, Miss Yin, we have our own judgment. We do not require your condescending remarks. Just as Yin Luoxue was about to retort, a deep, cold voice interjected. Luoxue is correct. Elated, Yin Luoxue turned to Li Tingshun, who regarded the gathering with a glance before stating, my wife lacks such capabilities. It was Mr. Lu who saved Xiao Bao. This declaration was definitive. Mr. Lu smiled, his expression inscrutable. Mrs. G, unable to defend Gu Mian further, felt relieved that the child was safe. Today was indeed a fortunate turn of events amid misfortune. Gu Mian did not dwell on the matter. It was entirely understandable that Li Tingshun would support Yin Luoxue, and she was not inclined to argue. Her concern lay elsewhere. Someone intended to harm Xiao Bao. Mrs. Li, what do you mean? Mrs. G gasped in shock. Are you suggesting that tonight's incident was a deliberate attempt to harm Xiao Bao? Gu Mian nodded, firmly stating. Xiao Bao himself revealed that someone led him to the flower room. He is aware of his pollen allergy and should have fled immediately, yet he fainted inside. This means that person not only brought him into the flower room, but also locked him inside. How could this happen? Mrs. G exclaimed. Xiao Bao was visiting for the first time. Who would be so cruel as to harm such a young child? Besides, he is not from the capital. There should be few who know of his pollen allergy. Gu Mian turned to Pei Jinxuan. Mr. Pei, you should consider whether there is anyone at tonight's banquet you may have offended. Xiao Bao's allergy is not a secret. It is recorded in the hospital and easily verifiable. Gu Mian, what do you mean by that? Yin Luoxue snapped. Are you insinuating that Brother Tingshun would harm Xiao Bao? Gu Mian frowned. Did I mention Tingshun's name? Is it necessary to? Previously, there was a misunderstanding between myself and Mr. Pei, and in response, Brother Tingshun has made an enemy of him, who will be most likely to harm Xiao Bao if not him. This reasoning was plausible, especially since Li Tingshun's actions against the Pei family had already circulated within the community, thanks to Yin Luoxue's proclamations. Gu Mian asserted it cannot be Tingshun. Since there were suspicions, clarifications were needed to prevent further misunderstandings. Mrs. G inquired, where was Mr. Li at the time of the incident? Gu Mian's face flushed as she prepared to gloss over the matter, only to hear Li Tingshun's deep, melodious voice. Prior to the incident, it was quite noisy outside, so my wife and I were in the side hall. As for what we were doing, Mrs. Li, would you care to elaborate? Chapter 32. Do not act recklessly. Gu Mian's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Li Tingshun's teasing expression. The man seemed quite satisfied with her reaction, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, after all, everyone present is an adult. It is not difficult to infer. Gu Mian's face turned crimson, wishing she could vanish on the spot. Just as Li Tingshun had said, the attendees were all adults. Yin Luoxue's mind immediately conjured images of their intimate moments in the side hall, causing her blood to surge with anger. Struggling to suppress her urge to lash out at Gu Mian, she retorted, Gu Mian, have you forgotten that you are a guest at the G residence? Do you think this is your own home? Or are you truly so desperate that you cannot even wait a few hours before trying to seduce Brother Tingshan at someone else's banquet? A lady of high society must maintain grace and propriety, just like Mrs. G. This comment served to flatter Mrs. G while simultaneously disparaging Gu Mian, achieving dual objectives. Gu Mian regarded her coldly. Mind your words. Am I being inappropriate? It is clear that you are the one lacking decorum. I understand your plight of having just been released from prison, but one must still observe the right time and place. A sharp glint flashed in Gu Mian's eyes as she spoke deliberately. In Luoxua, even if I were to seduce Tingshan, what of it? Do not forget, I am the legitimate Mrs. Li. Today, I could very well have Li Tingshan perish in my arms. In Luoxua was incensed. Gu Mian, you truly have no shame to utter such words in public. I merely state facts. Gu Mian smiled sweetly as she approached Li Tingshan, linking her arm with his, and playfully pouted, darling. Am I not correct? Li Tingshan gazed at Gu Mian's mischievous expression and could not help but agree, indeed. In Luoxua felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Nearly fainting, Mrs. G cleared her throat, remarking, I too was young once. It is only natural for the young to be passionate and impulsive. Missing, do not sour your grapes simply because you cannot have them. In Luoxua struggled to maintain her composure, gritting her teeth. Mrs. G, I believe she has sullied your home. They are merely lovers engaging in joyful acts. How can that be deemed disgraceful? Mrs. G replied with a smile. Are married couples not to enjoy intimacy? Missing, do not forget how you came into this world. In Luoxua felt utterly humiliated, yet dared not speak further, fearing another retort. Pei Jinchuan, who had remained silent, turned to Mrs. G. Mrs. G, I must investigate tonight's events thoroughly, and I kindly request your cooperation. Of course, Mrs. G replied promptly. The incident occurred in my home, and I am obliged to provide you with an explanation. Pei Jinchuan nodded. I thank you in advance. I suspect that the person who took Xiao Bao to the flower room is not someone he knows. Otherwise, he would have mentioned it in the car. Is there surveillance in the flower room? That is my private flower room, which I tend to personally, rarely does even a gardener enter, so there is no surveillance installed. Madame G remarked that she had deliberately constructed the flower room in the secluded backyard, which was never open to the public. Today, with so many guests present, she feared someone might wander in, so she had set up barriers and warning signs to deter anyone from entering the back garden. Gu Mian recalled that when she followed the GPS to find Xiao Bao, she indeed saw the barriers and signs. Under normal circumstances, guests would halt their steps upon seeing such indications and would not proceed further, thus minimizing the likelihood of witnesses. Furthermore, the absence of surveillance cameras made the investigation even more challenging. Suddenly, Madame G exclaimed that although there were no cameras in the flower room, she had placed a recording device there last night to capture the blooming of the night-blooming Sirius, which might have recorded the events as they transpired. On the wheelchair, In Luoxua's expression subtly shifted. The emergency room door swung open, and the doctor emerged, relieved to report that timely intervention had saved the child, who was now out of danger. He would need to stay in the hospital for a few days for careful observation, as being trapped in the flower room due to pollen allergies could have been life-threatening. Pei Jinchuan's countenance darkened ominously. When Xiao Bao was returned to the ward, he remained in a deep slumber. With the child safe, Madame G felt reassured and decided to return home to retrieve the camera for review. If she captured anything significant, she would send it to Mr. Pei at the earliest opportunity. Pei Jinchuan nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude for her efforts. Li Tingshan turned to Gu Mian, suggesting it was time to go home. Gu Mian hesitated, feeling uneasy about leaving Xiao Bao alone, wishing to stay by his side. Li Tingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning the appropriateness of a man and a woman being alone in the same room. Reluctantly, Gu Mian bid farewell, telling Mr. Pei to take care of himself, and that she would visit Xiao Bao the following day. Very well, he replied, pulling her wrist and leading her out. In Luoxua, witnessing Li Tingshan's blatant disregard for her presence, widened her eyes in shock. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly maneuvered her wheelchair to catch up. Tingshan. Li Tingshan turned to glance at her, inquiring, "Aren't you supposed to be hospitalized? It seems you have no need to return now." With that, he ushered Gu Mian into the elevator. Anger washed over In Luoxua causing her face to pale. With no one around, she dropped the facade, her face contorting with intense hatred. Gu Mian, just wait. I will not let you off so easily. Inside the elevator, Gu Mian pulled her hand away from Li Tingshun, her expression tense. What's wrong? He asked. Do you truly wish to stay here with Pei Jinchuan? Gu Mian replied coolly. You and Yin Luoxue are indeed a perfect match, both inclined to think the worst of others. Li Tingshin Smirka, Madame Li, just moments Angola. You expressed a desire for me to perish in your presence. Now you claim I am a match for someone else? Gu Mian's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Do you not discern that I was merely jesting? I only heard Madame Li express a wish for me to die in her presence. Li Tingshun stepped closer, pinning her against the elevator wall. His voice, low and enticing, suggested, shall we explore this notion at home? To see if I truly can meet my demise in your presence? I'm not in the mood for your banter. Gu Mian firmly pushed him away, her mind lingering on whether Madame Ji's camera had recorded anything. Li Tingshun, unfazed, replied, even if nothing was captured, once Xiao Bao awakens tomorrow, simply asking him who led him to the flower room will clear everything up. He is old enough to remember. Gu Mian pursed her lips, reflecting that regardless of who was responsible for such a heinous act, targeting a child was exceedingly malicious and should not be tolerated. Otherwise, it would pose a threat to society. Li Tingshun chuckled. With Pei Jinchuan's capabilities, that person will not escape unscathed. Gu Mian remained silent. Exhausted after a long night, she returned home to wash up and shower. Upon exiting the bathroom, she found Li Tingshun seated on the sofa. Why are you still awake? Gu Mian asked warily, recalling their agreement that he would sleep in the guest room. Li Tingshun zivined, I'm hungry. Gu Mian's thoughts raced, and she quickly adjusted her robe. Do not get any ideas. After their marriage, he had often mentioned being hungry before bed, leading her to believe he genuinely wanted a late-night snack, only to find herself utterly spent afterwards. Thus, hearing his declaration of hunger now made her weak at the knees. Li Tingshun stood and approached her. Chapter 33. Waiting for you to sleep. Gu Mian, frightened, retreated until her back hit the wall, leaving no room to escape. Li Tingshun stepped closer, observing her flustered and anxious demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. Madame Li, what are you thinking? I am merely hungry. Or do you wish for me to crave something else? I had no such thoughts. Gu Mian replied, slightly embarrassed. Why not ask Yang Ma to prepare something to eat? Yang Ma is on leave and will not be around for several days. Then order takeout. As soon as the words left her mouth, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Although the banquet's food was exquisite, she had not eaten enough. It appears Madame Li is also hungry, Li Tingshun teased. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Mian decided to head downstairs. She considered ordering takeout for convenience. But now that she was pregnant, she felt it essential to eat healthily. With ample ingredients in the refrigerator, she resolved to prepare a simple dish of noodles. Li Tingshun leaned against the kitchen counter, quietly watching the girl as she focused on cooking. She had removed her makeup, yet her natural beauty remained, her face radiant and pure. Noticing his gaze, Gu Mian turned and said, You can wait outside. It will be ready shortly. I will stay here with you. Gu Mian did not insist further. After a brief period, a bowl of simple tomato and egg noodles was ready. She could not handle anything greasy at the moment. This light dish was perfect. As Gu Mian enjoyed her meal, Pei Jinchuan's call interrupted her. Assuming something had happened to Xiao Bao, she hurriedly answered, Mr. Pei, is everything all right? No, Xiao Bao has not awakened, but the doctor said everything is normal. That's a relief, Gu Mian sighed. What can I do for you? It concerns what Yin Luoxue said today. Gu Mian paused, her hand holding the chopsticks, freezing midair before she replied, I apologize, Mr. Pei. I indeed concealed my past incarceration from you, but I assure you I have never done anything to betray your trust. I am aware, Pei Jinchuan responded. When Yin Luoxue disclosed this matter publicly, I was preoccupied with Xiao Bao's situation and could not defend you in time. I sincerely apologize. Please don't say that, Mr. Pei. You're under no obligation to speak on my behalf. Gu Mian, I do not know the reasons behind your imprisonment, but I want you to know that I believe you are a good person. I hope you do not feel inferior because of this incident. Let bygones be bygones. You deserve a beautiful future. A smile broke on Gu Mian's face. Thank you, Mr. Pei. No matter what you have endured in the past, we will always be friends. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will be there without reservation. Tears welled in her eyes as she added, Your kindness is the greatest support for me Truly. Thank you. Do not be sad. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Gu Mian felt a piercing gaze upon her. When she looked up, she found Li Tingshun's face dark and brooding. She chose to ignore him and continued eating. The two finished their bowls of noodles almost simultaneously. Gu Mian took the dishes to the kitchen to wash, cleaning up before heading upstairs. Upon entering the master bedroom, she encountered Li Tingshun emerging from the bathroom, freshly bathed. Gu Mian went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. When she returned, she found Li Tingshun leaning against the bathroom door, seemingly waiting for her. Furrowing her brow, Gu Mian asked, "Is there something you need? I'm waiting for you to sleep. Weren't we supposed to agree that you'd sleep in the guest room? Did I ever say I would always stay in the guest room?" He retorted, not providing a direct answer. Gu Mian could sense the low pressure emanating from him. Without saying much, she remarked, "You should rest early. I will sleep in the guest room." Stop right there. Li Tingshun ist incredulous. Are you so close to Pei Jinchuan that you wish to sleep in separate rooms? Gu Mian turned to face him, questioning, "What has he done to you? Calling my wife at such a late hour, moving you to tears, doesn't that count as provoking me?" Gu Mian, of course, hadn't put the call on speaker, but from the content of her words, he could surmise what Pei Jinchuan had said. His wife needed Pei Jinchuan's comfort? Gu Mian felt somewhat speechless. "Mr. Pei merely called me. Is conversing animatedly with another man in the middle of the night what a wife should be doing?" Gu Mian smiled faintly. "And what about you spending all day with Yin Luoxue? More time with her than with me. Is that what a husband should be doing?" Gu Mian, you've grown bold, using what you've learned so quickly. Li Tingshun gazed at her intently. "Listen carefully. From now on, you're not to have any contact with Pei Jinchuan. Whether or not I wish to contact him is my own affair. You have no right to interfere." Li Tingshun's eyes narrowed. "Repeat that. Even if I repeat it 10 times, it remains the same." Li Tingshun's fury ignited completely. He swept her off her feet and carried her to the edge of the bed. Gu Mian sensed the dangerous atmosphere in the air, panic setting in. "If you dare to touch me, I will call my grandmother right now." Li Tingshun's lips curled into a smile, the amusement lingering at the corners of his eyes. He laid her on the bed, leaning over her to confine her beneath him. "Go ahead and call. I wouldn't mind letting your grandmother listen in." Gu Mian felt a mix of shame and anger. "Li Tingshun, you may indulge occasionally. It's a trait of youthful girls and a spice in marriage. But that does not mean you can be perpetually willful or challenge my boundaries." Li Tingshun observed the flush of embarrassment and indignation on her face, speaking each word deliberately. "Do you think that being Mrs. Li allows you to act however you please? Do you believe that marrying me means some matters can still be your own business?" Before Gu Mian could respond, he captured her lips in a kiss. His kisses were fervent. The more she resisted, the more forcefully he kissed her. It felt like punishment, or perhaps revenge. He had warned her to keep her distance from Pei Jinchuan, yet she treated his words as mere whispers in the wind, particularly recalling the tears in her eyes and the emotion on her face when she spoke to Pei Jinchuan only fueled his agitation. After 2 encounters, seeing Gu Mian genuinely pleading for mercy, he deliberately restrained the second round. Afterward, Gu Mian lay in the sheets, drenched in sweat, cocooned within the blanket, unable to compose herself for quite some time. Li Tingshun lit a cigarette, but she hoarsely halted him. "No smoking." For reasons unknown, he extinguished the freshly lit cigarette in the ashtray, rolling over to embrace her. "I won't smoke. Stop crying, all right?" Chapter 34. The agony of Gu Mian. Gu Mian took a moment to assess herself. Thankfully, her stomach felt fine. If anything were to happen to the child, she would never forgive Li Tingshun. "Shall I carry you to the shower?" This was his customary post-encounter habit. Sometimes, during their bath, he would press her against the wall for another round. Gu Mian trembled slightly. "No, I'm very tired. I just want to sleep." "Aren't you concerned about cleanliness?" Li Tingshun chuckled softly, but he did not press her further. He turned off the light and held her as they drifted into slumber. Gu Mian had initially thought he would sleep in the guest room. He was a neat freak. Usually, after their encounters, he would have Yang Ma change the bedding before sleeping. To her surprise, he slept beside her that night. Gu Mian had planned to shower after he left, but now she felt it would be inappropriate. Exhausted, she fell asleep the moment her eyes closed. The following morning, Yang Ma was on leave, and Gu Mian prepared breakfast herself. Li Tingshun appeared to be in a remarkably good mood. After breakfast, he even accompanied her to the hospital. Stepping out of the car, Gu Mian said, "You should go to work. You don't need to accompany me upstairs." I had planned on going with you. Only then did Gu Mian remember that Ian Luoshua also resided there. He was there to see his beloved white moonlight. A pang of hurt pierced her heart as she turned and walked away. Upon entering the hospital room, Xiao Bao was already awake, and upon seeing her, he exclaimed, "Mom." Gu Mian approached with a smile. "Xiao Bao, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort?" "Mom, I feel much better. Thank you for saving me. It's just that our Xiao Bao is fortunate. It has nothing to do with me." Gu Mian fed Xiao Bao breakfast, and noticing that Pei Jinchuan seemed to have something to discuss, she followed him to a small reception area. "Mr. Pei, what's the matter? Is there news for Mrs. Yi?" "Yes, I didn't want to worry you during our call yesterday, but Mrs. G informed me that the camera was stolen last night." "Stolen?" Gu Mian was taken aback, realizing that the perpetrator who harmed Xiao Bao must have discovered it and taken it away. "It seems so. Mr. Pei, shouldn't we report it to the police?" Although the incident occurred at the G residence, Mrs. G seems like a reasonable person. She would understand and allow the police to investigate thoroughly. Pei Jinchuan shook his head. "There were quite a few guests at the G residence yesterday. If we report it, the commotion will be significant, and it's uncertain whether we could find anything. Then what should we do now? By the way, have you asked Xiao Bao who brought him to the flower room yesterday? He said it was a strange man in a server's uniform." Gu Mian felt a surge of hope. If it was confirmed to be a server, they could narrow down their search. "Indeed, I just called Mrs. G. The banquet yesterday was outsourced to a hotel, and the servers were from there. She has contacted the person in charge and asked them to compile the information on the servers who worked at the G residence last night, including photos for Xiao Bao to identify." Gu Mian nodded. "That's wonderful. I hope Xiao Bao can remember and recognize that person." In the adjacent hospital room, Ian Luoshua gazed at Li Tingshan with a pitiful expression. "Brother Tingshan, why did you just leave me last night? I couldn't sleep well and kept having nightmares. You were already staying here. How could I have left you?" Ian Luoshua pouted in grievance. "You know I'm timid. Being alone here frightens me. Doesn't the Ian family have servants to accompany you?" Li Tingshan shot her a cold glance. "You deliberately mentioned Gu Mian's past in public yesterday. You know I despise airing family matters. Do you wish for the Li family to become a topic of gossip?" Ian Luoshua shuddered in fear. She knew that revealing Gu Mian's history would anger Li Tingshan, but in that moment, all she wanted was for Gu Mian to be embarrassed in front of others, without considering the consequences. "Brother Tingshan, I didn't mean to. Whether it was intentional or not, I can see through it. It's one thing for Gu Mian to be unaware of my taboos, but how could you not know? Brother Tingshan, I was wrong." Tears streamed down Ian Luoshua's face. "But what I said was the truth. You brought Gu Mian to the banquet, and others would surely investigate her background. Once they look into it, won't it all be revealed? Who told you I would allow it to be uncovered?" Li Tingshan replied coldly. "If you hadn't disclosed it publicly yesterday, I wouldn't have let anyone know about her past." "Brother Tingshan, are you willing to use your connections for Gu Mian?" Ian Luoshua was taken aback. "But you would never have done such things for Gu Mian before. She is Mrs. Li, and I certainly won't let her be ridiculed by outsiders." Li Tingshan stated firmly. "Moreover, grandmother has instructed that the impact of this matter on Gu Mian must be minimized." Ian Luoshua's face was tear-streaked. "Brother Tingshan, I'm ruined. If I can't find the miraculous Dr. Lu Ming, I might have to spend my life in a wheelchair." Gu Mian had it easy, comfortably sitting in prison for a year without facing any repercussions. It was indeed too effortless. Li Tingshan furrowed his brows, recalling that when he initially proposed a private resolution, offering 5 of the Li Group's shares to spare Gu Mian from incarceration, it was she who insisted on punishing Gu Mian. They had agreed that with Gu Mian's imprisonment, the matter would be settled. What does this mean now? Do you find Gu Mian's punishment too lenient? Ian Luoshua clenched her teeth in silence. How could Gu Mian possess such merit that Li Tingshan would offer 5 of the Li Group to protect her? Naturally, she could not acquiesce. She ought to be Mrs. Li, and the wealth of the Li family was rightfully hers. Why should her assets be traded for Gu Mian's freedom? Thus, she was determined to ensure Gu Mian's imprisonment. Initially, she had hoped for at least 3 years, but the elderly matriarch of the Li family refused, leaving Li Tingshan caught in the middle, and so she feigned kindness, allowing Gu Mian to serve a year as a minor reprimand. Yin Luxu plaintively remarked, Tingshan, you clearly do not love her. Why did you pay such a hefty price to protect her? Do you understand what 5 of the shares signifies? It is enough for someone like her to squander across several lifetimes. She is my wife. If this matter could be resolved with money, Why would I send her to prison? Li Ting-shin gazed at him solemnly. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Yet it is evident that you have not upheld yours. Seeing his expression darken further, In Luoxue could only cry and concede. I'm sorry, Ting-shun. I will not mention this matter again. Last night was my fault. I should not have publicly revealed Gu Mian's situation, causing you embarrassment. Remember your own words. Li Ting-shun stated before rising to leave. In Luoxue wished to call out to him, but restrained herself, fearing she might say the wrong thing and worsen his displeasure. She had originally thought Li Ting-shun would head directly to the Li group, but soon she heard Gu Mian's voice outside. Li Ting-shun, what are you doing? I can walk by myself. In Luoxue needed no further observation to grasp the situation, and her resentment deepened. She took out her phone and dialed, instructing the person on the other end about the arrangements. How is the task coming along? Hurry, the sooner, the better. I cannot wait. I must see that woman suffer. Gu Mian was forcibly taken out of the hospital by Li Ting-shun and shoved into the car, which the driver promptly drove away from the hospital. Where are you taking me? I need to care for Xiao Bao, she protested. Have you forgotten what I said last night? Li Ting-shun's cold gaze fixed upon her face. Or do you wish to continue right here? Chapter 35. What medicine to take? Gu Mian shuddered in fear, silencing her protests. Li Ting-shun was satisfied with her reaction. From now on, wherever I go, you will follow. You are not to see Pei Jinchuan again. Gu Mian frowned. The father and son would soon return to Haicheng, and she would only be able to check on Xiao Bao for the next couple of days. I do not wish to repeat myself. Angrily, Gu Mian turned her head away. The Rolls-Royce pulled into the Li Group parking lot, and Li Ting-shun led Gu Mian to the top floor via a private elevator. Stay here. If you need anything, ask the assistant. The assistant was the only one within the group who knew of Li Ting-shun's marriage to Gu Mian. The office was spacious, with a glass-walled study lined with books. Gu Mian, feeling bored, casually picked up a book to read. Li Ting-shun worked behind his desk, and whenever he glanced up, he caught sight of Gu Mian, who was lounging on the sofa, absorbed in her reading. The sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows bathed her in a warm glow, rendering her serene and beautiful. Li Ting-shun's lips curled slightly as he redirected his focus to his work. Gu Mian was surprised at how engrossed she had become the book she had randomly chosen, reflecting on how even a simple book in Li Ting-shun's office was not trivial. Stretching her neck, she turned to find Li Ting-shun had already left the office. She stood up to pour herself a glass of water and took out folic acid to swallow. Just as Li Ting-shun opened the door, he saw her taking the pill and instinctively inquired, "What medication are you taking?" Gu Mian's heart raced, but she quickly composed herself, smiling lightly, of course. It's birth control pills. I forgot to take them last night. A strange feeling stirred within Li Ting-shun. After their first intimate encounter, he had been the one to provide her with the medication, implying his desire to not have children. She had hesitated momentarily, then, a flicker of sadness crossing her eyes. Yet she accepted the pill and swallowed it obediently. Since then, after each encounter, she had taken the initiative to take the pills without him needing to remind her, being both considerate and thoughtful. Though they had both understood the unspoken agreement, Li Ting-shun felt inexplicably uncomfortable at this moment. It seemed she too did not wish to bear his child, never asking him whether she could forego taking the medication. Perhaps this was for the best, sparing him the effort of persuasion. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. By the way, Gu Mian's voice interrupted his thoughts. Grandmother just called, asking us to return to the old mansion for lunch. Understood. During lunchtime, the two arrived punctually at the Li family's old mansion. Upon entering, they spotted Li Xingze playing video games on the sofa. Brother, he greeted, rolling his eyes upon seeing Gu Mian. Ignoring him, Gu Mian headed upstairs to find the elderly matriarch. Brother, news of last night's incident has spread. Now everyone knows our family's eldest daughter-in-law has been in prison. This morning, several young masters called to mock me about having such a sister-in-law. My reputation is in tatters. Li Xingze complainat. Li Ting-shun raplia kuli. What do you wish to do about it? Li Xingze perked up. Since Gu Mian entered the Li family, she has caused nothing but trouble, not only leading Luoxue to a wheelchair, but also tarnishing our family name. She is more of a liability than an asset. I think you should divorce her and send her away from the Li family. Luoxue is far better. She is gracious, and we have grown up together. Only she is worthy of you. Unlike Gu Mian, she hails from a modest background and is utterly unrefined. Li Ting-shun smiled faintly. If a Li family's reputation could easily be damaged by a woman, it would not be worth much. Though he said this, having Gu Mian around would merely add fuel to the fire as a topic of ridicule. Even if they divorced, she would remain linked to the Li family. Li Xing's lips twitched. In the end, you simply do not want a divorce, do you? Li Tingshan looked at him. I have no reason to divorce. The position of Mrs. Li can be filled by anyone. There is nothing wrong with Gu Mian occupying it. Li Xingze was taken aback. How can it be the same for anyone? It is the same for me. Just then, the elderly matriarch and Gu Mian descended from the upper floor, smiling warmly. Let's eat. Reluctant to part with Gu Mian, the elderly matriarch insisted she stay for dinner before leaving. Gu Mian welcomed the idea. Staying here was certainly preferable to languishing in Li Tingshan's office, and she readily agreed. After lunch, Gu Mian returned to her room, intended to take a nap when she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to ask the elderly matriarch what snack she wanted. Approaching the door to the elderly matriarch's room on the second floor, she was about to knock when she overheard the matriarch's displeased voice from inside. I have inquired thoroughly about last night's events and will not wrong Luo Xue. She intentionally brought Gu Mian's situation to light, which is truly malicious. Li Ting Xin soothed her. Grandmother, do not be upset. What Luo Xue said was the truth. At the entrance, Gu Mian tugged at the corners of her lips, offering a bitter smile. It is true that I have been imprisoned, but I will not permit anyone to use this against her. The elderly matriarch's voice trembled. You best advise Luo Xue to curb her deviousness. As long as I draw breath, she shall not succeed. Grandmother, I have already reminded Luo Xue, please do not be angry. Your wife has been bullied to such an extent, and you merely reminded her? Lady Li sighed. Alas, I have never been able to control you. Li Tingshan smiled faintly. How can grandmother not be in charge? Did you not help me choose Gu Mian? What do you mean by that? Lady Li inquired. Isn't Mian a good girl? If it weren't for her, there wouldn't be so many troubles today. Li Tingshan interrupted her. Calmement. You like Gu Mian, and I have already kept her as Mrs. Li. What more do you want? Do you want me to protect and love her? I can tell you directly, that is impossible. Lady Li trembled with anger. Fine, then let me tell you, even if Mian cannot become my granddaughter-in-law, I will still cherish her as my own granddaughter. I will not allow anyone to harm her. Gu Mian turned and ascended the stairs, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably when she returned to her room. When Li Tingshan entered, he found her sitting by the bed, crying. The man stepped forward. What happened? Gu Mian slowly raised her head to look at him. Li Tingshan furrowed his brow. He had never seen such indifference in Gu Mian's eyes. Within her coldness, he could even perceive a hint of despair. Li Tingshan felt inexplicably irritated. What has happened? Gu Mian did not respond and began to leave. Gu Mian, Li Tingshan grasped her hand. Are you deaf? I am asking you. Chapter 36. Let me go, I do not wish to speak with you. Gu Mian shouted in despair, pushing him away forcefully. In 3 years of marriage, she had never raised her voice at him like this. It was the first time. She felt immense pain, as if her heart were being violently torn apart, suffocating her. She had loved him for 10 years, and although she knew he only had feelings for Luo Xue, she still tried her best to be a good Mrs. Li, striving to catch his eye. But today, her decade-long love finally received a response. He had personally pronounced her death sentence. He said he could not protect or love her. The faith she had held for 10 years had finally collapsed completely. Li Tingshan watched the increasingly distraught girl, his heart softening slightly. What is wrong? Please tell me. Will it be of any use to tell you? Gu Mian replied bitterly. I am not Luo Xue. I will not receive even a modicum of your favor. What is the point of telling you? Tingshan, if that is the case, why can you not let me go? Gu Mian cried out in despair. I do not want to be your Mrs. Li any longer. I beg you to let me go. Let you go? Where do you wish to go? Li Tingshan grasped her shoulders, his deep-set eyes chilling. Are you seeking to find Pei Jin Xuan? You do not want to be Mrs. Li, you wish to be Mrs. Pei, is that it? Yes. Gu Mian responded resolutely. As long as I can leave you, as long as I am no longer Mrs. Li, I will do anything. Is that acceptable? You have finally admitted it. Li Tingshan sneered. Is it because I brought you away from him this morning that you are so upset? No wonder you resisted during our intimacy last night. You do not wish to be with me, but with him. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed, and the room fell into silence. Gu Mian's fingers trembled, her palm tingling as she stared at the man whose face she had just struck. The man turned to look at her, his handsome face darkening as if it could drip with water. Li Tingshan embraced her slender waist, pulling her close against him. It seems I have been too indulgent with you. Li Tingshan's thin lips parted, speaking deliberately. From today onward, we will move back here to live. Listen to grandmother's words and prepare for pregnancy. Gu Mian stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. Do not worry. I will not truly allow you to conceive. You will continue to take your medication. Li Tingshan leaned down, whispering in her ear, I want to see if once I have filled you, you will still have the mind to think of other men, Mrs. Li. Gu Mian shuddered violently. Li Tingshan's lips curved into a slight smile. Just as he was about to kiss her, a knock sounded at the door. The man's gaze darkened. Who is it? Outside, Zhang Ma was startled. Young master. It's me. The old lady requests that the young mistress come downstairs. Understood. Li Tingshan wiped away the tears on Gu Mian's face. Go wash your face and come downstairs with me. I do not care how unwilling you are. In front of others, you must play the role of Mrs. Li well. Gu Mian turned and entered the bathroom, splashing water on her face, but the tears would not cease. After finally adjusting her emotions, she went downstairs with Li Tingshan. In the living room, Lady Li and Li Xingze sat on the sofa, and Mr. Luolang was also present. Grandmother. Gu Mian greeted with a smile, Mr. Luolang. Lady Li looked at her affectionately. Sit. Li Xingze's lips twitched. Took you long enough to come down? Acting quite grand. Lady Li shot him a glance. If you do not speak, no one will consider you a mute. Li Xingze obediently fell silent. Lady Li turned to Mr. Luolang. You said you came to find me on. May I ask what the matter is? Mr. Luolang smiled. I heard that the young mistress is looking for a job. I wonder if she would be interested in coming to work with me? Gu Mian was taken aback. Puffed. Li Xingze, who had just taken a sip of coffee, sputtered it out. Mr. Luolang, you must be joking, right? Asking Gu. My sister-in-law to work for you? With her qualifications, how could she possibly go to your place? Not to mention, she has just graduated from university. Her credentials do not even meet the standard. Mr. Luolang was an esteemed physician, sought after by wealthy families in the capital, and the Li family was no exception. However, he not only served the affluent, but also operated a traditional Chinese medicine clinic to treat ordinary people, especially the impoverished who could not afford medical care. His clinic was always crowded, yet the recruitment requirements were exceptionally strict. Second young master, ability and qualifications are not equivalent. I witnessed the young mistress's abilities yesterday and would be very pleased if she could join us, Mr. Luolang stated sincerely. Impossible. Li Xingze interjecta. You must be aware of her past. She has a criminal record. If she works at your place, not only will she be exposed daily, but her identity will also be easily uncovered. At that point, her dark history cannot be hidden, and not only will the Li family be ridiculed, but your reputation and that of the clinic will also suffer. Mr. Luolang is speaking with your sister-in-law. What place do you have to interrupt? Lady Li warned. If you say one more word, you can go back to your room. Grandmother, but I'm speaking the truth. Li Xingze protested, given her current situation. She should be staying at home to avoid causing trouble. Gu Mian smiled faintly. So according to you, I should be locked up in the Li family for the rest of my life, and it would be best if I never step out the door, right? Li Xingze raised his chin, looking at her provocatively. Yes, that is how it should be. All right, Lady Li interjected. I have always believed that women should have their own careers. Mian is intelligent and was an excellent student. It was because she married into the Li family and took care of your brother that her education and future were delayed. You, instead of expressing gratitude, speak such words. Do you even consider yourself a person? Grandmother, how am I not a person? Suddenly, Li Tingshan, who had been silent, spoke up. Regarding last night's incident, I've already stated that it was you who rescued Xiao Bao. It has nothing to do with my wife. Her medical skills are mediocre and not suitable for working at your clinic. Furthermore, my wife and I have been apart for a year. Now that she has finally returned home, we wish to spend more time together, so she does not currently have plans to work. Mr. Luolang subconsciously glanced at Gu Mian, noticing her lowered gaze, lost in thought, and sighed inwardly. She had shown such determination while administering acupuncture to Xiao Bao last night. Yet today, she seemed devoid of any opinions. However, he had heard of Li Tingshan's strong desire for control, and it was no wonder that Gu Mian, as Mrs. Li, found it challenging to assert herself, often feeling suppressed to the point of being unable to make her own decisions. With this in mind, Mr. Luolang spoke. Since that is the case, I shall not press further. Today, I have been abrupt, so I will take my leave. He rose, looking at Gu Mian. If the young madam changes her mind, she may seek me out at any time. Gu Mian nodded. Thank you, sir. Please take care. Lady Li watched Mr. Lu Lang depart, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. I knew that Mian girl was not an ordinary person. Even Mr. Lu Lang personally came to invite her. Truly impressive. Li Xingzhe scoffed. Grandma, that is merely Mr. Lu Lang wishing to maintain good relations with the Li family. What do you know? Grandma. Gu Mian gathered her thoughts and spoke. Even if I do not go to Mr. Lu's clinic, I still wish to seek employment. Grandma supports. No. Lady Li interjected, immediately cut off by Li Tingshun. His inscrutable gaze fell upon Gu Mian, his voice deep and warning. Stay at home and heed my words. Do not treat them lightly, or you shall know the consequences. Chapter 37. The decision to leave. Gu Mian pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Li Tingshun stood up and left. Mian girl, do not be upset. Lady Li comforted. I will speak to Tingshun later. Gu Mian smiled faintly. Grandma, there is no need. I do not wish to cause discord between you and him. Lady Li truly cared for her, and Gu Mian was determined to leave Li Tingshun. Since it was destined to end, she wanted to avoid straining their familial bond. I am hungry. Li Xingzhe declared nonchalantly. Sister-in-law, could you make me something to eat? Gu Mian turned to him. It seems that last time's poisoning has affected your hippocampus. What do you mean? You seem to have forgotten that I said that was the last time I would cook for you. You. Li Xingzhe was infuriated. Nearly jumping up, Gu Mian disregarded him. Grandma, I will return to my room now. Go on. Gu Mian slept for half an hour before rising to prepare afternoon tea for Lady Li. Young madam, Zhang Ma entered the kitchen respectfully. Do you need assistance? No. This little task I can manage myself. You are so considerate, young madam. Otherwise, why would you need to do this? Zhang Ma said, by the way, the young master told me just before he left that you're moving back to the old residence and asked me to help you gather your things at Yinyu Bay. Gu Mian frowned slightly. I cannot refuse the young master's request. I will go over shortly. If you need anything, just let me know. Just bring a few things over. Gu Mian replied. Indeed, the house does not lack anything. Your moving back will surely please the old lady. Gu Mian said little more, prepared the afternoon tea, and brought it to Lady Li's room. Grandma, is Mian girl here? Come, sit down. I made these pastries for you. Give them a try. It has been a while since I tasted your cooking, and I shall make sure to finish them all. Lady Li beckoned. Let us eat together. All right. Gu Mian took a sip of warm water and began. Grandma, I have something to discuss with you. Speak. I wish to divorce Tingshun. Lady Li paused, her hand holding the pastries still, then smiled gently and asked, have you made your decision? Gu Mian nodded. What about the child? Will you let him be born without a father? Gu Mian was not surprised. You indeed knew all along. Yang Ma is someone I arranged to care for you. And naturally, she reports everything to me, especially such significant matters. She would not dare to conceal them. Gu Mian lowered her gaze. Grandma, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You have never disappointed me. Lady Li set down the pastry and moved closer, taking Gu Mian's hand. Grandma understands your temperament. Making this decision must have been difficult and painful for you. Gu Mian fought back tears, her voice trembling. Grandma, I know this decision is unfair to the child, but I cannot allow him to suffer because of Yin Luoxue. I believe that having no father is better than having one who would prevent him from entering this world. Lady Li's heart ached for her. Grandma understands. Unable to hold back any longer, Gu Mian's tears flowed freely. Thus, Grandma, I must divorce Tingshun, leave the capital, and raise this child well. Since you have decided, Grandma respects your choice. Lady Li held her hand tightly. Do not be afraid. Grandma will protect you and the child, ensuring your safety. Thank you, Grandma. Gu Mian felt both moved and sorrowful, regretting that this child would not be able to thrive under her grandmother's care. But I believe that once Yin Luoxue marries Tingshun and has a child, you will surely enjoy a 4-generation gathering. In my heart, you're the only granddaughter-in-law. Lady Li rose to retrieve a bank card. This is for the child. You have always been frugal, and the money here will suffice for you both for a lifetime. Grandma, I cannot accept this. Gu Mian refused. You must believe me. I can support myself and the child. Grandma certainly believes in your ability and knows you do not wish to take a penny from the Li family. But this money is Grandma's personal savings, unrelated to the Li family. I have promised to care for you on behalf of your grandmother, and you cannot reject this goodwill. Otherwise, I will be saddened. Gu Mian had no choice but to accept. I will save this money for the child. The money is not meant to be saved. It is for you to spend. Do not be frugal. When you decide where to settle, Buy a larger house and hire a nanny to care for you both. Grandma will visit often. Thank you, Grandma. Gu Mian wiped her tears. Grandma, there's one more thing I would like to ask of you. Speak. In this world, my only blood relative is my uncle. I do not wish for him to be troubled by Ting Shun because of me. Grandma understands. Lady Li nodded. Rest assured. Grandma will not allow Ting Shun to trouble him, so you need not worry. Thank you, Grandma. What are your plans now? Gu Mian replied. Ting Shun will certainly refuse the divorce, but my belly will grow day by day, making it impossible to avoid. Therefore, I have decided to leave the capital as soon as possible to evade him. After I leave, please help me persuade him to sign the divorce agreement. All right. Grandma will help you. Lady Li asked, when do you plan to leave? I need to prepare a bit. It will be in a few days. Li Ting Shun worked late into the night, returning home after 11. Gu Mian was already asleep, the room illuminated only by a bedside lamp. He did not wake her, heading straight to the bathroom for a shower. When he returned to bed, he wrapped his arms around her from behind. His hand slid beneath her nightgown. Mrs. Li, pretending to sleep is futile. Gu Mian grasped his hand. I feel a bit unwell today. Li Ting Shun chuckled lowly. Do you think I will believe that? He forcibly turned Gu Mian towards him, kissing her lips. Gu Mian neither responded nor resisted, her expression contorted in discomfort. As he kissed her, he ventured lower, and then his brow furrowed. Is it that time of the month? Yes. The man clearly did not believe her. How could it be such a coincidence? If you doubt it, you may witness it for yourself. Her complexion was pale, not feigned. Li Ting Shun chose not to press further, asking if a doctor should be called. Previously, each time she visited, she had experienced stomach pains so severe that she could barely leave the bed, drenched in cold sweat. I have just taken painkillers, she replied. Then rest, he said. All right. Gu Mian silently breathed a sigh of relief. This was her first deception against Li Ting Shun. To convince him, she had applied a pale foundation to her face, making her complexion appear more wan. Fortunately, she had managed to fool him. The following morning, Gu Mian received a call from Pei Jinchuan. Gu Mian, Xiao Bao might be frightened and did not recognize the person who locked him in the flower room yesterday. Gu Mian felt a twinge of concern. What should we do now? I have investigated all the waitstaff and found one particularly suspicious. He took leave overnight. I sent someone to his home, but it was empty. This person is highly suspect. Mr. Pei, are you sure you do not want to report this to the police? Pei Jinchuan was evasive. If we report it, many matters will become more complicated. However, he cannot escape. That's good. Gu Mian, are you all right? Pei Jinchuan inquired. When Li Ting Shun took you from the hospital yesterday morning, your face did not look well. I worry he may trouble you. Gu Mian smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. Minor spats between couples are normal. As long as you're fine. Pei Jinchuan continued. Because of Xiao Bao's incident, I must handle this matter before returning to Haichin. That makes sense. Since the issue arose in the capital, it must be resolved here. Gu Mian hesitated before saying, I have been rather busy these days, so I will not visit Xiao Bao in the hospital. If he misses me, he can call. All right. I will inform you at the first opportunity when there is news. Gu Mian remained at the Li family mansion, keeping company with the elderly matriarch, preparing 1 or 2 dishes for her at every meal. Watching Gu Mian bustling about, the elderly lady could not help but shed tears in secret. She understood well that Gu Mian wanted to spend as much time with her as possible. Li Ting Shun returned home each evening for dinner, playing chess with the elderly matriarch afterward, rarely going out. One night, after Gu Mian finished her bath and lay down, the man beside her pulled her into an embrace and kissed her. Gu Mian was taken aback, yet did not resist. The man murmured while kissing her, Why is it still not better? Gu Mian gently pushed him away. There's still 2 days left. Please don't tease. I won't tease, Li Ting Shun replied, holding her hand and kissing her again. He only reluctantly released her after he could no longer contain himself, rising to go to the bathroom. Gu Mian could not help but smile, though tears shimmered in her eyes. She would forever cherish this final warmth, a memory to sustain her through a lifetime of unreciprocated love. Li Ting Shun's phone rang, and Gu Mian glanced at the screen. It was a call from Yin Luoxue. The tears in her eyes gradually dissipated, and she chose to ignore it. The phone rang several times, and when Li Ting Shun emerged from the bathroom, he picked it up. Noticing the caller ID, he instinctively glanced at Gu Mian, who was busy with her phone, before walking to the window to answer. What is it? Ting Shun, why did you take so long to answer the phone? In Luoxue asked, sounding dejected. I was in the shower and didn't hear it. You haven't come to see me in several days, she lamented. I moved back to the old mansion to accompany my grandmother and have been unable to find the time. You moved back to the old mansion? What about Gu Mian? Of course, she returned with me. He stated this as if it were the most natural thing in the world, which immediately displeased in Luoxue. Ting Shen, I feel so miserable. Could you come to the hospital to keep me company? It's too late. Let's postpone it to another day. You should rest early. If you're uncomfortable, call a doctor. In the hospital, in Luoxue sat on her bed, glaring at her phone after the call was cut off, infuriated as she threw the device. How infuriating. Luoxue, what happened? Himeru entered, curious. Who is upset? Our little princess. Mom, I won't be discharged. Why the sudden urge to leave? In Luoxue gritted her teeth in anger. Gu Mian moved back to the old mansion with Ting Shun. She must be clinging to him to prevent him from visiting me. Himeru closed the door and leaned closer, lowering her voice. Did you not have a plan to deal with Gu Mian? Just wait patiently. There's no need to rush. No, I can't bear to think of her lying beside Ting Shun, insisting on being close to him. All right. We will discharge you tomorrow. Just don't get angry. Your condition doesn't allow for it. Himeru hurriedly soothed her. It's all that Gu Mian's fault for always making you upset. I will speak to your cousin and make sure she pays for it. The next day, Gu Mian woke to find it was already 8 o'clock, and Li Ting Shun was still asleep. Ting Shun, Gu Mian called, it's late. Today is a rest day. He mumbled, rolling over and pulling her close to sleep some more. I must get up. Gu Mian nudged him. Grandmother wants me to accompany her shopping today. She intends to buy a gift for a friend's newborn. All right, Li Ting Shun replied. Take the card and buy whatever you like. 3 years ago, after Li Ting Shun awakened and decided against divorce, he had given her a black card with no limit, allowing her to purchase anything of value. Gu Mian smiled slightly, acknowledging his words. After breakfast, Gu Mian accompanied the elderly matriarch out. She had never visited a maternity shop before and found everything adorable and charming. Unfortunately, she could not purchase anything for the child in her womb. Li Ting Shun discovered her secret. The elderly matriarch chose gifts, and they did not rush home, spending nearly the entire day shopping. They found a restaurant for lunch before finally returning home. As they entered the living room, they saw In Luoxue in a wheelchair, happily chatting with Li Xingze, while Li Ting Shun sat on the sofa. Upon spotting the elderly matriarch, In Luoxue hastily set down her teacup and maneuvered her wheelchair forward. Grandmother, you're back? You enjoy tea, and I recently won some rare tea leaves at an auction, so I specially brought them for you. The elderly matriarch replied coolly. You are very thoughtful. Honoring my grandmother is only right. In Luoxue responded. Seeing the items the driver carried, In Luoxue smiled and said, Gu Mian, you went shopping, didn't you? Those brands of clothing are quite pricey. The elderly matriarch interjected. The Li family is not short on money. We can afford even the most expensive garments. Grandmother, I simply believe that Gu Mian won't earn money. It is not ideal for her to keep spending Ting Shin's money. Haven't you always advocated for girls to be financially independent? The elderly matriarch took Gu Mian's hand, leading her to sit on the sofa. You have a good memory. You clearly remember my words. In Luoxue quickly chimed in. Of course, grandmother's teachings are always in my heart. Is that so? The elderly matriarch smiled. Yet I believe I once told you that Ting Shun is already married, and you should keep your distance, but it seems you did not heed my advice. In Luoxue's smile faltered, and she looked as if she might cry from the injustice. Li Xingze immediately protested. Grandmother, why do you have to upset Luoxue? What wrong has she done to deserve this? He added, glaring at Gu Mian, if you have any grievances, you should voice them yourself. It's pathetic to let grandmother speak on your behalf. Gu Mian turned to him, coldly regarding his outburst. Why are you staring at me? If you have something to say it. Gu Mian smiled. Why would I converse with someone as foolish as a pig? Li Xingze, incensed, stood up. Do you dare insult me? This is the Li family. Who gave you the audacity to speak to the young master in such a manner? Xingze, you have gone too far. The old matriarch of the Li family fixed a stern gaze upon him. This is the Li family, and, as the eldest daughter-in-law, she naturally possesses the right to speak. But you, who gave you the audacity to address the eldest sister-in-law in such a way? Li Xingze was nearly driven mad with anger. Grandma, what kind of enchantment has this woman cast upon you that you support her so? Do you think Grandma has become senile, easily swayed by others? The old matriarch took a sip of hot tea, asserting instead that her mind was clear and her vision keen. She turned to Yin Luoxue, remarking that your previous words aimed to mock Gu Mian for only spending men's money. However, Luoxue, over the years, you have spent far more of Ting Shun's money than Gu Mian ever has. Not to mention, your family's third floor can barely accommodate your bags, all of which were paid for by Ting Shun. Gu Mian, as Mrs. Li, is entirely justified in spending Ting Shun's money, whereas you are not. Do you not realize that every penny Ting Shun has spent on you since your marriage legally belongs to the couple's joint property, and Gu Mian has every right to reclaim it from you? Tears streamed down Yin Luoxue's face as she pleaded, Grandma. Ting Shun has always cared for me and wants to make me happy, so he has Brand send me the latest bags every month. I cannot refuse his kindness and can only accept. If it displeases you, I will stop receiving them, and I can give all those bags to Gu Mian. Our Mian girl does not require secondhand goods, the old matriarch coldly replied. Today, do not say that these trivial items are all she should receive. Even if the entire mall were to be emptied, it is her right as Mrs. Li to enjoy such privileges. Moreover, these items were purchased by me, not a single penny spent by Ting Shun. Yin Luoxue wept more bitterly. I'm sorry, Grandma. I didn't inquire clearly. It was my fault. Please do not be angry with me. She anxiously looked at Li Ting Shun. Ting Shun, I did not mean to upset Grandma. You must help me tell her not to be angry. Worry not, Li Ting Shun said, his brow furrowed. Is it really necessary to blow this small matter out of proportion? Grandma, Luoxue is unwell. Please do not make it difficult for her. If she is unwell, she should rest in the hospital and not meddle in the affairs of the Li family, the old matriarch stated as she rose. I'm tired, Mian girl. Please escort me back to my room. Gu Mian stood, of course. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, a servant rushed in with a report. Old madam. A Mr. Pei is outside with a child, claiming to seek the eldest daughter-in-law. Li Ting Shun's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 39. Finding the culprit. Yin Luoxue's previous gloom lifted, almost bursting into laughter as she mockingly remarked, Gu Mian, you are truly lacking in discretion, having a man of unclear acquaintance come directly to the Li family to seek you. If this were to spread, how would it reflect upon the Li family and Ting Shun? Hearing this, Li Xingze could no longer remain seated. Gu Mian, what do you mean? Are you openly humiliating my brother? Do not allow that wild man to cross the threshold of the Li family. Someone throw him out. Impudent. The old matriarch rebuked sharply. Guests are to be treated with respect. Have I not taught you the way to host? Listen to the words you just spoke. Do they reflect the demeanor of a Li family heir? Li Xingze immediately cowered. Grandma, I was wrong. I believe Mian girl. She would never engage in unclear relationships with other men. Should anyone dare to slander her, let the family law take its course. The old matriarch commanded. Let him in. Yes. The maid soon ushered in Pei Jinchuan and Xiao Bao. Mommy, Xiao Bao exclaimed upon seeing Gu Mian, rushing to embrace her. Mommy, why haven't you come to see Xiao Bao these past few days? I missed you so much. I was busy these days. Has Xiao Bao been well? Yes, all is well. The child was truly well behaved, and the old matriarch beamed with affection. Zhang Ma, go fetch something for the child to eat. Thank you, Grandma. Xiao Bao said sweetly. You're most welcome. Old matriarch, Mr. Li, I apologize for the intrusion, Pei Jinchuan said with a courteous smile. Mr. Pei, please take a seat. The old matriarch invited. Is there a matter you wish to discuss with our Mian girl? The old matriarch misunderstood. I'm not here to seek Gu Mian. Pei Jinchuan took a seat. I've come to find Miss Yin. I visited the Yin residence earlier, and the servants informed me that she was here. Yin Luoxue's heart sank. Oh, the old matriarch inquired with curiosity. I have heard a bit about the matters between Mr. Pei and Luoxue. I wonder if you are here regarding that? Li Xingze scoffed. My brother seeks revenge for Luoxue. I have heard that he has been suppressing the Pei group to the point of suffocation. Are you here to apologize to Luoxue, begging my brother for mercy? Pei Jinchuan smiled faintly. In terms of strength, the Pei group naturally cannot compare to the Li group, but I'm not here for that. A few days ago, at the Ji family gathering, my son Xiao Bao was locked in the flower room and nearly lost his life. Afterward, I investigated the culprit and unexpectedly traced it back to Miss Yin. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Yin Luoxue. Gu Mian pondered deeply. After the incident, she had harbored suspicions towards Yin Luoxue, but had refrained from voicing them due to lack of evidence and her reluctance to jump to conclusions about someone's character. After all, Attempting to murder a 5-year-old was a grave matter. However, Pei Jinchuan's visit today undoubtedly indicated that he had found irrefutable evidence. Trace to me? In Luoxua laughed outright, Mr. Pei, you jest. What connection do I have with Xiao Bao's incident? Are you insinuating that I locked Xiao Bao in the flower room? With my limited mobility, how could I possibly accomplish that? You are not that foolish. Xiao Bao recognizes you. Unless you were certain he would die, he would not act against you personally. Pei Jinchuan retrieved his phone. Old matriarch, is there a projector here? I would like to borrow it. Yes. The projector in the living room was hidden. The remote control activated it, and it slowly descended. Pei Jinchuan connected it and opened a video, freezing the frame on a young man kneeling on the ground, his face marred with injuries and a pained expression. Gu Mian drew a connection, realizing that this individual was likely the waiter who had lured Xiao Bao into the flower room. Indeed, this is the person who lured Xiao Bao into the flower room and locked him inside. After the incident, he fled, and I had to use considerable connections to apprehend him. Pei Jinchuan looked toward In Luoxua. He confessed that it was Miss In who instructed him to do so. Nonsense. In Luoxua immediately denied, I do not know this person, nor have I ever instructed him to do anything. He is framing me. Li Xingza interjecta. That cannot be used as evidence. I could just as easily say that Mr. Pei has deliberately found someone to frame Luoxua. Pei Jinchuan calmly replied, of course. That is not out of the realm of possibility, but the call records between Miss In and this individual are certainly not something I fabricated, are they? In Luoxua's face turned pale. What call records? There are none. No rush, Pei Jinchuan said. According to this individual's account, at the Ji family banquet, you secretly approached him, offered him money, and instructed him to lock Xiao Bao in the flower room. You indeed did not have any phone contact. I have checked all the call records from that night and found no trace of Miss Yin's number. Then how can you assert that Luoxua had any contact with him? Li Xingza interjected, fabricating accusations against Luoxua. My brother will not let you off easily. Pei Jinchuan smiled. After the incident in the hospital, both Mr. Li and Gu Mian were present. Surely you remember that Mrs. G suddenly recalled having left a camera in the flower room to record the blooming of the night blooming cereus. Of course, I remember, Gu Mian replied, but when Mrs. G returned home, she found the camera had mysteriously disappeared. The camera was stolen by the waiter. But prior to that, he was unaware of its presence in the flower room until someone informed him, prompting him to commit the theft. A chilling disdain gradually emanated from Pei Jinchuan's eyes. I have scrutinized every one of his call records, discovering that shortly after Mrs. G mentioned the camera, a mysterious number contacted him. He claimed it was a call from In Luoxua, instructing him to steal the camera. Impossible. I never called him, In Luoxua asserted with conviction. To fabricate a crime, one must possess the means. Yet, I have not committed any offense. I possess only one phone and one number. You may inspect it if you wish. You are indeed cautious. While we were attending to Xiao Bao in the hospital, you secretly borrowed a nurse's phone to contact the waiter, which is why your number does not appear in his records. Nonetheless, this call was undoubtedly made by you. I did not. In Luoxua vehemently denied. If you dare to slander me further, I shall engage a lawyer immediately. Pei Jinchuan operated his phone, stating, the hospital is equipped with surveillance. This footage captures Miss In borrowing the nurse's phone. The video was crystal clear, showing In Luoxua conversing with the nurse before receiving the phone and retreating to a corner to make a call. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure. My phone was out of battery, and I feared for my mother's worry, so I borrowed the phone to assure her of my safety. Pei Jinchuan took a sip of hot tea, observing, Miss In, your tenacity is commendable. Although you deleted the call record post-conversation, you are unaware that the nurse's phone possesses a recording function, and I have obtained the content of that call. In Luoxua's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 40. Protecting In Luoxua. Luoxua gripped the armrest of her wheelchair, striving to maintain her composure, though her agitation was palpable. Pei Jinchuan said, this is an audio recording. Please listen closely and identify if this is indeed In Luoxua's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep, icy voice resonated. That's enough. The attention of the crowd shifted to Li Tingshun, who had remained silent until now. He stood up and said, Pei, I have a word. Pei Jinchuan smiled faintly, pocketing his phone as he followed Li Tingshun to the study on the 3rd floor. Once the door was shut, Li Tingshun approached the floor-to-ceiling window, lit a cigarette, and bluntly stated, Name your price. Pei Jinchuan seated himself at the desk, replying, Do you believe my son's life has a price? Young Master Pei's life is undoubtedly priceless. Yet he is currently safe thanks to my wife. Pei Jinchuan chuckled softly. Did you not emphasize that Xiao Bao was saved by Mr. Liu? You publicly declared it, even having Mrs. G reiterate to the guests present that day, all to diminish Gu Mian's contributions. How has it now transformed into her saving him? Li Tingshan replied. We both know how Xiao Bao was rescued, yet Gu Mian is my wife. She need not possess such extraordinary capabilities. Have you asked Gu Mian? Pei Jinchuan challenged. Have you inquired whether she is content to live as a canary in the cage you provided? If being your wife means suppressing her brilliance, I trust she would refuse. She should not have to endure such a fate. My wife's existence is not a matter for you to concern yourself with, Pei. Li Tingshan stepped behind the desk, facing him directly. You are a businessman. You should comprehend the current situation. Securing a fair deal is preferable to clashing with me. Is your intention to ensure Yin Luoxue's safety? Pei Jinchuan asked with a faint smile. I find it curious that such a fool, devoid of intellect, yet brimming with malevolence, is worthy of your protection. Li Tingshan took a drag from his cigarette. This is my personal affair. It is not for you to question. Very well. Pei Jinchuan reclined in his chair, casually responding, I want Gu Mian. What did you say? Li Tingshan's brows furrowed, his piercing gaze radiating an icy chill. Repeat that. Why not? Pei Jinchuan shrugged innocently. Gu Mian is your wife, and in your eyes, she is incomparable to Yin Luoxue. Exchanging Gu Mian for Yin Luoxue would be a gain for you. However, it is different for me. In my heart, 10 Yin Luox do not equate to a single finger of Gu Mian's. I will cherish and protect her for a lifetime. With each utterance, Li Tingshan's demeanor grew colder. As his words hung in the air, he abruptly opened the drawer beside him, retrieving a gun and aiming it at Pei Jinchuan. Bang! A gunshot echoed downstairs, startling everyone. What happened? The elderly matriarch exclaimed anxiously. Is there trouble? Grandma, rest assured, it cannot be my brother in peril, Li Xingze reassured. It must be that he fired to protect Luoxue. The elderly matriarch's face fell in an instant as she instinctively glanced at Gu Mian. Gu Mian merely smiled faintly, shaking her head gently. Observing her husband protect another woman caused her heart to ache, yet she believed this turmoil would soon pass. Once she left Li Tingshan, perhaps the pain would dissipate. Li Xingze had intended to mock Gu Mian, as he often did, but now found himself at a loss for words. Although the audio had not been played, the reality was clear to anyone with eyes and a brain. He had never anticipated that Yin Luoxue would resort to violence against a 5-year-old child. He suddenly found it difficult to comprehend the nature of the frail girl seated in the wheelchair before him. In the study on the 3rd floor, Li Tingshan held the gun, surrounded by an air of lethal intent. Dare to covet my wife, and you are the first. If you're not afraid of not leaving this room, feel free to repeat that. Pei Jinchuan recalled the bullet that had whizzed past his ear. He could ascertain that the shot had been deliberately fired wide, serving as a final warning. Had it truly been a matter of possessiveness? If he genuinely did not care, would he have drawn a gun? It appeared that even what Li Tingshan disdained was not permitted to be taken by others. Pei Jinchuan chuckled and shook his head. Very well, I want Yin Luoxue. Li Tingshan narrowed his eyes. You want Yin Luoxue? Indeed. Let her marry me, becoming Mrs. Pei. On the surface, she may seem glamorous, yet she suffers greatly. I envision the scene of slowly tormenting a would-be murderer confined beside me. Do you not find it intriguing, Li? Li Tingshan lowered his gun, lighting a cigarette. She will not agree to that. Given the ties between the Yin and Li families, I will not cast her aside to her demise. Pei Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. You are unwilling to relinquish Gu Mian, and you do not wish to part with Yin Luoxue either. Li, one cannot have both. Li Tingshan fixed his gaze upon him. What if I insist on having both? Pei Jinchuan shrugged. Then I shall have to settle for second best. I want the Yin group. Li Tingshan Smirka. Pei, your appetite is quite large. Are you not afraid of overindulgence? Pei Jinchuan remained unfazed. The peak of the Yin group's success was over a decade ago. Since Yin Luoxue's father passed away, she and her mother have entrusted the management to professional managers. And given their proclivity for extravagance, their foundation has been gradually eroded. Were it not for your discreet intervention in making significant decisions for the Yin group, it would have long since faced bankruptcy. It is only reasonable for me to seek what is fair. Of course, This is contingent upon Xiao Bao's safety. Should any harm befall him, the Yin mother and daughter shall accompany my son to the grave. Li Ting-shun exhaled a puff of smoke. Very well. I agree to your terms. Let today's events conclude here. Should another person learn of this matter, it would be tantamount to Pei's breach of contract. As a businessman, I naturally uphold the spirit of contracts. Pei Jinchuan returned to the living room. Old Madam Li, I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall take my leave now. Gu Mian need not inquire, for she understood that Li Ting-shun had undoubtedly forged some agreement with Pei Jinchuan to protect Yin Luo Shui. A pang of pain pierced Gu Mian's heart. Indeed, those who are favored often act without fear. Yin Luo Shui's actions could be deemed incitement to murder. Yet Li Ting-shun still shamelessly shielded her. Pei Jinchuan took Xiao Bao's hand and turned to Gu Mian. I will be taking Xiao Bao back to Haicheng in a couple of days. Gu Mian nodded. Yes, Xiao Bao was frightened. Please spend more time with him. I will. Mommy, Xiao Bao doesn't want to leave you, he said, clinging to Gu Mian's leg. Xiao Bao, be good, she said, kneeling to kiss his forehead. We will see each other again very soon. You must listen to your father, all right? All right. Gu Mian watched them depart, her gaze lingering as they drove away. Suddenly, Yin Luo Shui's mocking voice broke the silence. Gu Mian, you have seen how much Ting-shun cares for me. I advise you to hold onto Pei Jinchuan tightly as your backup. Otherwise, when you're cast out in the future, you won't have anywhere to go. Chapter 41. The one he loves is me. Gu Mian's expression turned cold. My affairs need not concern you. What is done by man is observed by heaven. You should take care. Are you lecturing me? Yin Luo Shui maneuvered her wheelchair closer. What gives you the right to speak to me like that? I have no desire to lecture you. But remember, if you dare to harm Xiao Bao again, even Ting-shun cannot save you. With that, Gu Mian turned and left. Yin Luo Shui shouted after her. Ting-shun not only can protect me, but he would even go so far as to use a gun against Pei Jinchuan for me. Gu Mian, the one he loves is me, and will always be. Suppressing her tears, Gu Mian quickened her pace to escape. That evening, Yin Luo Shui and Hime Ru were unexpectedly brought into Li Ting-shun's study by bodyguards. Ting-shun, Yin Luo Shui said, her delicate makeup accentuating her gentle gaze filled with affection for him. Li Ting-shun cast a glance at the attendant standing nearby, who promptly approached Yin Luo Shui and delivered a resounding slap across her face. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her vision swirling as she cried out in disbelief. Hime Ru rushed to protect Yin Luo Shui, instinctively looking at Li Ting-shun. Ting-shun, what is the meaning of this? Can't we discuss this civilly? The man seated behind the desk narrowed his eyes. I do not strike women, but that does not mean you are exempt from punishment. Yin Luo Shui covered her face. On the verge of tears, Ting-shun. Li Ting-shun spoke each word with conviction. Xiao Bao is only 5 years old. Regardless of your feelings towards him, your anger should be directed at Pei Jinchuan, a child. I did not. Am I unclear on whether you did or not? Do you believe I would trust the evidence provided by Pei Jinchuan over your deceitful words, which you cannot even conceal? Yin Lu Su cried, Ting-shun. Pei Jinchuan is framing me. So, you imply that Pei Jinchuan is foolish enough to fabricate evidence to deceive me? Do you understand the caliber of man he is? Do you think an ordinary person could unearth a servant to testify in such a short time? Li Ting-shun skufa. From the moment you struck his son, you should have realized he is not someone you can afford to provoke. Yet, you foolishly continued to oppose him and even resorted to violence against Xiao Bao. And now you dare to deny it? Are you waiting for Pei Jinchuan to reveal all the evidence before you admit your wrongdoing? Yin Luo Shui trembled. Ting-shun, Pei Jinchuan truly wronged me. I did send that servant to take Xiao Bao to the flower room, but I only intended to teach him a lesson. I didn't mean to harm him. How was I to know he was allergic to pollen? Li Ting-shun remained silent, merely chuckling softly. The attendant interjected, Miss Yin, you specifically inquired at the nurse's station about Xiao Bao's condition and were well aware of his severe pollen allergy. You intended to harm Xiao Bao, which is why I missed her. Li is so enraged. Ting-shun, believe me, even if I knew he was allergic, I never intended to kill him. Yin Luo Shui wailed. He always provokes me, and I couldn't swallow my pride, so I just wanted to deal with him. I thought if I locked him in the flower room, he would just itch and break out in rashes. I truly believed it would only be that. The attendant nearly rolled her eyes. Miss Yin, you are a well-educated adult. You must know that severe pollen allergies can lead to death. I really didn't know. Ting-shun, you must believe me. Ting Shun, Luo Shui truly meant no harm. He Mei Ru suddenly knelt before Li Ting Shun. Luo Shui has always been kind-hearted and devoted to charity. How could she possibly wish to harm a child? My belief is no longer of importance, Li Ting Shun replied coldly. Those who err must face the consequences. This is an immutable truth. The attendant presented 2 documents from the desk, handing them to them. What is this? Luo Shui exclaimed, her eyes widening as she opened the file to reveal a share transfer agreement. Pei Jinchuan intends to acquire my and my mother's shares for 5 billion? What nonsense is this? How is this any different from giving it to him for free? It is indeed a gift. The 5 billion is merely a formality. It's his act of goodwill to provide you with interest. On what grounds? Luo Shui retorted angrily, given the current market value of the Yin Group. The combined shares my mother and I hold are worth at least 70 to 80 billion. Why should we give them away for free? I did harm his son, but he is unharmed. Why should I pay such a hefty price? You should be thankful his son is unharmed. Had he been injured, you would face far graver consequences. With his means, neither of you would survive. Ting Shun, this cannot be. He Mei Ru pleaded urgently. Luo Shui's father passed away early. We rely on the Yin Group for our livelihood. How can we just give it away? The shares you both hold account for 63% of the Yin Group. He seeks to acquire 58%, leaving you with 5% as your retirement fund. That is unacceptable. He Mei Ru protested vehemently. Luo Shui is right. His son is fine. Why must we pay such a price? If he seeks retribution, I would gladly eat a box of mangoes in front of him to vent his frustrations. Li Ting Shun smirked slightly, but remained silent. Mrs. Yin, the attendant, interjected, Mr. Li is informing you, not negotiating with you. Luo Shui trembled violently and maneuvered her wheelchair closer. Ting Shun, please help me. You must have a way to resolve this, right? You fired a shot for me today. You will protect me. One to you? Li Ting Shun's cold gaze met hers. I could resolve this, but I will not engage in a strategy that harms both sides. Despair washed over Luo Shui, and the documents slipped from her hands. She had believed that the gunshot earlier was a signal of his protection, that he would go to any lengths to safeguard her. Li Ting Shun leaned back in his chair. Pei Jinchuan has proposed another option. Luo Shui's eyes brightened. What option? You marry him and become Mrs. Pei. That is out of the question. Luo Shui rolled her eyes in a haughty manner, exclaiming, he is hardly worthy of me. The program's expression was one of disbelief. After all, Pei Jinchuan was the wealthiest man in Haiqing. Considering the current situation of the Yin family, if it were not for President Li's protection, they would not even be worthy of holding Pei Jinchuan's shoes. Li Tingxin remarked, therefore, I have declined this proposal on your behalf, agreeing to use the Yin Group as compensation for the harm done to Xiao Bao. He Mei Ru, seeing that the matter was settled, sat on the ground and cried out, my life is truly miserable. My husband passed away early, and now I cannot even protect our group. How will I survive when it's handed over to someone else? The program furrowed her brow. President Li has always favored those with responsibility. Madam Yin, in your current state, you will only invite contempt. Mom, please stop crying. Luo Shui reminded. Such a great incident has occurred. Even Ting Shun is unwilling to help us. How can I not cry? I said stop crying. Luo Shui shouted. And only then did He Mei Ru cease her tears. Wiping her face, Luo Shui spoke with guilt. Ting Shun, while I never intended to harm Xiao Bao, I have indeed offended the Pei family. I am willing to take responsibility and pay the price, even if Pei Jinchuan demands too much. I am willing to listen to you. He Mei Ru, in a panic, interjected. Luo Shui, Mom, just sign it. Luo Shui interrupted. He Mei Ru had no choice but to comply. This matter ends here. Do not provoke Pei Jinchuan again, Li Tingxin warned. Let us go home. All right. He Mei Ru pushed Luo Shui home, anxiously asking, Luo Shui, I see you are truly mad. Even if you do not wish to oppose Ting Shun, you cannot really sign this. Mom, do not rush, Luo Shui calmly replied. Ting Shun's attitude is resolute. It is not that we can avoid signing. Today's signature is a certainty. The only difference is whether we sign willingly or are coerced. He Mei Ru silently wept. So there is no room for negotiation? Yes, rather than being coerced. I would rather listen to Ting Shun. But without the shares, how will we live? Mom, compared to the Li Group, what is the Yin Group? Luo Shui wiped her mother's tears. Once I marry Ting Shun and become the mistress of the Li family, I will have more than enough money. Who will care about this 100 or 80 billion? That is true. He Mei Ru conceded. If we had not sought Ting Shun's help back then, the Ying group would have long lost its value. So, Ting Shun is our golden goose. We cannot suffer losses over trivial matters. My daughter has a far-sighted vision. I lack foresight. Mom, rest assured, I will never let you live a hard life. Once I'm married Ting Shun, your life will be 1,000 times better than now. Good daughter. In the study, Li Ting Shun lit a cigarette, quietly inhaling. President Li, the program knocked and entered. I have already sent the agreement to Pei Jinchuan. Although Miss Yin was displeased, it was indeed impossible for President Li to confront the Pei family head-on for her sake. Is that so? Li Ting Shun smirked. Pei Jinchuan is a clever man. Hence he ultimately proposed conditions he could accept. However, if he insists on other demands, the outcome would not be as harmonious. Where's Madam? She should be comforting the old lady, the program reported. Because you protected Miss Yin, the old lady is quite upset, and Madam has been trying to console her. Seeing the program's hesitant demeanor, Li Ting Shun urged, if you have something to say, just say it. President Li, logically speaking, the one most upset today should be Madam. Would you like to explain it to her? There's nothing to explain. Gu Mian has never liked Yin Luoxue. It would only make matters worse. Li Ting Shun held a multinational video conference in the study, and by the time he returned to the master bedroom, it was nearly midnight. Gu Mian was already asleep, leaving a bedside lamp on, as usual. Observing her peaceful slumber brought him an inexplicable sense of tranquility. After showering, he lay down beside her, embracing the girl next to him. He initially thought she was fast asleep, but unexpectedly, she stirred and turned to face him. Couldn't he sleep? Li Ting Shun chuckled. Were you waiting for me? In the past, when he worked late in the study, she would always lie in bed waiting for him. Gu Mian remained silent, simply gazing at him. Li Ting Shun gently caressed her delicate face. What is wrong? Nothing. Li Ting Shun swallowed hard and kissed her lips. Gu Mian placed her hands on his waist, closing her eyes and focusing on their kiss. Has your period ended? The man's low, husky voice accompanied by heavy breaths inquired. Yes, Gu Mian softly replied. The man smirked. Are you tired? The implication was clear. Gu Mian gazed at him calmly and gently just once and, be gentle. All right. The two quickly found themselves kissing again. After their first encounter, Li Ting Shun felt unsatisfied, but Gu Mian raised her hand to push against his chest, reminding him of their agreement for just one time. Li Ting Shun had no choice but to relent. I'll carry you to the shower and call someone to clean up. Okay. Gu Mian, utterly spent, allowed him to take charge. After showering, they emerged to find the sheets and covers had been changed. Li Ting Shun turned off the light, suppressing his desires with difficulty, and closed his eyes to sleep. In the darkness, Gu Mian slowly opened her eyes. Like countless nights before, she turned and hugged him from behind, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, soaking into the pillow. The next morning, Gu Mian got up with Li Ting Shun, helping him prepare his clothes and personally tying his tie. Li Ting Shun felt as though he had been transported back in time. Before her imprisonment, she had cared for him in such meticulous ways every day. Since her return, she had been clamoring for a divorce. And not only had she not treated him kindly, she had not even given him a pleasant look. Li Ting Shun grasped her hand. Pei Jinchuan will soon return to Haicheng. This person will no longer be in our lives. Gu Mian, let us return to normal. Shall we? Just like before, let her be that obedient and considerate wife again. Gu Mian smiled faintly. Return to normal? Don't you find that quite amusing? Gu Mian did not respond to his words but said, let us head downstairs. Grandma is waiting for us for breakfast. As they entered the dining room, the old lady and Li Xingze could clearly sense that Li Ting Shun was in a good mood. Li Xingze initiated, brother, what about Luoxue and Pei? This matter is closed, Li Ting Shun interrupted. From now on, no one is allowed to mention it again. Li Xingze obediently fell silent. Gu Mian quietly enjoyed her breakfast, indifferent to the conversation. Everything was no longer her concern. After breakfast, Gu Mian saw Li Ting Shun off. Watching the tall, slender figure of the man, she suddenly called out, Ting Shun. The man halted, turning to look at her. What is it? Gu Mian smiled slightly goodbye. Li Ting Shun Smirka. I'll be back after work. Okay. The Rolls-Royce gradually receded, disappearing from Gu Mian's line of sight. Geez, Li Xingze's voice sounded. Seeing my brother go to such lengths for Luoxue must be making you feel quite upset and anxious, right? So you can only try your hardest to be a good wife, attempting to win his heart? Unfortunately, you will never be able to achieve that in this lifetime. Indeed, Gu Mian murmured, gazing in the direction Li Ting Shun had departed, I will never be able to win his heart. Li Xingze shot her a warning look. Then what do you plan to do? I warn you, do not engage in any actions that may harm others. Otherwise, even if my brother forgives you, I will not. Rest assured, I will not do anything further. Gu Mian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a feeling she would not experience again. Li Ting-shun entered the office, followed closely by his assistant who began to report. President Li, Pei Jinchuan's flight back to Haicheng is today, and his assistant will come to manage the subsequent coordination with the Yin family. Li Ting-shun replied in a calm voice, acknowledging that it was indeed time for him to return. President Li, this necklace was acquired at the online auction a few days ago. It has arrived. The assistant placed an exquisitely crafted brocade box before Li Ting-shun. Please have a look. Upon opening it, a luxurious and stunning diamond necklace dazzled his eyes. President Li, the old lady is not suited to wear diamonds. Should we gift this necklace to Miss Yin as before? Would you like me to deliver it now? Li Ting-shun closed the lid, saying, I will take it home tonight, and prepare a bouquet as well. The assistant assumed he intended to personally present it to Yin Luoxue and nodded in agreement. When Yin Luoxue received a call from her secretary, she was overjoyed. Is what you say true? How could it be false? Assistant Chung personally instructed me to prepare a bouquet of your favorite flowers. The secretary enthusiastically responded, Miss Yin, you are truly fortunate. That diamond necklace is worth 50 million. Yin Luoxue was ecstatic, convinced that Li Ting-shun had purchased the necklace to make up for the broken bracelet caused by that mischievous child. It must be so. President Li truly cares for you. I understand, she declared with pride. I want roses, 99 of them, symbolizing my everlasting bond with Li Ting-shun. Of course, I will take care of it right away. As evening approached, Yin Luoxue waited outside the Li residence. A Rolls-Royce halted before her, and the driver exited to open the door, revealing Li Ting-shun. Upon seeing her, his brow furrowed slightly. What are you doing here? Is there something you need? Yin Luoxue gazed at him with adoration, her eyes full of affection. Ting-shun, I specifically came here to wait for you after work. The driver presented the gift box and bouquet. Sir, Li Ting-shun accepted them. A blush crept onto Yin Luoxue's cheeks. Ting-shun, the flowers are beautiful. I love them. Thank you. Li Ting-shun replied coolly. If there is nothing else, please return home. Pei Jinchuan's assistant will be in touch with you in the coming days. Keep your phone available so they can reach you. After saying this, he strode into the house, leaving Yin Luoxue in a state of shock. Why hadn't he given her the flowers and necklace? Did they not belong to her? How could that be? Were they intended for the old lady? No, he had brought roses, which could not be for an elder. Then, could they possibly be for Gu Mian? Absolutely not. Gu Mian could never deserve roses or a diamond necklace worth 50 million. Yin Luoxue, in disbelief, hurriedly maneuvered her wheelchair through the Li family's entrance. Li Ting-shun ascended directly to the third floor, yet he found no sign of Gu Mian. As he intended to place the flowers and gift box on the bedside table, he suddenly noticed a document resting atop it. The words divorce agreement caught his eye. The agreement was accompanied by a black card, his card given to Gu Mian. An icy chill swept through Li Ting-shun as he set the items down and reviewed the agreement, confirming it was prepared by Gu Mian, already signed. He immediately dialed her number, but it was switched off. He descended the stairs hastily and entered the old lady's room. Grandmother, where is Gu Mian? The old lady was seated in meditation, eyes closed, and responded, she has left. You knew. Li Ting-shun's bro furuba. You knew she wanted a divorce? You knew she was leaving? I knew. I have seen the divorce agreement. There are no issues. You should sign it. Why would you let her go? Li Ting-shun questioned, his voice rising in anger. What did I ever say I wanted a divorce? The old lady slowly opened her eyes, meeting the furious gaze of her grandson. Ting-shun, I was equally shocked when I learned she wished a divorce. My first reaction was to ensure she would not leave. However, I later saw how much she struggled by your side, and it pained me. You care for her? Li Ting-shun's kufa. She has a multitude of servants to cater to her every need. Tell me, how has she suffered? She is surrounded by servants and needs not lift a finger. Yet what about her heart? The old lady gazed at him. Life is not merely about physical comfort. It is about inner fulfillment. If she is unhappy, no amount of service will bring her solace. Do you not understand this? I do not understand. Countless people would give anything to be Mrs. Li. She has achieved it. Why is she not satisfied and wants to divorce me? Those who desire to be Mrs. Li do so for your status and wealth, believing that marrying you will elevate them. But Gu Mian is different. She has never coveted your money. Can you not see that she once genuinely cared for you? She loved you for who you are, Li Tingshan. Li Tingshan Fronat. If she loved me, why would she leave? The old lady closed her eyes momentarily. I have already said that was in the past. Li Tingshan was momentarily taken aback. The past signifies something that has ended. Thus, Gu Mian must no longer hold feelings for him, prompting her desire for a divorce. A sharp ache pierced his heart, as if something precious was slipping away from his life. An unprecedented sense of panic washed over him. Where could she have gone? I do not know. The old lady stated resolutely. Do not attempt to find her. If she has decided to part ways, she will not allow you to locate her. Whether or not to part ways is not hers to decide. The panic in Li Tingshan's eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling resolve. Without my consent, she shall not leave. Having said this, he turned sharply and strode out. At the entrance, Luoshua sat in her wheelchair, watching the man who remained oblivious to her presence as he entered the elevator, her mind momentarily in a daze. Gu Mian has left. That wretched woman must be playing a game of hard to get. Yet, it is better this way, if she does not leave the Li family. How could her arranged accomplices have any opportunity to act? As Luoshua rushed out of the Li residence, Li Tingshan had already departed. She clenched her teeth in frustration, returning to her own home. She dialed a number, demanding keep an eye on Gu Mian. You did not lose her, did you? No. She has taken a taxi to Haicheng and is just about to exit the highway. To Haicheng? Yes. Monitor her closely. The moment an opportunity arises, take action. Understood. Half an hour later, the taxi halted in the urban area of Haicheng. Miss, we have arrived. Thank you, driver. Gu Mian retrieved a stack of cash from her bag and handed it to him. Please count it. Few young people pay in cash these days. The driver remarked while counting. Moreover, whether by plane or high-speed rail, it's much quicker and cheaper than my taxi. Gu Mian smiled quietly, waiting for him to finish counting before stepping out of the car. Haicheng, she had finally returned. She arrived at an apartment complex. Meeting with the landlord she had contacted in advance. The apartment was one she had viewed on WeChat, ready for her to move in. After paying the rent and receiving the key, Gu Mian tidied up the place briefly before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After a day of travel, she was exhausted yet felt an extraordinary sense of relief. Leaving Li Tingshan would ensure the safety of the child she carried. As for how far Li Tingshan was willing to go for Luoshua, it was no longer a concern to her. Gu Mian closed her eyes and soon drifted into sleep. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and Li Tingshan had yet to find any trace of Gu Mian. Useless. A stack of documents was forcefully slammed onto the desk of his assistant. What era is this? How could a living person just vanish into thin air? Calm down, Mr. Li, the assistant quickly replied. Madam S' phone is turned off. I cannot track her location through her number. Moreover, it seems she is intentionally evading us. For the past week, she hasn't used her online payment functions, making it quite challenging to trace her. Didn't I instruct you to search for her in her hometown of Haicheng? I have already looked there. Years ago, Madam sold the house in Haicheng to pay for her grandmother's medical expenses. She has no place to stay there now. Thus, I believe it is highly unlikely that Madam would return to Haicheng. Gu Mian might well have anticipated our thoughts. Li Tingshan said coldly. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Compared to other unfamiliar cities, she would feel more secure in Haicheng. Do you understand? I understand, the assistant nodded. I will focus my search in Haicheng, but I will not overlook other locations. I will find Madam as soon as possible. Around 11 o'clock that night, Li Tingshan returned home. His head throbbed painfully as he leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to relax. He instinctively spoke, Gu Mian, come over and give me a massage. The silence that greeted him was deafening. It was as if he suddenly realized what he had said, and he froze. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld the luxurious yet empty room. The only life was the roses in the vase on the coffee table, still in full bloom. A flicker of anger crept into Li Tingshan's gaze as he abruptly raised his hand, sending the vase crashing to the floor, shattering it into countless fragments. Gu Mian seldom ventured out and wore a mask when she did, avoiding contact with the elderly Mrs. Li. The old lady had mentioned that if Li Tingshan agreed to the divorce, she would reach out to Gu Mian. The lack of news indicated that Li Tingshan had yet to sign the papers, so she had to continue hiding from him. The groceries she had purchased a week ago were exhausted, and in the afternoon, Gu Mian stepped out to go grocery shopping. Mom, a familiar. Youthful voice called out as Gu Mian turned to see Xiao Bao running towards her. Xiao Bao? Gu Mian removed her mask, her face lighting up with surprise. What are you doing here? The kindergarten assigned a shopping task, so Dad brought me along. Mom, did you come specifically to see me? Gu Mian smiled as she ruffled his hair. What a coincidence, Gu Mian, Pei Jinchuan approached. I almost didn't recognize you, but Xiao Bao identified you from behind. Gu Mian felt her heart melt. Xiao Bao is the best. Xiao Bao with pride declared, yes, I love Mom the most. Of course, I recognized you at once. When did you come to Haicheng? Pei Jinchuan asked. It's been a week, Gu Mian replied, looking at him. Mr. Pei, I am in the process of divorcing Li Tingxian and wish to keep my whereabouts hidden, so please keep this confidential. I understand, Pei Jinchuan said. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. Thank you. Xiao Bao looked up at her mom. Come home with Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao will take care of you. Mom can take care of herself, so don't worry. Gu Mian took his hand. Let us go shopping. Okay. At 7 o'clock that evening, in the office of the CEO of Li Corporation, the assistant knocked before entering and found Li Tingxian resting with his eyes closed in his large chair. Mr. Li, speak. We have found Madame S. whereabouts. Li Tingxian's eyes flew open. Where is she? In Haicheng. Li Tingxian smirked. It was as he had suspected. Have you confirmed her address? Our people have been secretly following her and have confirmed it. Good. Li Tingxian instructed, arrange for the next available flight to Haicheng. The assistant hesitated, remaining silent. Did you not hear what I said? Li Tingxian's displeasure was evident. Mr. Li, it's about Madam. What about her? Speak. The assistant steeled himself and continued. We were following Pei Jinchuan as per your instructions, which led us to Madam. Li Tingxian was taken aback. So, she's in Haicheng with Pei Jinchuan? Yes. The assistant handed over an iPad. Here, SA photo. In the picture, Gu Mian held Xiao Bao's hand while shopping at the supermarket, with Pei Jinchuan trailing behind them, his gaze filled with tenderness, resembling a family of three. Li Tingxian let out a cold laugh. So she has indeed moved on. This was taken in the afternoon. Our people have been following her and discovered that she returned to Pei Jinchuan's home and she has not come out since. Bang! The iPad was slammed onto the floor, shattering into pieces. The assistant trembled in fear. Mr. Li, please calm down. Today was the first time we saw them together. They may have just run into each other. Li Tingxian gritted his teeth, articulating each word with menace. Arrange the flight. Yes. Around 11 o'clock that night, a black Bentley stopped at the entrance of a residential complex. Pei Jinchuan turned to the girl in the passenger seat. I'm sorry, Xiao Bao is quite the handful. Keeping you out this late. It's fine, as long as the child is happy, Gu Mian replied. I can walk in myself. Allow me to escort you. Pei Jinchuan offered. No need, it's just a few steps. I can manage. Gu Mian unbuckled her seatbelt. Thank you for the ride, Mr. Pei. Of course. Gu Mian exited the car. Gu Mian, Pei Jinchuan called out as he rolled down the window. What is it? Gu Mian turned to ask. Let us talk next time. Pei Jinchuan smiled. Go on in. Goodbye. Pei Jinchuan watched Gu Mian enter the complex before driving away. The residential area where Gu Mian resided was relatively old, primarily inhabited by elderly residents. At this hour, most were asleep and few people were around. As Gu Mian approached the entrance of her building, she suddenly heard painful groans. Oh! She halted and turned towards the sound, spotting an elderly woman sitting on the ground, her face contorted in pain. Ma'am, what happened? Gu Mian rushed over. Dear, I fell and I don't have my phone with me. Oh, it hurts so much. Gu Mian quickly took out her phone. I'll call an ambulance for you. No need. I'm not injured. Don't waste that money on me. Do you remember any family members' numbers? I can call them. There's just me and my husband at home. He is sick in bed. I came out to buy medicine and ended up falling. Gu Mian noticed a box of fever medication on the ground. Could you help me up and take me home? My husband is waiting for his medicine. I live in building 2. It's south very close. All right. Gu Mian picked up the medicine and helped her up, moving forward slowly. Take your time. Thank you, dear. Of course. The neighborhood was poorly lit, with some corners lacking streetlights. Just as Gu Mian thought to use her phone for illumination, 2 men suddenly emerged from the shadows and pinned her down. What are you? Before Gu Mian could utter a word, her mouth was covered. Realization struck her, and she began to struggle desperately. The 2 men dragged her to a corner by the wall and began to conspire. You hold her down? I'll go first. All right. Hurry up. Such a pretty girl. It won't take long. As Gu Mian grasped their intentions, an overwhelming wave of terror engulfed her entire being. However, the disparity in physical strength between men and women left her utterly defenseless, especially against 2 men. Gu Mian did not give up struggling. She frantically searched with her hands until she finally found her bag. From within, she retrieved a silver needle and thrust it into the hand of the man holding her down. "Ah!" he exclaimed, instinctively releasing her grip. Gu Mian quickly sprang to her feet and delivered a fierce kick to the groin of the man who was in the process of undressing. Amidst his agonized cries, she desperately ran forward, shouting, "Help! Someone please!" The man, regaining his senses, immediately pursued her. The leader had ordered that even if they could not tarnish this woman's virtue, they must ensure her unborn child did not survive. The footsteps behind her grew ever closer as Gu Mian ran with all her might. Yet she was caught and forcefully knocked to the ground. "Run, will you?" The man sneered, flipping her over and delivering a brutal kick to her abdomen. Gu Mian cried out in pain, instinctively protected her belly, sobbing, "Help! Please, someone! Dare to stab me with a needle? I'll make you pay." The man leaned down, raining blows upon her midsection. Gu Mian, in despair, pleaded, "Please, I beg you, do not harm my child." The man ignored her cries and continued his assault on her belly. "Stop!" A sharp voice rang out. The man attacking Gu Mian hastily ceased his actions and fled into the darkness. Trembling, Gu Mian felt a pair of strong hands lift her up. "Gu Mian, are you all right?" Through the haze in her eyes, she recognized the stunning face before her. Li Tingshen. Gu Mian sobbed, pleading, "Please save her child." Li Tingshen's pupils constricted as he instinctively turned to look, noticing blood seeping from her pants. Without hesitation, he swept her into his arms and rushed out of the apartment complex. "Gu Mian, hold on." She tried to utter something, but darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. Outside the emergency room, Li Tingshen sat on a bench, staring at his blood-stained hands, his long fingers trembling uncontrollably. Soon, the door to the operating room swung open. Li Tingshen sprang up, rushing forward to inquire, "Doctor, how is she?" "The external injuries have caused her spleen to rupture. Her condition is critical. We must operate immediately. Here is the consent form for the surgery. Please sign." Li Tingshen paused momentarily before swiftly taking the pen to sign. The lead surgeon must be the best. She cannot suffer any harm. Rest assured. At 5 in the morning, Gu Mian completed her surgery and was transferred to a hospital room, still in a coma. A nurse approached, saying, "Mr. Li, you haven't slept all night. Please take a break in the lounge." Li Tingshen, his voice hoarse, asked, "Have they caught the assailants?" "Not yet, but they are pursuing them with full force. It is not as convenient here as in the capital. Should we notify the police?" "No need. Find at all costs." Li Tingshen's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "I will handle this personally." It wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that Gu Mian finally awoke. Chapter 45. The child is gone. Li Tingshen's heart leaped with joy. "You're awake? Do you feel any discomfort? I'll call the doctor." Gu Mian grasped his hand tightly, her parched voice struggling to ask, "What about the child? Is the child still there?" Li Tingshen hesitated before responding, "Gu Mian, you are not pregnant." Gu Mian furrowed her brow in disbelief. "How is that possible? Though I'm not an expert in obstetrics, I couldn't have misread the signs, and I used a pregnancy test." Tears brimmed in her eyes as she recalled something. "Is it that my child is gone? You're telling me this to spare me the pain, aren't you? I knew last night that the child wouldn't survive." Li Tingshen closed his eyes and said, "I consulted with Nurse Yang. The pregnancy test indeed indicated a pregnancy, but the obstetrician examined you thoroughly last night, and there were no signs of miscarriage. The blood was actually menstrual. The doctor said there's only one possibility. The child was biochemically lost." Gu Mian was stunned. As a medical student, she understood what biochemical loss entailed. It meant that her child had not implanted or developed normally and had ceased to exist, which was different from a typical miscarriage and would have almost no effect on her body. She had a connection to this child, but they were fated to part ways. Gu Mian closed her eyes, collapsing into tears, mourning the loss of her child. Her grandmother had passed, and this child was her dearest connection in the world, her sole source of support and hope. Now that the child was gone, how could she continue in this vast sea of life? "Gu Mian, you just underwent spleen repair surgery. Crying will hinder your recovery," Li Tingshen said in a deep voice. "I'll call the doctor to check on you." When the elderly matriarch of the Li family arrived, Gu Mian was fast asleep. How could this happen? The elderly lady was heartbroken. "Tingshen, is the girl all right? What do you think?" Li Tingshen replied gravely. "If it weren't for your assistance in her escape, would so many problems have arisen? Is this what you wanted?" Aunt Zhang interjected. Young master, how can you speak to the old lady like that? She is also. You have no say here. Li Tingshan's gaze turned icy. Get out. Aunt Zhang was taken aback. Although Li Tingshan was typically aloof, he had never spoken to her so harshly, as she had cared for the elderly matriarch since his childhood. I apologize, young master, I was wrong. Your misplaced anger should not be directed at Aunt Zhang. The elderly matriarch remarked. What matters most now is Gu Mian's health. She must be devastated by the loss of the child. A nurse reported, Madam. Since the young lady woke up and learned of this incident, she has not spoken a word. The elderly lady closed her eyes in sorrow. Poor child. Mr. Li, a bodyguard knocked and entered to report. Mr. Pei has arrived. Li Tingshan's enjeu intensifia. Tell him to leave. The bodyguard hesitated but pressed on. Mr. Pei said he would like to speak with you. Li Tingshan stepped out of the room, finding Pei Jinchuan waiting at the door. How is Gu Mian? That is none of your business. Pei Jinchuan urged. You need not be so hostile. This incident occurred in Haicheng. I want to help. There's no need. Li Tingshan. Pei Jinchuan exclaimed angrily. Gu Mian is married to you. But that does not mean she loses her identity. She should still have friends. Li Tingshan seized her by the collar. If she hadn't stayed at your place until 11 last night, perhaps this would not have happened. It's my fault. I should have insisted on taking her upstairs. Pei Jinchuan lamented. Li Tingshan pushed him away. He blamed Pei Jinchuan, but even more so, he blamed himself. If I had arrived 10 minutes earlier, Gu Mian would not have faced this. Pei Jinchuan sought to make amends. I heard you still haven't found the assailant from last night. I can help. Our family matters do not require Mr. Pei's concern. Li Tingshan glared at him. From now on, keep your distance from my wife, or I assure you, I will not be as accommodating as I am now. Since Gu Mian fell asleep, she had been in a deep slumber for nearly a day and a night without waking. Li Tingshan sensed something was amiss and immediately called for a doctor. The doctor conducted a thorough examination and concluded, Mr. Li, your wife's unresponsiveness is not due to physical reasons but psychological ones. She seems unable to cope with the loss of the child, subconsciously avoiding the reality of the situation. Li Tingshan's heart ached. What should we do now? Family members should speak with her more to awaken her will to survive. Gu Mian, please, do not frighten your grandmother. Lady Li felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Her voice quivering as she said, You have always been the most obedient, the one who listens to your grandmother. Once you awaken and regain your health, you will have children of your own in the future. Gu Mian's pallid face bore no trace of color, appearing utterly devoid of vitality. What shall we do? Madam? Zhang Ma expressed her concerns, suggesting, perhaps we should call the eldest young mistress's uncle. He is her relative and might be able to rouse her. Lady Li shook her head, acknowledging that while he was her only family, they had met so infrequently that she feared he would bring more distress than hope. Thus, Lady Li remained steadfastly by Gu Mian's side until Li Tingshan arrived, at which point she retired to the hotel to rest. Li Tingshan gazed at the girl lying on the hospital bed, his heart aching. Gu Mian, I understand your suffering, yet what has transpired cannot be undone. You must be strong and face what lies ahead, all right? He grasped her icy hand, urging her, you need to gather your strength. If your grandmother sees you like this from above, her heart will break. The girl on the bed remained utterly unresponsive. The following day, Lady Li arrived early. Tingshan, has Mian yet to awaken? No, she has been plagued by nightmares, mumbling in her sleep, and suffered a high fever through the night, which has only just subsided. You have worked hard. Rest now while I keep watch. All right. Li Tingshan had not slept all night. Yet weariness eluded him as he took a shower and sat on the sofa, smoking. The absence of any communication from his team indicated that the search was not progressing. Frustration mounted as he chain-smoked, and the sound from the adjacent room sparked his concern for Gu Mian, prompting him to rush over, only to find Pei Jinchuan inside. Li Tingshan's bro furuba. Who invited him here? It was I, Lady Li interjected, approaching. I asked Mr. Pei to bring Xiao Bao. Li Tingshan looked towards the small figure by the bed. Xiao Bao held Gu Mian's hand, tears streaming down his face as he cried, Mama, it's me, Xiao Bao. Please open your eyes, Mama. Don't leave me, Mama. I love you the most. Lady Li's voice trembled. Mian is in despair from losing her child, and only Xiao Bao can awaken her maternal instincts. Li Tingshan said nothing, tacitly accepting her course of action. Suddenly, Gu Mian's fingertips twitched. Gu Mian, Li Tingshan exclaimed with joy, rushing forward to grasp her hand. Gu Mian, wake up. The girl on the bed slowly opened her eyes, her gaze gradually focusing on Xiao Bao beside her. She had often imagined her child would be as sweet and adorable as Xiao Bao, calling her mama in the same gentle manner. Yet, in a single night, her dreams had been irrevocably shattered. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she moved her lips. Her parched voice barely a whisper, "My child, my child." Mian, Lady Li stepped closer, holding her face tenderly. "It is all right. You have awakened, and you can cry now. Grandma." Gu Mian broke down, weeping. "My child is gone. Mian, your journey is still long. You will have children of your own. Do not grieve. Your health is paramount." Exhausted from her tears, Gu Mian slipped back into a deep slumber. Lady Li sighed in relief and turned to Pei Jinchuan, saying, "Mr. Pei, thank you for bringing Xiao Bao to awaken Mian. Otherwise, she would have suffocated her grief and fallen ill." "It was my duty," Pei Jinchuan nodded. "Old madam, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call." "Xiao Bao, let's go." Reluctant to leave, Xiao Bao protested. "No, I want to stay and take care of Mama. Mama needs to rest. Your presence here would disturb her. Go to kindergarten, and we shall visit again tomorrow." Xiao Bao reluctantly agreed. "Fine then." When Gu Mian awakened, it was already evening. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Li Tingshan beside her. "You're awake?" he inquired. "Would you like to eat something?" Gu Mian nodded faintly. Li Tingshan prepared a bowl of congee and fed her with a small spoon. After consuming most of the bowl, Gu Mian said, "That's enough. All right, drink when you feel hungry again." Gu Mian regarded him. Did they catch the two men? Two men? At the time of the incident, he had only seen the man attacking Gu Mian. In the urgency of the moment, his sole focus had been on getting her to the hospital, without considering the details. Actually, it was three. I suspect even that old woman was complicit. The other two men intended to assault me, but when I broke free and fled, they turned their aggression towards my abdomen. Gu Mian trembled at the recollection. I believe they knew I was pregnant. Their intent was to harm my child. Yet, I do not recognize them. Why would they target my child without cause? They must have been instructed by someone. Only by apprehending them can we uncover the truth. Gu Mian closed her eyes, suppressing the pain in her chest. I kicked one man hard in the groin. He must be injured and in need of medical attention. You could follow that lead. Li Tingshan retrieved his phone. I will have the team check hospital records. Gu Mian shook her head. Under normal circumstances, they would not dare to go to a legitimate hospital. It is far more likely they would seek treatment at unregistered clinics or underground facilities. I will pursue this avenue. Gu Mian hesitated before suggesting, "We are in Haicheng. Perhaps I could ask Mr. Pei for assistance." "No need." Li Tingshan's expression turned icy. "I can find them without anyone's help." Gu Mian chose not to press further. The next morning, Pei Jinchuan arrived at the hospital with Xiao Bao. "Manga, you're finally awake. I was so worried when you wouldn't wake up yesterday." Gu Mian gently touched his tender face. "It was Xiao Bao who woke me." "Thank you, Xiao Bao." Xiao Bao beamed. "Once you regain your health, come home with me, and we will never be apart again." Li Tingshan's face darkened immediately. "Xiao Bao, go play in the living room," Pei Jinchuan said, ruffling the boy's hair. "Don't run around too much." Once Xiao Bao left, Gu Mian asked, "Why does Xiao Bao still call me Mama when I am no longer pregnant?" Pei Jinchuan chuckled. "Do you think Xiao Bao is blind? Does he rely solely on scent to find his mother?" Gu Mian smiled faintly. "That is true." "Gu Mian, I apologize," Pei Jinchuan said, his gaze filled with remorse. "You live a sheltered life, and there should have been no danger. If not for our chance encounter and my insistence on keeping you so late, this would not have happened." Gu Mian replied softly. "They acted with premeditation. Even if nothing had occurred that night, they would have found another opportunity to strike. Mr. Pei, this matter is not your fault. You need not blame yourself." The more she insisted, the more guilt Pei Jinchuan felt. "Regardless, I bear an irrefutable responsibility." "And so," Li Tingshan interjected with a cold laugh, "shall Mr. Pei take responsibility for my wife?" Pei Jinchuan smiled serenely. "If Mr. Li is willing to let go, I will be more than happy." Li Tingshan's gaze turned frigid as he turned to Pei Jinchuan. "Repeat that. Am I mistaken?" Pei Jinchuan replied nonchalantly. "I acknowledge my part in this, but ultimately, if Mr. Li had accepted his own child, Gu Mian would not have had to flee the capital and would not have encountered such misfortune. Now that the child is gone, I wonder what Mr. Li is feeling. Is he relieved?" Li Tingshan, instead of showing anger, smiled faintly. "Indeed, President Pei excels at psychological manipulation. Do you think that by uttering these words, You have pierced Gu Mian's heart, compelling her to decisively divorce me, thus fulfilling your ambitions? That would surely disappoint President Pei. Although the child is lost, we can still have another, but divorce is absolutely out of the question. However, we must consider Gu Mian's wishes. Enough. Gu Mian interrupted their conversation, lying down. I'm tired. Please leave. Li Tingshan's deep gaze rested on Pei Jinchuan. President Pei, I shall not see you out. Pei Jinchuan turned his attention to the girl in the hospital bed. Gu Mian, rest well. Your health is of utmost importance. 3 days later, news finally arrived from the investigation. Mr. Li, as per Madam's instructions, we located the man at an underground clinic. Madam's kick was quite forceful. He has been incapacitated and is now in custody, but the other accomplice remains at large. Bring him here. I shall personally interrogate him. Understood. Li Tingshan hung up the phone and approached Gu Mian. We have captured the man you kicked. What about the other one? The other one, upon witnessing his injury, fled in fear of being implicated. The pursuit is ongoing. Gu Mian pondered before speaking. I wish to return to the capital. Although this incident occurred in Haicheng, I have no enemies here, and certainly no one would wish harm upon my child. Thus, the source must lie in the capital. Li Tingshan nodded. Very well. I shall take you back to the capital. The following morning, Li Tingshan escorted Gu Mian onto a private jet back to the capital. Gu Mian was admitted to a hospital affiliated with the Li Group to continue her recovery, while Li Tingshan withdrew to interrogate the captured criminal. The man was suspended in the air, his body marred with injuries. Mr. Li, he has been roughly handled, yet he adamantly insists that he acted on a whim and denies any mastermind behind him. Li Tingshan settled onto a sofa, legs crossed, and nonchalantly remarked, his stubbornness indicates his methods are weak. He dared to harm my child. Let us begin by removing 10 fingernails. Understood. The sounds of agony soon echoed in the dimly lit space. By the time the 5th nail was removed, the man had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Li Tingshan reclined on the sofa, eyes closed, revive him, and continue. Yes. A bodyguard splashed a basin of icy water over the man's head, and he quickly regained consciousness, trembling from the agony. This is a society governed by law. You cannot abuse me like this. Call the police. I beg you, hand me over to them. In the hands of the police, he might still have a chance to live, but here, he faced certain death. Isn't calling the police too lenient for you? The interrogator scoffed. If you confess now, you might escape some of the punishment. The man hesitated. The interrogator raised his hand and continued to extract. Yes. The bodyguard stepped forward, brandishing pliers to remove the 6th nail. Ah! The man cried out in unbearable anguish. Kill me. I beg you, just kill me. Death would be too merciful for you. The interrogator chuckled. The fingernails are gone. We still have the toenails. Let us proceed. Ah! The man could no longer endure and cried out in despair. I confess. I confess. It's Yonggo. Which Yonggo? He Yong. He's the one who orchestrated the attack on Gu Mian. The interrogator turned to Li Tingshan. Mr. Li, Hyong is Madame Yin's nephew, Ms. Yin's cousin. Li Tingshan slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the kneeling man. Are you certain? The man nodded fervently. I dare not deceive you. During our time in the capital, Yongga secretly arranged for people to follow Gu Mian. But since she was always at the Li residence, we had no opportunity to act until we followed her to Haicheng, confirming her residence in that community. We immediately rushed over to find an opportunity to strike. The elderly woman who deceived Gu Mian was also arranged by Yongga, and our task was to violate Gu Mian and dispose of the child she carried. Li Tingshan's gaze darkened, a chilling aura enveloping him. The interrogator hesitantly inquired, Mr. Li, what shall we do now? Bring He-Yong here. Li Tingshan's voice was low and commanding. This matter must not be disclosed to Gu Mian. Understood. That evening, when Li Tingshan arrived at the hospital, he found Gu Mian lost in thought. How was your day? Did he confess? They spoke in unison. No. Li Tingshan took a seat beside her bed. Didn't he confess, and the other accomplice is still being pursued? Gu Mian lowered her gaze. He engaged in such actions purely for monetary gain. How solid can a collaboration based on money truly be? I believe he will eventually confess. I will continue to have the interrogator press him. Mr. Li, the interrogator knocked and entered, appearing hesitant. Li Tingshan stood and followed him out. What is it? He-Yong has fled. He left yesterday, abandoning even the gambling den. Continue the pursuit. We must locate him. Yes. Li Tingshan waited until Gu Mian had fallen asleep before leaving the hospital. in the study of the Li residence. In Luoxue was already waiting for him. Brother Tingshin, you called for me? In Luoxue inquired cautiously. I heard something happened to Gu Mian. What exactly transpired? How is she now? Li Tingshin fixed a heavy gaze upon her. Do you truly not know what has happened to her? In Luoxue feigned innocence, Brother Tingshin. I did not understand your words. Still pretending to be ignorant? Li Tingshin's voice was sharp. Do you think I am unaware that your cousin He Yong is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes? You knew of Gu Mian's pregnancy long before and did not inform me. Instead, you secretly conspired against her and the child. I did not. In Luoxue vehemently denied. Gu Mian is pregnant? What has my cousin done to her? I have not seen my cousin in a long time. If he has done something wrong, I apologize on his behalf. As you wish, the child is gone, and Gu Mian has been beaten to the point of a ruptured spleen. Li Tingshin's eyes radiated murderous intent. By the way, Gu Mian was not assaulted by those two men. You must be disappointed, right? How could such a thing happen? In Luoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. But Brother Tingshin, this has nothing to do with me. How could I possibly orchestrate something like this against Gu Mian? Missing. Denying your involvement will not absolve you. The interrogator interjected. We are all intelligent individuals. It has become quite apparent how the connections lead back to He Yong. Your continued act of innocence only serves to deepen the absurdity. Tears streamed down In Luoxue's face. How can I admit to something I did not do? Who told you that I orchestrated this? Was it Gu Mian? She wishes to frame me for her own misfortune. Brother Tingshin, we grew up together. You know me best. I wouldn't even harm an ant. How could I commit such heinous acts? You must uncover the truth and clear my name. Where's Gu Mian? I demand to confront her. With a loud bang, the study door swung open, and Gu Mian, dressed in a hospital gown, entered. Li Tingshin stood. Why have you returned? I told you, relationships built on financial gain are not durable. With your skills, it is impossible for you not to extract the truth. Gu Mian met his gaze steadily. I returned to see for myself how you intend to resolve this matter. Li Tingshin cast a glance at In Luoxue. You may leave for now. Brother Tingshin, I truly. Do you not hear my words? Li Ting deeply interrupted her with a cold voice. In Luoxue could only leave first. Gu Mian frowned. Did she not intend to confront me? What does it mean to let her go? Gu Mian, I will handle this matter. Focus on your recovery and do not interfere. Then tell me how you plan to handle it. Gu Mian pressed. The truth was evident. It was In Luoxue's doing. Are you preparing to deceive yourself? Pretending nothing has occurred? I did not say that. Then report it to the police, Gu Mian stated with seriousness. Hand that perpetrator over to the authorities. You must not intervene, regardless of who is found. You cannot shield her. Can you do that? Li Ting pondered for a moment and replied, I cannot report it. Chapter 48. Regret of marrying you. A flash of shock crossed Gu Mian's eyes, followed by a derisive laugh. You fear In Luoxue may end up in jail for conspiracy. Do you? Ting, that child was your own flesh and blood. Gu Mian, listen to me. Li Ting stepped closer and grasped her shoulders. I know you are heartbroken over the loss of the child, but it is a matter of biology, not because of that night. Stop defending her. Gu Mian pushed him away forcefully. Ting, I was merely lucky that night. Otherwise, I would have been violated. Do you think I can swallow that? I understand. The current outcome is a stroke of misfortune's favor. Trust me. Return to the hospital and rest. I will not let those who harmed you go unpunished. I trust you will deal with those two men and that old woman. But what about the true mastermind? In Luoxue? Li Ting hesitated before speaking. Luoxue's health is poor, and her leg is disabled, so you wanted to spare her, is that it? Gu Mian laughed bitterly, tears streaming down her face. I forgot. This child was never welcome to you. Once I became pregnant, it would affect your ability to provide blood for In Luoxue. Pei Jinchuan was right. You must be relieved, right? Relieved that this child is gone. Li Ting frowned. Gu Mian, do you know what you're saying? Am I wrong? In your eyes, I, your wife, do not even qualify to compare with In Luoxue. Gu Mian looked at him with sadness. I am self-aware. I do not seek your favoritism. But I implore you to treat this matter fairly and let her pay for her actions. Is that too much to ask? Li Ting closed his eyes. Gu Mian, as long as you can be lenient, I can agree to anything. Gu Mian froze. Her strength seemed to drain away, nearly causing her to collapse. Gu Mian, Li Ting swiftly caught her. Are you all right? Gu Mian steadied herself and slowly pushed away his hand. Ting, she forced a smile, her voice eerily calm. I have never regretted marrying you as much as I do now. Li Ting felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, a suffocating discomfort. Perhaps it was for the best that the child was gone. With it, the only bond between them had also dissipated, allowing for a clean break. Gu Mian took a deep breath, suppressing her tears. Did you not say that as long as I could be lenient, you could agree to anything? Very well. I can be lenient. I will not hand Yin Luoxue over to the police. My only demand is that we divorce. Li Ting's heart felt as if it had been struck heavily, a dull ache spreading through him. Do you truly wish to leave me? He heard his own voice ask. Yes, I have never wanted to leave you as desperately as I do now. With that, Gu Mian turned and trudged toward the exit. Outside, Yin Luoxue hurriedly maneuvered her wheelchair into the shadows. Watching Gu Mian's frail, lonely figure, she wished she could rush forward and kill her. But now it hardly mattered. Once Gu Mian divorced Li Ting and left the Li family, eliminating her would be easier than squashing an ant. Even if there were evidence, Li Ting would never send her to prison, so he would undoubtedly divorce Gu Mian. She could begin preparing her wedding dress to marry Li Ting. Gu Mian spent nearly 10 days in the hospital before being discharged. The old lady Li came personally to fetch her. Mian, come home with Grandma and recuperate. No need. Grandma, Gu Mian declined politely. I have made it clear with Ting. I will divorce him. It is inappropriate for me to continue living in the Li family. But before the old lady could finish, Li Ting entered the room. Gu Mian, the man approached her. We need to talk. The old lady Li, understanding the situation, said, You two talk. I will wait outside. Once the door to the hospital room closed, the air thickened with silence. I know you're still angry, the man began, breaking the stillness. Let us return home first. We can stay at the old house for a while. Let Grandma help you recover, and we can discuss everything else slowly, all right? Have we not clarified everything that needed to be said? Gu Mian replied calmly. You signed the divorce papers, and I will remain silent about Yin Luoxue. Li Ting looked at her. But Gu Mian, I have not agreed to that. So what? Gu Mian frowned. Do you intend to handle this fairly? Li Ting rublia solemnly. Aside from the divorce, I can agree to anything else. Gu Mian chuckled softly. So, Ting, you neither wish to divorce nor are you willing to cease protecting Yin Luoxue, correct? Li Ting remained silent. Gu Mian gazed at him. Since childhood, my grandparents taught me to harbor goodwill and repay grievances with kindness, for harboring resentment only brings unhappiness. I considered myself magnanimous, but with Yin Luoxue repeatedly deceiving and harming me, if I continued to forgive, it would only grant her more opportunities to hurt me. Hatred brimmed in Gu Mian's eyes. I will be honest with you. I will not let her go. Even if I divorce you, allowing her to escape legal punishment, I will not let her off easily. I will not hesitate to take her down with me. Li Ting was momentarily taken aback. Since you are determined to take us both down, why persist in wanting a divorce? Because I do not wish to die as your wife, Li Ting. I no longer want to be Mrs. Li, not even in death. Li Ting clasped his shoulders. Do you truly hate me this much? I do not hate you. I am just exhausted and wish to end this absurd and tragic marriage. Gu Mian felt utterly drained. Let go, Ting. For the sake of my diligent 3 years as Mrs. Li, during which I have never faltered, please set me free. Dream on. Li Ting tightened his grip, as if wishing to crush her. I have said our marriage is not for you to decide. I will not let you go. Even in death, you remain my Mrs. Li. With that, Li Ting swept her off her feet and strode out. Gu Mian did not resist. Her body could not withstand vigorous struggle. She needed to recover to seek vengeance against Yin Luoxue. Gu Mian was taken back to the Li family home. Li Ting placed her on the bed. Rest well. The family doctor is on standby downstairs 24/7. If you feel unwell, call her or have Aunt Zhang summon Mr. Luoleng. Gu Mian said nothing and turned her back to him. Li Ting stood quietly for a moment before leaving. Before long, Yin Luoxue knocked and entered the study. Brother Ting, why did you not call me directly? Why send someone to call? What difference does it make? Li Ting sat behind the desk, smoking. Have you prepared to come clean about Gu Mian's situation? Chapter 49. No divorce. Yin Luoxue wore a pitiful expression. I told you, this has nothing to do with me. Li Ting took a drag from his cigarette. Since you refused to admit it, let us handle it officially. A year ago, you spared Gu Mian. Now she returns the favor. You, like her, will serve a year in prison. Let us put this matter to rest. What did you say? Yin Luoxue exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. You want me to go to jail? The principle of facing the consequences for one's misdeeds is a truth even children grasp. A shudder coursed through Yin Luoxue. Didn't Gu Mian say that as long as she divorced her, she would cease her pursuit of this matter? How did you learn about it when even grandma is unaware? Li Ting-shun furrowed his brow. Did you eavesdrop on my conversation? In Luoxue hurriedly clarified, Brother Ting-shun. I overheard it by accident. It was not intentional. Brother Ting-shun, I cannot go to jail. If you simply divorce Gu Mian, wouldn't that resolve everything satisfactorily? Who told you I intend to divorce? Li Ting-shen raturta coldly. I will not divorce Gu Mian. In Luoxue was taken aback. Brother Ting-shun, I must have misheard you. You would rather send me to jail than divorce Gu Mian? Why? Didn't you say you didn't love her? Li Ting-shun's chest surged with irritation. Divorce has nothing to do with love. I may not love her, but I will not divorce her. Do you understand? I do not understand. In Luoxue's emotions crumbled entirely as she wept aloud. You intend to send me to jail for her. Is that not love? Have you finished? The man snapped. Last time you harmed Xiao Bao, I didn't hand you over to Pei Jin Chuan for punishment. That was already indulgent of me. But you have gone too far, even targeting Gu Mian. No matter how you see it, she is my wife, and you dared to involve another man with her. Who gave you the audacity? Tears streamed down In Luoxue's face, leaving her at a loss. With a bang, the study door swung open, and Meru strode in, kneeling before Li Ting-shun. Ting-shun, you have misunderstood Luoxue. She knows nothing of this. It was I who acted. Mom, Luoxue, I am sorry. I concealed this from you. Meru wept inconsolably. I inadvertently learned of Gu Mian's pregnancy, and once she is pregnant, she cannot provide you with blood. I cannot bear to see my daughter in danger. So, I sought my nephew, He Yong, to deal with Gu Mian. Ting-shen, I was foolish and caused a grave mistake. Punish me instead, but please do not make things difficult for Luoxue. In Luoxue was filled with disappointment. Mom, how could you do such a thing? That is Brother Ting-shun's flesh and blood. My life is inconsequential, but Brother Ting-shun's child must not come to harm. Luoxue, I realize my mistake. I almost caused you to be misunderstood by Ting-shun. I am sorry, Meru pleaded. All these years, I raised Luoxue alone. It has been unbearably difficult, and my heart only holds Luoxue. I acted thoughtlessly. Please have mercy on this mother's heart, Ting-shun. Mom, In Luoxue embraced her. I cannot lose you. You must not go to jail. Brother Ting-shun, I beg you, do not send my mother to prison. I have already lost my father. I cannot lose my mother too. I implore you. I will go apologize to Gu Mian right now. The two hurried to the adjacent room. Gu Mian had just fallen asleep when she was startled awake by their cries. She opened her eyes and quietly observed the mother-daughter duo performing at the foot of her bed, quickly grasping the situation. Gu Mian raised her hand to cover her ears. What are you doing? Zhang Ma entered, saying, Our esteemed young mistress needs peace. You must leave at once. The two wept as they departed. Gu Mian, came Li Ting-shun's deep voice, prompting her to slowly open her eyes and gaze calmly at his handsome face. A clever move to sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. Gu Mian smirked slightly by pushing Meru to take the blame. You provide me with an explanation while safeguarding In Luoxue. Ting-shun, I must admit, this tactic of yours is quite astute. Li Ting-shen's bro furuba. Do you believe this was my idea? Is it not? Gu Mian scoffed. To protect In Luoxue, you would go to any lengths. I suspect that even if the matter were handed to the police, all evidence would point to Meru, leaving In Luoxue innocent. If I were to insist, it would only paint me as a bully preying on a person with disabilities. As long as you, Li Ting-shun, are unwilling, no one can make In Luoxue face the law. Li Ting-shun was left laughing in anger. So you imply that I would fabricate evidence to prove Luoxue innocent? Li Ting-shun, you are omnipotent. Such a feat would be mere child's play for you. Gu Mian lowered her gaze. Yet, I fail to understand why we must complicate matters that could be resolved through divorce. You would not comprehend. Li Ting-shen raturta coldly. In your heart, only Pei Jin Chuan treats you well, which is why you rush to Haicheng without hesitation. Gu Mian, do you not bear any responsibility in this matter? Why did you not inform me of your pregnancy immediately? Instead, you sought every means to escape. Had you not fled to Haicheng, none of this would have happened. I wonder why you were so well-behaved those days, never leaving the house or visiting Pei Jin Chuan. It seems you intended to lower my guard so you could elope with him, correct? Gu Mian laughed aloud. What a vivid imagination. It would be a shame if you did not pursue a career in screenwriting. Is it my imagination, or do you dare to do but not to admit? Li Ting-shun glared down at her. Tell me, why were you so compliant the night before you left the capital? Before that, you resisted me. Yet that night you agreed. Was that your way of breaking up with me? Gu Mian's lips trembled with anger. Why would I run away? Do you not understand? I asked you directly if we were to have a child. Could you settle down and live a good life? How did you respond? Li Tingshan was taken aback. She had indeed asked this question the day after her release from prison. At that time, he had not realized she was genuinely pregnant, thinking it was merely a hypothetical question, and he had answered truthfully. Gu Mian struggled to hold back tears. Her voice choked as she spoke. Tingshan, this child is a burden to you, but to me, it is everything. Li Tingshan collected himself. Even if Luoxu instigated someone to harm you, the reason for the child's loss was biological. Gu Mian, let us each take a step back. I can have Imeru take the fall to give you an explanation. You have already made your decision. What more is there to say? Gu Mian closed her eyes. Leave. I do not wish to see you. Li Tingshan wanted to say something, but seeing her pale face, held his tongue. Rest well. In the neighboring Yin household, as soon as Yin Luoxu entered the room, she began to smash things in a frenzy, breaking anything she could find. Luoxu, calm down. Himeru rushed forward to restrain her. Fortunately, I was worried and went outside to listen. Otherwise, seeing Tingshan's demeanor, you would indeed be sent to jail. How could this happen? Yin Luoxu cried in frustration, utterly perplexed. Why was Tingshan unwilling to divorce Gu Mian? He would rather sacrifice me than end his marriage. What could possibly be the reason? Chapter 50. No longer caring men are truly fickle. Himeru reasoned. No matter how unpalatable something is, one eventually grows accustomed to it. Tingshan has become accustomed to Gu Mian's presence. I told you long ago for men, it is always about physical intimacy before love. Although Tingshan has outright stated he does not love Gu Mian, they share that physical bond, which is enough to keep a man tethered. Moreover, Gu Mian is quite cunning. Ever since their marriage, she has played the role of the dutiful wife, allowing Tingshan to grow used to her presence. Now, with her sudden demand for divorce, Tingshan naturally finds it disconcerting. Yin Luoxu gritted her teeth in fury. What a Gu Mian! I underestimated her. Had I known, I would not have let her be humiliated, but would have eliminated her outright. Himeru sorrowfully remarked. We have certainly capsized this time, but you must not go to prison. That is why Mother has stepped forward to take the blame. Remember, you must firmly assert your ignorance regarding this matter. With Tingshan's feelings for you, he will not harm you. Yin Luoxu wept bitterly, but Mother, what will happen to me if you go to prison? It's just for a year. It will pass swiftly, Himeru replied in a hushed tone. Now is not the time for you to be distressed. You must never underestimate Gu Mian. She is a woman of profound cunning, and you must be wary of her. Most importantly, you must find an opportunity to become intimate with Tingshan. Only in this way can you draw his heart away from Gu Mian and ensure her removal from the Li family. If you can become Mrs. Li, then the hardships I endure will be worth it. Yin Luoxu nodded through her tears. Mother, I will do as you say and rescue you. While I am away, take good care of yourself, and consult your uncle if anything arises. Understood. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and the maid opened the door to reveal Li Xingze storming in with fury. Xingze, what brings you here? Yin Luoxu wiped her tears and forced a smile. Haven't you been busy filming these past few days? How come you returned? Did you send someone to harm the child Gu Mian carries? Li Xingze castionat coldly. Yin Luoxu hurriedly explained, Xingze, I just learned of this. My mother acted foolishly in a moment of confusion. Li Xingze grasped Himeru's collar, seething. No matter how detestable Gu Mian may be, she carries my brother's child, my own nephew. How dare you lay a hand on him? Xingze, please don't act this way. Yin Luoxu pleaded. Gu Mian's child is not viable. It was never meant to survive. Even so, I will not permit anyone to harm our Li family's bloodline. Li Xingze's expression darkened. I despise anyone who disrupts my family. Yin Luoxu had never seen Li Xingze so terrifying and was momentarily taken aback. Xingze, she cried, can you truly be so cruel to me and my mother just because of Gu Mian? My mother only wishes the best for me. You have always disliked Gu Mian. I know you love children. Once I marry Tingshan, I can bear children for the Li family. Your actions have truly shattered my heart. Only then did Li Xingze slowly release Himeru, stating, I may hate Gu Mian, but her unborn child is innocent. You may target her, but do not harm the bloodline of the Li family. If this occurs again, even if my brother is indifferent, I will pursue this matter to the end. Yin Luoxu watched as Li Xingze turned and left, her face pale with anger. He had always been her closest ally. Yet now he turned against her for Gu Mian. Although she had not intended to take Gu Mian's life, now it seemed imperative that the wretched woman should suffer. That evening, Li Tingshun did not return to his room. Gu Mian understood this to signify his unwavering support for Yin Luoxue. However, this realization no longer held any significance for her. Yang Ma knocked and entered. "Madam, I have prepared some nourishing soup for you. Please drink it and rest early." "All right." Gu Mian accepted the bowl, sipping it slowly. "Madam." Yang Ma's expression appeared troubled. "What has happened?" Gu Mian sensed something was amiss. Yang Ma knelt down with a thud, sobbing, "Madam, it is I who have wronged you." "What is it?" Gu Mian pressed. Yang Ma cried out, I informed Miss Yin about your pregnancy." Gu Mian was taken aback. "You are not that kind of person. What happened?" As Yang Ma wept, she explained, "Miss Yin's cousin operates a gambling den. They ensnared my son into gambling, and when he lost a large sum, they threatened to sever his hand. I pleaded for compensation, but Miss Yin insisted I betray you. I had no choice but to reveal your pregnancy. Madam, I am guilty. If it weren't for me, you would not be in this predicament. I have been unable to sleep at night, and now that I have spoken, I feel a sense of relief. I know that no matter what I do, I cannot mend the harm you have suffered. I will confess to the old lady. Whatever punishment awaits me, I deserve it." Gu Mian frowned. "No wonder you have appeared so haggard lately and taken frequent leaves. I simply could not face you, so I avoided you," Yang Ma confessed. "I do not blame you," Gu Mian said softly. "Having been a mother for a short time, I understand what a child means to a mother. You were only protecting your son, which is natural. Even if you had remained silent, Miss Yin would have found another way to confirm my pregnancy and would have acted against me. She is the instigator, not you. Now please stand." "Madam, this matter ends here. Do not speak of it to anyone else. Your husband has been ill for a long time, and your family relies solely on your income. You cannot afford to lose this job." Yang Ma's tears flowed. "Madam, I am so sorry. I swear I will never betray you again. If it happens again, may I suffer the wrath of heaven." "Stand up," Gu Mian said as she finished the soup. "It is late. You should rest." "Understood." After that day, Li Tingshun did not return to the Li residence for several days. The old lady Li was infuriated. "This is outrageous. My wife has just undergone surgery and is recuperating at home, yet he is absent. If he has the ability, he should never return. After 3 years of separation, I will arrange a banquet to announce that Gu Mian is my granddaughter." Gu Mian smiled gently. "Grandma, there is no need to be upset over such trivial matters." The old lady paused, realizing that Gu Mian genuinely did not care, hence her dismissal of Li Tingshun's absence as trivial. Only she understood what her grandson had lost. "Let us ignore him. Your health is the priority." Gu Mian nodded. "Thank you, Grandma." "Madam," the eldest young lady, Yang Ma, knocked and entered. "I have heard that the eldest young master has captured Hiyong." "That is excellent news," the old lady Li scoffed. "Tingshun must have gathered sufficient evidence. Himeru will soon find herself imprisoned. This time, she would certainly be alarmed, as rumors spread that the Yin and Li families were closely connected, and they had even dredged up past grievances to accuse the Li family of ingratitude, allowing our eldest young lady to harm her. Is that so?" The old lady Li chuckled. "Those words should reach Tingshun's ears. Rest assured, with the commotion she is making, it will be difficult for it not to be heard by the eldest young master." Li Tingshun rarely visited the Yin family. It was usually Yin Luoxue who sought him out. As she descended the elevator, she spotted him seated on the sofa. The afternoon sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a divine glow upon him, as though a celestial being had descended. This man was born to be exceptional. Yin Luoxue felt a stirring in her heart. She absolutely had to marry Li Tingshun and possess him entirely. "Tingshun, you are here." She called out from her wheelchair. "What brings you back at this hour?" Li Tingshun cast a fleeting glance at her. "Where is your mother?" "Do you have business with my mother?" "She is the one who has caused trouble." "Why seek her out?" He retorted coldly. Yin Luoxue inquired, "What has my mother done to upset you?" Just then, Himeru descended the stairs. "Tingshun, you have come. You have not been in contact with Hiyong for 2 days, have you?" Li Tingshun directly inquired, revealing that he had deduced her capture. He began to spread rumors, accusing Gu Mian of betraying him, while the Li family, in a display of ingratitude, indulged her. Himeru's face paled. "I did not." Li Tingshun, disinterested in engaging her in a dispute, languidly leaned back on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. He spoke nonchalantly. "Hiyong has already lost one hand. If you continue your antics, you shall lose the other as well." Himeru's legs buckled. and she fell to the ground. Ting Shun, please no. Yong is our family's only hope. The truth of the matter was not one she wished to expose. Since you have chosen to take the blame, I shall honor that. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Tingshun's eyes. However, I prefer those who uphold their promises, rather than those who, lacking the ability to change their circumstances, flail about in bitterness. Do you understand? Himei-ru nodded fervently. I understand. I will never do this again. Please spare Hyung. Li Tingshun extinguished his cigarette and rose to leave. On the third-floor terrace, Gu Mian watched as Li Tingshun emerged from the inn residence, a faint smile gracing her lips. Truly, love knows no bounds. He returned first to console Yin Luoxue. After all, with Himei-ru destined for imprisonment, Yin Luoxue would surely be heartbroken and in need of comfort. Downstairs, as Li Tingshun stepped into the courtyard, he suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. He looked up towards the floor above, their gazes locking. The distance was too great for him to discern the emotions in her eyes. Yet he was certain she displayed no happiness. He recalled how, in the 2 years prior to her imprisonment, she would greet him with joy at the mere sight of him, her clear almond eyes sparkling with delight. Had a year of incarceration truly altered everything? Li Tingshun entered the house and ascended the stairs. Gu Mian had already returned to her room, seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. He initiated the conversation. Did the doctor not advise you to rest? Why are you up? Gu Mian did not look up, responding softly. Moderate activity aids in the healing process. An inexplicable irritation surged within Li Tingshun as he snatched the book from her hands. Do you despise me so much that you cannot even spare me a glance? Gu Mian paused for a moment, then slowly lifted her gaze to meet his handsome face. You returned suddenly today. Do you have something to discuss? Did grandmother inform you? The matriarch had been vigilant, ensuring he did not grow lax regarding Hyung's capture. Knowing the man was apprehended, it was unsurprising that she would inform Gu Mian. I have severed one of Hyung's arms. As for the 3 who harmed you, the man captured and that old woman are suffering grievously, and the other is still at large. Li Tingshun sat beside her. If this matter were to come to light, it would undoubtedly disturb your recovery. Therefore, I will charge Himei-ru with economic fraud to ensure her imprisonment. Gu Mian remained silent, her eyes cast down in contemplation. Gu Mian, Li Tingshun gently set the book down, grasping her shoulder. I have dealt with everything, and it was not done lightly. Please do not dwell on it, all right? Am I the one dwelling? Gu Mian looked at him. Are you implying that I should be grateful to you? That any discontent I feel is merely my ignorance? Why must you always speak to me in such a sarcastic tone? Li Tingshun furrowed his brow. I have sent them to prison. What more could you possibly desire? Because the true culprit remains unpunished. Gu Mian's exquisitely pale face was etched with coldness. I nearly faced a fate worse than death, yet the mastermind bears no consequence. You ask what I am dissatisfied with, and do you not find that absurd? Ultimately, you still wish to target Luoxue. Tingshun, how can you say such a thing? Gu Mian looked at him in confusion. Is she who has targeted me? But she has already paid a price. Gu Mian scoffed. So you mean to say that I nearly faced violence while she lost her mother for an entire year? Li Tingshun sighed. Gu Mian, can we not continue discussing this matter? Indeed, further discussion is futile. I can never awaken one who feigns sleep. Gu Mian pushed his hand away, regaining her near-cold composure. For you, everything is perfect, progressing just as you desire. You wish to protect Yin Luoxue, and you succeeded. You did not want a divorce, and you achieved that as well. Congratulations, Li. Li Tingshun was instantly incensed. Is this the only way you can find happiness? Gu Mian smirked, immediately. The one who is pleased is you. You orchestrate everything, and it remains within your grasp. The only one suffering is me. Li Tingshun ceased. A sudden urge to pin her to the sofa, surging within him. His gaze darkened as he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Don't touch me. Gu Mian struggled, attempting to push against his chest, but he easily pressed her into the soft sofa. The man held her wrist tightly, kissing her desperately, trying to melt her resolve, to return her to the gentle and understanding Gu Mian of old. Their bodies pressed together, the temperature rising. The air around them felt almost scorching. As Li Tingshun's breathing grew heavier, he freed one hand, hastily unbuttoning her blouse. In Chapter 52, Love is Instinct. His kiss was fervent, nearly suffocating Gu Mian, her mind blank, yet her body continued to resist fiercely. In the past, loving him was instinctual, and now, resisting him felt just as instinctive. In the struggle, his hand accidentally brushed against her wound, causing her to flinch sharply. Noticing her reaction, Li Tingshun instinctively broke away from her lips, observing her pale complexion and the cold sweat on her brow. What is wrong? He suddenly realized. Did I touch your wound? Gu Mian gasped for air, fixing her gaze on him. You are disappointed that I did not perish at your beloved Yin Luoshue's hands. Are you? You wish to see me dead, do you not? Li Tingshun, if you have the courage, kill me here today. Otherwise, I shall not let you go. Li Tingshun tightened his grip on her wrist. Gu Mian winced in pain, but defiantly remained silent, glaring at him. Eventually, Li Tingshun slowly released her wrist. I apologize. I did not mean to. Focus on your recovery. When you have calmed down, we shall talk again. Days later, Gu Zhiyuan unexpectedly arrived at the Li residence. Uncle, what brings you here? Mian, such a significant event has occurred, and you did not inform me? Gu Zhiyuan's heart ached. I am sorry I could not take better care of you. I feel I have let your grandparents down. Uncle, I am an adult now. I do not require constant care. Please do not be upset. My health is fine and will soon improve. That is good to hear. Gu Zhiyuan wiped away his tears and produced a property deed from his pocket. This is for you. What is this? Days ago, Ting Shan's assistant came to the shop and gave me this deed, stating he wished to gift you the storefront. Gu Zhiyuan's expression shifted with concern. I can't shake the feeling that something is off, so I thought it best to return it. Gu Mian quickly pieced it together. He wishes to compensate me, but knows I will refuse, so he approached you instead. Is that truly the case? Gu Zhiyuan responded. Then I shall not accept it either. Our Gu family may lack many things, but we must not forsake our dignity. Gu Mian gazed at the property deed. Uncle, Aunt must be very pleased, and she likely does not know you intend to return it. Every time Aunt sees Gu Mian, she complains about the expensive rent and high expenses, subtly urging Gu Mian to assist. Gu Zhiyuan looked embarrassed. It is fine. I will handle this matter. What one possesses may vanish without warning, and she will undoubtedly cause a commotion, leading to a household fraught with unrest. Gu Mian softly urged, please accept it. Yet, Mian, he replied, I will manage this matter myself. She will find a way to return the money to Li Tingshun. Gu Zhiyuan sighed. Mian, your uncle is of no help. I may only burden you further. Uncle, you are my only relative in this world. Please refrain from such talk. Gu Mian had been recuperating at the Li residence for nearly a month, her health restored. During this time, she had not encountered Li Tingshun again. Mr. Lu Lang, however, remained persistent, visiting every week to check on the old lady while seeking her presence, hoping she might consider working for him. Li Xingzhe, munching on seeds nearby, remarked, Gu Mian, Mr. Lu Lang's efforts can be likened to the proverbial 3 visits to the thatched cottage. If you refuse, it may come off as rather arrogant. Gu Mian shot him a glance. Then I kindly ask you to cease your chatter and refrain from speaking to me. You have yet to agree yourself. You. Li Xingzhe was taken aback. Initially, I felt pity for your injuries, but it seems that those who are pitiful must also possess some faults. Do you truly believe Mr. Lu Lang holds you in high regard? If he did, wouldn't it be better for him to take you on as a disciple directly? Mr. Lu Lang sipped his tea, choosing not to respond. He indeed wished to take Gu Mian as his apprentice, yet he was uncertain of his ability to teach her. Thus he refrained from making a rash offer. Gu Mian smiled gently. I am well aware of my own capabilities, which is precisely why I declined Mr. Lu Lang's offer. I never intended to become his disciple. Is the young mistress truly not considering it? Mr. Lu Lang inquired earnestly. I genuinely wish to extend this invitation to you. Gu Mian shook her head softly. I apologize, Mr. Lu Lang. May I have a moment of your time? Mr. Lu Lang asked. Gu Mian rose. All right. They moved to a side room, where Mr. Lu Lang inquired. It's evident that you're not the type to wish to remain a young mistress at home for eternity. So may I ask what your reservations are? Gu Mian replied with a smile. Thank you for your esteem, Mr. Lu Lang, but my circumstances, as you heard firsthand, may cause you trouble should I work for you. That is easily resolved, Mr. Lu Lang assured. In the capital, no one dares to seek trouble with me, not even Miss Yin. Gu Mian nodded, acknowledging his point. Indeed, with Mr. Lu Lang's connections, few would dare to provoke him. As for the salary, the young mistress need not worry. The annual consultation fees for the old lady amount to 8 figures. Gu Mian chuckled. That is because you are Mr. Lu Lang. How can an ordinary person hope to earn 8 figures merely by weekly consultations? Mr. Lu Lang continued. In fact, the second young master's suggestion was quite astute. If you do not mind, you could become my disciple. With your talent, surpassing me is only a matter of time. Not to mention, with my sole disciple, you would certainly earn not less than 5 million. Gu Mian felt her resolve wavering. She needed the money to support herself, to repay her uncle's debts to Li Tingshun, and to stand against Yin Luo Shui. She made her decision. All right, I accept. Wonderful. As they exited, Li Xingzhe teased. Mr. Lu Lang, given Gu Mian's demeanor, you might as well ignore her. Your practice is not lacking for her presence. The second young master misspoke. Mr. Lu Lang replied, visibly pleased. The young mistress has agreed to become my disciple. I owe my gratitude to you for your suggestion. What did you say? Li Xingzhe nearly misheard him. Her? The young mistress is no ordinary person and should not be underestimated. Excellent. The old lady was also delighted. Our Mian is always clever. Now that she has chosen Mr. Lu Lang as her teacher, she will undoubtedly achieve great things. I shall host a banquet to announce this. Old lady, the banquet should be hosted by me. You shouldn't trouble yourself. We are family. No need for such formality. I will take care of it. News of Gu Mian becoming Mr. Lu Lang's disciple swiftly spread through high society. Crash! A vase shattered on the floor, startling the maid, who quietly retreated to the kitchen. Since Mei Ru was imprisoned, Yin Luo Shui's temper had grown increasingly volatile, often smashing things or taking her frustrations out on the servants. What is it now? Luo Shui, a middle-aged woman resembling Mei Ru, descended the stairs. Why must my mother go to prison while Gu Mian enjoys a smooth life? Aunt, did you know that Mr. Lu Lang is taking Gu Mian as his disciple? Li Ru was taken aback. Mr. Lu Lang held significant power, and who in their circle would dare offend him? For him to take Gu Mian as a disciple meant she gained yet another esteemed status. How infuriating! Yin Luo Shui trembled with rage. Why does she have it so good? Luo Shui, anger is not good for your health. Calm down. Li Ru poured her a cup of tea. Your mother entrusted me to take care of you. I will surely help you seek revenge. I cannot act impulsively. Yin Luo Shui closed her eyes. Right now, the priority is to capture Tingshun's heart. Yet, he hardly answers my calls lately, let alone meet. Li Ru patted her hand. He must be a bit upset about the previous events. Once he calms down, things will be fine. Men are no match for beauty. When you see him next, just play the part of the wronged. True, Yin Luo Shui gradually regained her composure. In a few days, that old lady will host a banquet for Gu Mian at the Li residence. I will certainly see Tingshun then. I shall attend in grand attire, ensuring everyone knows who should truly be Mrs. Li. Gu Mian encountered Li Tingshun the night before the banquet. After dinner, she played chess with the old lady until after 10, when she returned to her room on the 3rd floor. As she prepared for a shower, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, colliding with a man who had just emerged from his own bath. Chapter 53. A rare return. Gu Mian was startled. Instinctively taking a few steps back, Li Tingshun, towel in hand, looked at her with a calm demeanor. Did I frighten you? I was unaware you had returned. Gu Mian turned to leave. Rest early. I will sleep with grandmother. In the next moment, her arm was seized with force. Am I allowing you to leave? Li Tingshun tossed aside the towel, pulling her back into his embrace, leaning down for a kiss. Gu Mian's eyes flared with anger as she instinctively resisted. In the struggle, the towel around his waist fell to the floor. He grasped her hand, pinning it down, feeling both ashamed and furious. Gu Mian's palm burned as if scalded. Li Tingshun seemed pleased with her reaction, a smile dancing in his eyes. In a whirl, Gu Mian found herself lifted and placed on the bed, where he captured her lips once more. Tonight, he appeared particularly patient, with an air of playfulness as he teased her inch by inch. Upon noticing the scar from her surgery, Li Tingshun paused, then lowered his head to kiss it. Gu Mian trembled. Her struggles proved futile. He was resolute in his desires, and the more she fought, the more determined he became. Gu Mian had no choice but to relent, evading his pursuing kisses, breathlessly pleading, "It's unhealthy to take medication. I refuse to do so. You must use protection." Previously, she had unconditionally complied with Li Tingshun, choosing to take medication. Their intimate life was frequent, and so was the medication, which indeed posed health risks. But her love for him had blinded her to such concerns. Now, however, things had changed. Even if she found herself compelled to be with him, she would not resort to medication again. Li Ting-shan believed she was merely throwing a tantrum, and while kissing her, he coaxed. We don't have a condom at home. Let us proceed today, and I'll have someone by some tomorrow, no way. Gu Mian struggled violently. If you don't wear a condom, don't even think about touching me. Li Ting-shan was taken aback, slowly lifting his gaze to meet hers. Are you using this as an excuse because you don't want to be with me? Gu Mian remained non-committal. If you really don't want to wear one, you can find someone else. Isn't Luoxue right next door? Li Ting-shan instantly lost interest. The desire in his eyes dissipated, replaced by coldness. Gu Mian, what exactly do you want? Does it matter what I want? Gu Mian looked at him, addressing him formally as Mr. Li. Li Ting-shan's expression turned frigid. It seems it's time to remind you of your status, Mrs. Li. Gu Mian had been tossed around the entire night, unaware of how she eventually fell asleep, only knowing that dawn was approaching. Li Ting-shan awoke around 9, roused by his biological clock. His gaze fell upon the worn-out face of the girl beside him. He gently caressed her cheek, the stubbornness she had displayed the previous night flashing through his mind. They had engaged 4 times, continuing until dawn. His body had found immense satisfaction, yet his heart felt constricted due to her persistent resistance. Despite the time that had passed, her anger had not subsided, clearly indicating the extent of Mrs. Li's temper. However, he reassured himself that there would come a day when her anger would fade, and their marital life would return to its former joy. Li Ting-shan got up to wash and went downstairs for breakfast, instructing the servants not to disturb Gu Mian's sleep as he prepared to leave. Master, are you heading out? Zhang Ma approached. There's a banquet at home. Want you stay? I have 2 meetings to attend, Li Ting-shan replied as he donned his suit. I'll return before the banquet. Zhang Ma nodded in understanding. Gu Mian awoke in the afternoon. Although fatigued, she felt no stickiness on her skin, indicating that Li Ting-shan had likely helped her bathe. As she got out of bed, her legs trembled uncontrollably. She took another shower, still sensing Li Ting-shan's lingering scent on her. She couldn't help but wonder if his obsession with their intimate encounters was the reason he was unwilling to divorce her, which she found to be the most tragic aspect. To Li Ting-shan, she possessed no charm that would make him yearn for her. His only attachment seemed to be the physical aspect of their relationship. The fact that he had thrown money at her uncle to salvage their marriage made her feel like a commodity. Thus, she agreed to Mr. Lu's proposal. As she was in dire need of money, at times, money equated to dignity. As Gu Mian descended the stairs in search of food, she encountered Li Xingze. Noticing her awkward gait, he put 2 and 2 together and remarked, "Aren't you determined to divorce my brother? Why do you seem so eager to entice him when he finally spent a night at home?" Gu Mian replied with a stoic expression, "Is it possible that your brother simply has a one-track mind?" "Impossible." Li Xingze retorted confidently, "My brother is a well-known abstinent god. Don't slander him." Gu Mian chuckled lightly. "Then I can only say that you, dear brother, are quite incompetent in understanding your brother." Gu Mian ignored him, heading straight into the kitchen. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Yang Ma entered. Noticing the absence of others, she took out a pack of medication from her pocket. "Madam, I brought it." Gu Mian picked up a cup of water and swallowed a pill. In her heart, she believed her marriage with Li Ting-shan had reached its end, and naturally, she could not have children. In the afternoon, the old lady Li took Gu Mian shopping for clothes and even summoned 2 makeup artists to prepare her. "Grandma, isn't this unnecessary?" Gu Mian expressed some reluctance. "Of course, it is necessary. I have invited all the notable figures from our circle to introduce you formally." The old lady insisted. "Then it's even more unnecessary," Gu Mian replied with self-mockery. "No one in our circle is unaware of me. After all, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire." "Oh, silly child. It's precisely because you were schemed against by Luoxue at the Ji family that I want to help you regain your dignity today," the old lady said sternly. "People are saying that Ting-shan has no feelings for you, compounded by your past in prison, which makes the Li family unable to tolerate you. Today, I want to show everyone that whether or not there are grandchildren matters not. You, my granddaughter-in-law, are my most treasured." Gu Mian's eyes immediately welled with tears. "Thank you, Grandma. Listen to me. Quickly change into your dress and let the makeup artist create a stunning look that captivates everyone." At 5 in the evening, the Li residence was bustling with guests. The old lady had specially invited a retired pastry chef from abroad, and the Chinese cuisine section featured the country's top chefs. As a Rolls-Royce parked outside the Li family's entrance, Li Tingshan alighted, only to be greeted by Yin Luoxue. Tingshan, you're back, she exclaimed. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 54. Falling for Gu Mian, although Yin Luoxue was in a wheelchair, she was meticulously dressed. A high-end white gown paired with a flawless makeup look made her appear as enchanting as a water lily. Her wheelchair did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it added an air of vulnerability that could easily evoke a man's protective instincts. And Luoxue gazed at him with longing. Tingshan, I called you several times, but you didn't answer. I was busy, Li Tingshan replied coolly. If it's urgent, the system will notify me. In Luoxue, understanding, responded, I see. I won't disturb you again when you're busy. Just contact me once you're free. Li Tingshan merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum before striding inside. Brother, Li Xingze approached with a glass of wine. Grandma is overestimating Gu Mian, inviting so many people. When I turned 18, I didn't even have such a grand celebration. Li Tingshan patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. When you turn 80, you'll have a similar event. Li Xingze? Mr. Li, welcome back. Guests approached Li Tingshan to toast him. Yin Luoxue watched him with adoration from the side. Li Xingze observed Yin Luoxue and felt an uncomfortable sensation rise within him. The way she looked at him could almost be described as possessive. One could easily mistake her for Mrs. Li. Li Xingze couldn't help but interject. Luoxue, today's banquet is hosted by Grandma. I doubt she invited you. Yin Luoxue's expression faltered. Xingze, what do you mean by that? Do you not want me here? Our families are close, and I should be able to attend this gathering. Grandma isn't the type to exclude people, but you do well to keep your distance from my brother. Otherwise, she'll get upset and defend Gu Mian, Li Xingze warned. True enough, Grandma always unconditionally favors Gu Mian, disregarding the long-standing friendship between our families. In this setting, it's best to keep your comments to a minimum. Li Xingze dismissed her and walked away. Yin Luoxue, however, had no intention of heeding his advice. Today, she was determined to seize the opportunity to be near Li Tingshan. Grandma is here. As someone announced, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Gu Mian emerged, linking arms with the old lady Li, with Mr. Liu standing on her other side. The girl wore a mint green gown, her shoulder-length hair casually tied into a bun, and her face adorned with light, elegant makeup. She and T made a grand effort to dress up, yet her beauty was astonishing. Li Tingshan found himself drawn to her, instinctively stepping forward to stand beside her. The old lady Li held Gu Mian's hand, resting on Li Tingshan's arm. Grandma, Gu Mian spoke softly, casting a puzzled glance at her. Not only men need to play their part, we women must do so as well, the old lady Li explained before stepping aside. Gu Mian, feeling helpless, could only continue to hold onto Li Tingshan. Yin Luoxue tightly gripped the armrests of her wheelchair, seething with resentment. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Liu Lang cheerfully announced, thank you all for attending the dinner between my beloved disciple, Gu Mian, and myself. I hope you will look after her in the future. I raise a toast to you all. Everyone raised their glasses in congratulations to Mr. Liu Lang. He led Gu Mian to meet the guests. My dear Mian is truly exceptional, praised the old lady Li, who stood beside Li Tingshan, admiring Gu Mian's slender, upright figure. After she divorces you, she will surely find a worthy partner. That would be splendid. I would gain another grandson-in-law. Li Tingshan's expression darkened ominously. That will probably disappoint you. How could that be? The old lady feigned curiosity. Am I wrong? I will never divorce Gu Mian, Li Tingshan declared, each word firm. She can never marry another man. Oomph. The old lady scoffed. Loving someone is like nurturing a flower. It requires careful tending and care. Yet you treat Mian as if she were mere weeds, and do not allow others to cherish her. She paused. Tingshan, one must not be so selfish. Li Tingshan ignored her, his gaze fixed on the entrance. The old lady sensed his discontent and followed his line of sight, seeing Pei Jinchuan entering with Xiaobao. Gu Mian spotted them immediately and hurried over. Mr. Pei, what brings you to the capital? Are you on a business trip? Sort of, Pei Jinchuan explained with a smile. I am now the largest shareholder of Yin Corporation. I came to take over the company, which will soon become the capital branch of the Pei Corporation. Plus, Xiaobao loves the capital, so I decided to bring him here for a long stay. I see, Gu Mian said, gently ruffling Xiaobao's hair. That's wonderful. I'll get to see Xiaobao often. Xiaobao beamed at her mom, Gu Mian's sister. Gu Mian looked curiously at Pei Jinchuan. He chuckled. Since we'll be living here long term, I didn't want Xiao Bao's title to cause misunderstandings, so I had him corrected. Gu Mian crouched down in front of Xiao Bao. No matter what you call me, I will always love you. Xiao Bao hugged her tightly. I will always love Gu Mian's sister too. Not far away, Li Tingshun watched this warm scene, his expression dark as storm clouds. He strode over Gu Mian. Take Xiao Bao to get something to eat. Is Xiao Bao hungry? Gu Mian asked. Xiao Bao not dead? Then let's go eat. As they walked away hand in hand, Li Tingshun turned his gaze back to Pei Jinchuan. Mr. Pei seems to have forgotten what I said in Haiqing last time. Pei Jinchuan picked up a wine glass from a server and took a sip of red wine, smiling. If what President Li meant was for me to keep my distance from Gu Mian, I apologize. Gu Mian and I are friends, and there is no reason for us to become estranged. Li Tingshen Shukladli. It seems that my facilitating your acquisition of the Corporation has given you a misplaced confidence, leading you to believe that everything is at your fingertips. If President Li compares Gu Mian to the Corporation, it is rather disrespectful, Pei Jinchuan retorted. Gu Mian is incomparable to any mere corporation. Li Tingshun's cold smile suggested, it appears my wife holds considerable importance in Mr. Pei's eyes. It is not merely that she holds weight in my heart. Rather, President Li has underestimated Gu Mian's capabilities. Mr. Lu Lang's sole closed-door disciple is not just anyone, Pei Jinchuan stated, taking another sip of wine. Even if President Li intends to dim her brilliance, it is unlikely to succeed. To gain one must lose. Excessive attention is not always advantageous, Li Tingshen remarked coldly. Having a multitude of bodyguards following one is merely a loss of freedom. Gu Mian is an adult and bears her own responsibilities. Li Tingshen's expression grew colder still. It seems Mr. Pei knows my wife better than I do. That statement strikes at the heart of the matter. Perhaps you have never truly understood her. Pei Jinchuan raised his glass in a gesture of farewell. Excuse me. Frustration bubbled within Li Tingshun as he downed a glass of wine and retreated to his study. Moments later, a knock echoed through the room. Leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, he impatiently shouted, "Get out." The door swung open, and Yin Luoxue wheeled herself in. Tingshun, what's wrong? What are you doing here? Li Tingshun opened his eyes. Leave. Tingshun, don't be angry. It's not good for your health, Yin Luoxue said with concern. I brought a fine bottle of wine to keep you company. No need, Li Tingshun coldly rejected. Tingshun, have we really grown so distant? Yin Luoxue's face fell. You've never treated me this way before. If you've fallen for Gu Mian, you could tell me directly. I will respect her as my sister-in-law. Who told you I've fallen for Gu Mian? Li Tingshen's frustration munta. I could never love her. In the doorway, Gu Mian stood quietly, a flicker of pain flashing in her lowered eyes. Chapter 55. I am poisoned. Gu Mian lifted her head to prevent the tears from falling. Even after giving up, hearing Li Tingshun utter those words still caused her heart to ache. He could never love her. Thankfully, she had merely wasted 10 years. Thankfully, she had decided to stop the losses in time. Gu Mian wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and turned to leave. Downstairs, the old lady Li saw Gu Mian descend and hurried over. Has Tingshun not eaten? Gu Mian smiled faintly, placing the plate she held on a nearby table. He said he wasn't hungry. Then let us not bother with him. We'll eat ourselves. All right. In the study, Yin Luoxue let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had been so afraid of hearing an affirmative answer, terrified that Li Tingshun would openly admit to loving Gu Mian. Yin Luoxue fetched 2 goblets and poured red wine into them, speaking gently. Tingshun, I know you're upset because Pei Jinchuan came uninvited. Gu Mian's actions were improper, flirting with him openly. Xiao Bao calls her mom, disregarding your feelings entirely. Li Tingshun lifted the glass of red wine Yin Luoxue had placed before him and downed it in one go. She continued pouring for him. Tingshun, calm down. You should talk things over with Gu Mian later. Regardless, one must maintain decorum in such situations. After several glasses, Li Tingshun felt a heat rising within him, an uncomfortable sensation consuming his body. Tingshun, what's wrong? Yin Luoxue reached out to touch his forehead. You're burning up. Li Tingshun loosened his tie, exuding an air of refined sensuality. As Yin Luoxue noticed his gaze turning hazy, she boldly placed her hands upon his chest, her voice soft and enticing. Tingshun, you're so hot. Let me help you with your buttons. It might feel better. Li Tingshun felt as though flames were engulfing him, threatening to explode from within. Tingshun, a sultry voice whispered in his ear, carry me to the sofa. Let me take care of you, all right? Li Ting-shun closed his eyes, and, as he reopened them, the haze had cleared slightly, granting him a measure of clarity. He turned to find Yin Luoxue almost pressed against him, sharply demanding, "What are you doing? Get out!" Ting-shun. Yin Luoxue clung to his neck. "I want to leave. I should be your wife. Let us truly be together, and I will ensure your happiness." The proximity between them was overwhelming, her fragrance invading his senses. Li Ting-shun furrowed his brow, instinctively raising his hand. Yin Luoxue fell heavily back into her wheelchair, grimacing in pain. Li Ting-shun's composure was indeed stronger than most. Even now, he managed to endure. Observing him, Yin Luoxue saw that he could no longer bear it and leaned closer. Boldly, she placed her hand over his lap. "Ting-shun, I know you desire me. Look, you're responding. Ting-shun, I love you. I am the one who loves you most in this world. I beg you to love me just once." Li Ting-shun could hardly withstand such provocation and grasped her shoulders firmly. Yin Luoxue's heart soared, and she puckered her lips to kiss him. But as he turned away, her kiss landed on his cheek. "Ting-shun," she murmured, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I love you. Let me serve you well." With great difficulty, Li Ting-shun restrained his body's urges, clinging to his last thread of sanity, and pushed her away forcefully. "Get out!" Yin Luoxue nearly toppled over, her back colliding painfully against the wheelchair, crying out, "It hurts. Get out. If you don't leave, I'll have someone carry you away." Li Ting-shun's forehead was vein-ridden, and Yin Luoxue was startled. If others were alerted, she would only feel more humiliated. It seemed today was destined to end in failure for her. Gritting her teeth, she quietly picked up a bottle and glass from the table and left silently. Li Ting-shun trembled as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed number. When the call connected, it was immediately rejected. Undeterred, he dialed again. Gu Mian finally answered, her voice cold. "What is it?" "Gu Mian," the man called her hoarsely. "Come to the study." Busu. "I'm poisoned." Li Ting-shun struggled to speak. "Don't alarm anyone. Come up yourself." Gu Mian frowned slightly at the abruptly disconnected call. Poisoned? Hadn't he just been pouring his heart out to Yin Luoxue? How could he suddenly be poisoned? Moreover, they were in the Li residence. Who had the audacity to poison Li Ting-shun? Despite her doubts, Gu Mian felt uneasy and put her phone away, heading inside. Upon reaching the third floor, she found the study door closed and knocked twice. "Come in," came Li Ting-shun's suppressed and pained voice. Gu Mian hurriedly opened the door and saw him, sitting with his head lowered behind the desk. "What poison did you take?" she asked, stepping closer. "Let me check your pulse." Just as she grasped his hand, he clasped her wrist tightly. She felt a sudden burn on her wrist. Looking up at Li Ting-shun, she noticed his eyes were bloodshot, and a vivid lipstick mark adorned his left cheek. Frowning, she remarked, "Mr. Li, if you're going to cheat, at least clean up afterward. You call me up here just to flaunt your conquest?" Li Ting-shun's mind was clouded. He could not comprehend her words, his thoughts consumed by a singular desire, to have her. Just as Gu Mian attempted to leave, he lifted her effortlessly and placed her atop the desk. A dangerous aura enveloped them, and she could feel the heat radiating from his body. "What's wrong?" Gu Mian frowned, fearing he might truly have been poisoned. "Gu Mian." He whispered her name. "I want you." Gu Mian's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how indulgent Li Ting-shun was, he was not one to lose his composure in such a public setting. With so many guests downstairs, and her being the main attraction today, he wouldn't be so reckless as to pursue her now. Yet, seeing the dazed longing in his eyes, she suddenly realized, "You've been drugged? Let go of me. I'll run you a bath and get you medication to counteract it." Li Ting-shun's eyes turned dangerously sharp. "Aren't you the best antidote?" As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned down and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Gu Mian had never experienced such intense heat. It felt as if he would consume her entirely in the next moment. She struggled desperately. "No. Li Ting-shun, please calm down." But how could he possibly remain calm now? He had fought hard to dismiss Yin Luoxue, waited several minutes for Gu Mian to arrive, and now the effects of the drug were overwhelming, making it impossible to endure any longer. Chapter 56. Just the antidote, perhaps due to the drug or the setting on the desk, Li Ting-shun seemed particularly sensitive. With a crash, everything on the desk was swept to the floor, clearing more space for his unabashed advances. Gu Mian felt the hard surface against her back, gripping her skirt tightly as tears streamed down her cheeks. What a cruel man he was, to declare he could never love by Yue Guang one moment, only to engage in such acts with her the next. To him, she was merely a tool, merely an antidote, unworthy of even the most basic respect. All she could do was pray for the drug's effects to pass quickly, to end this torment soon. Noticing her tears, Li Tingshan quickly pulled her up, asking, "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Gu Mian's tears flowed even more fiercely. Li Tingshan guessed that the desk was hardly a comfortable place for her. Yet he found himself unable to stop, nor did he wish to. Scanning the study, his gaze settled on the nearby leather sofa. Outside, the sun's last rays faded, and night enveloped the earth. The study remained unlit, illuminated only by the light streaming in through the window, revealing the undulating figures on the sofa. At the door, In Luoxue was about to knock when she suddenly heard movement inside. Pressing her ear against the door, she quickly discerned the man's low breaths and the woman's soft moans. Her eyes widened. Li Tingshan had thrown her out, yet here he was with another woman? It couldn't he possibly be Gu Mian? Suppressing her fury, In Luoxue continued to eavesdrop, unable to distinguish if it was indeed Gu Mian. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and dialed a number. The call connected, but there was no sound from the study. It was quickly answered. "Hello, may I ask what you need from my mother?" Recognizing Xiao Bao's voice, she maneuvered her wheelchair to a corner and asked, "Where is your mother?" "My mother is toasting. Should I pass the phone to her?" "No need." In Luoxue hung up, a cold smirk flashing in her eyes. If Gu Mian was downstairs, it meant the woman in the study was not her. Perhaps it was just a maid delivering tea to Li Tingshan. Yes, it must be a maid. With this thought, the anger in her chest dissipated somewhat. Though Li Tingshan was engaging in illicit acts with a lowly maid, she felt less enraged at the prospect of Gu Mian witnessing it. It would be most thrilling for Gu Mian to see it with her own eyes. As an idea formed, In Luoxue dialed He Liru's number. "Auntie, I need a favor." Downstairs, several female guests began to whisper among themselves, speculating what was occurring. "What's going on?" asked the matriarch of the Li family. "Old madam, let me investigate," Zhang Ma said, preparing to leave when she noticed Li Xingze approaching, visibly upset. "Grandma, I heard someone shameless is hiding in our house." "Who?" "Just the kind of thing that happens between a man and a woman." Old Madam Li frowned. "That's impossible. All the guests here are respectable. Who would be so brazen as to do such a thing in someone else's home?" "Grandma, you've been quite ignorant. Your precious Gu Mian seems to excel in this department. I heard she was quite eager at the last banquet at the Ji family, trying to seduce my brother." Old Madam Li's expression darkened. "Do not speak of your sister-in-law in such a manner. I'm too tired to discuss her right now." Li Xingze waved his hand, emphasizing the importance of the matter at hand. "I just heard someone making a commotion on the 3rd floor. I must hurry upstairs to check. I hope it's not some shameless person engaging in such activities in my room. If that's the case, I'll abandon the room and look for a new one tonight." With that, Li Xingze turned and entered the house, fearing that he might stir up trouble. The old matriarch immediately followed him, and several guests trailed behind, eager for the spectacle. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Xingze first checked his own room, relieved to find it empty. He then proceeded from room to room, and when he approached Li Tingshan's study, he indeed heard sounds coming from within. Pressing his ear against the door, his handsome face flushed. It seemed rather intense. "Grandmother, there's definitely someone in there. And how audacious to choose my brother's study." The old matriarch cleared her throat, stating, "Guests are guests. No matter who is inside, they're all visitors of the Li family today. Let's leave." "That won't do. My brother has a severe obsession with cleanliness. If he finds out, he will be utterly disgusted. I must see who has the audacity," Li Xingze declared, resolutely opening the door. The study was pitch dark, and just as he reached for the light switch, a cushion struck his face, accompanied by a man's sharp reprimand. "Get out, brother." Li Xingze was taken aback, quickly shutting the door. He thought to himself, who would dare to enter his brother's study in such a manner? It turned out to be his brother himself. "Grandmother, it's all right now. Let us go." Just as Li Xingze attempted to leave with the old matriarch, he suddenly heard In Luoxue's voice. "Xingze, who is in the study with Tingshan? Do I even need to ask? It's obviously Gu Mian." Li Xingze replied without a second thought. "That's impossible. I just saw Gu Mian downstairs." Li Xingze froze. He and T clearly seen the woman in the study. He merely assumed it was Gu Mian. If it's not Gu Mian, who else could it be? In Luoxue seemed to realize something suddenly. Could it be? Tingshan is with another woman in the study. No way. He is not that kind of person. The old matriarch shot a disdainful glance at the overly dramatic In Luoxue, Ting Shun is certainly not that kind of person. He is merely resting inside. Enough. Let us disperse. In Luoxue refused to relent. Grandmother, I came to find Ting Shun for a reason. I must go in and see. It's necessary to dispel these rumors. Luoxue, the old matriarch blocked her path. I said to go downstairs. In Luoxue feigned innocence. Grandmother, I have grown up with Ting Shun since childhood. I am his betrothed fiancé. It is only rightful for me to go in and see him. Rightful? The old matriarch scoffed. Do you not fear divine retribution for saying such things? Ting Shun already has a wife. How dare you claim such entitlement? In Luoxue's expression darkened, and she bit her lip. Grandmother, I have heard the rumors too. They say there is someone in there. Ting Shun has always maintained his integrity. He wouldn't engage in such actions, which is why I must see for myself to clear his name. Ting Shun's integrity does not require your defense. Leave this instant. In Luoxue's eyes brimmed with tears. Grandmother, I know you do not favor me, but I love Ting Shun deeply. Even for my own sake, I must go in and see the truth. Chapter 57. I have a wife, as Ian Luoxue spoke. She attempted to push her way inside. The old matriarch blocked her path. Just then, the study door swung open, and Li Ting Shun emerged, asking, what is going on? Upon seeing Li Ting Shun's composed demeanor, Ian Luoxue surmised that he had already resolved the situation. But the woman must still be inside. Ting Shun, who is the woman in your study? Ian Luoxue inquired. What woman? Li Ting Shun countered with a question. Someone just heard a man and a woman in your study. Xingza heard it too. That's a misunderstanding. I was just in a video conference. I was the only one in there. Ian Luoxue persisted. Since someone has claimed this, why not let someone go in to check? It would help quell the rumors. Li Ting Shun leaned lazily against the door. You said it was a rumor. If I were to clarify every rumor, I would have no time for anything else in this life. Ian Luoxue felt a bit embarrassed. If she insisted on entering, it might provoke Li Ting Shun's displeasure. Where was Gu Mian? Just then, the door to the adjacent room opened and Gu Mian, clad in a black dress, stepped out. Why are there so many people? Grandmother, what happened? Child, why have you changed your outfit? The old matriarch asked. I accidentally spilled red wine on myself, so I returned to change. Gu Mian, you arrived just in time, Ian Luoxue said. Someone heard that Ting Shun was with another woman in his study. As his wife, it would be better for you to address this matter. Ian Luoxue waited to see Gu Mian's distressed reaction, but Gu Mian merely smiled calmly. I trust Ting Shun. He is not that kind of person. Ian Luoxue was taken aback. She couldn't believe Gu Mian would respond this way. Others wouldn't lie about such matters, claiming the woman was still in the study. Wouldn't Gu Mian check? I have said I trust Ting Shun. Gu Mian stepped forward. However, since there are such rumors, I also do not wish for Ting Shun's reputation to be tarnished. Since Miss Ian is so convinced there is a woman inside, why not take a look for yourself? Ian Luoxue ground her teeth in frustration. If she went in, she would ensure that Gu Mian would be distressed once she brought that maid out. Very well, I shall go in. Ian Luoxue maneuvered her wheelchair into the room. And 5 minutes later, she emerged, her face ashen. Gu Mian asked, Miss Ian, where's the woman you spoke of? The answer was clear. Ian Luoxue gripped the armrests of her wheelchair tightly. Indeed, it was all a rumor, and there was no one inside. It was unclear who had spread such idle gossip. Indeed, it is quite tiresome, Gu Mian smiled. Grandmother, I will go downstairs to greet the guests. I shall accompany you. The crowd, having not witnessed any scandal, dispersed to the lower floor to drink. Ian Luoxue looked up, meeting Li Ting Shun's icy gaze, causing her to tremble in fear. Ting Shun, did you dare drug me? Li Ting Shun demanda. Ting Shun, I did not. The wine you brought has issues. Don't pretend you are unaware of what was in it. Wine? Ian Luoxue suddenly realized, how could this happen? Ting Shun, it wasn't me. Li Ting Shun's eyes grew colder. Then tell me, who do you plan to make take the blame this time? It was my aunt. She said it was rare for me to see you today, so she prepared a bottle of wine for me to apologize for the previous incident. Ting Shun, I truly didn't know she had drugged it. You have a lot of relatives, Li Ting Shun sneered. Who do you plan to pull in next to take the fall? I speak the truth. Ian Luoxue tearfully protested. Ting Shun, you drank wine just now. Why didn't you touch me? Li Ting Shun lit a cigarette and took a drag. Why would I touch you? But you were unwell. Did you hold back? There was a woman here just now, right? Li Ting Shun replied indifferently. Have you forgotten? I have a wife. Ian Luoxue froze. Gu Mian. It was Gu Mian. Why? Why was this happening? What did she lack compared to Gu Mian? Why would he forsake her for Gu Mian? The anger coursed through Luoxue, causing her to tremble. Luoxue, do not attempt to challenge my limits with your petty tricks. Li Tingshun's piercing gaze locked onto her tear-streaked face, devoid of any compassion. If there is a next time, regardless of how many scapegoats you find, you will bear the consequences yourself. Do you understand? Luoxue trembled in fright, realizing the gravity of the situation. Gu Mian had been entertaining guests until 10 o'clock in the evening before finally bidding them farewell. Mr. Lu Lang, in high spirits, had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol and was thoroughly intoxicated. Gu Mian arranged for someone to escort him to his guest room for rest, and then saw the elderly lady lead back to her chamber. "Grandma, do rest early," she advised. "You too, go to bed," came the reply. Gu Mian ascended to her room on the 3rd floor, removed her high heels, and washed off her makeup before sinking into the bathtub for a soak. After being thoroughly exhausted by Li Tingshun and spending the night in heels, she was beyond tired, her eyelids heavy with sleep. As she bathed, drowsiness enveloped her, and she succumbed to slumber without realizing when she dozed off. Li Tingshun entered the room, not finding Gu Mian at first. He turned and proceeded to the bathroom, where he discovered the girl reclining in the tub, sound asleep. A smile crept onto his lips as he approached and gently lifted her from the water. Gu Mian remained in deep slumber, oblivious to his actions. He wrapped her in a towel and placed her back onto the bed. Gu Mian turned over, clutching the pillow, and sank deeper into sleep. Li Tingshun's gaze darkened as he quietly left for the bathroom. The following morning, Gu Mian awoke to find herself staring at a remarkably handsome face. It took her a moment to recall that she had been soaking in the bath last night, and that it was Li Tingshun who had carried her back to bed. As she sat up and prepared to get out of bed, a strong hand pulled her back down. "It's still early. Sleep a little longer," he urged. "It's not early. I must get up," she insisted. Li Tingshun cupped her face and said, "Do you realize how dangerous it was to climb out of the window last night? If you had fallen from the 3rd floor, you could have been seriously injured or worse." "Mrs. Li," Gu Mian smiled faintly. "I simply did not wish for Mr. Li to be seen engaging in inappropriate conduct during the day. They were husband and wife, and even if someone had seen them in the study, it would not have been scandalous. However, given the circumstances of yesterday, it was decidedly inappropriate, prompting her to climb back through the window into the adjacent room." Li Tingshun chuckled softly and kissed her. Gu Mian hastily pushed him away. "What are you doing?" "As you said, engaging in inappropriate conduct during the day," he replied cheekily. Li Tingshun. Gu Mian sat up, her expression serious. "Yesterday, I was momentarily soft-hearted, which led me to be deceived into coming upstairs for an antidote. But that does not mean I was willing. Please have some respect." Li Tingshun also sat up. "Gu Mian, do you truly despise me so much?" "Yes, I despise you. I want a divorce and wish to distance myself from you as much as possible." Gu Mian opened the nightstand drawer and took out a check. "For the store you gave to my uncle, worth 20 million, here is 10 million. Please accept this for now. I will return the remaining 2 million to you as soon as possible." Li Tingshun's gaze darkened as he read the name on the check. "Pei Jinchuan. You dare to return his money to me? Gu Mian, you are something else. There is no need to sully my name by associating me with him. This is merely his payment for my saving Xiao Bao and the subsequent consultation fees for his role as the family doctor." She placed a check before him. "Additionally, I kindly request that you refrain from giving anything to my uncle in the future. Are you still angry about what happened before?" Li Tingshun looked at her in confusion. "I have dealt with the matter. What more do you wish for? Do you want Luoxue to die?" Gu Mian replied coldly. "I have no desire to discuss the past, as it serves no purpose and will not change anything." "Then what would you like to discuss?" Li Tingshun casted shoulders. "I have been away, knowing you were upset, hoping to allow you time to cool off. Yet, it appears I underestimated your temper. Are you truly planning to hold this against me for the rest of your life?" Gu Mian's demeanor was nearly devoid of emotion. "You are mistaken. I have no intention of wasting my life on you. Between us, there is no such thing as a lifetime." "Wasting?" Li Tingshun's gaze turned icy. "You regret marrying me. Hence each day by my side feels like a waste, does it not?" "Indeed," Gu Mian replied decisively. The depths of his dark eyes shimmered with fury, instilling fear. "Very well. If you wish to escape, allow me to clarify. I will never let you go. You will forever be Mrs. Li, even unto death. Mrs. Li, the effects of yesterday's medicine have not yet worn off, and I certainly will not waste your antidote." Before Gu Mian could react, Li Tingshun captured her lips with his own. Chapter 58. Quite comfortable Gu Mian struggled fiercely, but she was no match for the man's strength. In a moment of defiance, she bit down hard, the metallic taste of blood mingling with their entangled lips. The man groaned softly and released her. Li Ting-shun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Mrs. Li, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? I once thought you a gentle little rabbit, but it seems you're more of a wild cat. Gu Mian glared at him, her lips pursed tightly. Li Ting-shun found it amusing. A wildcat ignited his desire for conquest far more than a meek rabbit ever could. Not angry anymore? He asked, patting her cheeks soothingly. He returned the check to pay Jean Xuan. Whatever amount you desire, I can provide. No need. Gu Mian tossed aside the covers and headed straight for the bathroom. Li Ting-shun observed her retreating figure with a faint smile, amused by her increasingly fiery temperament. At the breakfast table, Li Xingze noticed something was amiss with Li Ting-shun. Brother, what happened to your mouth? Li Ting-shun casually replied, I was bitten by your sister-in-law. Li Xingze stared in disbelief. Is this some sort of morning joke? He pouted. I distinctly heard someone in your study last night. Who was it? Li Ting-shun looked at him as if he were foolish. Who do you think? Li Xingze understood and turned to Gu Mian. You are remarkably composed, aren't you? Caught in the act, yet you remain unfazed. Can't you display a bit of propriety befitting the Li family's young mistress? Gu Mian smiled lightly. Second young master, you are quite amusing. Instead of seeking the person who drugged your brother, you are here blaming me for my lack of decorum? My brother was drugged? Li Xingze exclaimed in shock. Who would dare? Of course, it was your most beloved and admired person. Gu Mian took a sip of milk. It's a pity that she failed last night. Otherwise, you might have realized your dream of swapping for a new sister-in-law. Li Xingze was incredulous. Is it Luo Xue? Gu Mian offered no confirmation. Although Li Ting-shun had not explicitly stated it, she had no doubt that Luo Xue was behind it. Luo Xue must have intended to climb into Li Ting-shun's bed, only to fail. What perplexed her was why, despite Li Ting-shun's evident affection for Luo Xue, he was unwilling to engage with her. However, upon reflection, it was not difficult to understand. A beloved first love is sacred and should not be sullied. He was not yet divorced and could not afford to engage in any ambiguous relations to protect her reputation. In contrast, Gu Mian was different. She was merely a tool for Li Ting-shun in the bedroom, someone with whom he could engage at any time, with little regard for her consent. This was the stark distinction between love and indifference. Seeing the mocking smile on Gu Mian's face, Li Ting-shun felt an inexplicable discomfort. After finishing her breakfast, Gu Mian left the house. Where are you going? A firm grip on her arm revealed it was Li Ting-shun who had pursued her outside. Gu Mian tilted her head. Mr. Li, you wouldn't seriously be monitoring my comings and goings, would you? You are my wife. Is it wrong to inquire? Gu Mian shook free of his grasp. I'm going to work. To Mr. Lulang's place? Allow me to escort you. No need. Grandma's driver will take me. Mrs. Li's first day at work. Naturally, I should be the one to see you off. Gu Mian found herself pulled into the car by Li Ting-shun, choosing not to resist to avoid wasting time. Observing her indifference, Li Ting-shun felt a pang of discomfort and broke the silence. Gu Mian, are you truly planning to work for Mr. Lulang? Yes, Gu Mian replied softly. Is there a problem? Being a doctor is quite arduous. Mr. Li, are you joking? I come from the countryside. I'm the least afraid of hardship. Li Ting-shun gazed at her cold, stubborn profile. Must you speak with such sharpness? All right. Then allow me to ask you calmly, he said. Gu Mian turned to face him. How do you plan to deal with the instigator? Luo Xue. Li Ting-shun remained silent. So, it would just be left unresolved? Gu Mian scoffed. Luo Xue drugged you. Yet I am the one who suffers. So this matter will simply be swept under the rug because my feelings are of no importance? Your feelings are, of course, important. Li Ting-shun kissed her, his lips brushing against her skin as he murmured softly. Were you not quite comfortable on the sofa yesterday? Especially when Li Xingze walked in. She tensed up so much that he almost revealed everything. Gu Mian's face flushed involuntarily, a mixture of embarrassment and anger. I'm speaking seriously with you. So am I. Li Ting-shun raplia, feigning innocence. How can you be so shameless? Gu Mian was on the verge of losing her temper. Even though I was drugged yesterday, it did not result in a major mishap. Gu Mian frowned. What constitutes a major mishap? Li Ting-shun toyed with her earlobe. If I were to be with another woman, that would indeed be a major mishap. But Mrs. Li, I insisted on waiting for you. Gu Mian pressed her lips together, stating, next time, there's no need for such trouble. Luoxue is eager to become the legitimate Mrs. Li. You could easily fulfill that for her, and I would be free of this entanglement. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? You heartless thing, do you truly wish to be adorned with a green hat? Gu Mian chuckled bitterly. Is there any difference between my current state and wearing a green hat? It would be clearer if I wore one, rather than being trapped by a man who could never love me. Mr. Lu's traditional Chinese medicine clinic is located in the bustling city center, a 30-minute drive from the Li residence. The Rolls-Royce halted in front of the clinic, and as Gu Mian opened the door to exit, her wrist was grasped firmly. Li Tingshun handed her a brocade box. Open it and take a look. Inside lay a dazzling diamond necklace. Your opening gift, he explained. No woman can refuse a diamond. Yet Gu Mian felt a wave of desolation within. I did not need it. There was no trace of surprise in her eyes. You were so comfortable last night, hence this gift. Accepting it would make me feel as though I were being sold. Li Tingshen fronat. You can accept a check from Pei Jinchuan. Yet my gift is unnecessary? Gu Mian, think carefully. This necklace is worth far more than 10 million. Indeed, I am unworthy of such an extravagant gift from Mr. Li. Perhaps you should give it to Luoxue. After saying this, Gu Mian stepped out of the car. Li Tingshun watched her slender figure with a stormy expression, tossing the necklace aside in frustration. Drive. Inside the clinic, Mr. Lu had arrived. He guided Gu Mian around the facility, introducing her to everyone before leading her to his office. Mian, may I call you that? Of course, master. Good. I will first assess your foundational knowledge before tailoring my teachings accordingly. Thank you, master. Do not be in such a hurry to express gratitude. Mr. Lu chuckled. Initially, I hesitated to take you on as my apprentice due to concerns. Based on your previous treatment of Xiaobao, I thought I might not be able to teach you. Master, that was merely a stroke of luck. Whether it was luck or not, I can see clearly. It was Mr. Li who wished to protect you, attributing the credit to me. I did not clarify at that moment, so I inadvertently took credit for your achievement. Gu Mian furrowed her brow. Li Tingshen. Protected me? Chapter 59. Pick up my wife, can't you tell? Mr. Lu smiled. The patient I announced as terminal was saved by you, a mere girl. From others' perspective, your medical skills surpass mine. What does that imply? Mr. Li does not wish for you to become the center of attention, hence he forcefully redirected the credit to me. Master, I do not quite understand. I'm not someone who chases fame. I study medicine solely to heal and save lives. Yet, does not greater renown allow one to help more people? Just like you, with your esteemed reputation, individuals seek you out for treatment. You're still too young, Mr. Lu remarked. In this world, many hearts are treacherous. Once you possess extraordinary medical skills, some may harbor ulterior motives. Take my senior brother, the renowned healer, Lu Ming. Many wish to claim him for their own, which is why he disappeared without a trace. I've heard much about the renowned healer Lu Ming. Tingshen has been searching for him with no leads. Mr. Lu sighed. As the saying goes, fame brings fear, just as pigs fear growing fat. For us, reputation is a double-edged sword. On one side, it enables us to save more lives, but on the other, it places us in danger. Therefore, that night, Mr. Li's decisive protection of you was indeed warranted. At the very least, it prevented you from becoming an overnight sensation. I understand. I have never liked being ostentatious, so now, I shall focus on studying under my master. Your temperament is calm and unassuming. I have no concerns about you. Mr. Lu spent the day assessing Gu Mian's abilities and found her to be, as he had imagined, proficient in medical theory but lacking in experience. Experience is something that accumulates over time, and he was certain that within 2 years, Gu Mian's skills would undoubtedly surpass his own. In this world, only his senior brother, the renowned healer Lu Ming, surpassed him in skill. He could not help but draw parallels between Gu Mian and his brother, though Gu Mian had never met Lu Ming. He could see that Gu Mian was not deceiving him, indicating that she was indeed a rare and exceptional talent. Mr. Lu felt fortunate to have taken her on as his apprentice. Gu Mian had never been to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic before, and by the end of the day, she discovered that the clinic charged only the cost price for medicines, making no profit and even incurring losses. From others, she learned that the high fees Mr. Lu charged wealthy clients were used to subsidize the clinic's expenses, effectively redistributing wealth. Gu Mian felt grateful to have such a benevolent master. Mr. Lu treated her to dinner, marking her welcome banquet. Naturally, Gu Mian could not refuse. She called the elderly Mrs. Li to inform her that she would not be returning for dinner and then joined the rest of the group at the pre-booked restaurant. At 6:30, the Rolls-Royce stopped outside the clinic. Li Tingshan took out his phone and called Gu Mian, but there was no answer. Assuming she was busy, he instructed the driver to go inside and remind her to finish work. Yes, the driver replied promptly, but soon returned with news. Sir, Madam is not here. There are only 2 doctors on duty who said she went out for dinner. Li Tingshan's Bro Furuba. Did you get the address? Yes. Let us go there now. At the restaurant, Gu Mian was the center of attention and inevitably faced hosts. She drank quite a bit, her cheeks flushed, making her particularly alluring. 2 young male doctors could not tear their gazes away from her. Li Tingshan stood at the entrance of the private room, taking in the scene with a frosty expression. Gu Mian seemed to sense something, turning around to meet Li Tingshan's deep, piercing gaze, which instantly sobered her up. Others also noticed the man standing at the door. Curiosity piqued. Given his attire and demeanor, he was clearly not an ordinary person. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Mr. Liu inquired as he rose. I am here to take my wife home, Li Tingshan replied, suppressing the edge in his voice as he approached Gu Mian, affectionately stroking her face. Are you drunk? Not too bad. Everyone present, except for Mr. Liu, was astonished. Gu Mian was actually married. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Gu Mian was indifferent to others knowing about her marriage, as it spared her much trouble. We haven't finished eating yet, Mr. Liu remarked. Mr. Li, if you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead. I will take care of Mian and ensure she gets home safely later. I have already finished work, Li Tingshan replied with a slight smile. I assume Mr. Liu wouldn't mind sharing a few more chopsticks? Mr. Liu was taken aback, thinking Li Tingshan had been sent by the elderly Mrs. Li to escort Gu Mian, only to find that he intended to join them for the meal. Of course, I don't mind, Mr. Liu said, as long as Mr. Li is not particular about our humble fare. Mr. Liu was being courteous. The girl beside Gu Mian immediately shifted aside, and the waiter brought an extra set of utensils while Mr. Liu added a few more dishes to the table. Li Tingshan raised his wine glass. As this is our first meeting, I propose a toast to all of you. I hope you will take good care of my wife in the future. His words were polite, yet the guest could sense an inherent nobility in him, as if he belonged to a different realm. Mr. Li is too kind, they replied. Mrs. Li is very amiable, and we get along quite well. Li Tingshan downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp. Gu Mian sat quietly, lost in her own thoughts as she ate. Li Tingshan served her some dishes, advising her to drink less and eat more. His rare tenderness made Gu Mian feel both stifled and distressed. Had she not heard his words from last night, perhaps she wouldn't have felt this way. Yet she had heard them, and no matter how gentle he was at this moment, or what her master had said, that he had once protected her, she found it all to be ironic. Mr. Liu noticed Gu Mian's lack of enthusiasm since Li Tingshan's arrival, and seeing the discomfort of the others, he decided not to order more wine and to conclude the meal early. He called the waiter to settle the bill, only to be informed that it had already been taken care of. The restaurant they had chosen was rather expensive, and none of his subordinates could afford such a treat. The only one capable of picking up the tab was Li Tingshan. I must thank you for your generosity, Mr. Li, Mr. Liu said directly. This meal should be on me. After all, my wife needs your support. Li Tingshan took Gu Mian's hand. Then we shall take our leave. All right, Gu Mian replied, following him out of the restaurant, but she hesitated at the car. You can head home first. I wish to walk alone for a while. Li Tingshan gazed at her. I will accompany you. The autumn breeze was brisk, and many people strolled along the road. The two walked side by side in silence. Suddenly, Gu Mian's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. She answered it but hung up shortly after, stopping in her tracks to turn to the man beside her. Did you tamper with my phone? Chapter 60. Continue to love me. Li Tingshan smiled faintly. Was it Pei Jinchuan who called? You could have just returned the check to him. Why did you interfere with my phone and block his number? You're angry just because I blocked him? Li Tingshan frowned. Do you care so much about him? I don't care about him, but I do value my privacy, Gu Mian replied earnestly. Tingshan, I have never meddled with your phone and dislike it when others do so. I didn't peruse your private matters. I merely blocked Pei Jinchuan's number. Li Tingshan looked at her. I have told you many times that I disapprove of your contact with him, yet you always dismiss my concerns. Naturally, I had to take stringent measures. On what grounds do you impose such measures on me? Gu Mian's delicate face was as cold as ice. Have I ever asked you not to contact In Luoxue? May I also impose stringent measures on you? That's a different matter. How could it be a different matter? What you require of me, I can just as well require of you. Is that not fair? Li Ting-shun sighed silently. Gu Mian, regarding my relationship with Lao Xue, you should not interfere. Indeed, your affairs do not involve me at all, Gu Mian replied with a bitter smile. Then please refrain from meddling in mine. You are my wife. How can I not intervene when you interact with men of questionable intentions? Li Ting-shin kastia shoulders, Gu Mian. I know you've been unhappy lately. Let us forget the unpleasantness and return to the past. What kind of past are you referring to? Gu Mian stared at his flawless face. Is it the one where I feigned ignorance about your relationship with Lao Xue while wholeheartedly caring for you, all the while being her mobile blood bank? Li Ting-shun remained non-committal. Grandmother said you sincerely liked me in the past, didn't you? Ting-shen, I didn't like you. Gu Mian's eyes brimmed with tears. I loved you. Li Ting-shun was taken aback. Their marriage had never been born of love. He did not love Gu Mian, nor did he believe she loved him. She merely needed to exchange marriage for her grandmother's treatment. Thus, they had never broached the subject of love. This was their first conversation about the word, and he was unprepared for Gu Mian's admission of love. Li Ting-shun found himself at a loss for words, feeling a sudden fullness in his chest. Although it was unfamiliar, he recognized it as joy, akin to the exhilaration and satisfaction he felt when he first possessed her. The difference was that at that moment, it was his heart that soared. Gu Mian, then let us return to the past. You continue to love me. Li Ting-shun heard his voice laced with a hint of excitement. Gu Mian smiled sadly, tears flowing uncontrollably as she slowly pushed his hand away. Since you can never love me in this lifetime, why should I be compelled to continue loving you? Ting-shen, you are too selfish. Li Ting-shun froze, suddenly recalling something. Did you hear what I said? I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Grandmother asked me to bring you food, and I overheard by chance. Gu Mian hastily wiped her tears. She didn't want to appear so disheveled. She never wished for this. Li Ting-shun anxiously spoke. Gu Mian, let me explain. What else can you say? Gu Mian took a step back, creating distance between them. Ting-shun, there has never been fairness between us. I loved you once, but now I no longer do. Li Ting-shun felt a sharp pain in his heart. He had thought himself invincible, yet he never realized that words could truly wound him. Why? He found himself asking, why can't we continue loving each other? Because it hurts too much. Gu Mian wished to hold back her tears, but they fell uncontrollably. Ting-shen, I am not so magnanimous. I do not like Lao Xue. I do not wish to donate blood to her. But because I love you, I have repeatedly given her my blood. Yet what have I gained? I have been framed by Lao Xue, imprisoned with an indelible stain. I have a husband who could never love me, and for his white moonlight, I cannot even have children. I am left with a body weakened by blood loss and a heart shattered by the man I love most. I cannot even see my beloved grandmother through to the end. Ting-shun, do you know? Ever since I fell in love with you, I feel like I have been losing everything. Her tears felt like sharp knives, piercing directly into Li Ting-shun's chest, leaving him gasping for breath. Gu Mian, you hate me, don't you? I do not hate you, but I can no longer continue to love you. Gu Mian forced a smile, striving to maintain her last shred of dignity. Ting-shun, for the sake of the love I once had for you, let me go, and allow me to free myself. Li Ting-shun watched her turn away, suddenly realizing why the once submissive Mrs. Li had developed a temper. It turned out she had always possessed one. Her unconditional compliance had stemmed from her love for him. Now that she no longer loved him, her edges had sharpened and become distinct. A sudden chill swept across her face as an unexpected rain began to fall. Li Ting-shun stood in the rain, lost in thought, gazing in the direction where Gu Mian had departed. Sir, the driver, holding a black umbrella, rushed over. It's raining. Please get in the car, or you'll get soaked. Li Ting-shun struggled to regain his composure. Where's madam? She just went over there to hail a taxi, the driver replied. Li Ting-shun closed his eyes momentarily. Let's go home. At the Li residence, the old matriarch was seated on the sofa in the living room, watching a variety show with Li Xingze. Upon seeing Li Ting-shun enter, she stood up and asked, why are you drenched? Where's Gu Mian? The girl just called me, saying she's moving back to Yinyu Bay. It's closer to the Chinese medicine clinic for her commute. The old matriarch sensed something. Did you two have another argument? No, Li Ting-shun replied, turning to leave. I'm going back too. Stop. The old matriarch called after him. Ting-shun, Mian is avoiding you because she wants some space. You should give her that. Li Ting-shun paused, asking Grandma, did Gu Mian really say she once loved me? The old matriarch was taken aback, but then smiled with delight. You two have finally had that conversation. Li Ting-shun turned to look at her. You've known all along, haven't you? The old matriarch sighed. I've always been aware. Mian is a genuine and sincere girl. It's hard not to see it. Perhaps you never noticed, but even when she was a part-time caregiver in the Li household, her eyes reflected the innocent affection of a girl in love. Li Ting-shen stood in stunned silence. Chapter 61. A child so Gu Mian had loved him long before he thought. He had assumed her feelings developed only after their marriage. Grandma, please don't morally buy my brother on Gu Mian's behalf, Li Xingzhe interjected. Some people look at dogs with affection. Gu Mian's eyes sparkle in that way. The old matriarch shot him a disapproving glance. Mian looks at you as if she were gazing at a dog, devoid of any affection. How can you speak so harshly? He retorted. Because it's true, you ingrate. Hasn't he, your sister-in-law, treated you well? When she first married into the family, you deliberately targeted her, making her prepare breakfast for you. She had to rise at 5 every morning. Who else would tolerate that? Even your mother never woke at such an hour to make you breakfast. You, on the other hand, aided outsiders in bullying her. Truly heartless. Li Xingzhe recalled the truth of the matter. When Gu Mian first married in, she had lived there, not yet moving to Yinyu Bay. While he had indeed been difficult, he later discovered her culinary skills were commendable. Though her dishes were simple home-cooked meals, they suited his palate perfectly. Hence, during her time in the Li residence, she was responsible for his breakfast. The old matriarch turned back to Li Ting-shun. Ting-shen, I have always known that Gu Mian loves you. However, I also understand that you are cold-hearted and emotionally detached, incapable of loving or desiring to love. But I don't want my grandson to live a life devoid of the ability to love and be loved. Therefore, when Luo Shui was kidnapped and couldn't he marry you to bring you fortune, I decided that Gu Mian should marry you instead. Over these 3 years, I have seen clearly that she loves you sincerely. It's just unfortunate that you two are fated to be apart. Fated to be apart. Li Ting-shun felt a throbbing pain in his head. Was he truly about to lose Gu Mian, the gentle, devoted girl who loved him deeply? He fled in despair into the rain, pausing just before entering the car. Turning, he set his sights on the brightly lit Yin residence. With long strides, Li Ting-shun approached the Yin family home. Yin Luo Shui, feeling disgruntled, was berating her subordinates. Hearing the doorbell, she snapped. Go see who it is and send them away. I don't want to be disturbed. Yes. The servant hurried to open the door, only to be startled by the gloomy visage of Li Ting-shun. Young Master Li. Inside, Yin Luo Shui froze for a moment before quickly putting on a bright smile, wheeling herself forward. Ting-shun, what a surprise. Why are you drenched? Gu Mian, I'll fetch a towel for you. Li Ting-shun sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. The servant brought a towel, which Yin Luo Shui took, stepping forward to offer it to him, playfully chiding, You're an adult. Why are you acting like a child getting caught in the rain? Before she could touch him, he snatched the towel from her hands and tossed it aside. Not oblivious, Yin Luo Shui noticed his foul mood and cautiously asked, Ting-shun, what is wrong? Li Ting-shun took a deep drag from his cigarette. I want to ask you, is it true that Gu Mian said you framed her a year ago? Yin Luo Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Ting-shun, what are you saying? Do you actually believe Gu Mian? Li Ting-shun rekiet Gu Mian's tears, his chest tightening with agitation. Just answer me honestly. Tears streamed down Yin Luo Shui's face. You believe her words? That I framed her? Do you think I would deliberately harm myself to set a trap for her? Am I insane? Li Ting-shun glanced at her legs, his expression shifting slightly. Yin Luo Shui cried out, from the very beginning, Gu Mian accused me of framing her. Who would believe that? You don't believe it either. I had no reason to injure myself to frame her. Ting-shun, why are you suddenly asking me about this? Are you not satisfied with the suffering I've endured over the past year? Li Ting-shun looked at her. Both were crying, yet he felt repulsed by her tears, while Gu Mian's tears seemed to pierce his very soul, sharing in her pain. I was merely inquiring. Don't take it to heart. He extinguished his cigarette. I'll be leaving now. Rest well. Yin Luo Shui did not try to stop him. Her mind was a whirlwind. Why was Li Ting-shun beginning to doubt her? What had Gu Mian presented as evidence? That was impossible. She had covered her tracks perfectly. If there had truly been evidence, Gu Mian would have flaunted it long ago, not meekly serving a year in prison. With these thoughts, Yin Luo Shui felt somewhat reassured. However, the fact that Gu Mian could spark doubt in Li Ting-shun meant she could not afford to be careless. Ever since that little wretch Gu Mian was released from prison, Li Tingshen's attitude toward her had soured day by day. She could not afford to make another mistake and needed to resolve the situation with Gu Mian swiftly. The rain continued to fall softly, as if it had no intention of stopping. Gu Mian nestled on the sofa, quietly observing the rain outside. "Madam, you should eat the bird's nest and get some rest," Yang Ma said, entering with a bowl of soup. "Thank you," Gu Mian replied as she sipped. "Grandma prepared a good deal of nourishing supplements for me. I've noticed there are 2 fine ginseng roots. Please take them home for your husband." "Madam, how can I accept this? I have a cold constitution and shouldn't tea consume ginseng. It would be a waste," Gu Mian replied. "I'll invite my master for dinner at home, and you can bring your husband along for him to take a look. My master will appreciate this." Yang Ma's eyes welled with tears. "Thank you, madam." For ordinary folks like them, facing serious illness was a burden they could hardly bear. Even if they recovered, all their savings would be spent on medical bills, and not being left with crippling debt was a blessing. "It's nothing, really," Gu Mian said, finishing her soup and handing the bowl back to her. "You should rest early, too." "Yes." Yang Ma took the bowl and turned to leave, just as she collided with Li Tingshen entering, startling her. "Sir." Gu Mian on the sofa paused, but did not move. Li Tingshen responded coldly. "You may go." "Yes." Yang Ma closed the door behind her as she left. Li Tingshen gazed at the slender figure on the sofa, standing still for a moment before striding over. Gu Mian, exhausted, closed her eyes. "Is there something you need?" Li Tingshen sat beside her and spoke in a deep voice. "I am truly sorry about your grandmother's passing. She is gone, and nothing can be undone. All I can do is provide for your uncle's family financially, allowing your grandmother's spirit to rest in peace. The suffering you have endured over the past 3 years will be compensated. I promise you, I will no longer draw your blood for Luo Shui. You have a fondness for children, and once your health is fully restored, we shall have a child together, shall we?" Chapter 62. "You Are Mine." Gu Mian was taken aback, turning to face him after a long pause. "Do you truly comprehend what you are saying?" "I do." Li Tingshen affirmed, gripping his shoulders. "From this moment onward, I will strive to fulfill your desires." Gu Mian's long lashes trembled. "Including matters concerning Luo Shui. I have just stated that I will no longer allow you to donate blood to her." The long-buried heart of Gu Mian felt as though it had been pried open by some force. Li Tingshen was even willing to relent regarding Luo Shui. He was prepared to discuss having children with her. She was incredulous. "Tingshen, what exactly do you intend?" Maintaining her composure, Gu Mian continued. "You speak these words out of fear of my retaliation against Luo Shui, do you not? After losing her child and sustaining severe injuries, her hatred for Luo Shui was profound, and she had once contemplated a mutual demise. Yet, Li Tingshen had protected Luo Shui meticulously. According to Aunt Zhang, he had even arranged for bodyguards to remain by her side, solely to prevent Gu Mian from approaching. However, upon reflection, Gu Mian had no intentions of seeking revenge. Her grandparents had raised her with great care, not for her to perish alongside a villain. It was not worth sacrificing her life for someone like Luo Shui. With her unscrupulous nature, it was only a matter of time before she faced her own downfall. Gu Mian merely needed to protect herself and await her fate. This did not concern Luo Shui. Li Tingshen fixed his deep gaze upon her clear, almond-shaped eyes. "Gu Mian, let us return to the past. You will continue to love me, won't you?" Gu Mian was momentarily stunned. The notion of not having to donate blood to Luo Shui and being able to have children with him was something she had once yearned for. She acknowledged that it was difficult not to be swayed. After all, the man before her was the one she had loved for 10 years. A decade had rendered loving him a habit, deeply ingrained within her being. With every moment she had contemplated giving him up. Her heart had ached as if cut by a knife. Love was painful, and so was indifference. Now that he was making concessions, she felt she should embrace them. Yet, the conditions of this exchange still felt unjust. Tingshen, Gu Mian gazed through the mist in her eyes at the beloved face she had cherished for a decade. "Have you considered that refraining from donating blood to Luo Shui is my right, not a grace you bestow? As your wife, having children is also my right, not a reward you grant. You wield my rights as a bargaining chip for what you desire. Do you find this fair?" Li Tingshen frowned slightly. "What more do you wish for? Not donating blood, having children. Aren't these your desires? I have granted them to you. What else do you seek? Tell me." Gu Mian offered a bitter smile. "Your ability to ask such a question reveals your misunderstanding of what true marriage entails. Gu Mian, I truly cannot comprehend you. Li Ting-shun said, closing his eyes. I have already compromised. Why do you still cling to this stubbornness? Gu Mian tugged at the corners of her mouth. You are mistaken. The most stubborn thing I have ever done in my life is love you. Now that I no longer love, I naturally relinquish that stubbornness. That is impossible, Li Ting-shun exclaimed, pulling her into an embrace. You will continue to love me, Gu Mian. You are mine, now and forever. Gu Mian closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. That night, Li Ting-shun did nothing but hold Gu Mian as they fell asleep. It was the first time since their marriage that he had held her in slumber. On the weekend, Gu Mian visited Gu Yuan. He owned a hot pot restaurant, with a unique broth he had developed himself, which was quite popular and stable in business. Gu Mian arrived in the afternoon, just as Gu Yuan finished his duties. Seeing her made him happy. Mian, you've come. Have you eaten? Uncle, no need to fuss. I've already had a meal, Gu Mian said while helping to wash vegetables. I had some free time today, so I wanted to visit you and Aunt. Here are some skincare products for Aunt, along with some supplements for you both. You silly child, why waste your money? Gu Yuan said, preparing a cup of tea for her. Mian, how have you been lately? Quite well. I started working, and each day feels fulfilling, allowing me to learn a great deal. You've always been clever, grasping everything with ease. I have no concerns about your job, Gu Yuan remarked. But tell me, how are things with Ting-shun? Not bad. You've always been one to report good news rather than troubles. Even if things were difficult, you wouldn't share them with your uncle, Gu Yuan sighed. A few days ago, Ting-shun's assistant came again, handing me the property deed for the adjacent storefront. He mentioned wanting to find a specialist to transform my hot pot restaurant into a chain brand, which would mean I would have to work hard just to manage. Uncle, what do you think about this? Your uncle is not cut out for that. I find more satisfaction in concocting broth than sitting in an office managing people. Gu Yuan chuckled. Your grandfather once said, I am destined to labor rather than enjoy life. Uncle, if you think that way, then just focus on this restaurant. You could easily retire comfortably. Indeed, contentment brings happiness. Money is never-ending. Living a grounded life is what truly matters. Gu Yuan looked at her. Mian, I say this for your sake. I can see you care deeply for Ting-shun. Listen to your uncle. If you truly cannot bear to part with him, then live well. As for certain matters, let the past remain in the past. One must look forward. Gu Mian paused her vegetable preparation. Did Ting-shun send you to say these things to me? How could Ting-shun possibly come to me? Gu Yuan replied. Do not think your uncle speaks these words because he is weak. It is not fear of your aunt, but rather an understanding of her unchanging nature. It is rare to avoid conflict with her, but I have made my stance clear regarding your matters. Should you ever decide to divorce, the store must revert to Ting-shun. The Gu family holds its dignity. If a divorce occurs, we shall not take anything from others. Gu Mian smiled. Thank you, uncle. We are family, so there is no need for such formality. Gu Yuan sighed. The reason I mentioned those things was because of your grandmother. She cared for you the most. If she saw you like this, I cannot imagine how worried she would be. I believe if your grandmother were still here, she would wish for you to nurture your marriage, have a child of your own, and lead a tranquil and stable life. Thinking of her grandmother, Gu Mian's nose tinged with acidity. I have always known my grandmother's expectations, but Uncle Ting-shun is not that person. Mian, your uncle understands you. You are quite stubborn. Let me ask you this. Even if you were to divorce Ting-shun, could you easily fall in love with another man and build a family? Gu Mian fell silent, which answered the question. It was far too difficult. She had once loved Li Ting-shun with such fervor. To love another man again seemed nearly impossible. So, Mian, your uncle does not wish for you to endure the rest of your life alone after parting from Li Ting-shun. Gu Yuan gazed at her with a heart full of compassion. Heeding his uncle's advice, he believed that if there remained any chance of salvaging their marriage, they should not hastily give up. After all, it is a rare fortune in life to encounter someone one truly loves, let alone marry them. This bond between them was indeed a significant fate. In the days that followed, neither Li Ting-shun nor Gu Mian took the initiative to mention the events of that night. Each morning, Li Ting-shun would escort Gu Mian to her workplace, and in the evenings, he would be there to pick her up, resembling a devoted newlywed couple. He was notably restrained in their intimate matters, merely sharing a kiss each night without advancing further, simply holding her as she drifted into slumber. Gu Mian could perceive his reluctance to pressure her. One evening, unable to contain himself any longer, he softly inquired, Gu Mian, is it all right? Chapter 63. Reconciliation. Gu Mian felt a pang of guilt. She did not respond, instead lifting her head to kiss him. He seemed cautious, as if fearful of causing her pain, his movements gentle, yet Gu Mian felt somewhat overwhelmed. Li Tingshun had not used protection. There was none in the house. The following morning, as he emerged from the bathroom after freshening up, he noticed Gu Mian taking contraceptive pills. His expression tightened slightly, though he refrained from commenting. Over the past few days, their interactions had been pleasant. Although their intimacy was somewhat lacking, Gu Mian had shed much of her previous coldness towards him, and while they were not yet warm, their relationship had improved significantly. Li Tingshun thought that it would not be long before she would be willing to have children. Perhaps with a child, her mindset would shift, and she would love him as she once did. Despite his own disinterest in children, he would not mind having one with Gu Mian if it meant returning to their past. The next day, as they traveled to work, Gu Mian recalled her uncle's words. "Why did you give a store to my uncle again? He doesn't need that much." Li Tingshun, engrossed in reading emails, casually replied, "It's his due. Consider it a compensation for my grandmother." Although Gu Mian was reluctant to accept it, she ultimately did not refuse. She agreed to temporarily take over the store, but suggested transforming the hot pot restaurant into a chain, which her uncle declined, stating he was not cut out for that. "Everyone has their own aspirations. I will not impose. Tell him to reach out if he needs anything in the future." "All right." Li Tingshun turned to her, asking, "Did your uncle mention anything else?" "No," Gu Mian replied, a hint of unease in her voice. She could not possibly share her uncle's encouragement for reconciliation with him. Despite their outward calm, her heart was tumultuous. She acknowledged that her long-buried feelings were beginning to stir, not solely due to Li Tingshun's concession that night, but also because her uncle had mentioned her grandmother. Even though her grandmother had scarcely met Li Tingshun, she had always held him in high regard, believing he was not a malicious person and was worthy of trust. Even in her final moments, she had not forgotten her grandson-in-law. Perhaps her uncle was right. Regardless of the past, she should grant their marriage another chance. However, the pain he had caused her was not something she could easily forget, leaving her in a profound state of conflict. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a call from Xiaobao. Gu Mian couldn't help but smile as she answered. Li Tingshun overheard their conversation and, once she hung up, asked, "Are you going to the Pei family tonight?" "Yes, I'm Xiaobao's family doctor. I need to conduct a routine checkup." Li Tingshun appeared displeased. "Didn't I return the check to him? You needn't go. He gave me the money again," Gu Mian stated firmly. "Moreover, I've already promised him. Keeping one's word is fundamental to integrity. Xiaobao and I have a good relationship. If you don't want me to see Mr. Pei, you cannot prevent me from seeing Xiaobao." Throughout these days, Li Tingshun had come to understand her better. She was a person of principles, with boundaries that should not be crossed. Caring for Xiaobao was her boundary. Meeting once a week was not excessive, with Li Tingshun present. Even if Pei Jinchuan were a charming rogue, he would not lure Gu Mian away. Li Tingshun relented. "Fine. I will pick you up after work and accompany you." "That is unnecessary. I insist on accompanying you." His tone left no room for argument. In the evening, a Rolls-Royce glided into a luxurious villa district, halting outside one of the villas. As Gu Mian stepped out of the car, Xiaobao ran over, beaming, "Sister Gu Mian, I miss you so much." "I miss you too, Xiaobao." Gu Mian handed him a gift box. "This is a present for you." "Thank you, Sister Gu Mian." Noticing Li Tingshun beside her, Xiaobao politely greeted, "Hello, Uncle Li." Li Tingshun frowned. "Why is she sister and I am uncle?" "You're about the same age as my dad, so of course you're uncle," Xiaobao explained earnestly. "Sister Gu Mian is much younger than you, and she is so pretty." "So she is sister." Li Tingshun was momentarily at a loss for words. "Did your father not tell you that I am Sister Gu Mian's husband?" "He did." Xiaobao blinked. "But when I grow up, you won't be anymore." "Why not?" "Because when I grow up, I can be Sister Gu Mian's husband." "And you will have to leave her," Xiaobao stated seriously. "I'm just temporarily leaving Sister Gu Mian in your care." Li Tingshun pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering why he was engaging in a conversation with a child. Gu Mian chuckled. "Xiaobao is the cutest. Let us go inside." "Okay." Pei Jinchuan descended from upstairs, surprised to see Li Tingshun, though he quickly masked his astonishment and smiled at Gu Mian. "Xiaobao waited at the door for you all afternoon. I told him you wouldn't arrive so soon, but he insisted on waiting." Gu Mian ruffled Xiaobao's hair. "I'll come early next week to play with you all day." "Great." Gu Mian conducted the checkup while Pei Jinchuan led Li Tingshun to the tea room. Observing how Pei Jin Chuan brewed the tea, Li Tingshun remarked softly, "Mr. Pei, your house is quite nice. Why didn't you inform us about your new residence? We should have come to congratulate you." Pei Jin Chuan could hardly miss the underlying claim of territory in Li Tingshun's words. He replied with a smile, "This house was purchased long ago. It's not exactly new." Li Tingshun raised an eyebrow. "It seems Mr. Pei enjoys establishing homes everywhere. You settled in the capital just for a few shares of the Yin family, didn't you?" "You are correct. It's not just for that," Pei Jin Chuan responded. Handing him a teacup, Xiao Bao's health is not the best. There are excellent doctors in the capital who can ensure his well-being. Li Tingshun accepted the teacup. "You might as well say it's directly for my wife." Pei Jin Chuan remained non-committal, acknowledging that Gu Mian was indeed a good doctor and would take excellent care of Xiao Bao's health. Li Tingshun took a sip of the tea, finding it quite pleasant. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li. Gu Mian is indeed a wonderful doctor and cares deeply for Xiao Bao." Li Tingshun smiled. "Once Gu Mian and I have a child, Xiao Bao will have a companion." Pei Jin Chuan paused, his hand holding the teacup, freezing momentarily. "Are you and Gu Mian reconciling?" "Soon," Li Tingshun replied. Pei Jin Chuan took a sip of tea and remarked, "From what I gather, since the incident in Haiqing, Mr. Li has been quite protective of Yin Luoxue, ensuring her safety. Mr. Li, one must not be overly greedy. Gu Mian is certainly not someone who can conveniently turn a blind eye. My affairs do not require Mr. Pei's concern," Li Tingshun warned, his gaze darkening with an unspoken threat. "Mind your own business and do not overstep the boundaries of doctor and patient." Pei Jin Chuan replied with a smile. "Whether it is enough depends on Mr. Li's attitude towards Gu Mian. As her friend, I wish to remind you that if Gu Mian chooses to continue this marriage, you should cherish her. Otherwise, a good girl like Gu Mian will certainly attract other men, even without my involvement." Chapter 64. Falling for another, Li Tingshun's eyes turned icy, the very air around them seeming to chill several degrees. "Mr. Pei." Gu Mian's voice interrupted the tense atmosphere in the tea room. She entered, holding Xiao Bao's hand. Xiao Bao was in good health, and Mr. Pei could rest assured. If he engaged in more physical activities, his appetite would naturally improve. "Thank you for your efforts," Gu Mian remarked. "That is my duty," she replied. "So we shall take our leave now." Xiao Bao, reluctant, asked, "Sister Gu Mian, won't you join me for dinner?" "Perhaps next time," Gu Mian answered, sensing the dangerous tension between the two men before her. "Let us have dinner together another time, shall we?" "All right then." Once in the car, Gu Mian noticed the man's expression was off and inquired, "What's wrong? What did you discuss with Mr. Pei?" "Naturally, we spoke of you," Li Tingshun confessed. "That backup suitor of yours is eagerly anticipating our relationship's demise so he can take over." Gu Mian furrowed her brow. "That's impossible, Mr. Pei isn't that kind of person." "Gu Mian, you do not understand, man," he replied. "It is absolutely impossible. Mr. Pei is very devoted to his wife, who tragically passed away while pregnant, which deeply affected him," Gu Mian asserted confidently. Li Tingshun raised an eyebrow. "So you believe that Pei Jin Chuan will never love another woman in his lifetime? Given his profound affection for his wife, it is indeed possible. Let me assure you, it is absolutely impossible." "Why not?" "Because I am a man, and men understand men better." Li Tingshun scoffed eternal love. "It's simply laughable." Gu Mian felt a pang of discomfort. "Yes, men are different from women. You can harbor affections for many women, even engage with those you do not love. But we women are not the same." Li Tingshun chuckled softly. He doesn't love her, yet he has not faltered in their physical relationship since marriage. You, however, find it difficult to engage with someone unless you deeply love them. He found her naivety endearing and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "We shall delve deeper into this topic tonight." Gu Mian suddenly realized what he meant and instinctively glanced at the driver in the front seat, who wore an awkward smile, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Li Tingshun's phone rang suddenly. He glanced at it and declined to call. Yet, the ringing persisted. Gu Mian turned instinctively to look. It was a call from Yin Luoxue. "If you wish to answer, feel free." "I don't mind," Gu Mian said. Li Tingshun did not answer and rejected the call again. Gu Mian had planned to visit the Pei family for a consultation and had not asked Yang Ma to prepare dinner, so they dined out instead. Upon returning to Yunyu Bay, however, they found Yin Luoxue waiting at the entrance. Seeing them exit the car, her eyes brimmed with intense resentment. Ignoring her, Gu Mian walked straight into the house. Yin Luoxue concealed her animosity behind a facade of vulnerability as she maneuvered her wheelchair in front of Li Tingshun. "Brother Tingshun, why didn't you answer my calls?" she asked, feigning innocence. "I was busy," he replied coolly. "Is there something you need?" In Luoxue displayed a pained expression. "Brother Tingshun, why did you drive my aunt's company to bankruptcy? Was it not your choice to let her take the blame?" Li Tingshun raturta. "Who told you that avoiding consequences is permissible?" In Luoxue lamented. "There was no need to be so ruthless. I merely wanted to send her away and prevent her from living in my house." Li Tingshun chuckled softly. "If you simply send her away, does it not imply that anyone could drug me without facing repercussions?" In Luoxue stifled her sobs. "My mother is in prison because of Gu Mian. I am disabled and have no relatives to care for me. My aunt came to help, and now she is in trouble because of Gu Mian. Brother Tingshun, I truly feel sorry for my family." "You are mistaken," Li Tingshun said expressionlessly. "Their misfortunes are not due to Gu Mian, but rather their own foolishness. If you assign all the blame to Gu Mian, it reveals that you are even more foolish than they." In Luoxue was taken aback and quickly corrected herself. "Brother Tingshun is right. While these matters are intertwined with Gu Mian, ultimately, they acted on their own misguided thoughts. I should not blame Gu Mian. It is best that you think this way." In Luoxue sobbed her apologies. "I'm sorry, Brother Tingshun. Such things will not happen again." Li Tingshun observed her. "The weather is growing colder. Your health tends to falter in winter. Take care at home and venture out less, especially in Gu Mian's presence." Initially pleased by his concern, her joy waned at the mention of Gu Mian. "Again with Gu Mian, I will not let her have it easy." "Understood, Brother Tingshun. I will heed your advice," she replied. Li Tingshun said nothing further and stepped inside with long strides. In the days that followed, Gu Mian remained focused on her work. Her capacity for learning was remarkable, and her diligence exceeded Mr. Lu Lang's expectations. Although they were mentor and apprentice, Gu Mian grasped the essentials well, and upon realizing this, Mr. Lu Lang guided her in areas where she was less adept, allowing her to accompany him to gain experience. With daily exposure to numerous patients, her progress was swift. Mian, if you continue at this pace, it won't be long before you can independently handle consultations." Gu Mian felt apprehensive. "Master, do you truly believe I can?" "Silly child, if I say you can, then you can. Have you not already received a year's worth of consultation fees from the Pei family?" Gu Mian smiled shyly. "Mr. Pei's generosity is partly gratitude. In terms of medical skill, I wouldn't earn such a sum. You merely lack experience in consultations. Though it requires time to accumulate, it is the simplest aspect. Just conduct more consultations." Gu Mian nodded. "My grandfather also says that experience is gained through accumulation." Mian, you are the most talented aspiring physician I have ever encountered, akin to my senior brother, who is also a genius." Gu Mian blushed. "How can I be compared to the esteemed healer Lu Ming?" "Master, you must speak with objectivity. My master never exaggerates. In short, having you as my apprentice is my gain." Gu Mian rested her chin on her hands. "Joking, then master should increase my salary. Of course, that's not an issue." Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Li Tingshun. Mr. Lu Lang chuckled. "It's time to leave work, and Mr. Li is here to pick you up." Gu Mian answered, "Hello. I'll be right out." While tidying her belongings, she spotted a small medicine bottle on the table. After a moment's hesitation, she slipped it into her bag. When Gu Mian entered the car, Li Tingshun was working on his laptop. "Still busy with work? If you haven't finished, you need tea, come to get me." "No worries. We're dining out tonight. What would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine. Then I shall decide." "All right." Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a private dining establishment. Gu Mian followed Li Tingshun inside the private room. After ordering, he poured her tea. "The ambience here is quite pleasant. Do you come often?" Xing Zhe enjoys dining, and he has gathered several renowned chefs to open this restaurant. "I thought I'd bring you to taste it." Gu Mian smiled. "I'm not very discerning when it comes to food. The dishes prepared by the chef at home in Yangma are already delightful. Indeed, the wife of the Li family is easy to please." After a short while, the server entered with the dishes. Li Xingzhe was notoriously picky, so any establishment capable of satisfying his palate must be commendable. Moreover, this was Li Tingshun's first time taking Gu Mian out to eat. Even if it were street food, she would find it delectable. Li Tingshun served her soup. "This chicken broth is excellent. Drink more. You need to take care of your health." Suddenly, his phone rang again. Li Tingshun glanced at the screen and hung up without answering. After a while, the phone rang again. Li Ting-shun set down his chopsticks and answered. What is it? Whatever the other party said caused a drastic change in his expression. I'll be right there. What happened? Gu Mian inquired. Luo Xue is in trouble. She's been admitted to the hospital. Chapter 65. Blood donation for her. Gu Mian was taken aback. Are you going over? Yes, Li Ting-shun replied. You eat slowly. I've asked the driver to stay behind and take you home later. Gu Mian nodded gently. Okay. Li Ting-shun left swiftly. Gu Mian lost her appetite immediately. After sitting in a daze for a while and finishing the chicken soup Li Ting-shun had served her, she got up and departed. She entered the car parked at the door, and the driver immediately asked, Madam, shall we head home now? Leaning against the leather seat, Gu Mian closed her eyes wearily. Yes, let's go home. The driver noticed her somber mood, but dared not speak, maintaining silence as he drove. Suddenly, an abrupt ringtone pierced the air. Fearing to disturb Gu Mian, the driver hurriedly answered with his Bluetooth headset. Hello? Yes, I understand. Gu Mian kept her eyes closed in the back seat until the car came to a halt. When she opened her eyes, she realized they were not at Yunyu Bay, but in front of Li's hospital. How do we end up here? Madam, I apologize. Sir instructed me to bring you here. Gu Mian frowned. Why didn't you tell me on the way? Sir said not to inform you and to bring you directly to the hospital. He asked you to go upstairs. Gu Mian's complexion paled inch by inch. The driver awkwardly suggested, Madam, should I call Sir to inform him you're unwell? Gu Mian forced a smile. Will that resolve anything? Never mind. I'll go up. Gu Mian opened the car door and stepped out. A gust of autumn wind swept over her, and though it wasn't particularly cold, she couldn't help but shiver. She tightened her coat around herself, dragging her feet, which felt as heavy as lead, into the hospital. Li Ting-shun must have just wanted her company. He wouldn't go back on his word. Surely, she was overthinking it. Gu Mian took the elevator upstairs. She was well aware of where Luo Xue had been treated after 3 years of blood donation. Outside the emergency room, Li Ting-shun leaned against the wall, smoking, and even from a distance, Gu Mian could see the anxiety and worry etched on his face. She approached calmly and asked, Ting-shun, did you call me for something? Gu Mian. Li Ting-shun looked at her. Luo Xue needs blood. In that instant, Gu Mian felt as if her heart had been torn apart. The pain was unprecedented, more intense than any moment when he had previously asked her to donate blood to Luo Xue. With a trembling voice, she said, Ting-shun, didn't you say you wouldn't make me donate blood to Luo Xue again? You promised. Li Ting-shun closed his eyes briefly. I'm sorry, but this situation is truly urgent. Please help. Despair washed over Gu Mian as she closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. He hadn't forgotten his promise. He merely chose to break it. For Luo Xue, he would do anything, even forsake his word. And what about her? What was her worth? Ting-shun, why are you treating me this way? Gu Mian looked at him sorrowfully. If you can't do it, why deceive me? All this time, you've been coaxing me back just to keep me as Luo Xue's mobile blood bank, haven't you? Gu Mian, it's not like that. Then why are you going back on your word now? Gu Mian exploded. You clearly said you wouldn't let me continue donating blood to her. Why? Just a few days later, are you breaking your promise? Mr. Li, a doctor rushed out of the emergency room. Time is critical. If we don't get the blood soon, it'll be too late. Li Ting-shun furrowed his brow. Gu Mian, this isn't the time for this discussion. You need to donate blood first, and we can talk later. I promise you, I'll agree to whatever you want. Agree to whatever I want? Gu Mian laughed bitterly. You know what I want, but you can't give it to me. You can't even provide the simplest things. Li Ting-shun's voice hardened. Gu Mian, don't be willful. Lives are at stake. Willful? Gu Mian cried, tears streaming down her face. It's you. It's you who have gone too far. Li Ting-shun discarded his cigarette, but engrasped her wrist. Come with me to donate blood. Gu Mian felt utterly hopeless. Resistance was futile. If she refused, he would resort to coercive measures, forcing her to donate blood. This was the man she had loved for 10 years, her husband. She could never warm a heart that did not love her. With a determined pull, Gu Mian freed her wrist from his grip, stepped back, and took out a vial from her bag, drinking its contents without hesitation. Li Ting-shun fronat. What is this? Poison. Gu Mian raised a despairing smile, her expression filled with hopelessness. I told you, I will never donate blood to Luo Xue again. I'm poisoned now. If you want Luo Xue to die, feel free to use my blood. Li Ting-shun's pupils constricta. Gu Mian, you've gone mad. I am mad, driven to insanity by you. Gu Mian laughed, Ting-shun. Are you satisfied now? Gu Mian. Mr. Li, what should we do now? The doctor asked urgently. Li Ting-shun closed his eyes and spoke hoarsely. Use the blood bank supply. Yes. The doctor hurried back into the emergency room. Gu Mian stood frozen for a moment. Then a bitter smile crossed her lips. So, the blood bank had rare blood types available, yet he chose to draw from her first. Ting-shun, what have I done to deserve this? Why must you hurt me so? Li Ting-shun took a step forward. Gu Mian, please listen to me. Don't touch me. Gu Mian's trembling hand stopped him from coming closer. Never touch me again. I find you repulsive. Gu Mian. Gu Mian was overwhelmed with pain, leaning against the wall for support. Mian. Mr. Luolang rushed over. What happened? Don't scare Master. She took poison to avoid donating blood to Luoshua. Li Ting-shun said in a deep voice. Mr. Luolang was taken aback and shot Li Ting-shun a fierce glare, supporting Gu Mian as they left. In the hospital room, Gu Mian held her abdomen, writhing in agony. Mian, how are you? Mr. Luolang handed her a towel to wipe away the sweat. Why are you so foolish? If you don't want to donate blood, just don't. With me here, no one dares to force you. Master, I don't want you to confront Li Ting-shun for my sake. Gu Mian spoke with difficulty. This poison I concocted will wear off in 2 hours. There's no need for an antidote. But you're suffering like this. Isn't it torture? Gu Mian forced a smile. Master, only this kind of pain can remind me not to trust him again, not to belittle myself. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. How could I have been so naive to think he wouldn't care about Luoshua? Master, it hurts so much. I really hurt everywhere. Mr. Luolang understood all too well that her suffering was not just physical, but also from a heart shattered into pieces. He called for a doctor to administer a sedative. And slowly, she drifted into sleep. Upon hearing the news, the old Madam Li rushed to the hospital. Seeing Gu Mian unconscious in bed, her heart ached. After learning the details of the situation, her face turned pale with anger. The door to the ward opened, and Li Ting-shun walked in. Chapter 66. Disillusioned Mr. Luolang. How is Gu Mian? Mr. Luolang did not respond. The old Madam Li stepped in front of Li Ting-shun and, raising her hand, slapped him across the face. Even Li Xingze, standing nearby, was taken aback. Li Ting-shun remained silent, accepting his fate. The old lady Li trembled with anger. You have grown up like this, and I have never struck you before. However, Ting-shun, do you understand why you received this slap today? Yes, Li Ting-shun replied solemnly. You are concerned for Gu Mian. The old lady Li spoke sorrowfully. Although Mian has not agreed to reconcile with you, I can see she is beginning to waver. You might think it easy to coax her, but in truth, it requires immense resolve on her part. All she desires is to live a good life with you. But Ting-shun, why must you hurt her so? On what grounds do you inflict such pain upon her? Both of you are born of your parents. If Gu Mian's grandmother saw her driven to the brink of taking poison due to your actions, her heart would shatter. Ting-shun, you may not love her, but you cannot harm her. Li Ting-shun closed his eyes, suppressing the emotions within. But, grandmother, Luoshua's life is also precious. You owe Luoshua life. Why should Gu Mian pay for it? The old lady Li questioned furiously. Gu Mian simply loves you. She has done nothing wrong. Your repeated injuries remind her that loving you is a grievous mistake. Do you comprehend? Li Ting-shun was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Gu Mian's pallid face on the hospital bed, his heart aching as though pricked by needles. He was anxious about Yin Luoshua's critical condition. Yet it did not hurt as much. Leave, the old lady Li waved her hand. Gu Mian does not wish to see you. Li Ting-shun wanted to say something, but ultimately turned and exited. Stop. Mr. Lu Lang called out to him. Mr. Li, I hope that when Mian wakes up, regardless of her decisions, you will respect them. Li Ting-shun turned to face Mr. Lu Lang, whose face was a mask of anger. What do you mean? My meaning is quite clear, Mr. Lu Lang replied, his voice laced with restrained fury. Once a teacher, forever a father, Gu Mian has no parents. And I am now her father. I will do whatever it takes to protect her. Mr. Li knows well that with my connections, opposing the Li family is not impossible. I refrained from hitting you today out of grace, but I will not tolerate any further bullying of her. My words are finished. You may leave. Li Ting-shun's gaze grew cold as he left the room. In the upstairs ward, the ashtray was filled to the brim with cigarette butts as he smoked one after another, yet the dull pain in his chest remained unsoothed. Ting-sin Yi. Yin Luoshua awoke, weakly calling his name. Li Ting-shun collected himself, extinguishing the cigarette and moving to her bedside. You're awake? I took another trip to the gates of hell, but the king of hell still hasn't taken me. In Luoxue smiled weakly. Ting Shunji, thank you for saving me once more. By the way, how is Gu Mian? She must have been reluctant to give me blood again, right? Gu Mian did not give you blood. In Luoxue was taken aback. You used blood from the blood bank. What? In Luoxue's emotions surged. I said before, even if I die, I will not use blood bank blood. I don't know whose blood that is. How could it be used on me? Have you had enough of this? Li Tingshan replied coldly. If you don't use blood from the bank, do you intend to die? What about Gu Mian? Why didn't she give me blood? In Luoxue cried. Tingshanji, you promised me you would bring Gu Mian to give me blood. Why are you deceiving me? Do you like her and cannot bear to let her give me blood? Will you ever stop? Li Tingshan's already agitated heart grew even more vexed by her tears. Gu Mian would rather drink poison than give you blood. Since you have already used blood from a bank, expect to continue doing so. Do not look to Gu Mian anymore. If you truly don't want to use it, there is only one path left for you. You decide. In Luoxue was left utterly stunned. Then tears streamed down her face. Gu Mian truly despises me to the core. She refuses to save me. As a medical student, she lacks even the basic compassion. She is truly heartless. Li Tingshan felt a throbbing pain at his temples. It's getting late. You should rest. Ting Xinyi. In Luoxue hurriedly called out. Aren't you going to stay with me? You always used to stay. I do not wish to hear any more crying. I want to cry anymore. In Luoxue quickly wiped her tears. Please don't leave, okay? I'll just barely regain my life, and I am really scared. Had I known it would turn into this, living every day in fear of dying, I would have preferred to die back then. Li Tingshan was taken aback, memories flooding his mind. Ultimately unable to resist, I will go to the lounge. If you need anything, call the doctor. In Luoxue smiled faintly. Okay. She watched as Li Tingshan left, a triumphant smile gracing her features. She knew that no matter what, he would not neglect her illness and would ensure Gu Mian came to give blood. Although it did not happen, Gu Mian must now hate Li Tingshan deeply, right? She looked forward to seeing how Gu Mian would face him now. When Gu Mian awoke, it was already the next day. Before she even opened her eyes, she overheard a conversation between the old lady, Li, and Yang Ma. Where is Tingshan? Yang Ma respectfully replied, in response to the old lady. I heard that the young master has been with Miss Yin upstairs all night. Gu Mian wondered if her heart had become so numb from pain that she felt nothing at all. How outrageous! The old lady Li was furious. While my wife lies here, he is with another woman. How utterly preposterous! Old lady, please do not be upset. This is not the first time, Yang Ma said. Wiping her tears, it is just pitiful for the lady, enduring so much suffering. You stay here with Mian. I will go take a look. Gu Mian opened her eyes, calling out to her grandma. It's fine. The old lady Li was taken aback. Child, why didn't you speak when you woke up? How do you feel now? I am much better, Grandma. Please do not seek him out. It does not matter where he is with which woman. The old lady Li replied, I understand you feel disheartened right now. I will heed your words and not seek him out. Gu Mian smiled faintly. Grandma, even if I divorce him, you will always be my grandmother. All right. The old lady Li's eyes brimmed with tears. You must be hungry. I had Yang Ma prepare nourishing sea cucumber porridge for your stomach. Eat a little something first. Okay. Gu Mian got up to go to the bathroom. As she rose, her head still spun. After washing up, she returned to her bed and accepted the small bowl of porridge from Yang Ma, eating it slowly. The road ahead was long. She needed to regain her health to continue moving forward. Suddenly, the door of the ward was pushed open as Li Tingshan strode in. Having changed his clothes and shaved clean, his noble and handsome appearance starkly contrasting with Gu Mian's frail and weary state. Gu Mian felt a sense of disorientation. The man she loved so deeply had always been so flawless. Unfortunately, this perfection could never belong to her. Upon seeing Li Tingshan, the old lady Li could hardly contain her anger but restrained herself, coldly asking, Mr. Li, do you have time to be here? It seems that the esteemed Miss Yin is finally all right. Li Tingshan frowned, looking at her helplessly. Grandma, her helping Gu Mian is understandable, but your sarcastic tone is quite unpleasant, he thought. The old lady Li insisted. You should leave. You are not welcome here. You all may leave. I wish to speak with Gu Mian properly. There is nothing to discuss. The old lady Li suppressed her anger. Mian's health is still fragile. Do not disturb her rest. Li Tingshan ignored her, speaking firmly. Zhang Ma, please take my grandmother out. Zhang Ma, feeling compelled to comply, softly suggested, Old Madam. Let the young ones resolve their own matters. We should step outside. The matriarch, Li, cast a penetrating glance at Li Tingshun before rising to leave. Youth often comes with a lack of understanding of her intentions. Presently, Gu Mian was in a fit of anger. Anything he said would only stoke the flames further. Yang Ma followed, closely behind Li, shutting the door to the hospital room. The spacious room fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. After a brief moment of eye contact upon his entry, Gu Mian kept her gaze lowered, sipping her porridge without sparing him another glance. Gu Mian, Li Tingshun approached the bedside, lowering his head to observe her gaunt features. I am truly sorry for what transpired last night. Gu Mian responded calmly. Tingshun, if you genuinely feel remorseful, then divorce me. Li Tingshun, Isa gaza momentary faltarat. I will not divorce you. You still wish to treat me as a mere reservoir of blood, do you not? Gu Mian smirked bitterly. I may have drunk that poison once, but I will not do so again. I refuse to donate another drop of blood to Yin Luoxue. I promise you, I will never allow you to use my blood for her again. You made a similar promise to me before. Gu Mian slowly raised her eyes to meet his, her clear gaze revealing a profound sorrow. You distinctly assured me that I would not be compelled to donate blood to Yin Luoxue again, yet you have broken your word. Tingshun, last night you did not even inform me, but instead sent the driver to take me to the hospital. In your eyes, I am merely a tool for blood donation, my consent deemed unnecessary. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she chuckled softly. No, that is not quite right. You Haven Tea contributed nothing. You need to buy me a handbag after I donate blood. That way, you won't feel any sense of indebtedness. After all, in your and Yin Luoxue's eyes, I am merely a poor country girl who could never afford such an expensive handbag. So, exchanging a bit of blood for a handbag is a profitable deal for me, and I should be grateful, eagerly awaiting my next donation. Right? Li Tingshun fronat. That is not how I perceive it, and you need not overthink it. Am I overthinking? Gu Mian forced a smile. Then let me ask you why. When there is clearly panda blood available in the blood bank, do you insist on using my blood? Am I so worthless that you cannot bear to spend a little money for blood from the bank, and must resort to mine? Gu Mian, it is not like that. Li Tingshun sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to grasp her shoulders. I understand you believe I have overstepped, and I recognize that Luoxue's demands are unreasonable, but I am left with no choice. This matter is my taboo, which is why I have kept it from you. I owe Luoxue a life. She fell ill saving me, and I must find a way to save her. The problem is I cannot locate the divine doctor, Lu Ming, to cure her completely. Thus, I can only meet her demands repeatedly, allowing you to donate blood and pull her back from the brink. Gu Mian was unaware that Yin Luoxue had once saved his life. Therefore, his kindness towards her stemmed not solely from love, but also from a sense of indebtedness. Such a deep love mixed with a life debt could indeed captivate a man for a lifetime. Yet, what relevance did this hold for her? Why should she pay off his debts? Gu Mian closed her eyes and spoke. The blood bank has panda blood, yet she insists on having me donate. Can you not see that she is targeting me? Li Tingshun remained non-committal. Without your blood, she refuses treatment. Gu Mian paused for a moment, trembling as she queried. So, every time I donated blood, there was panda blood available in the blood bank, correct? Li Tingshun did not answer, but his silence spoke volumes. Gu Mian could no longer contain herself, tears cascading down her cheeks. So, in your quest to repay a debt, you willingly allow her to target and torment me, knowing full well, because of your beloved's unreasonable demands, I could not be by my grandmother's side until the end, leaving her to depart alone in that cold hospital room. Tingshun, you are too cruel. What wrong have I committed to deserve this? Gu Mian, please let me explain. What more is there to say? Gu Mian shouted hysterically. That was my grandmother, the person I held dearest in this world. How could you casually cause me lifelong regret? Not to mention that Yin Luoxue had once orchestrated a heinous act against her, and you, out of love and obligation, are willing to sacrifice me to let her roam free. Gu Mian, calm down. Li Tingshun attempted to grasp her shoulders, but before he could touch her, she forcefully pushed him away. Do not lay a finger on me. Gu Mian glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Li Tingshun, you truly disgust me. Li Tingshun's fingers tremblet. I know you are angry. I will make it right. The man slowly retracted his hand and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he halted abruptly. Gu Mian, your grandmother watches from above. If she were to assign blame, it would be upon me, not you. Do not burden yourself with guilt over this matter. The door to the hospital room closed, and Gu Mian's anguished cries echoed within. Li Tingshun shut his eyes and strode away. Gu Mian was discharged in the afternoon. She did not return to the Li family home nor to Yinyu Bay, but instead went straight to the cemetery. Sore. Gu Mian knelt before her grandmother's gravestone, gently caressing the photograph atop it, gazing at her grandmother's kind and gentle face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Grandma, I'm so sorry. I cannot forgive Tingshun, nor can I fulfill your wish to continue with him. Perhaps the child that could not be kept was the clearest warning from heaven. Tingshun and I were wrong from the very beginning. Grandma, I am so sorry. An autumn rain fell suddenly. Gu Mian lifted her head, allowing the cold droplets to splash against her face. Though her body was drenched in cold, it could not compare to the chill in her heart. Chapter 68. Irreversible Madam. Yang Ma ran over, holding an umbrella. Have you lost your mind? Your body has not fully recovered. How can you stand in the rain? Please get up. Yang Ma, do not worry. I will not mistreat myself. Gu Mian stood beneath the umbrella, smiling at her. Before her passing, Grandma was most concerned about me. I will live well for her sake. Yang Ma's heart ached for her. Let us return, otherwise you will catch a cold. When they returned to Yinyu Bay, darkness had already fallen. Yang Ma prepared a tub of hot water for Gu Mian to soak in. The warm water enveloped her body, gradually dissipating the chill. Exhausted, Gu Mian leaned against the bathtub, her gaze lost in a void. The sudden ringing of her phone broke her reverie. She picked up the phone beside her. Uncle, Mimi, what has happened? Gu Mian furrowed her brow. What is it? Tingshun's assistant has come to see me again, offering several properties and storefronts worth at least several hundred million. Has something happened between you and Tingshun? Is he bullying you? Gu Mian forced a smile. This was the compensation Li Tingshun spoke of. It must be said that Mr. Li was indeed quite generous. Yet she did not need it. Her blood, her regrets, cannot be bought with money. Uncle, can I refuse these things? Gu Mian replied, I will work hard to earn money and ensure that you and Aunt live well. Though Gu Mian did not state it explicitly, her uncle did not pry further. Rest assured, Uncle will not accept them. I sense something amiss, which is why I called to clarify. Not only do I not want these, but I will also return the 2 storefronts he previously gave. Gu Mian contemplated for a moment and said, if we return everything, Aunt will surely be displeased. You can keep the previous 2 storefronts. Let the rest go. All right, as you wish. Gu Yuan helplessly spoke. Mian, your uncle knows his limitations and cannot assist you, but I still hope you do not suffer alone. We are family. If there is any hardship, I am willing to bear it with you. I understand. Thank you, uncle. After hanging up, Gu Mian pondered for a moment and decided to send a message to Pei Jinchuan. In the office of the CEO of Li Corporation, Li Tingshun sat behind his desk with his eyes closed, indulging in a moment of tranquility when his phone suddenly buzzed with a message notification. He ignored it, but soon another notification chimed. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the screen and noticed 2 messages. One was an account deposit notification, and the other was from Gu Mian. Upon opening her message, he read, I have evaluated the value of the 2 stores you gave my uncle, and the money has been transferred to you. I hope you can agree to the divorce soon to maintain our dignity. Lastly, if it's not about the divorce, please do not seek me out again. Li Tingshun's pupils constricted sharply as he noticed the numbers in the other message, his gaze deepening. He pressed the intercom to inquire where Gu Mian had obtained 25 million. Yes, Mr. Li, came the response. Li Tingshun stood up, grabbed his coat, and headed out. On his way back to Yinyu Bay, he made a call home. The phone was answered by Yang Ma, who preemptively reported, Sir, Madam has packed a few things and left, but she did not say where she was going. Li Tingshun had anticipated this and knew it already. Just as he hung up, another call came through. Mr. Li, I have investigated. At around 8 o'clock, Pei Jinchuan transferred 15 million to Madam's account. And with the previous medical expenses of 10 million, it sums up to exactly 25 million. Madam has transferred it to you. Li Tingshun's expression darkened as he said, Do not tell me Madam is currently at the Pei residence. I will check immediately. Half an hour later, as Li Tingshun stepped into his home, the phone rang again. Mr. Li, Madam indeed went to the Pei residence and has not come out yet. Li Tingshun closed his eyes and turned to leave. At the Pei residence, Gu Mian took little Bao's temperature again. It was 38. 3 degrees. Still feverish, but finally going down. Mr. Pei, rest assured, I will continue with physical cooling. He will be fine. Little Bao lay on the bed, his cheeks flushed with fever. I'm at ease with you here. Gu Mian, you have worked hard. It's my duty. Gu Mian replaced the towel on Little Bao's forehead. Pei Jin Chuan observed her. With your character, you would not easily ask me to borrow money. Is something wrong? Gu Mian smiled faintly. Yes. I am preparing for a divorce. Pei Jin Chuan was taken aback. Have you made up your mind? I have, Gu Mian softly replied. There is no turning back from me and him. Whatever decision you make, as a friend, I will support you. Thank you. Downstairs, the doorbell rang. Soon, a servant came in to report, Mr. Pei, a gentleman with the surname, Li is here to see Miss Gu Mian. Gu Mian paused in her actions, then said, Please ask him to leave. Pei Jin Chuan chuckled. Li Tingshan is not so easily dismissed. I will go down to check. If you go down, it will only bring unnecessary trouble. Gu Mian contemplated for a moment. I will go. I need to clarify things with him in person. That works. After all, it is someone else's home. Gu Mian did not invite Li Tingshan in, but walked out herself. The rain was still falling lightly as Gu Mian opened a black umbrella and walked toward the man leaning against the car, smoking. Standing 2 meters away, Gu Mian faced him, gazing coolly. If I recall correctly, I made it very clear in my message that I do not wish for you to seek me out again. Li Tingshan, irritated, took a drag of his cigarette, then scoffed. So you mean to say that my wife left home in the middle of the night with a suitcase to go to another man's house? And I should just pretend not to know and condone it? When I left Yin Yu Bei, I received a call from Mr. Pei. Little Bao had a fever, so I could only come and treat him first. Once he recovers, I will leave. Gu Mian spoke coldly. Logically, I do not need to explain so much to you. But since you look like a man with a green hat, I thought it best to clarify. After all, I am different from you. I have my own principles and know what I'm doing with a clear conscience. Meanwhile, you can spend the night with your white moonlight and then question my loyalty afterward. Of course, if you truly fear being cuckolded, you can divorce me sooner, ending this absurd marriage. That way, you need not worry about my actions and can openly guardian Luo Shui, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. I never noticed before how eloquent you are. Li Tingshan sneered. Gu Mian, if you truly had the guts, you would not be borrowing money from another man to sever ties with me. Gu Mian guessed what he meant and was not surprised that he found out so quickly. It was said that Li Corporation had many top hackers. Checking her account would be effortless. That 15 million was borrowed from Mr. Pei. You would rather reach out for money from someone else than clear your ties with me? Yes. Gu Mian's frosty countenance was filled with determination. I want to sever ties with you as cleanly as possible. Do you truly believe we can sever ties? Li Tingshan tossed the remaining half of his cigarette aside and approached her step by step. The rain was not heavy, but was enough to soak him. Tiny droplets cascaded down his short hair, giving his handsome, flawless face a fragmented look. Li Tingshan stared into her cold, resolute face and, instead of getting angry, smiled. Gu Mian, have you forgotten those nights we were intertwined, or have you forgotten the sounds you made beneath me? Chapter 69. Come home with me, Li Tingshan smirked. After our divorce, who can make you feel that comfortable in bed? Or would you rather reminisce than continue to enjoy that pleasure? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed as Gu Mian's fingers, dampened by the rain, trembled slightly. Li Tingshan, I once craved you, because only when we were together could I feel that my husband belonged to me. But now, Gu Mian gripped the umbrella tightly. I truly regret it. Regret loving you. Regret every day and night spent with you. You are right. I may never forget those nights, but if I remember, it will serve as a reminder to myself not to forget that I love the wrong person. Just like last night, I do not regret feeding myself poison. For the more pain I endure, the clearer I see what kind of person you are. Li Tingshan grasped her shoulders tightly. What kind of person am I? Gu Mian articulated each word. To me, you are the nightmare I wish to awaken from. Is that so? Li Tingshan smirka. But the smile did not reach his eyes. The darkness within them was laced with frost. Then who is your sweet dream? Pei Jin Chuan? Are you planning to stay here tonight, enjoying a lovely evening with him? Gu Mian forcefully pushed him away. It has nothing to do with you. Li Tingshan's gaze grew colder. It has nothing to do with me? Gu Mian, who told you that our relationship is determined by you? With that, he directly grabbed Gu Mian's hand and turned to get into the car. Gu Mian struggled free. Li Tingshan, what are you doing? Let go of me. Li Tingshan pinned her against the car, leaning down to kiss her lips. MMM. Gu Mian clenched her teeth, refusing to yield, her hands fighting against him desperately. The man forcefully restrained her hands, continuing to pry open her lips. The disparity in strength between the genders left Gu Mian utterly helpless against him. Just as she felt utterly lost, suddenly, Li Tingshan ceased his actions. Through the mist in his eyes, Gu Mian focused and saw a gun pressed against Li Tingshan's head. In shock, she turned to see Pei Jinchuan holding the weapon. "Sir!" The driver stepped out of the car, immediately drawing his gun and aiming it at Pei Jinchuan. Gu Mian did not expect that even the seemingly honest driver was armed. She hurriedly pushed Li Tingshan aside and held Pei Jinchuan's hand. "Mr. Pei, please don't." Pei Jinchuan's grandstanding words would certainly lead to trouble, and she did not want to owe him too many favors. Pei Jinchuan fixed his gaze on Li Tingshan, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Li, forcing someone against their will is not the act of a gentleman. Li Tingshan skufakuldli. I am merely being affectionate with my wife. Yet Mr. Pei feels compelled to intervene. Do you not think that is overstepping your bounds?" Gu Mian was invited here to treat Xiao Bao. "Since this incident occurred at my doorstep, I must ensure her safety today," Pei Jinchuan replied calmly. "Mr. Li, I will see this matter through to the end, and I ask you to act with restraint. Do you dare to pull the trigger?" Li Tingshan turned to look at him. "If you dare, then go ahead and try. I have a son, so I wouldn't easily pull the trigger. But I believe that even if I were to perish with you today, Gu Mian would take good care of my son, and—" Pei Jinchuan smiled slightly. "She would be grateful to me for a lifetime, which would make it worthwhile." The coldness in Li Tingshan's expression intensified. "I must take Gu Mian away today. If you have the ability, then go ahead and shoot." The tense atmosphere was suffocating. Gu Mian, observing them, snatched the gun from Pei Jinchuan's hand and aimed it at Li Tingshan. Li Tingshan stared at her in disbelief. "Gu Mian, are you trying to kill me?" "I won't kill you, for I do not wish to sacrifice my life for you. But I will absolutely not go with you." Gu Mian took a step back. "Mr. Pei, let us leave." Pei Jinchuan followed her into the house, closing the door firmly. A smirk of derision curled on Li Tingshan's thin lips. "Gu Mian, you have grown bold." "Sir, are you all right?" The driver rushed forward, advising, "Madam has her own strength. You should not use force against her, as it will only have the opposite effect, and she is already in a pitiable situation." "Pitiable?" Li Tingshan spukakulli. "Are you implying that I am bullying her?" The driver quickly shook his head. "That is not what I meant." Li Tingshan gazed at the brightly lit villa and spoke solemnly. "Send someone to surround this place. If Gu Mian has not emerged by midnight, blow it up." The driver nodded, understood. After repeatedly cooling Xiao Bao's fever, Gu Mian finally sighed in relief as his temperature subsided. She instructed the maid to prepare some porridge. Pei Jinchuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, and Gu Mian approached, following his gaze outside. She saw the villa surrounded by a well-trained group of bodyguards in black, while the Rolls-Royce remained parked at the entrance. Gu Mian's long lashes fluttered as she spoke. "Mr. Pei, Xiao Bao's fever has subsided. I should take my leave." "Gu Mian," Pei Jinchuan turned to look at her. "I know what you are worried about. You need not fret. I can protect you. Please trust me." "Mr. Pei, I appreciate your goodwill, but even if not for myself, I must consider Xiao Bao. He is still so young. It is not worth it for him to face trouble because of me." Gu Mian replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I do not wish to go with him. He cannot force me. I have ways far more intense than ingesting poison to resist." Pei Jinchuan had learned about last night's events from Mr. Lu Lang, and upon hearing her words, his heart tightened. "Gu Mian, do not act recklessly. Do not worry. I have no intention of acting recklessly." That night, just past 10 o'clock, Xiao Bao, who had been in a feverish slumber, finally awoke. Seeing Gu Mian, his mood brightened. Gu Mian fed him a bowl of porridge, coaxing him to continue sleeping. Once Xiao Bao was deeply asleep, Gu Mian went downstairs, bid farewell to Pei Jinchuan, and left with her suitcase. The rain had ceased, and the driver, seeing Gu Mian emerge, immediately opened the back door with joy. "Madam is out." Li Tingshan opened his eyes, the tension in his face easing slightly. He stepped out of the car and approached Gu Mian, his deep voice carrying a hint of concession. "Come home with me. Today, events will be forgotten." Gu Mian raised her gaze to meet his, finding it laughable. "On what grounds do you think we can forget this?" Li Tingshan's gaze turned icy. "Gu Mian, I have shown enough patience. Otherwise, this place would have been razed to the ground." Gu Mian retorted mockingly. "Mr. Li is omnipotent, yet he cannot divorce, can he?" Li Tingshan's suppressed anger flared at her words. "Divorce? Do not even think about it." Gu Mian pressed her lips together, glaring at him. He did not understand. She would rather drink poison than give blood to Yin Luoxue. Why would he not let her go? As Gu Mian grabbed her suitcase, preparing to leave. Her arm was suddenly seized by the man. I will say this one last time, come home with me. Chapter 70. The sir is ill. Gu Mian scoffed coldly. Then I will reiterate, it is impossible. As they stood in a stalemate, a car suddenly approached from a distance and stopped beside them. Mr. Liu Lang stepped out, and upon seeing the scene before him, he stepped forward. Mr. Li, I have come to take Mian away. Li Tingshan was polite enough to him. Mr. Liu, my wife should naturally be taken home by me. You are aware that she's your wife. Mr. Liu said sternly. One must not bully too much, otherwise. I will spare no effort, using all my connections, to ensure Mian divorces you. Upon hearing this, even the assistant standing nearby felt flustered. Although Mr. Liu did not possess power or influence himself, he had always been a family doctor for various influential families and politicians, possessing extensive connections. If he were to mobilize all his contacts, even the Li group would suffer considerable damage. The assistant instinctively looked toward his boss, only to see that Li Tingshan's expression had not softened. Rather, it grew colder. Mr. Liu's warning gaze fixed on Li Tingshan. Mr. Li, do not forget, the only doctor who can save Miss Yin, Lu Ming, is my fellow apprentice. Li Tingshan appeared struck by this statement, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. What do you intend to take her? That is none of your concern. I kindly ask Mr. Li to conduct himself with dignity and not seek her out again, Mr. Liu replied, taking hold of Gu Mian's suitcase. Let's go. The night was cool and damp. The autumn wind, laced with moisture, blew in, causing Li Tingshan to shiver suddenly. Was it the chill? His heart felt inexplicably heavy. In the car, Gu Mian looked at Li Tingshan gradually disappearing from sight in the rearview mirror, letting out a sigh of relief. Master, thank you. Do not mention it, Mian. Whatever decision you make, your master will support you. Yes, Gu Mian replied. Master, please take me to a hotel for the night. I will find a place to settle down near the traditional Chinese medicine clinic tomorrow. Mr. Liu suggested. There happens to be a vacant room in the back of the clinic, originally intended as my rest area, but I have never used it. Would you like to stay there? That works, Gu Mian agreed. Staying at the clinic would also help avoid Li Tingshan seeking her out. Thank you, master. Upon returning to Yinyu Bay, Li Tingshan tore off his tie and wearily sank into the sofa. His phone rang incessantly, and he irritably answered. What is it? Brother Tingshan. The voice on the other end was Yin Luoshue's, tinged with grievance. You promised to visit me tonight. I called you all night. Why didn't you answer? Li Tingshan pinched the bridge of his nose. I had matters to attend to. Is it because of Gu Mian? Yin Luoshue asked tentatively. Is she angry with me? You need not worry about anything else. Focus on your recovery. However, Brother Tingshan, I do not wish for you to be unhappy because of my situation, said Yin Luoshue with concern. I understand that Gu Mian harbors deep-seated hatred towards me, which is why she resorted to such extreme measures to avoid providing me with a blood transfusion. Brother Tingshan, I know your intention in keeping Gu Mian at the Gu family for my sake is to ensure that should anything unfortunate happen to me, there would be enough blood to save my life. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. However, since Gu Mian returned from prison, her temperament has grown increasingly volatile, and I worry that she may inadvertently cause you harm. Therefore, after much contemplation, I cannot allow you to bear the burden of my well-being any longer. I promise to rely on the blood bank moving forward, sparing you from having a ticking time bomb by your side. If she can poison herself today, she could very well do the same to you tomorrow. Li Tingshan closed his eyes, acknowledging her words, and urged her to rest early. Before Yin Luoshue could respond, he abruptly ended the call. His mind felt heavy, and a sense of agitation churned within him. After a quick shower, he lay in bed, attempting to drift off to sleep, but Gu Mian's resolute and indifferent visage haunted him. Tossing and turning, he found slumber elusive, and his mind grew heavier still. Thirst gnawed at him, yet he lacked the strength to rise. He reached for his phone on the bedside table, requesting a glass of water to be brought to him. Moments later, Yang Ma entered, carrying the water. Sir, the water is here. The figure on the bed remained still. Yang Ma approached, and, noticing Li Tingshan's countenance, instinctively reached out to touch his forehead. Sir, you have a fever. I will call the doctor immediately. Li Tingshan slowly opened his eyes, and with a hoarse voice, commanded, call Gu Mian back. Yang Ma hesitated, but sir, the madam may not wish to return. Li Tingshan's agitation intensified, insisting, just tell her I am ill. Understood. Yang Emma compliet hurriedly. After a lengthy wait, Gu Mian finally answered the call. Yang Ma. Madam, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. But the sir is unwell with a severe fever. Could you return? Shouldn't you be calling an ambulance instead of me? Gu Mian's icy tone came through. Do not call again, or I will block you. Yang Ma glanced at the disconnected call, feeling helpless and anxious. Sir, the madam is unwilling to return. Li Tingshun had clearly heard Gu Mian's words on the line, and his expression darkened. Did she not wish for my swift demise? Yang Ma dare not say more. I will call the family doctor. She exited, leaving Li Tingshun alone to stare blankly at the ceiling. He remembered how, upon awakening from a vegetative state, his health had been frail, and he frequently suffered from fevers. Gu Mian had vigilantly cared for him throughout the nights, never daring to change her clothes or lie down, fearing it would be disrespectful with the family doctor frequently checking on him. On several occasions, she had dozed off in a chair, exhausted. At that time, he had thought of her as a dutiful wife. Now, understanding her love back then, he realized how deeply she had cared for him during a time when he had scarcely noticed her past. Yet, she had never vocalized her feelings. In the 3 years of their marriage, she had never asked him for anything. Now, when she finally requested something, it was a divorce. He had always believed he treated Gu Mian well, providing her with a life of affluence. Yet, it became apparent that he had not been a good husband, for he had never comprehended that she desired more than just material wealth. Perhaps it was time to let her go. After all, with her innocent yet stubborn nature, she was indeed ill-suited to be Li's wife. In a wealthy family, only interests prevail, devoid of love. The serene courtyard of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic offered comfort and the opportunity for Gu Mian to work late into the night. Mr. Lu Lang had authored several medical texts, and she seized the opportunity to study diligently. At 10 o'clock, the on-duty doctor finished for the night and invited Gu Mian out for a late-night meal. Unaccustomed to such habits, she politely declined. She locked the clinic's door and returned to her workstation to continue her studies. Across the street, in a Rolls-Royce, Li Tingshun remained fixated on the closed door. The driver spoke up. Sir, the madam should be resting now. You ought to return home as well. You need to take care of your health. Li Tingshun replied in a deep voice. You may leave for the evening. But sir, I said you may leave. Yes, sir. The driver nodded and exited the car. Exhausted, Li Tingshun leaned back against the leather seat. He did not want to admit that without Gu Mian, sleep eluded him. Perhaps it was merely the result of his recent illness. He turned to gaze towards the clinic, his attention suddenly captured by a figure. Chapter 71. Silent vigil. Pei Jinchuan stood at the door of the clinic, carrying 2 large bags. Moments later, Gu Mian opened the door to welcome him inside. Li Tingshun's gaze grew cold, and he instinctively opened the car door, ready to rush over. However, as his feet touched the ground, he abruptly halted. Would his presence only serve to deepen her disdain for him? He had resolved to grant her freedom, yet the turmoil within him had rendered him restless these past few days. Seeing her alone with Pei Jinchuan ignited a flame of unnameable fury within him. He feared that intervening would only provoke her anger. He could not grasp when he had become this way, seemingly losing control in Gu Mian's presence. Retreating to the car, he kept his gaze fixed on the clinic's closed door. Time slipped by, and eventually, the door swung open as Gu Mian escorted Pei Jinchuan out. Li Tingshun noted the time. It had been 1 hour and 40 minutes that they had spent alone together. The suppressed rage within him flared anew, and he struggled to resist the impulse to confront Pei Jinchuan. They exchanged farewells at the entrance before Pei Jinchuan departed. Gu Mian secured the door once more, and through the window, he witnessed the lights of the clinic extinguish. Li Tingshun leaned back in his leather seat, fatigue weighing heavily upon him as he closed his eyes. The following morning, as Gu Mian entered the consultation room, Mr. Lu Lang called out to her. Mian. Master, good morning. Good morning, he replied, observing her closely. Did you sleep well last night? Quite well. Did Li Tingshun come looking for you? No, he did not. Gu Mian replied with curiosity, wondering why her master was asking. Nothing much, Mr. Lu Lang chuckled. I heard he has been ill these past few days. I thought perhaps Lady Li would seek your expertise. Grandmother is a sensible person. She would not impose. Gu Mian hesitated before adding, Master, rest assured. Even if Li Tingshun were to seek me out, I would not meet him again. From now on, I shall live for myself, not revolving around him. Very well. By the way, Master, Mrs. G called me yesterday, requesting I visit her for a health check. The contract with the G family has expired. It seems she wishes you to become her family doctor. She did not mention it, but even if she did, I would refuse. I cannot encroach upon your livelihood, master. Gu Mian made her stance clear. Silly child, what do you mean by encroaching? If they specifically request you, I will be delighted. It reflects your skills as a physician and my ability as a teacher. But master, are you not worried that teaching disciples will lead to your own downfall? Such ambition is commendable, but with your character, how could you ever let your master starve? Gu Mian laughed. Mr. Lu Lang, having never married, had resolved from the day she became his disciple to treat her as his own daughter, hoping to rely on her in his later years. Mian, I have grown older, and my hope in accepting you as a disciple is to pass on my medical knowledge for the benefit of society. Do not forget your original intentions due to worldly perceptions. Mr. Lu Lang spoke earnestly. When the time comes that you take over my practice entirely, I will be able to retire and enjoy a few leisurely days. I understand, master. I know what I must do. Mr. Lu Lang approached the window and gazed outside, noticing that the Rolls-Royce across the street had vanished. Gu Mian's thoughts were indeed correct. She should not revolve around a man. However, it was regrettable that, judging by Li Tingshan's demeanor, it might not unfold as she wished. In the afternoon, Gu Mian visited the Ji family. Mrs. Ji was delighted to see her and engaged her in casual conversation. Gu Mian, from the very first time I met you, I took a particular liking to you. Gu Mian smiled and replied, You don't mind my having a criminal record, do you? What of it? I am unconcerned, Mrs. Ji said dismissively. Moreover, I trust that someone of your character could not possibly commit any wrongdoing. Gu Mian felt an inexplicable warmth and thanked her. I invited you here today for a serious matter. I would like to employ you as our family doctor. Would that be agreeable? Gu Mian nodded, feeling honored by Mrs. Ji's trust. That's splendid, Mrs. Ji exclaimed. Let us settle on an annual salary equivalent to Mr. Luolong's standard. I could offer a discount, Gu Mian replied, somewhat shyly. My abilities surely do not match those of my mentor. Do not be so modest, Mrs. Ji laughed. Although Mr. Li instructed me to announce that it was Mr. Luolang who saved Xiao Bao that day, those present were not fools. They understood the situation. You deserve this. Thank you, Mrs. Ji. The two signed the contract, and the sum of 10 million would soon be transferred. Gu Mian felt a surge of excitement within her. She finally had the means to earn a living. Unfortunately, her grandmother was no longer alive, and she could not repay her kindness. Gu Mian, I have a favor to ask. Please go ahead, Mrs. Ji. I have a cousin who has been married for years and has suffered several unexplained miscarriages. We have consulted every hospital, yet her condition remains unhealed. Could you assist her? Gu Mian hesitated. Mrs. Ji, to be candid, I am not proficient in this area. How can that be? Your medical skills are exceptional. While I have accompanied my grandparents in medicine since childhood, I have not specialized in gynecology, so I am not adept in that field, Gu Mian explained. If you do not mind, I could ask my mentor to assist her. Mr. Luolang has already examined her, but to no avail, Mrs. Ji sighed. Perhaps it is simply her fate to be childless. Gu Mian could not bear such words, as they reminded her of her own lost child. Perhaps she would never have children in this lifetime. Mrs. Ji, ever the gracious host, invited Gu Mian to stay for dinner. Unable to refuse her warm hospitality, Gu Mian acquiesced. After dinner, they strolled and chatted until past 9 o'clock, when Gu Mian politely declined Mrs. Ji's invitation for a late-night snack and departed from the Ji residence. The Ji family's car halted outside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. After bidding farewell to the driver, Gu Mian was about to enter when her peripheral vision was suddenly drawn to a car across the street. The familiar Rolls-Royce made her instinctively think it belonged to Li Tingshan. The distance was too great for her to discern the license plate. However, as realization dawned on her, Gu Mian couldn't help but smile at herself. What was she expecting? Or was it merely a habit? The entire capital was not solely graced by Li Tingshan's presence with that car. Even if it were indeed Li Tingshan's vehicle, it was no longer of any concern to her. Gu Mian collected her thoughts and turned to enter the clinic. For several consecutive days, Yin Luoxue was unable to locate Li Tingshan. His phone calls went unanswered, and his assistant was utterly uncooperative in revealing his whereabouts. Frantic, Yin Luoxue secretly contacted He Yong for assistance, only to find that Li Tingshan spent each night waiting outside the clinic, never entering to find Gu Mian, but instead sleeping in his car. Crash! The cup in Yin Luoxue's hand shattered against the floor. What did this mean? Was he silently watching over Gu Mian? In Luoxue was furious to the point of explosion. Luoxue, do not be angry. Hyung's cold voice came through the speakerphone. Cousin will devise a way to deal with Gu Mian. Cousin, I am grateful for your help. In Luoxue sniffled. However, we are currently at a distinct disadvantage. Even if we want to confront her, we must proceed with caution to avoid the consequences of Li Tingshun's inquiries. My aunt has been imprisoned. I have lost a hand, and my uncle's family has gone bankrupt, all because of Gu Mian. If I do not eliminate her, how can I quell my anger? Hyung gritted his teeth. Yet you are correct. This must be executed flawlessly to ensure Gu Mian meets her end without a trace. Furthermore, we must lead Li Tingshun to suspect no involvement from us. Cousin, do you have a plan? I am at a loss when it comes to Li Tingshun, but dealing with that wretched woman Gu Mian is certainly within my capabilities. Chapter 72. Your bride, although Hyung spoke with utmost conviction, claiming he could bring about Gu Mian's downfall, In Luoxue remained uneasy. Early the next morning, she hastily discharged herself from the hospital. She adorned herself with impeccable makeup, arriving at the Lee group without announcing her presence, simply waiting at the entrance. Upon learning this, the assistant rolled his eyes internally. Whether through tea ceremonies or feigned weakness, this Miss Een was indeed performing splendidly. Out of duty, the assistant reported her presence to Li Tingshun, who instructed him to escort In Luoxue upstairs. Tingshun. Upon hearing the voice, Li Tingshun looked up. In Luoxue sat in a wheelchair, her hands clasped around herself for warmth, her frail form appearing particularly delicate. Li Tingshun frowned slightly. Why are you dressed so lightly? Have you no regard for your health? I rushed out and forgot to bring any clothing. In Luoxue pouted. Tingshun, I apologize for interrupting your work. It's nothing, Li Tingshun replied, pressing his fingers against his aching temples. Why did you discharge yourself? Are you feeling better? The doctors advised against my discharge, but I truly wished to see you and couldn't find you, so I had no choice but to leave. Only then did Li Tingshun recall that she had attempted to call him several times, but he had not been in the mood to answer. In Luoxue observed the expression on his face, tears welling in her eyes as she said, Tingshun, you used to care for me so much, but I don't know when it changed and you even stopped answering my calls. I feel so sad sometimes that I wish I could just end it all. Li Tingshun composed himself and replied, I was unwell a few days ago and needed rest. I did not check my phone. If you have urgent matters, please contact my assistant. You were sick? In Luoxue asked with concern. What happened? How did you suddenly fall ill? Just a common cold. I'm fine now. In Luoxue's melancholy returned. Tingshun, I used to know everything about you at the first opportunity, but now, as you said, that was in the past. Li Tingshun lit a cigarette. I am now married, and we are indeed not suited to be as close as before, lest Gu Mian feels displeased. In Luoxue stared at him in disbelief. Tingshun, when did you start to care about Gu Mian's feelings? Li Tingshun's hand holding the cigarette paused. In Luoxue's tears fell like rain. You did not start caring about her until after your marriage. Our relationship remained unchanged until Gu Mian returned from prison. Everything changed. You began to distance yourself from me for her. Tingshun, I have lost everything. The Ying group was taken by Pei Jinchuan, my mother is in prison, and now my cousin and aunt have all encountered misfortune. You're all I have left. If you abandon me too, I might as well die. Li Tingshun took a drag from his cigarette and said solemnly, we are family. I will not abandon you. Once we find the miraculous Dr. Lu Ming to treat your condition, you will return to a normal life. By then, your mother will have been released, and you will not be left with nothing. But Tingshun, what about my love? In Luoxue wept, accusing him, I should be your wife. You should divorce Gu Mian and marry me instead. Yet now, Gu Mian is intent on leaving you, and you refuse to let go. How can you treat me this way? Li Tingshun furrowed his brow slightly. I must admit, had it not been for Gu Mian, we might have married. But everything changed the day Gu Mian became my wife. You saved my life, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Thus, I shall spare no effort to restore your health. Although the Ying group is no more, I will ensure you live a life free from financial worries. In Luoxue trembled with excitement. However, Tingshun, what I desire has never been your wealth, but you as a person. I love you, Tingshun, and I have loved you for over 20 years. Can you truly cast me aside, trampling my love into the dirt? Li Tingshun's brow tightened further. Luoxue, discussing love between us is inappropriate. I have never claimed there was love between us. Even if you had married me instead of Gu Mian, it would have merely been a union of families devoid of love. In Luoxue bit her lower lip tightly rendered speechless. After a long while, she finally surrendered, saying, Tingshin, it matters not that you do not love me. My love for you is sufficient. If a marriage must be founded on perfect love, then I am willing to love you wholeheartedly, without expectation of reciprocation. Tingshin, I have but one request, for the sake of the life I saved. Please divorce Gu Mian and marry me. To become your wife is my dream. It is the greatest wish of my life to see this dream fulfilled. Li Tingshin took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray. He did not respond to Yin Luoxue's words, instead lowering his gaze, lost in thought. Yin Luoxue looked at him expectantly. Having humbled herself to this extent, she believed Li Tingshin would not refuse her. After all, she had saved his life, and he was never one to forget a debt of gratitude. Time passed, and finally, Li Tingshin lifted his gaze to meet Yin Luoxue's. In a low, melodious voice, he calmly stated, I will not divorce Gu Mian. Yin Luoxue was taken aback. Tingshin, what did you just say? I said, I will not divorce Gu Mian. Why? Yin Luoxue's voice trembled. Have you fallen in love with her? I do not love you, and thus I will not love Gu Mian either. Yin Luoxue was even more confused. Then why are you unwilling to divorce? Li Tingshin felt an unsettling agitation within. He himself could not comprehend why he was reluctant to divorce. Clearly, Yin Luoxue was more suited to be Mrs. Li. He had already resolved to set Gu Mian free. Yet, the mere thought of divorcing her filled him with an indescribable discomfort. Tingshin, please say something. Yin Luoxue pressed. Why are you unwilling to divorce Gu Mian? There are still many matters to resolve between Gu Mian and me. This is not the time for divorce. You signed a prenuptial agreement. There are no financial entanglements, nor children. What unresolved matters could there be? Yin Luoxue, both anxious and furious, exclaimed, Tingshin, I risked my life to save you. Though I regain my life, my health has deteriorated, and I could die at any moment. The only thing that sustains me is the hope of becoming your bride one day. She cried out, I had initially thought you would divorce Gu Mian and marry me the moment you awoke, but I have waited 3 long years without a divorce. Had I known it would come to this, I might as well have died back then. Perhaps if I had died, you would remember me for a lifetime. Have you said enough? Li Tingshin's agitation grew. If you have finished, please leave. Moreover, I have made my position abundantly clear. Do not bring this matter up again. Yin Luoxue's tears abruptly ceased. She nearly forgot that the events from years ago were Li Tingshin's Achilles heel, a topic even the Li family dared not mention. She did not wish to provoke his ire, for she could not bear the consequences, and so she departed quietly. Once Yin Luoxue closed the door, Li Tingshin found himself devoid of the motivation to work. He smoked several cigarettes in succession, yet his heart remained restless. Subconsciously, he took out his phone and called Gu Mian. Chapter 73. You are monitoring me when the phone rang. Gu Mian was taking a patient's pulse. Glancing at the screen, she immediately silenced it and continued her work. By the time she finished attending to this batch of patients, 2 hours had passed. Gu Mian stretched her neck and sipped half a glass of water before finally picking up her phone. There were 2 missed calls from Li Tingshin. It dawned on her that after their quarrel that night, he had not attempted to call her again, and she had forgotten to block him. She understood well that as long as they were not divorced, severing contact was impossible. Thus, blocking him held no significance. She chose to ignore it entirely. Due to Gu Mian's failure to answer, Li Tingshin spent the entire day in a foul mood, hardly daring to step into the CEO's office. When it was time to leave work, he drove himself to the Chinese medicine clinic. Although it was closing time, there were still people queuing outside for treatment. Li Tingshin sent a text to Gu Mian. I am outside the clinic. Can you come out for a moment? Half an hour passed, and his message seemed to sink into oblivion, receiving no response. He followed up with another message. If you do not come out, I will come in to find you. A few minutes later, Gu Mian finally replied. If it is not about the divorce, there is nothing to discuss. I am busy and cannot meet you. Li Tingshin felt a throbbing in his temples. How had he never realized how difficult Gu Mian was to appease? He remained in his car from dusk until 10 o'clock when the clinic closed. As the on-call doctor left, Gu Mian emerged to take out the trash and close the door. Just as Li Tingshin was about to get out of the car to find her, he spotted a familiar black Bentley pulling up at the clinic's entrance. Pei Jinchuan stepped out from the driver's seat, carrying several items, and rang the clinic's doorbell. Moments later, Gu Mian opened the door, and after exchanging a few words, they entered together, closing the door behind them. Li Tingshin's expression darkened, his mood black as storm clouds. unable to suppress the fury within. He stepped out of the car and strode over. When the doorbell rang again, Gu Mian was taken aback. It was unusual for anyone to come at this hour. She opened the door to find Li Tingshan standing outside with a displeased expression. "What are you doing here?" Gu Mian frowned. "Did I not say there was nothing to discuss aside from the divorce? As long as we are not divorced, you remain my wife." Li Tingshan replied coldly. "You have nothing to discuss with your husband, yet you can spend the night alone with another man?" Gu Mian guessed what he was implying and admitted it straightforwardly. "Mr. Pei came to discuss matters regarding Xiao Bao. It is part of my work." "Work?" Li Tingshan scoffed. "Gu Mian, you have mastered the art of using your position for personal gain." Gu Mian pressed her lips together. "My affairs have nothing to do with you. Please leave. We are not divorced. Naturally, your matters concern me." Li Tingshan's gaze shifted past her, peering into the room. "Should I leave so you can continue your heart-to-heart with him?" "Gu Mian, are you still contemplating how to betray me?" Gu Mian's fingers trembled with anger. "I'm not as shameless as you. Are you angry?" Li Tingshan smirka. Yet there was no hint of amusement on his face, only a chilling coldness. "Have I struck a nerve, causing you to lash out in embarrassment?" "You." Just as Gu Mian was about to speak, a voice from behind interrupted her. "Mr. Li." Pei Jinchuan stepped forward. "I believe that even if a divorce is imminent, one should not casually tarnish a woman's reputation." He stood next to Gu Mian, addressing Li Tingshan. "Xiao Bao is experiencing a manic episode. I came to discuss treatment options with Gu Mian." "Is that so?" Li Tingshan replied with a faint smile. "Xiao Bao is ill, yet Mr. Pei finds the time to take my wife out for a late-night snack?" Pei Jinchuan chuckled. "It is precisely because Xiao Bao is unwell that I skipped dinner. Thinking to discuss matters here while eating, it saves time." Li Tingshan raised an eyebrow. "And what about last time, in the dead of night, seeking Gu Mian's company for nearly 2 hours? Was he merely using Xiao Bao as a pretext?" Gu Mian furrowed her brows and asked Li Tingshan, "Are you monitoring me?" "I am not so base," he coldly replied, "but it seems I fortuitously stumbled upon you. The first time I refrained from confronting you was out of respect, but Gu Mian, I cannot bear to see you chatting animatedly with another man while refusing to even meet my gaze. I shall reiterate, my affairs are none of your concern." Gu Mian's small face was frigid and tense. "If you are so afraid of me placing a green hat upon you, then hasten to divorce me. Now, please leave." Li Tingshan cast a deep glance at Gu Mian before turning to depart. After closing her eyes to steady her emotions, she turned to Pei Jinchuan and said, "Mr. Pei, Xiao Bao is still at home. You should return early to keep him company. I will visit him tomorrow." "Very well," Pei Jinchuan nodded. "Eat the food on the table and rest early." "Understood." Gu Mian watched Pei Jinchuan drive away and was about to close the door when a pair of long, bony hands suddenly blocked the doorframe. Seeing the man return, her nerves instantly tensed. She sensed the peril emanating from Li Tingshan's eyes. "What do you want?" Gu Mian pressed against the door. "Did I not ask you to leave? You disregard my words, yet expect me to heed yours?" Li Tingshan effortlessly pushed the door open and stepped inside, shutting it behind him. "I have nothing to discuss with you." Gu Mian warily regarded him. "Mr. Li, you should return to your beloved. Otherwise, if Luoshua learns that you sought me out at such a late hour, she may become unwell again." Asmir kurlad Li Tingshan's lips. "Is Mrs. Li feeling jealous?" Gu Mian was momentarily speechless. "Do you think I am that desperate?" Li Tingshan was taken aback, then seized her wrist. "Is feeling jealous a sign of desperation?" "Gu Mian, do you truly loathe me so much? Do you despise me to the extent that you can easily erase all your feelings for me?" Gu Mian's nose tinged with bitterness as she replied with a wry smile. "Rather than hating you, I despise myself. You are not in the wrong. You simply do not love me. You chose her over me, thus the fault lies with me. I hate myself for loving you so deeply, for the price of loving you has left me wounded and scarred, and that is my retribution. Tingshan, every time I see you, I am reminded of my past foolishness, and I loathe myself a little more. So please let me go. I understand your extraordinary possessiveness. I can promise that after our divorce, I will not engage with any other man, especially Pei Jinchuan. Even if I were to remarry, I would wait until you have wed Luoshua first. Would that suffice?" Li Tingshan let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on her wrist. "To divorce me? You are willing to make all sorts of promises. But, Mrs. Li, I do not wish to part ways with you." "Why?" Gu Mian questioned, puzzled. "Do you not need to give Luoshua a title?" "When did I ever say I needed to give her a title?" He retorted. I am uninterested in the matters between you and In Luoxua. Even if you do not require a title for her, we must still divorce. Gu Mian calmly analyzed. Ting Shun, your reluctance to divorce stems from nostalgia for the time when I loved you fervently. You believe that I, back then, was the ideal Mrs. Li, and thus you do not wish to part ways, correct? Li Ting Shun was momentarily taken aback. He was unclear why he was unwilling to let go. Perhaps Gu Mian was right. He was nostalgic for the Gu Mian who had once loved him deeply. Or perhaps it was something beyond that. Ting Shen, I can understand you, but I must clearly inform you that we can never return to the past. I can no longer revert to the obedient, compliant Mrs. Li. Gu Mian tugged at the corners of her lips, offering a faint smile. In this marriage, our relationship has never been equitable, and I am not a person who will silently endure and give unconditionally. Li Ting Shun furrowed his brows. So you are implying that the obedient, compliant Gu Mian was merely an act? Not quite an act. I am not someone who performs. At that time, love compelled me to compromise without principles, to endure anything. I was like someone lost in a beautiful dream, fantasizing that if I were to be the perfect Mrs. Li, one day you would notice me and gradually come to love me. Gu Mian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Now that the dream has shattered, I simply no longer live in that fantasy and have returned to my true self. So Ting Shen, what you long for is not the authentic Gu Mian. The real Gu Mian is sharp-edged and inflexible, not suited to be your Mrs. Li. Gu Mian, do you truly wish to leave me? Li Ting Shen gazed to her, a face both familiar and foreign. Do you truly feel no attachment to our marriage? Gu Mian slowly pulled away from his grip and spoke deliberately. From the day we lost our child, I knew our fates were intertwined yet destined to be apart, much like that child. If we were meant to continue, fate would not have taken that child from us, for he was our most significant bond. Ting Shun, I have accepted my fate. You must let go as well. Li Ting Shin clasped his shoulders. The child is a pain in your heart, but it is also mine. Gu Mian, if you desire a child, we can have one. If one is not enough, we can have two. We can have as many as you wish, all right? Ting Shun, our issue is not the absence of children. Gu Mian felt weary. What else could it be? Li Ting Shun looked at her. I know I previously promised to have children with you. Promised that you would no longer need to donate blood to Luoxua. We could live a good life together. Your heart has indeed acquiesced to me. I just failed to keep my word and hurt you once more, leading to your utter disappointment in me. Gu Mian, will you grant me another chance? I promise I will not fail you again. Gu Mian let out a bitter laugh. But Ting Shun, if that night had not been for the poison I drank, you would have insisted I donate blood to In Luoxua. I merely used an extreme method to prevent you from doing so. I cannot forget the agony of that night, nor your repeated insistence on using my blood instead of the blood bank. Ting Shun, some things can never be restored, just like a shattered mirror. Even if you piece it back together, the ugly cracks will remain, and it can never return to its original state, nor can my heart. The love I once had for you is now matched by my desire to distance myself from you. Therefore, when I plead with you to divorce me, I ask for nothing but my freedom. Freedom. Li Ting Shen Shuklat Sufli. Gu Mian, when I was gravely injured and fell into a coma, you became my wife without the ability to refuse. Did I ever mention freedom to you? Do you think I am someone whom you can marry and discard at will? Gu Mian fought back her tears. I know I was wrong. I should not have overreached to be with you. So now, I do not even have a right to correct my mistakes, is that it? Indeed, Li Ting Shun declared firmly. You will forever be my wife. Do not even think of shedding this identity. Li Ting Shun, is this amusing to you? Gu Mian could no longer contain her grievances, and tears streamed down her face. Is it entertaining to keep me trapped like this? Whether it is amusing or not, that is for me to decide. Li Ting Shun gradually released her and sat down on a nearby sofa, pressing his hand against his stomach, his face slightly pale. Gu Mian was taken aback, but quickly reacted, wiping away her tears and dialing a phone number. Madam? The call was answered promptly. Mr. Li is experiencing stomach pain. Please come to the Chinese medicine clinic to pick him up and take him to the hospital. Understood. Gu Mian hung up the phone and poured a glass of warm water, offering it to Li Ting Shun. Have a sip of water first. Li Ting Shun did not take it, merely gazing at her. You are a doctor, yet you refuse to treat me and insist on sending me to the hospital? I am off duty and not accepting patients, Gu Mian replied in a calm tone, before turning away to read. The ambulance arrived in less than 20 minutes. Mr. Li, Madam, the attendant greeted. Why so fast? Gu Mian inquired. I happened to be nearby on business, so I arrived quickly. The attendant glanced at Li Ting-shun, noticing his grim expression. Mr. Li, allow me to take you to the hospital. I want to go. Li Ting-shun shut his eyes. Just let me die here. Gu Mian exchanged glances with the attendant. Li Ting-shun, how old are you to be throwing a tantrum like a child? Do you want me to call your grandmother? Go ahead, call her. Let her see how you disregard my well-being. Gu Mian found herself laughing in exasperation. Even if you die here today, your grandmother wouldn't blame me. Then let it be as you wish. With that, Li Ting-shun resigned himself, lying back on the sofa. The attendant was bewildered. Their boss was not usually like this. Why'd he act like a child in front of his wife? Madam, this. Gu Mian decisively called for an ambulance to take him away. The man on the sofa, eyes closed in repose, spoke softly. Go ahead and try. I want to go willingly. Let us see who dares to touch me. Gu Mian was rendered speechless. Madam, please, just take a look at Mr. Li, the attendant pleaded. If something happens, I cannot explain it to the old lady. If he refuses to go to the hospital, who can he blame? Gu Mian turned and sat down to continue her reading. The attendant was nearly in tears. How could these two be so stubborn? With no other options, he stepped outside to call the family doctor. After about 40 to 50 minutes, the family doctor arrived in haste, only to be dismissed by Li Ting-shun. Frustrated, Gu Mian thought, was he planning to stay at the clinic indefinitely? She did not wish to disturb the old lady over such trivial matters and had no intention of calling her. Since Li Ting-shun seemed to enjoy the sofa, she decided to let him lie there and went to rest. After taking a shower and emerging in her pajamas, Gu Mian noticed the front yard light still on. She chose to ignore them, lying down in bed, turning off the light to sleep. Typically, she would fall asleep easily at this hour. But due to thoughts of Li Ting-shun, she found herself tossing and turning for half an hour without rest. With a sigh of resignation, Gu Mian opened her eyes. The phone screen lit up momentarily. It was a message from the attendant. Madam, Mr. Li sent me away. I dare not disobey. Please take care of him. Gu Mian siga depli, rakaling Li Ting-shun's palacumplaxion. Ultimately, she could not bear to ignore him. She got up, donned a trench coat, and headed to the front yard. In the living room, Li Ting-shun lay quietly on the sofa, eyes closed as if asleep. As Gu Mian approached, she noticed his complexion was even paler than when she left, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, he was in considerable pain. Sitting beside him, she took his hand to check his pulse. Li Ting-shun, did you skip dinner? He remained silent, his lips pressed into a tight line. Releasing his hand, she suddenly felt a strong grip on her wrist. Li Ting-shun opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon her. Are you leaving again? With no choice, she replied. I'll order takeout. Only then did he slowly loosen his grip. Gu Mian took out her phone to place an order, then went to the pharmacy to fetch some herbs, brewing them in hot water before drinking. As soon as Li Ting-shun caught a whiff, he grimaced at the unpleasant smell. Yes, it tastes terrible. If you refuse to drink, you'll just have to endure the pain. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the concoction, waiting for it to cool slightly before downing it in one go. The takeout arrived promptly. Gu Mian had ordered a light porridge and a few pan-fried buns, placing them on a coffee table in front of him. Eat quickly and leave. Remember to close the door. As she stood to leave, Li Ting-shun called out to her. Gu Mian. She paused, but did not turn around. The low, hoarse voice behind her asked, have you truly made up your mind to leave me? Gu Mian tugged at the corners of her mouth, wanting to say something, but realizing it would be futile. Yes, she replied firmly. That night, Gu Mian hardly slept, plagued by dreams of her life after marrying Li Ting-shun, culminating in visions of him dragging her to give blood to Yin Luoxiu. No. Gu Mian jolted awake from the nightmare, seeing the dawn light breaking outside. Unable to sleep any longer, she decided to rise, wash up, and change before heading to the front yard. Li Ting-shun had already left, but the takeout remained untouched on the coffee table. Gu Mian tidied up the table, disposed of the garbage, and went out to buy breakfast. In the morning, she visited the Pei family to see Xiao Bao. His manic episodes were triggered by a servant accidentally breaking his favorite toy while cleaning. Pei Jinchuan intended to hire a psychologist for intervention and sought Gu Mian's assistance to help Xiao Bao cope. After playing with Xiao Bao for a while, Gu Mian went downstairs to find Pei Jinchuan. Mr. Pei, I have considered your proposal, and I do not recommend direct psychological treatment for Xiao Bao. Why not? Pei Jinchuan asked. I inquired about the incident. The toy was Xiao Bao's favorite. Regardless of age, anyone would feel upset if something they cherished was broken. While Xiao Bao's condition flared, he did not lash out at the servant as he did with Yin Luoxue in the hospital, merely yelling at her. This indicates he understands he should not harm others. He simply lost control of his emotions momentarily. You are busy with work, but Xiao Bao needs quality companionship. I believe that with your guidance, his condition can gradually improve. Pei Jinchuan rubbed his forehead. But you know, I have my own job and cannot be with Xiao Bao 24 hours a day. Gu Mian pondered. The caregiver you brought from Haicheng is doing well, but she is somewhat older and can only attend his basic needs. She cannot effectively communicate or provide psychological support to Xiao Bao. I suggest you hire 2 caregivers with experience in child psychology. This way, they can care for Xiao Bao while also guiding him effectively in daily situations. What you propose aligns with the psychologist's suggestions, but Xiao Bao is very resistant to strangers. You are the only exception. Gu Mian nodded. Then, find someone first. Once you find a suitable candidate, I can introduce them to Xiao Bao. This way, he may be more receptive. That is a good idea. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Pei Jinchuan invited Gu Mian to stay for lunch. It had been a while since she last shared a meal with Xiao Bao, so she accepted. Just as they finished eating, a call came from the old lady. Grandma, did you need something? Child, it's me. The old lady's voice trembled with tears. Something has happened to Ting Shen. Can you come to Yinyu? Gu Mian froze. Grandma, what happened to Ting Shen? Just come over first, all right? Okay, don't worry. I'll be there right away. Gu Mian hurriedly bid farewell to Pei Jinchuan and rushed to Yinyu. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, both the old lady and Li Xingze were present, while Yin Luoxue sobbed in a wheelchair. Several doctors surrounded the bed where Li Tingshen lay unconscious, looking frantic. What happened? Gu Mian asked. How dare you ask? Li Xingze yelled inanje. What did you do to my brother last night? What could I possibly have done to him? Gu Mian retorted, Grandma, what kind of attitude is she displaying? Elderly Lady Li responded, Mian, this morning, Ting Shen did not go to work, and when we tried to call him, there was no answer. It was only when the program sent someone to his home that we discovered he had collapsed on the bed, suffering from a persistent high fever. Gu Mian furrowed her brow. Grandma, Ting Shen came to see me at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic last night. He must not have eaten dinner, and his stomach was a bit uncomfortable. I gave him some medicine, so he shouldn't be in pain anymore. However, he didn't touch any of the takeout I ordered. I had no idea he would develop a fever. At least when I checked his pulse at the clinic, he didn't have a fever. You certainly know how to shift blame. Li Xingze exclaimed, Is it only last night that my brother came to see you? He has been waiting outside the clinic for days, every night. How could you not know? Gu Mian was taken aback, incredulously looking at the man lying on the bed. Li Xingze continued his accusations. My brother has been running a fever for a while now. After finally recovering, he has been sleeping in his car outside the clinic. How could he rest well? Last night, he came out of the clinic and didn't even get in the car, spending the entire night smoking outside. That is why he fell ill like this. Gu Mian, if anything happens to my brother, I will not let you off the hook. Gu Mian was utterly stunned. Ting Shen had been spending every night outside the clinic, so the Rolls-Royce she saw parked across the street that day truly belonged to him. Struggling to regain her composure, Gu Mian spoke. Grandma, I was unaware of these matters, and I did not encourage him to do so. What do you mean by that? Li Xingze challenged. Are you implying that my brother is being foolish for waiting outside for you? That he deserves to be sick? Gu Mian pursed her lips. If you insist on interpreting it that way, I suppose that is your prerogative. You. Li Xingze was infuriated. Gu Mian, do you even have a heart? If it were any other woman being treated this way by my brother, she would be praying fervently for his well-being. Yet here you are, making such heartless statements. You must go and treat him immediately. If you can heal him, I might consider forgiving you, but if he suffers any lasting effects, I will not rest until I have my revenge. Chapter 76. Just let him die. Gu Mian turned to see the expectant gaze of elderly Lady Li. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Grandma, since I have already decided to divorce, I should not have further entanglements with Ting Shen to avoid unnecessary complications. There are many doctors here who can surely help him reduce his fever. If it comes to it, I can call my master to come over. How could you be so heartless? Li Xingze cursed. My brother is burning up like this, and you feel no pity? Is your heart made of stone? Xingze, do not make things difficult for Gu Mian. Yin Luoxue sobbed. I will call Mr. Liu and the best doctors right away. I will take care of Ting Shen myself. If anything happens to him, I will not live either. I would rather die with him. Li Xingze's hatred for Gu Mian intensified. Listen to that. Luo Xue is willing to live and die with my brother. Yet, as his wife, you won't even treat him. Gu Mian, my brother must be blind not to divorce you. Gu Mian smiled faintly. Miss Yin is deeply devoted. I certainly cannot compare. However, it is merely a fever, not life-threatening. Is Miss Yin truly so concerned that he will die? Are you not afraid of cursing him? Yin Luo Xue was taken aback and replied, how could I curse Tingshen? I love him too much for that. Gu Mian, how can you so maliciously misinterpret my intentions? Enough. Elderly Lady Li's expression turned cold. Madam Li is still present. Do you not have any shame? You rush to play the mistress every day. Are you not uncomfortable? Yin Luo Xue seethed with rage, wishing to strike down the old woman on the spot. Yet, she could not show it and could only cry out in protest. Grandma, I did not. Mian is right. It is merely a fever. What is the point of your incessant weeping? Elderly Lady Li ordered, Zhang Ma, take her away. Without my permission, she is not allowed to step foot in Yinyu Bay. Yes, madam. Zhang Ma promptly stepped forward to escort Yin Luo Xue away. Grandma, you cannot treat me this way. I want to stay and care for Tingshen. Yin Luo Xue pleaded anxiously. Elderly Lady Li felt a headache coming on and raised her hand, signaling Zhang Ma to push Yin Luo Xue's wheelchair away. Finally, the noise subsided. Elderly Lady Li approached Gu Mian, taking her hand, and said, Mian, I know you have made up your mind, but Tingshen is quite ill. Otherwise, I would not have called you here. He just woke up for a moment, feverish and disoriented, but he refused treatment from the doctors. I believe that even if Mr. Liu came, he would resist. He only accepts your care and treatment. Elderly Lady Li's voice choked with emotion. Mian, over 3 years ago, Tingshen died once and miraculously woke up. I have already endured the pain of nearly losing him once. I do not wish to experience it again. I implore you, for the sake of my old face, to help him once more. I truly cannot bear the thought of losing Tingshen. Gu Mian recalled the incident over 3 years ago when Li Tingshen had a car accident and fell into a coma, becoming a vegetable. Elderly Lady Li had aged overnight. Unable to bear the thought of causing the elderly woman further sorrow, Gu Mian relented. Grandma, I promise you, I will stay and treat Tingshen until he is completely well. Thank you, Mian. Elderly Lady Li beamed with joy. With you here, I can rest easy. I will help you request leave from Mr. Liu. You stay and focus on caring for Tingshen, and call me if you need anything. I understand. Gu Mian immediately took Tingshen's pulse. It appeared that he had not properly recuperated from fever a few days prior, compounded by irregular eating habits that had harmed his stomach. After enduring a cold night, he had fallen gravely ill with a high fever. Grandma, I will return to the clinic to fetch some supplies and request leave from my master. All right, I will have a driver take you, to save time. That works. In less than an hour, Gu Mian returned, and elderly Lady Li felt reassured enough to leave with the other doctors and Li Xingze. Grandma, I will not leave. I want to stay and care for my brother. Li Xingze protested. What if Gu Mian, wanting a divorce, takes drastic measures and harms him? Elderly Lady Li looked at him as if he were foolish. Are you truly one of the Li family? How can you be so lacking in common sense? Grandma, how can you say that to me? Do you not see that Gu Mian is not someone to be trifled with? She is capable of harming herself. If you do not understand, do not speak out of turn. If I were in her position, having been bullied to such an extent, I too would resort to such extreme measures, Elderly Lady Li asserted. Mian has not harmed anyone. Rather, she has only harmed herself, which is an act of immense kindness. Do you truly believe that, as Mr. Liu's disciple, she would be unable to deal with Luo Xue? Li Xingze was left speechless. Although Mr. Liu was known for healing, it was said that he was also well-versed in toxicology, making it easy for him to inflict harm. Just as he was about to argue further, Elderly Lady Li interrupted. Enough. Listen to your grandmother and go home. Your brother and sister-in-law's matters are for them to resolve. With no other choice, Li Xingze followed Elderly Lady Li out. Upstairs, Gu Mian handed the herbs to Yang Ma for decoction while she administered physical cooling to Li Tingshen. His fever was severe, and ordinary physical cooling methods proved ineffective. Gu Mian prepared some herbal medicine to sponge him down. After struggling until evening, his temperature finally began to decrease. Gu Mian let out a sigh of relief and called the elderly Lady Li to alleviate her worries. Lady Li was delighted and reminded Gu Mian to take care of her health, chatting for quite a while before hanging up. Madam, dinner is ready, Yang Ma said as she knocked on the door. You should come down to eat. All right, Yang Ma had prepared several exquisite and delicious home-cooked dishes, all of which Gu Mian loved. She was indeed quite hungry and consumed most of the food before taking the medicine upstairs for Li Tingshan. She tried to rouse him, but he merely responded groggily. Gu Mian attempted to administer the medicine, but perhaps due to its bitterness, he spat it out immediately. Feeling helpless, she set the medicine aside and took out a silver needle to administer acupuncture. This would help him wake up sooner, enabling him to heal more rapidly. After the treatment, Li Tingshan remained unresponsive, with rare free time on her hands. Gu Mian practiced yoga in the adjacent room for an hour before returning to the master bedroom to shower. As she emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, she suddenly felt a scorching gaze upon her. Instinctively, she glanced towards the bed, where Li Tingshan had awakened at some point and was leaning against the headboard, his deep eyes fixed intently on her. Gu Mian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "When did you wake up?" "Just now," Li Tingshan replied, his voice slightly hoarse. "I'll go change," Gu Mian said hurriedly as she dashed into the walk-in closet to find an outfit. When she emerged, her expression had returned to normal. "It's good that you're awake. Grandma was very worried about you. I'm going to get you something to eat. You should have a bite before taking your medicine." As she turned to leave, her wrist was suddenly clasped in his hand. Although Li Tingshan's fever had subsided, his palm was cool, yet surprisingly firm. "Is Grandma the only one who is concerned about me?" he asked in a low, raspy voice. Gu Mian bit her lip and calmly replied, "Xing Zhe and Yin Luoxua have both been here. They were worried about you too, especially your white moonlight." She cried incessantly, fearing something would happen to you. I nearly found myself moved by it. Upon hearing this, Gu Mian felt his grip on her wrist tighten abruptly. "And what about you? Was it merely her illusion, or did his 3 words carry a sense of expectation?" A sudden pang of pain shot through Gu Mian's heart, yet her voice remained resolute as she replied, "Li Xingzhe insisted that your condition is because of me. Grandma also asked me to stay to care for you. I cannot bear to hurt her feelings, so I had no choice but to agree." Silence fell, and the only response was the gradual loosening of his grip. Gu Mian felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and quickly exited the master bedroom. She leaned against the wall by the door, taking a moment to compose herself before heading downstairs. Initially, she intended to have Yang Ma bring food upstairs, but Yang Ma had gone grocery shopping. With no other option, Gu Mian carried the tray upstairs herself. "You haven't eaten all day, and your stomach isn't well. You can only have some congee and vegetables." Li Tingshan lowered his gaze, lost in thought, and replied softly, "I'm not hungry." "Li Tingshan, have you had enough of your childish temper?" Gu Mian frowned. "If you're unwilling to cooperate, I will have to call Grandma and ask her to find someone more capable. I cannot heal you." Li Tingshan remained silent, but picked up the bowl of congee from the bedside table and consumed it in a few bites. "Finish this bowl of medicine in half an hour, and you can sleep afterward. I'll be in the next room. Call me if anything happens." After saying this, Gu Mian left. She had not slept well the night before and had endured a tiring day, so she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Just as she drifted into a hazy slumber, she suddenly felt someone embrace her. The familiar scent of his pheromones filled her nostrils, and Gu Mian was instantly awakened, her eyes flying open. Before her stood a handsome face, slightly pale, yet his breath was fervently warm. Instinctively, she tried to push him away. "Li Tingshan, what are you doing?" "Gu Mian, I do not want a divorce," he asserted, firmly holding her in his embrace. "Promise me, let's not divorce, shall we?" "I thought I had made myself very clear," Gu Mian replied decisively. "There is no possibility for us anymore." "Why is it impossible?" Li Tingshan held her tightly. "You don't like Luo Shui, do you?" "I promised to keep my distance from her in the future. Will that suffice?" A faint smile tugged at Gu Mian's lips. "If this were the past, your words would have left me flustered and at a loss, eager to give you everything. But, Tingshan, it's too late." "It's not too late," Li Tingshan urged. "Trust me, it will never be too late. We can have a child. As long as we have a child, the rift between us can be mended, right? The issues between us cannot be resolved by a child." Gu Mian smiled faintly. "You're still not fully recovered. Go back to your room and rest." "I will not go." Li Tingshan's eyes flashed with determination. "Wherever you are, I shall be there too. You can never shake me off." "You," Gu Mian began, but her lips were swiftly silenced by him. His kiss was fierce and passionate, their lips entwined with the taste of traditional medicine lingering between them. Gu Mian struggled desperately, but found herself unable to break free. perhaps finding her resistance bothersome. Li Tingshun removed his belt and bound her hands above her head, finally getting a moment to breathe. Gu Mian watched as Li Tingshun sat up to unbutton his shirt. Her eyes widened in shock. Li Tingshun, what are you doing? I told you, we are having a child. I will not have a child with you. Gu Mian exclaimed as she attempted to escape, but before she could leave the bed, Li Tingshun seized her ankle and pulled her back. He leaned over her, kissing her face, his low, husky voice whispering in her ear, Mrs. Li, if you wish to divorce, that is fine, but I never engage in unprofitable business. Have a child with me, and I will agree to the divorce. How's that sound? Gu Mian's mind buzzed as if it were about to explode. If she truly became pregnant, how could she possibly divorce him so easily? Li Tingshun, you are shameless. I do not want to have a child with you. She shouted in despair. Am I shameless? He chuckled softly. I can be even more shameless. Allow me to show you. Beneath the dim light of the bedside lamp, two bodies intertwined. After 3 years of marriage, he knew her body intimately, aware of how to ignite her passions. Gu Mian was on the brink of collapse, desperately trying to resist, wishing to knock this infatuated madman unconscious. She bit her lower lip tightly. Stop, Li Tingshun, please. His kiss descended upon her lips once more, and he chuckled softly. I will not force you. Tonight, I will wait for you to say the words, and then I will give you what you desire, all right? Gu Mian trembled even more, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Li Tingshun kissed the corner of her eye to catch her tears. Her mind flashed white, her body shaking like a leaf, and she couldn't help but moan. Li Tingshun smirked. Mrs. Li, do you want me? Gu Mian bit her lip hard, clinging desperately to her last shred of rationality, refusing to yield. Li Tingshun, however, was in no hurry, continuing to please her even as he felt he would soon burst. Though it was already autumn, the heating had yet to be turned on in Yinyu Bay. The temperature in the room was relatively cool, yet both were already sweating profusely. After an unknown period, Gu Mian could no longer bear it, breaking down into tears. Li Tingshun, I beg you, will you beg me for? He pressed relentlessly. Do you want me? Chapter 78. Until pregnancy, Gu Mian's hands clutched the pillow tightly, and in the end, she gritted her teeth and uttered those 2 words. Li Tingshun could no longer restrain himself. The next moment, he deeply possessed her. Gu Mian tilted her head back, her mind a blank slate. The ceiling before her began to sway as waves of desire surged over her. She felt trapped, unable to escape, only able to sink deeper alongside Li Tingshun. Gu Mian was bewildered as to why a man suffering from illness possessed such vigor. After one round, it was not enough for Li Tingshun, who insisted on taking the initiative. Gu Mian felt on the verge of breaking down from his torment and decided to abandon all restraint, surrendering to her impulses. The man's hands gripped her waist tightly, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Mrs. Li, are you trying to kill me? Yes. Gu Mian bit her lip in response, her movements growing more ferocious. I wish you would die on this bed. That way, she would no longer be subjected to his relentless teasing. Li Tingshun shukulat sufli. I look forward to it. He gazed deeply at her sweat-soaked face, waiting for her strength to wane, only to once again reverse their roles, pulling her down into the depths of their passion repeatedly. Gu Mian lost track of time, only realizing everything had ceased to sway when she felt herself on the brink of fainting. Exhausted, she curled up under the covers, trying to steady her breathing. Li Tingshun wanted a cigarette, but found himself in the guest room, so he leaned down to coax her. It's messy here. Let me carry you back to the master bedroom, all right? Gu Mian kept her eyes shut, ignoring him. His kiss grazed her ear. Mrs. Li, you cannot suddenly deny everything after pulling up your pants. It was you who insisted I die here. You enjoyed it too, didn't you? Gu Mian gritted her teeth. Get lost. It seems my performance did not meet your standards. Mrs. Li, he chuckled softly. Let us do it again. This time, I will ensure your satisfaction. No. Gu Mian trembled. All right, I'll listen to you. Much better. Li Tingshun placed a kiss at the corner of her lips and carried her to the master bedroom. Exhausted, Gu Mian could barely keep her eyes open. In a daze, she felt Li Tingshun take her for a shower, and by the time she returned to bed, she had no recollection of how she got there. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself nestled in a strong embrace. The floor-to-ceiling curtains blocked out the light, rendering the master bedroom dim as night. Her mind was in a haze, unable to distinguish between night and day. She thought it must be dawn, but upon glancing at her phone, she was astonished to find it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The absurdity of it all struck her. Even more absurd was the sight of Li Ting-shun still asleep. Normally, even after a night of passion, he would rise early to go to work, displaying an energy far beyond that of an ordinary person. Feeling uneasy, Gu Mian instinctively reached out to touch Li Ting-shun's forehead, relieved to find he had no fever. She then took his wrist to check his pulse, which was steady. Yesterday, she had noticed his liver qi was somewhat stagnant, likely due to his poor mood, yet today he seemed fine. Indeed, men are creatures who think with their lower halves. After a couple of rounds, his mood had improved. As Gu Mian silently critiqued him, she was suddenly enveloped in a strong embrace. Li Ting-shun's south face drew close, his voice still hoarse from sleep. "Mrs. Li, were you worried I might truly die in your arms?" Of course, Gu Mian smiled. If the esteemed president of the Li Corporation were to die in my bed, it would be the ultimate scandal. I would be the laughingstock. Li Ting-shun chuckled. True, if you were to bring about my demise, you would undoubtedly become an overnight sensation. Stop joking. Gu Mian swatted at his restless hands. How are you feeling now? Is there anything uncomfortable? He coiled around her like a serpent. Mrs. Li, you are my best remedy. I feel as if I had been revived. Gu Mian rolled her eyes. You may feel revived, but I am starving. Let go. Reluctantly, Li Ting-shun released her. As Gu Mian descended the stairs, she found Yang Ma mopping the floor. Upon seeing Gu Mian, she greeted her with a smile. Madam, you're up. I've heated the food. It'll be ready shortly. All right. Sitting down to eat. Gu Mian noticed Yang Ma's mysterious smile and inquired, What is up? Oh, nothing. Yang Ma hurriedly replied, Madam, I've cleaned the guest room. You can rest there any time. Gu Mian suddenly recalled the absurdity of last night. Although she hadn't tea-checked, she could imagine the state of disarray in the bed. Yang Ma, being experienced, undoubtedly knew what had transpired. Clearing her throat, Gu Mian felt immensely embarrassed. Thank you. Could you ask Li Ting-shun what he would like to eat and take it to him? Yes. Before long, Li Ting-shun came downstairs, dressed in dark loungewear. Looking quite refreshed, they shared a meal, after which Gu Mian went upstairs to gather her things. Where are you going? Li Ting-shun's voice came from behind her. Now that you're better, I'm naturally going back to work. Li Ting-shun strode forward, taking the silver needles from her hands. You cannot go. Li Ting-shun, what are you doing? My health is not fully restored. You must stay to care for me. Gu Mian nearly rolled her eyes. Care for you? You mean care for you in bed again? I can apologize to you. No need. Gu Mian felt wearied. Ting-shun, we shouldn't entangle ourselves like this any longer. Li Ting-shun furrowed his brow. So you insist on separating? Yes. Why? He didn't understand. After all, she had seemed happy last night. I cannot deny the pleasure you bring me in our intimate life. But Ting-shun, marriage is not solely about physical sensations. The heart is far more important. Do you understand? Li Ting-shun closed his eyes, his tone grave. I said last night, if you want a divorce, bear me a child, and I will agree. Gu Mian's eyes widened. So what you said last night was true? She had thought it was merely a casual remark. Of course. That's impossible. Gu Mian firmly opposed. If we are to divorce, we cannot have children. It would complicate matters. You don't want to complicate things with me. Nor do you want children. Do you wish to have a child with another man? Li Ting-shun frowned. Gu Mian, I've said it before. You cannot come and go for my life, as you please. Gu Mian pressed her lips together. I will not ask you for a child. It would be unfair to the child. Fairness is for me to decide. Li Ting-shun's gaze turned cold. From now on, you shall not step out of this room until you are with child. Chapter 79. Let me kiss you. Gu Mian stared at him in disbelief. You want to confine me? If you interpret it that way, I won't argue. Li Ting-shun took her phone from her pocket. Gu Mian, I have not revealed my intentions. I will obtain what I desire at any cost. Gu Mian had no chance to resist, finding herself trapped in a master bedroom. The premises of Yin Yu Bei were under the watchful eyes of bodyguards, not only at the door, but even on the terrace connected to the master bedroom, ensuring that not even a fly could approach Gu Mian. Her phone was confiscated, cutting her off from the outside world. Yang Ma, sensing something was amiss, had just retrieved her phone to make a call when Li Ting-shun's cold voice echoed from behind her. Who were you planning to notify him? Yang Ma trembled in fear, the phone slipping from her grasp as she turned to see Li Ting-shun descending the stairs, panic evident in her voice. Sir, I wasn't. Li Ting-shun did not expose her, instead sitting on the couch, speaking in a calm tone. I understand your loyalty to Gu Mian, but do not forget who pays your salary, and remember the consequences of angering me. You possess not only your own identity, but also that of a husband and children. Thus, before undertaking any endeavor, you ought to consider your family. Young Ma, frightened, knelt down and implored, "Please, sir, do not be angry. I merely wish to prevent such a rift between you and your wife. I intended to call the old lady, but I had no intention of defying you. I will handle this matter myself. There is no need for grandmother to intervene. If she inquires, tell her that Gu Mian and I are doing well. Do you understand?" "Understood. Please proceed," instructed Li Ting-shun, who added, "Prepare more of Gu Mian's favorite dishes to replenish her strength." "Yes, sir." At 7 in the evening, Li Ting-shun entered the room. Gu Mian, seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, promptly turned her face away. He approached her and said, "It's time to eat." "I'm not hungry," Gu Mian replied coldly. "Regardless of your anger, you must not neglect your health." Without further ado, Li Ting-shun lifted her in his arms and carried her downstairs. Gu Mian did not resist, for she was too weary from the previous night's turmoil. Yang Mai prepared a lavish meal of Gu Mian's favorites. Starving from her efforts to oppose Li Ting-shun, she forced herself to eat more to regain strength. Li Ting-shun tenderly served her, appearing as a remarkably considerate husband. After dinner, Gu Mian was carried back to the master bedroom and placed on the sofa. She looked up at him and asked, "Are you truly planning to confine me here indefinitely?" "Not for long," Li Ting-shun assured her earnestly. "We are still young. Having children will not be too difficult." Gu Mian pursed her lips. "Li Ting-shun, you must know that as long as I do not wish to conceive, even if I become pregnant, there are countless ways to ensure it does not come to fruition." Li Ting-shun knelt before her, his gaze level with hers. "You wouldn't do that. You could never bear to harm your own child." Tears welled in Gu Mian's eyes, a mixture of helplessness and indignation. It became evident that Li Ting-shun had calculated her love for children, leading him to retain her in this manner. Once pregnant, she would inevitably grant him an opportunity. For the sake of the child, she had heard of Li Ting-shun's ruthless demeanor in business, but had not anticipated such obsession from him. "Li Ting-shun, you have truly lost your mind." He smiled, wrapping his arms around her, burying his handsome face in her bosom. He uttered not a word, merely tightening his embrace. Later that night, as Gu Mian lay down, she was immediately embraced by the man beside her. Aware of his intentions, her legs trembled uncontrollably. "I am tired." Li Ting-shun leaned in to kiss her. "Madam Li, do you not wish to regain your freedom sooner?" Gu Mian evaded his kiss. "We did not use protection last night, and I have not taken any pills. I might already be pregnant." She had initially intended to secretly take the medication, but discovered that the contraceptives in her drawer had mysteriously vanished. Li Ting-shun smirked. "You have such faith in me. Believing I can hit the mark, Gu Mian's cheeks flushed. "Yes, let us sleep." "Very well. Allow me to kiss you first." To her astonishment, this man had resorted to such childish antics. What was promised as a mere kiss soon led to all her garments mysteriously disappearing, discarded on the floor. He did not force her, but, like the previous night, tormented her, coaxing her to yield willingly. Overwhelmed by the ordeal, Gu Mian felt tears streaming down her face. Knowing she could not escape, she succumbed, adopting a mindset of surrender. As the world spun around her, she suddenly recalled something and urgently pushed him away. "Someone is outside." "What does it matter?" Li Ting-shun bantafabili. "We are a legitimate couple, not engaged in an affair. There is no need to fear eavesdroppers." Li Ting-shun. Gu Mian could not bear such shamelessness. "No, I cannot accept this." At last, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear to reassure her, "Do not worry. They have already left. You may call out boldly. No one will hear." Embarrassed and enraged, Gu Mian fiercely bit his shoulder. "Ouch!" The man winced, but rather than being angered, he looked at her with intrigue. "Are you a dog?" Gu Mian glared at him indignantly. "Hurry up." Li Ting-shun grinat. What wife wishes for her husband to finish quickly in bed? Gu Mian, too exasperated to respond, turned her face away, hoping he would conclude swiftly. Yet, Li Ting-shun refused to relent, slowly teasing her, insisting they reach climax together before he would cease. It was only in the early hours of the morning that everything finally calmed. Li Ting-shun carried Gu Mian to the bathroom for a shower, and when they returned to bed, both were utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing into slumber. In the darkness, Gu Mian slowly opened her eyes. Cautiously, she removed the man's arm from around her, careful not to make a sound. Barefoot, she tiptoed to the door, as Li Ting-shun had indicated, without any bodyguards in sight. Overjoyed, she hurried toward the staircase, but before she could descend, a voice called out, "Madam, where are you going?" She halted, turning to see two bodyguards seated in the lounge. Clearing her throat, she replied, "I am hungry and going downstairs to find something to eat. Sir mentioned such trivial matters do not require your involvement. Simply call Yang Ma," one of the guards politely informed her. "Sir has instructed that there is no need for anyone to stand guard outside the master bedroom tonight, but the security around the villa will be heightened. If you wish to leave Yinyu Bay, it is advisable to consult with Sir. Otherwise, you will not be able to exit." Gu Mian, feeling helpless, could only respond, "Understood." With that, she returned to the master bedroom. In the blink of an eye, Gu Mian had been in Yinyu Bay for an entire week. Li Ting-shun had taken her phone, leaving her to pass the time with books. He showed no signs of illness, exhibiting tremendous vitality, and insisted on their nightly encounters. He seemed to have acquired some obscure knowledge, always placing a pillow beneath her hips afterward, claiming it helped with conception. Gu Mian found herself thoroughly exhausted, her body marked with bruises from his relentless affections. Each glance in the mirror during her showers was a startling reminder of her condition, with her ovulation period coinciding. It was only a matter of time before she found herself pregnant. Chapter 80. "I find you filthy." Gu Mian struggled to articulate her feelings, fearing to contemplate what her life would become if she were indeed to conceive. One afternoon, while Li Ting-shun worked in his study, he insisted that Gu Mian keep him company. Nestled on the sofa, she was engrossed in a book when her phone suddenly rang. She looked up at Li Ting-shun. "It's my call." Li Ting-shun opened the drawer, retrieved her phone, and answered, "Grandmother, Gu Mian is napping. Do you need her for something?" "My health is improving. I've been resting at home these past few days. We are well. Please do not worry. Once Gu Mian awakens, I will inform her of your call. Goodbye." After he hung up, Gu Mian could not contain her curiosity. "Have you been answering my calls these past few days?" "Indeed," he replied. "Li Ting-shun, how can you casually access my phone?" "Do not worry. I merely wish to ensure there were no urgent matters requiring your attention. Aside from that, I have not tampered with your phone." Gu Mian huffed. "When do you plan to release me?" "Once you are a child." As their conversation continued, Li Ting-shun's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered, and the smile on his face quickly vanished as he listened. "Didn't Tiwi agree to use blood from the blood bank? You must inform her personally. If she is unwilling, terminate the treatment." Li Ting-shun said impatiently before abruptly hanging up. Gu Mian furrowed her brow. "Has Yin Luoxue encountered another issue?" Li Ting-shun set his phone down. "Do not concern yourself with her." Gu Mian smiled faintly. "You need not pretend with me. One cannot simply disregard someone they hold dear." "I do not need to pretend." Li Ting-shun spoke calmly. "I told her last time that she should only use blood from the blood bank. She promised me. Yet now she insists on you giving her a transfusion. I have always despised those who are untrustworthy. Since she seeks death, I see no need to stop her." Gu Mian smiled, realizing that in her past life, she must have severely wronged her, leading to such animosity. Li Ting-shun wanted to say something, but feared it would upset her, so he changed the subject. "What would you like for dinner? I can have the kitchen prepare it for you. What if I want to eat out? Which restaurant do you prefer? I can invite the chef to cook at home." "That's unnecessary." Gu Mian closed her book, feeling tired. "I'll accompany you for a nap." "No need." Gu Mian stood up, leaving in a huff. After dinner, Li Ting-shun departed from Yinyu Bay. Gu Mian had no idea where he went and didn't wish to know. With Li Ting-shun absent, she seized the opportunity to retrieve her phone. There were no bodyguards outside the master bedroom, so she headed straight to Li Ting-shun's study. To her surprise, the drawer was unlocked. She retrieved her phone and checked her missed calls and WeChat messages. Fortunately, there were no urgent matters. Most calls had been answered by Li Ting-shun. Returning to the master bedroom, she replied to the messages. Xiao Bao called, and Gu Mian quickly answered. "Xiao Bao? Sister Gu Mian, why didn't you come to see me last week? I had some urgent matters to attend to, but I promised to visit you in a few days, okay? All right, I miss you so much." Gu Mian smiled. "Sister Gu Mian misses you too. How have you been these past few days?" After a brief conversation, Xiao Bao's phone was taken by Pei Jin Chuan. "Gu Mian, how is Li Ting-shun?" "He's fine now. Are you still at Yinyu Bay?" "How did you know I was at Yinyu Bay?" "I called you a couple of days ago." Both times Li Ting-shun answered. The first time he said you were in the shower, and the second time he said you were too tired and had just fallen asleep. Gu Mian knew Li Ting-shun had done this on purpose and explained. "Grandma asked me to stay and take care of him. Then take care of yourself." "I will. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Pei." After a few more exchanges, they ended the call. Pei Jin-chuan leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Mr. Pei, why don't you tell Miss Gu directly that you know she is trapped in Yinyu Bay? What will be the point? Pei Jin-chuan replied calmly. If she truly needed my help because of her confinement, she would have asked by now. But there are indeed numerous bodyguards guarding Yinyu Bay, and Miss Gu hasn't left the place at all. Isn't that confinement? Forget it. Pei Jin-chuan pressed his temples, reflecting that since she didn't want him to interfere, the more he did, the more she would resent it. After finishing her WeChat messages, Gu Mian washed up and lay down in bed, realizing it was already past 11. Li Ting-shun had not returned, so it seemed she might escape trouble for the day. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her phone suddenly lit up. She swiped to check and saw a photo from an unknown number. In the picture, Li Ting-shun lay asleep in bed, with Yin Luoxue snuggled up to him, smiling sweetly at the camera. Gu Mian's hand trembled as she held the phone. Just that afternoon, he had sworn he would no longer involve himself with Yin Luoxue. Yet here he was, eagerly seeking her out that very night. This was Li Ting-shun. He claimed to despise those who are untrustworthy, yet he embodied the essence of deceit. Gu Mian deleted the photo and buried her head under the blanket to sleep. The following morning, Gu Mian got up and descended the stairs, heading toward the front door. Madam, a bodyguard stepped forward to stop her. I'm sorry, but without the master's permission, you cannot leave. Gu Mian smiled faintly. Do you truly believe I want to leave and that you can stop me? The bodyguard hesitated. We are just following orders. Please do not make this difficult for us. If I wanted to leave, I could easily poison you all first, but I haven tea out of respect. I hope you can reciprocate and let me pass. Madam, if you leave like this, we cannot bear the consequences. Gu Mian's voice turned cold. Then call Li Ting-shun immediately and tell him I must leave today. Just as the bodyguard reached for his phone, Li Ting-shun entered from outside. Sir, the bodyguard hurriedly reported, Madam wants to leave. What happened? Li Ting-shun raised his hand, about to touch Gu Mian's hair, but she evaded him. Don't touch me. Gu Mian glared at him. Li Ting-shun, I find you repulsive. Li Ting-shun furrowed his brow. You all can leave. Yes. The bodyguards quickly exited and closed the door. I didn't come back last night. Are you upset? Li Ting-shun explained. I know. You were at Yin Luoxue's place. Gu Mian smiled faintly. Mr. Li, eager to keep a backup plan, wanted me to conceive while also sowing seeds with Yin Luoxue. Is that it? Li Ting-shun's temples throbbed. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Gu Mian chuckled. Are you afraid to admit it? I did visit Luoxue last night, but I left after less than 10 minutes. There was an urgent matter at the company, and I worked all night, returning as soon as I finished. Gu Mian coldly laughed. I don't want to hear your excuses, Li Ting-shun. I want to return to work. You better let me go. Li Ting-shun grasped her shoulders. Did we not agree to stay at home and prepare for pregnancy until I got you pregnant before going back to work? Who agreed to that? That was your own wishful thinking. Gu Mian's suppressed anger erupted. I never agreed to have children with you. Are you done making a scene? Li Ting-shun restrained his anger. You accuse me of being on Luoxue's bed just to find an excuse to leave, right? Don't even think about it. Finding an excuse? Gu Mian laughed in anger. If it weren't for the disgusting pictures from last night, I wouldn't have stayed a second longer. I deleted them immediately, and I truly wanted you to see how revolting you are. Revolting. Li Ting-shun smirked. When you lay in my arms the night before, saying you felt comfortable, you didn't find me revolting, did you? Gu Mian's face flushed with fury, and just as she attempted to exit, Li Ting-shun abruptly seized her, carrying her upstairs without regard for her struggles or protests. He tossed her onto the bed in the master bedroom. Gu Mian tried to escape, but Li Ting-shun pinned her down. The pain made her tears well up as she shouted, Li Ting-shun, you bastard! Get out! Li Ting-shun held her resisting hands, yet he couldn't bring himself to be harsh. Instead, he leaned down to kiss her. This time, it was more challenging than ever. Gu Mian's entire being resisted him, making it uncomfortable for him as well. Exhausted from her cries, Gu Mian eventually fell asleep. Li Ting-shun took out a cigarette, lit it, retrieved his phone from the clothes on the floor, and made a call. Madam mentioned that she received a photo of me and Luoxue in bed last night. Check it out. Yes, Mr. Li. Li Ting-shun turned to glance at the girl sleeping beside him. Additionally, pull up all monitoring records of my movements since last night. The program hesitated. Huh. Madam doubts I was in Luoxue's bed last night. I need to prove my innocence. Is that hard to understand? I understand. The program quickly replied. I'll retrieve the footage right away. Li Ting-shun hung up the phone and gently caressed Gu Mian's fair and radiant face. He hoped they could soon conceive a child, which would hopefully bring some peace to their tumultuous lives. When Gu Mian awoke, it was already noon. The scene from that morning surged in her mind as she abruptly sat up, feeling the aches in her back and legs. Li Ting-shun had already left. Gu Mian rose and took a shower before heading downstairs. Awake? In the living room, Li Ting-shun was engaged in a work report. Upon seeing Gu Mian descend, he stood to greet her. "Lunch is ready. Let us eat." "I'm not hungry," Gu Mian replied coldly, fixing her gaze upon him. "Can I leave now?" "Gu Mian, nothing has happened between me and In Luoxue," Li Ting-shun said, placing his hands on her shoulders. "Will you trust me?" "How can I trust you based on your actions?" Gu Mian pushed his hands away, resolutely declaring, "Let us not speak of distant matters. When I arrived at Yinyu Bay, you promised to maintain distance from In Luoxue. Have you fulfilled that promise?" "Fortunately, I see through your character and do not easily believe your words. But Li Ting-shun, you truly disgust me." Li Ting-shun fronat. "Do you have not even a shred of trust in me?" "Mutual distrust," Gu Mian countered. "If there had been even a modicum of trust, you wouldn't have aided In Luoxue in sending me to prison." She regarded him with indifference. "Li Ting-shun, our union has always been a mistaken one. Why must we demand such a luxury as trust? So in your heart, our marriage is a mistake, is it?" "Indeed, I have told you long ago. But you refuse to listen, insisting on repulsing me." "Do I repulse you by being near?" "Yes," Gu Mian replied without hesitation. "Today, I shall consider it as if a dog has bitten me. If you refuse to let me go, I will call the police." Li Ting-shun's expression turned cold in an instant. "Fine, I will let you go. But once you step out that door today, do not regret it. That is what I desire." Gu Mian turned and walked away, her slender, straight back exuding a sense of stubbornness. The assistant anxiously interjected, "Sir, why don't you explain things clearly to Madam?" "I have explained. She doesn't believe me and only trusts what she wishes to believe." "Then provide evidence," the assistant suggested. "What I seek is her unconditional trust," Li Ting-shun replied, irritated, "not just any photograph that can easily provoke her to storm out." The assistant, perplexed by the convoluted thoughts of married individuals, dared not say more. Gu Mian returned to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Despite feeling aggrieved, she maintained a facade of normalcy. Family troubles should remain private. She had always been reluctant to disclose her personal matters, especially the fact that Li Ting-shun had confined her at Yinyu Bay to have a child. In the afternoon, Gu Mian went to conduct a routine health check for Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao was physically fine. He was merely upset over a broken toy and had yet to calm down. After considerable coaxing, Gu Mian finally managed to comfort him. As Gu Mian descended the stairs, Pei Jinchuan was already waiting for her in the tea room. "Mr. Pei, have you found someone to care for Xiao Bao?" "I have found someone. I personally interviewed them and found them satisfactory. I will introduce them to Xiao Bao." "That's great," Gu Mian replied. "I just tried to speak with Xiao Bao about it, and he showed no resistance." "Excellent." Pei Jinchuan placed the brewed tea before her. "Can you begin work now?" "Has Li Ting-shun's health improved?" "Yes." Gu Mian took a sip of the warm tea. "He is fundamentally in good shape. No major issues." "That's for the best." Pei Jinchuan concealed his emotions, choosing not to reveal anything further. After chatting for a while, Gu Mian bid farewell and took a taxi to the Ji family. Having been confined at Yinyu Bay for several days, she had delayed her work and felt compelled to visit Mrs. Ji immediately. Mrs. Ji sat on a chaise longue, watching Gu Mian check her pulse. Gu Mian's beauty was striking, and Mrs. Ji found her increasingly appealing. "Gu Mian, it's such a pity you married young. If you were still single, I would certainly find a way to have you marry into the Ji family. Several of old G's younger cousins are still single, and then we could become sisters-in-law." Gu Mian smiled. "We are friends now, and that is wonderful." Indeed, Gu Mian took a bit longer than usual to check Mrs. G's pulse, prompting Mrs. G to ask, "Is there something wrong with my health?" "No significant issues, but—" Gu Mian hesitated before inquiring, "Mrs. G, forgive my boldness, but have you been troubled lately? Your mood seems off." Mrs. G paused for a moment, then quickly denied it. "No, what could trouble me? That is certainly for the best." Gu Mian looked at her intently. "However, Mrs. G, if you trust me, please get a checkup at the hospital, especially concerning your breast health. Have you diagnosed something?" "No, there is no need to worry. I merely suggest that you want to go a checkup. I advocate for biannual health examinations." With your resources, it is prudent to have more frequent checks. Mrs. G reflected, indeed, it has been over half a year since my last checkup. I will heed your advice. Gu Mian nodded. A good mood contributes to better health. You must relax. Do not bottle up your feelings. It is essential to find ways to relieve your emotions. I have said I have no concerns. You worry too much. That is even better. In the evening, Gu Mian returned to the clinic, exhausted, and collapsed onto the bed. The day's consultations were not tiring, but the morning's ordeal with Li Tingshun had left her weary. Gu Mian ordered takeout, tidied her room, took a hot bath, and crawled into bed early. Just as she was about to drift off, her phone rang. Checking the screen, she saw it was a call from Li Xingze. Gu Mian hesitated to answer, but he quickly called again. Worried it might be something urgent from the elder Mrs. Li, she answered. What is it? Li Xingze's tone was irritable. Are you impatient? Do you think I want to call you? Then state your business. My brother is drunk. Come pick him up. Chapter 82. You've been cheated on, Gu Mian replied coldly. His affairs have nothing to do with me. You shouldn't be calling me. Li Xingze was immediately furious. You're my brother's wife. Who else should I call? You could call In Luo Xue. She dreams of becoming your sister-in-law. They spent the night together last night. She is no different from your sister-in-law, just lacking the title. Li Xingze was taken aback. Is that true? I have no reason to lie to you. Please do not call me again. Gu Mian hung up, irritably tossing her phone aside and pulling the blanket over her head. After a moment, she suddenly threw off the covers, staring pensively at the ceiling. After a brief hesitation, she picked up her phone and placed an order for takeout. In the top-floor private room of the Shengshi dynasty, Li Xingze observed his brother, Li Tingshun, whose expression was darkening, and felt a chill run down his spine. Brother, what Gu Mian said isn't true, right? Li Tingshun's face grew even more forbidding. What do you think? Brother, you have never been close to women. Even before marriage, you kept your distance from them, and Luo Xue is no exception. Li Xingze reasoned. If you wanted to be with Luo Xue, you would have waited until now. Gu Mian would be irrelevant. Li Tingshun took a sip of strong liquor. If even you can understand that, why won't Gu Mian believe me? She's unreasonable, acting as if she's on a powder keg. I can't be bothered to deal with her. Li Xingze skufa. Brother, let me take you home. Why return? Without Gu Mian, I have no desire to go back there. Li Xingze poured another drink, saying, but brother, you've never cared about Gu Mian this much before. Have you noticed something off lately? What do you mean? Li Xingze's expression turned serious. I suspect Gu Mian has put a hex on you. Li Tingshun gazed at him as if he were a fool. Inviting you for a drink was indeed a grievous error. You may leave now. Li Xingze replied, brother, I am speaking the truth. Many in our circle resort to these tactics, such as voodoo or raising spirits. If you doubt me, I can enlighten you thoroughly. Li Tingshun irritably sipped his drink. No need. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door, and the assistant entered. Mr. Li, speak. The assistant hesitated. Madam just placed an order on the delivery platform. And what she ordered was emergency contraception. Li Tingshun's expression darkened instantly. Li Xingze, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure. Brother, you've been cheated on. Li Tingshun's face grew darker still. What did you say? You mean to tell me that Gu Mian is taking emergency contraception? The only possibility is that she has been with another man and is afraid of becoming pregnant. Li Xingze became increasingly agitated. This Gu Mian has some audacity. You're not even divorced yet, and she dares to stray? Brother, you must not let her off this time. Li Tingshun's templas trubat. Shut up. Li Xingze looked at his brother, feeling as though a green hue was emanating from his head. He swallowed hard and comforted. Brother, I understand your pain. No man can accept such a betrayal. Rest assured, I will keep this under wraps. The assistant could no longer remain silent. Second young master, Madam is not that kind of person. She is taking the medication because... The assistant dared not finish, merely glancing at Li Tingshun. Li Tingshun smiled faintly. Clearly, she hasn't taken any medication these past few days, yet she still wishes to minimize the chances of pregnancy. She genuinely does not want to bear my child. What kind of man am I if I cannot even inspire my wife to willingly have my children? Li Xingze stared at Li Tingshun in shock. So, Gu Mian is taking the medication because of you? Here I was concocting a dramatic affair in my mind. Yet, if she can make you doubt yourself, she must possess some merit. Brother, there are women who would circle the globe to have your child. What is Gu Mian? How dare she overstep and disturb your peace? Li Xingze promptly pulled out his phone. Just wait. I will find someone to cheer you up. In a quiet room, Gu Mian was on the verge of falling asleep when her phone chimed. She opened WeChat to see a video from the driver. Recognizing the location as Shengshi Huangqiao, she saw a line of scantily clad women entering the booth where Li Ting-shun was. The driver also sent a voice message. "Madam, you must come and manage your husband. This is absurd." Gu Mian felt a heaviness in her heart. But what could she do? What right did she have to intervene? Suppressing her turmoil, she calmly replied, "His affairs have nothing to do with me. You need not inform me." After the driver played Gu Mian's voice message, he looked awkwardly at Li Ting-shun. "Sir, Madam must be very angry to say such things." Li Ting-shun smirked. "You need not defend her. How could a wife be indifferent to her husband seeking another?" The driver wanted to say more, but found it impossible to justify. Li Ting-shun strode away. Let us go. After that day, Gu Mian saw no more of Li Ting-shun. It felt as though the days spent at Wutong Bay were merely a dream. Gu Mian immersed herself in her work, practicing acupuncture late into the night, even after everyone else had left. Initially, some at the clinic doubted her, believing her position as Mr. Lulang's apprentice was merely due to her identity as Mrs. Li. However, witnessing her exceptional skills and diligence, they soon acknowledged her worth. One night, as Gu Mian was practicing, she realized it was already past 2 in the morning. Yawning, she tidied her workstation and was about to turn off the lights when there was a sudden knock at the door. The sound of the rolling shutter was particularly jarring at that hour. Gu Mian approached and called out from behind the door. "Who is it?" "Medical assistance," came a man's voice from outside. It was late, and given that it was a man outside, Gu Mian felt uneasy. Sorry. The doctor has finished for the day. You should go to a hospital." "Doctor, please help. My brother is dying. We cannot reach the hospital in time. I beg you, save his life." Gu Mian hesitated for a moment, but her compassionate nature overcame her caution, and she pressed the button to open the door. As the shutter slowly rose, 2 masked men appeared, one of whom seemed barely able to stand, leaning heavily on the other. "Quick, help him inside." Gu Mian guided them in, helping the man onto the examination table. "What happened to him?" she inquired while checking his pulse. In the next moment, a sharp knife was pressed against Gu Mian's throat, and the man behind her spoke in a grim voice, "Don't move." Gu Mian froze, quickly diagnosing that the man on the table exhibited no signs of illness at all. They were feigning sickness for an ulterior motive. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "What do you want? Don't do anything reckless." The knife-wielding man grinned sinisterly. "Little girl, don't be afraid. We won't harm you. We simply want to know how much your life is worth." Gu Mian replied, "So you want money? I can give you everything I have. However, in this day and age, most people carry little cash, and they might not find it appealing." Unsurprisingly, the man on the examination table sat up. "The little money you have is beneath our notice." Gu Mian asked, "Do you want me to go and withdraw cash?" "Stop wasting time. What could you possibly have?" The knife-wielding man threatened, "If you don't want to die, come with us." Gu Mian frowned slightly. "If I go with you, not only will you not get any money, but you'll also acquire an unnecessary burden. You have other motives, don't you?" The feigning man chuckled coldly. "No wonder you are Li Ting-shun's woman. You are quite clever." Gu Mian suddenly realized, "You intend to kidnap me and extort Li Ting-shun?" "Exactly. You may not have money, but your husband is a veritable cash cow. You may be disappointed." Gu Mian smiled faintly. "We are currently in the process of divorce. Even if you kidnap me, he won't spend a dime to rescue me." "Is that so?" The feigning man eyed her suspiciously. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course. That is fine." The knife-wielding man said, "If what you say is true, we can always kill you later. Come with us. Listen to me." Gu Mian calmly reasoned. "Although I don't have much money, I can manage to gather a couple 100,000. I haven't seen your faces. If you take the money and leave, it's better than risking a confrontation with me. Li Ting-shun despises being threatened. He might call the police, and that would be troublesome for you. You are quite considerate of us." The knife-wielding man sneered, "But unfortunately, what we fear least is trouble. Enough talk, move." Gu Mian was coerced to move towards the door, and just as she took a couple of steps, a figure suddenly entered from outside. Seeing the scene before him, especially the knife against Gu Mian's neck, Li Ting-shun's pupils constricted sharply. Gu Mian, he had faced far more dangerous situations than this, but now he felt not just nervous but terrified. Terrified that the knife might cut into Gu Mian's throat, leading to her demise. Li Ting-shun felt his heart race as he spoke, "Put down the knife. I can give you anything you desire." The young girl, blooming with beauty, had attracted men to seek her out in the dead of night. Gu Mian smirked, observing that the two men had not prepared adequately, failing even to recognize their intended victim. The two men exchanged glances. Is he really Li Tingshan? I am. Li Tingshan's hawk-like gaze captured them. Put down the knife. Do not harm her. The men immediately became wary, shouting at Li Tingshan to toss his phone and wallet to them. Fine. Li Tingshan threw his belongings to the ground, adding, if that isn't enough, I can retrieve more. Do you think I'm a fool? If I let you fetch money, you'll just call the police. The man with the knife coolly commanded. Raise your hands. Li Tingshan cumplía instantly. The knife-wielding man signaled to his companion to bind Li Tingshan. All right. The feigning illness man quickly fetched some rope and approached Li Tingshan, while the knife holder kept his eyes fixed on him. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Mian discreetly retrieved a spray bottle from her pocket and sprayed it directly into the knife man's face. Ah! The man cried out in pain, instinctively shielding his eyes, causing the knife to clatter to the ground as he soon lost consciousness. The feigning illness man turned at the sound. Li Tingshan knocked swiftly, subduing him in a few moves, before rushing to support Gu Mian. Are you all right? The knife had been perilously close to her. It had grazed her neck as she acted. Crimson blood contrasted starkly against her fair, slender neck. Gu Mian pressed her hand against the wound. It's fine. The cut isn't deep. I'll take you to the hospital. Call the police first. All right. Li Tingshan bent to retrieve his phone from the ground to make the call. When out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the man he had just subdued had somehow risen again, brandishing a knife and advancing towards Gu Mian. Watch out! Li Tingshan had no time to stop him. He instinctively leaped forward to shield Gu Mian. In the next moment, the sharp blade pierced through his back. Li Tingshan stifled a groan of pain as he spun around and kicked the man in the abdomen. The feigning illness man crumpled to the ground, rolling in agony. Gu Mian turned to see Li Tingshan had been stabbed in the lower back, blood gushing forth. Her face turned pale with fear. Tingshan. The knife was meant for her, but he had taken it for her sake. Tingshan, how are you? Gu Mian hurriedly supported him, trembling with fright. I'm Fina. Li Tingshan grasped her quaking hand. Do not be afraid. I will call an ambulance. Gu Mian struggled to compose herself and fetch her phone, her fingers still trembling as she dialed. The police and ambulance arrived almost simultaneously, and Gu Mian followed to the hospital, waiting outside the emergency room. Madam, the program manager rushed over. I'm sorry. I failed to protect Mr. Li. He had been in poor spirits these past few days and had instructed not to have anyone follow him. Otherwise, he would not have been without bodyguards. It's not your fault. Gu Mian was in a daze. No one had anticipated such an event. Madam, you are injured? The program manager noticed the blood on her neck. Let me take you to get that bandaged. Gu Mian, unconcerned, replied, I'm fine. I want to stay here. Then I will call a nurse. The program manager summoned a nurse to treat Gu Mian's wound. The police soon arrived, taking her statement through the night. It was not until the dawn light began to break that the emergency room door finally opened. Gu Mian rushed forward. Doctor, how is he? The stab wound is serious. But fortunately, he is no longer in danger. However, he will likely have lasting repercussions. Gu Mian's heart sank. What kind of repercussions? The knife pierced the kidney. The damage is significant, and it is very likely. The doctor cleared his throat. It will affect his intimate relations. Chapter 84. He might not survive. Gu Mian trembled violently. No man could accept being incapable in that aspect, especially someone as proud as Li Tingshan. She could not fathom how to face him when he awakened. The doctor sighed. I am sorry, Mrs. Li. We have done our utmost. Gu Mian steadied herself. I understand. Thank you, doctor. When Li Tingshan was wheeled into the hospital room, the sun was already high. He remained asleep, and Gu Mian hesitated before calling the elder Mrs. Li. The first to arrive was Mr. Lu Lang. Mian, are you all right? Master, I'm fine, but Tingshan is gravely injured. No one knew that the Chinese medicine hall had hidden cameras. She had reviewed the footage and provided it to the police. Gu Mian gazed at Li Tingshan on the hospital bed. It is my fault. My lack of vigilance has caused Tingshan to suffer. Why did he have to appear? Even without him, I could have managed. At the very least, it wouldn't have hurt him. It is too late to blame yourself now. Mr. Lu Lang patted her shoulder. You haven't slept all night. Go rest. I am not tired. I want to stay here with him. The surveillance at the Chinese medicine hall was comprehensive, and the sequence of events was clear. No matter how the two perpetrators twisted the truth, the facts remained unchanged. Elder Mrs. Li arrived at the hospital. her heart breaking at the sight of her grandson on the bed. Gu Mian, what happened? Li Xingzi demanded. My brother was perfectly fine, yet now he is injured because of you. The moment he laid eyes on her, he had sensed she was trouble, and it turned out to be true. At that time, Gu Mian was merely a part-time caregiver for the Li family, dressed plainly, yet her stunning beauty could not be concealed. Li Xingzi, having encountered countless beauties in the entertainment world, recognized that none could rival Gu Mian's allure. No matter how much Yin Luoxue adorned herself, she could not compete with Gu Mian's natural beauty. Li Xingzi had once feared that his father might be captivated by Gu Mian's looks, but in the end, it was his grandmother who decided to marry her to his brother. Naturally, he opposed it. How could a woman with mere looks be worthy of his brother? Setting aside their differences in social standing, they were never meant to be together. However, at that time, his brother was in a coma, and marrying was merely a means to bring him fortune. Although he did not believe in such superstitions, he did not object too strongly. After his brother awakened, he had internally expressed gratitude to Gu Mian. Initially, he thought they would divorce, but they lingered on without parting. Now, it seemed, not only had she not left, but she had also caused his brother to be injured like this. How could he not be furious? The more Li Xingzi thought about it, the angrier he became. I just heard the doctor say that my brother's kidney was injured, which will affect his intimate relations. Gu Mian, you might have killed my brother. If word gets out that he's incapable, where will you put his face? Elder Mrs. Li was stunned. What did you say? Behind her, Yin Luoxue's voice trembled. Xingzi, did you just say Ting Shun is incapable? How can this be? She had yet to become Mrs. Li, had not experienced Li Tingshun's prowess in bed. How could it be possible for him to be incapable? The heavens were so unfair to her. Why? Why? Gu Mian pressed her lips tightly. Grandmother, I am sorry. This incident indeed stemmed from me, leading to Ting Shun's injury. I will do everything in my power to ensure he recovers. Do you think you're a divine healer who can cure everything? Li Xingzi was so furious that his face turned pale. My brother has no children. He may very well be left without heirs. Gu Mian, truly impressive. Did you come specifically to curse our Li family? My grandmother has treated you so well, yet you have brought my brother to this point. Enough. Elder Mrs. Li interjected. Did those two thugs come at the behest of your sister-in-law? Did she instruct them to stab Ting Shun? No. I have already watched the video from that time. The assailants intended to harm your sister-in-law. It was Ting Shun who bravely rushed forward to protect her, which led to his injury. No one could have anticipated this, nor can your sister-in-law be blamed. If you utter another word, you may leave. Li Xingzi finally fell silent. Yin Luoxue sat in her wheelchair, unable to believe what she had heard. Grandmother, is what you said true? She trembled, asking, Ting Shun was injured while protecting Gu Mian? Indeed, replied the old lady. Had it not been for your meddling, Gu Mian would not have been angered into moving to the traditional medicine hall, nor would she have encountered those two assailants in the dead of night. Luoxue, I implore you, restore peace to our Li family. Ting Shun is already married. If you were a good girl, you would not interfere in their marriage. But grandmother, what wrong have I done? Yin Luoxue cried in despair. I love Ting Shun. Is that a crime? If I hadn't been suddenly kidnapped, I would have been the one marrying him, and none of this would have happened. I am the most innocent one. It was fate that you did not marry Ting Shun, the old lady sighed. Now that he is so injured, he is no longer fit to be a husband, and you should let go of any hope. Rest assured, Ting Shun owes you nothing. The Li family will not shirk their responsibilities. We will spare no effort to find the miraculous doctor, Lu Ming, to heal your illness and legs, allowing you to live a normal life. Tears streamed down Yin Luoxue's face. But grandmother, Ting Shun is the man I love most. Very well. I shall immediately arrange for Ting Shun and Gu Mian to divorce, and you may marry him. How's that sound? The old lady proposed. After all, Gu Mian no longer loves Ting Shun, and this would fulfill both her and your love for him. Yin Luoxue was taken aback. Had this been in the past, she would have fallen on her knees in gratitude for such words. Yet now, with Ting Shun rendered almost useless, how could she endure a life of widowhood? If she were willing to live as a widow, she need not have concocted the kidnapping ruse to escape marrying him when he became a vegetative state after the accident. She loved Li Ting Shun, but as a woman, the most important thing was not to devote oneself entirely to a man, but to love oneself. Yin Luoxue cried, Grandmother, let us wait until Ting Shun wakes up to discuss this matter. There is no need to wait for him to awaken, the old lady stated. With my ability, obtaining their marriage certificate, and handling the divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau is a trivial matter. Once they are divorced, you can immediately marry Ting Shun and become Mrs. Li. Yin Luoxue was taken aback by the old lady's aggressiveness and could only respond meekly, "Grandmother, marriage is a significant matter. We must think it through." The old lady smiled. "Luoxue, I see through your thoughts clearly. You are reluctant to marry him now because he is incapacitated. Is that not so?" Yin Luoxue's face burned with embarrassment at being exposed. "Grandmother, I never thought that." "No need to explain. This is only natural, and I do not blame you." The old lady waved her hand, dismissing her. "You may go." Yin Luoxue tightly gripped the armrests of her wheelchair and left in silence. Li Xingze was once again stunned. In his eyes, Yin Luoxue was the one who loved his brother the most, dreaming of marrying him. Now, when the opportunity was at hand, she chose not to marry. If it were true love, would one truly abandon it because of his current condition? He did not understand. The old lady sighed deeply, turning to Gu Mian. "Mian, the matter of Ting Shun's injury has nothing to do with you. Do not blame yourself. What I just told Luoxue was the truth. I can directly facilitate your divorce. Please retrieve your marriage certificate and household registration. I will assist you in processing the divorce paperwork." Chapter 85. She still loved him. Gu Mian gazed at the man sleeping on the hospital bed. He appeared pallid, likely due to significant blood loss. For some reason, she suddenly recalled the moment he became a vegetative state, resembling the lifeless, exquisitely crafted art piece he was now. That day shattered the hearts of the Li family. And Gu Mian's heart broke as well. She had hidden in the bathroom, crying for what felt like an eternity, yet she had no right to express her sorrow, not even the privilege to care for him. Later, when the old lady proposed a revival of spirits, other girls might have resisted or felt wronged, but she felt joy. At last, she could approach the man she loved openly as his wife. Tears welled in Gu Mian's eyes, despite the numerous heartaches over the past 3 years. She could not forget the joy of marrying Li Ting Shun. Steeling herself, she resolutely shook her head. "Grandmother, Ting Shun became this way because of me. If I divorce him now, the blow would be unbearable. I cannot leave him at this moment. Just as 3 years ago, when everyone else could abandon him, she could not. But child, Ting Shun is no longer a complete man. You are still young, and the future is long. You cannot sacrifice your entire life to repay his kindness," the old lady urged. "Listen to me, divorce him. If you truly wish to repay him, you can still treat him as a doctor afterward." Gu Mian was momentarily taken aback. The old lady was considering her well-being, even without regard for her own grandson. She understood that divorcing now was the best opportunity to escape Li Ting Shun, for it would be far more difficult once he awakened. Yet, inexplicably, her heart ached intensely. She did not know the source of her pain. She only knew she could not leave him like this. "Grandmother, I cannot divorce him now." Gu Mian heard her own voice. When she initially married Ting Shun, he was unaware. If the divorce were to occur while he remained oblivious, it would be profoundly unfair to him. As a married couple, even if divorce were inevitable, it must be under the condition that he awakens and consents. "Very well." The old lady conceded. "I respect your decision. I will stay here. You should rest." "All right," Gu Mian replied. "I will go wash up and change before returning." "Good." Just as Gu Mian reached the door, the old lady called her back. "Mian, dear." Gu Mian paused, turning back to face her. "Grandmother, what is it?" The old lady smiled at her. "Child, I hope you reflect deeply. Is your reluctance to leave due to a desire to repay Ting Shun, or have you, from the depths of your heart, never truly let him go?" As Gu Mian took the taxi back to the traditional medicine hall, the old lady's words echoed in her mind. Was it gratitude, or had she never truly moved on? Perhaps it was a blend of both. A decade of love cannot be cast aside so easily. Yet, these past days, she had forced herself to remember the pain Ting Shun had caused her. Had it not been for last night's incident, she believed she could firmly resolve to divorce him without wavering. Gu Mian pulled out her phone and opened the video sent by Mr. Liu. It was a recording of the incident from the previous night, captured clearly by the surveillance cameras. At the moment she saw the assailants lunging toward Gu Mian, Ting Shun's voice was nearly frantic. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward to protect her. Had he been even a second late, that knife would have plunged into Gu Mian. Tears fell from Gu Mian's eyes onto the phone screen. She could not deceive herself. Her heart was not that hardened, and she could not easily erase that scene. This was the man she had loved for a decade, using his own body to shield her from harm. She could not help but be moved. All those moments of deep love for him seemed to burst forth from some sealed place within her heart, filling her entirely. It turned out the old lady truly had an uncanny insight into people. She had never truly let go. She merely forced herself to cease loving him. Indeed, she still harbored feelings. Upon returning to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Gu Mian was immediately surrounded by her colleagues, who expressed their concern. Gu Mian, you are too foolish. Why come here at such a late hour instead of go to the hospital? There must be something amiss. It was not entirely Gu Mian's fault. I reviewed the surveillance footage, and the individual in question appeared quite pitiful, claiming there was no time to transport the patient to the hospital. Any doctor would find it hard to turn someone away. Indeed, a healer's heart is compassionate, sometimes in the pursuit of saving a life. One cannot afford to ponder too deeply. Fortunately, Gu Mian was unharmed, thanks to Mr. Li's swift intervention to protect her. Mr. Li is truly a good man. If it were my husband, he might have fled. After exchanging a few words with them, Gu Mian returned to her room in the backyard to take a warm bath. The elderly Mrs. Li called, urging her to rest well before heading to the hospital later. Exhausted, Gu Mian consumed the meal sent by Mr. Liu, then lay down and managed to doze for over 2 hours, only to be disturbed by a phone call from Pei Jinchuan. Gu Mian, he began, I'm aware of what transpired last night. It is fortunate that you are safe. Please exercise greater caution in the future. Yes, I will. I didn't expect it was Li Tingshun who saved you. Pei Jinchuan inquired. You will return his side, won't you? Gu Mian remained silent. Truthfully, even if you do not say it, I am aware of your kind nature. You would be willing to dedicate your life to repay him. Pei Jinchuan smiled, adding more importantly, you still love him. Gu Mian was momentarily taken aback. How can you say that? The day you were at my house, when Mrs. Li called to inform you of Li Tingshun's accident, you may not have realized it, but your entire being was trembling upon hearing the news, Pei Jinchuan sighed. You were fearful and worried, not even knowing what had happened to him. Matters of the heart often appear clearer to an observer, and I see quite plainly that you still love him. You merely refuse to acknowledge it. Honestly, Gu Mian, I wish you truly did not love him anymore. Gu Mian did not deny it, softly asserting, I am merely following my heart. I understand. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. Okay. After hanging up, Gu Mian found herself wide awake and decided to rise. Knowing that Li Tingshun would remain hospitalized for several days, she gathered some items and requested leave from Mr. Liu before heading to the hospital. On her way, she received a call from the police. The two assailants from last night had come prepared. They were aware that Gu Mian was Li Tingshun's wife and intended to kidnap her to extort money from him. They had been lurking outside the clinic for over half a month, knowing she stayed there alone at night. Hence they pretended to be patients knocking on the door. Gu Mian's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Did she regret opening the door? Undoubtedly. However, at that moment, she had not considered much. She was merely afraid that her refusal would delay the treatment of someone in need. What she regretted most was involving Li Tingshun, subjecting him to such profound trauma, not just physical, but also the psychological scars that would accompany him for a lifetime. Gu Mian closed her eyes in anguish. No matter what, she must ensure Li Tingshun's recovery. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Tingshun had already regained consciousness. As their eyes met, Gu Mian felt an overwhelming sense of disconnection. In just one night, so much had transpired. Before last night, they had merely been a couple on the verge of divorce. Yet, after a single night, an unbreakable bond had been re-established between them. Gu Mian could see that Li Tingshun's expression was grim. Sensing something was amiss, she turned to Mrs. Li grandma. The elderly Mrs. Li wiped her tears, lamenting, it's all Xingzou's fault. He let something slip unintentionally. Beside her, Li Xingzou wore a look of regret. Gu Mian smiled faintly, saying, Grandma, you've worked hard. Please return home. I can take care of him here. Very well, Mrs. Li replied. I will go home and have dinner prepared, and then send it over later. Okay. Soon, Mrs. Li and Li Xingzou departed. Gu Mian approached the bedside and asked, Are you hungry? Should I prepare something for you to eat? Li Tingshun closed his eyes and remained silent. Taking the initiative, she declared, I will go to the kitchen and make you some congee. Gu Mian prepared a light and easily digestible shredded chicken congee, serving it to Li Tingshun. Though his expression was still grim and he did not speak, he opened his mouth to consume the congee. Gu Mian stayed in the hospital room, accompanying him in silence. He did not wish to converse, and she made no effort to disturb him. As evening approached, Zhang Ma arrived with dinner, which Gu Mian fed to Li Tingshun. Young madam, you should eat as well, Zhang Ma reminded her. All right. Gu Mian moved to a small table to finish her meal, instructing Zhang Ma. Please keep Li Tingshun's diet light for the next few days. I will send you a menu later with guidelines for less salt and oil. Understood, young madam. Gu Mian glanced at Li Tingshun and said, Tingshun, you should lie down for a bit. I will see Zhang Ma out. Li Tingshun remained silent. Gu Mian headed downstairs to the other room and knocked on the door. In Luoxue was applying nail polish, and upon seeing Gu Mian, her expression soured. What brings you here? Tingshun is in a foul mood. You should go check on him. Huh? In Luoxue chuckled derisively. Gu Mian, did you not detest it when Tingshun and I met? What has changed today? Gu Mian regarded her solemnly. He is feeling very low at this moment. I believe only you can provide him with comfort. Though she had no desire to see In Luoxue, for Li Tingshun's sake, she felt compelled. If this continued, Li Tingshun would inevitably suffer further. In Luoxue, admiring her red nails, sneered, Gu Mian, don't think I am unaware of your little schemes. When Tingshun was well, you loathed me to the core, wishing for my demise. Now that he is incapacitated, you disdain him and wish to push him onto me. Is that so? Your calculations are quite clever. I have never looked down on him, Gu Mian stated firmly. I do not wish to see him in despair, but I cannot console him. You, however, are different. You are his moonlight, the one he cherishes most. Only you can bestow him with the confidence and courage he needs. You finally admit that I am his true love. In Luoxue gloated, looking down on her. Gu Mian, you are nothing but a mere tool for his recovery. Yet you dare compete with me. Gu Mian closed her eyes, conceding, yes, I do not measure up. Please, speak kindly to him and help lift his spirits. Now you wish to soften your stance? Were you not quite resolute before? In Luoxue scoffed, Gu Mian, I detest your hypocritical facade. You clearly look down on him, yet pretend to act in his best interest. Gu Mian furrowed her brow. You refused Grandma as proposal to marry him. I can understand that. But he has treated you so well. Now, during his most challenging time, you cannot even spare him a word of comfort? Yes, I am heartless. You are noble. Why then do you come seeking me? In Luoxue retorted, raising her hand to gesture towards the door. Get out. Gu Mian wished to say more, but In Luoxue's phone suddenly rang. Gu Mian, do you not understand human language? Leave. In Luoxue urged. Gu Mian had no choice but to exit. In Luoxue glanced at her phone screen, noting an unfamiliar number. Irritated, she answered the call. Who is this? The person on the other end said something that caused her expression to change drastically. What did you say? Gu Mian went to the rooftop of the hospital to calm her emotions before returning to Li Tingshun's room. As she approached the door, she heard the sound of a woman sobbing from within. Gu Mian entered the room, only to find In Luoxue seated in a wheelchair. Upon seeing Gu Mian return, In Luoxue wiped her tears and spoke. Gu Mian, you're back? I listened to your advice and came to take care of Brother Tingshun. You can feel free to attend to your own matters. Gu Mian furrowed her brow slightly. What did you say? Was she imagining things? Just moments ago, downstairs, In Luoxue had shown no desire to even meet Li Tingshun. Didn't you ask me to accompany Brother Tingshun? In Luoxue replied innocently. Now that Brother Tingshun is injured, it's understandable that you would want to hand him over to me. We don't blame you. I will take good care of Brother Tingshun, and even though he is disabled, I will stand by his side for a lifetime. Gu Mian's expression tightened further. Given In Luoxue's behavior since Li Tingshun's accident, she had not appeared to be someone so deeply devoted. Now, however, her demeanor was entirely different. Could there be ulterior motives at play? Before Gu Mian could ponder further, Li Tingshun's deep, icy voice interrupted. Gu Mian, did you call Luoxue to keep me company? Gu Mian was taken aback. He was actually speaking. Indeed, it seemed only his beloved In Luoxue could elicit a response from him. Gu Mian nodded. I asked her to come. Li Tingshun let out a cold laugh. So you wish to push me toward her? Gu Mian bit her lip, remaining silent. She merely hoped that In Luoxue could help him process his inner turmoil. She could heal his body, but perhaps only In Luoxue could mend his heart. Seeing her silence, Li Tingshun concluded her tacit agreement and, furious, ground his teeth as he uttered, Gu Mian, do you have a heart? Brother Tingshun, please don't blame Gu Mian. She is also thinking of herself. Your condition is no longer sufficient for her needs as a wife. Naturally, she would want to push you onto me. In Luoxue gazed at him resolutely. But rest assured, no matter what happens to you, I will never leave your side. After In Luoxue finished speaking, she anticipated Li Tingshan would cast Gu Mian out and then embrace her passionately, perhaps even forgetting himself in a fervent kiss. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Li Tingshan remained unresponsive, his piercing gaze fixed on Gu Mian, his handsome yet pale face suffused with rage, as if a storm were brewing. The intensity of his aura made In Luoxue instinctively shrink back, cautiously speaking. Brother Tingshan? Li Tingshan finally snapped back to reality. Not sparing In Luoxue a glance, he coldly commanded, Luoxue, you should go back. In Luoxue was stunned. Brother Tingshan, Gu Mian has already discarded you. Why won't you accept the truth? Before she could finish, Li Tingshan suddenly roared, shut up. In Luoxue trembled in fright. When she regained her composure, tears streamed down her face. Brother Tingshan, I'm the only one willing to marry you now. Why can't you accept the reality? Why do you have to shout at me? Li Tingshan closed his eyes. Protocol. The ward door swung open, and a staff member entered. Mr. Li, take her back. The staff member nodded. Yes. In Luoxue, sobbing uncontrollably, was swiftly wheeled away. The ward fell into a heavy silence. Yet the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for Gu Mian to breathe. She took a deep breath and approached him. Lie down, let me take your pulse. Not necessary. Li Tingshan coldly refused. Since you wish to push me onto another woman, I will oblige. You may leave. I do not want to see you again. Gu Mian paused for a moment before responding. You were injured because of me. I have the obligation and responsibility to care for you. You want to stay to alleviate your guilt toward me. Is that it? Li Tingshan turned to her, sneering, Gu Mian, do not even think about it. Leave now. I will not grant you the opportunity for recompense. I want you to live in guilt for the rest of your life. Tingshan, please don't be like this. I am now a cripple. As your husband, I am unable to fulfill my marital duties. I do not need your pity or repayment. Li Tingshan twisted his lips. Haven't you always wanted a divorce? I will grant you that. Bring me the divorce agreement. I am willing to sign. Gu Mian's heart ached with each word. If you grant me this, I will feel even more guilty toward you. At least you understand, Li Tingshan coldly replied. Haven't you always desired freedom? I am giving you freedom. Let us divorce. Gu Mian closed her eyes. I know you're angry now. Once you calm down and recover enough to be discharged, we can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. After speaking, Gu Mian turned to leave. In the next moment, her wrist was seized by a large hand. No need to wait. If you want a divorce, we shall go now. Gu Mian calmly stated. I will not divorce you now. Is that so? Li Tingshan smirka. Gu Mian, listen well. This is your last chance. If you do not divorce today, then for the rest of your life, you shall remain Mrs. Li, and I will never give you another opportunity for divorce. Gu Mian was taken aback. The ward was enveloped in a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a long while, Gu Mian finally turned back to him. That day, you said you did not spend the night with In Luoxue. Is that true? Li Tingshan did not expect her to bring this up. Does it matter? It does. Gu Mian choked out. I cannot accept infidelity within our marriage. If he had indeed had an affair with In Luoxue, even if she still loved him, she would choose to let go and treat him as a doctor. Gu Mian, you think I am lying to you, don't you? Li Tingshan casted delicately. If I were to cheat, would I have been so easily discovered by you? But I did receive a photo of you and In Luoxue in bed together. I can tell that the photo is not fabricated. I had my staff hack into your phone and find the photograph you received. It is indeed not fake, but I truly do not know when that photo was taken. Li Tingshan released her hand, picked up the phone from the bedside table, and opened a video. This is the entire timeline of my activities that night. I only stayed in Luoxue's room for 10 minutes. I did not spend the night with her, as the video proves. Gu Mian's heart was a tumult of emotions. Can you trust me now? Li Tingshan looked at her. Do you still wish to proceed with the divorce? Gu Mian's mind was in disarray. I don't know. She was uncertain why he would risk himself to save her, nor could she discern whether staying married would be a blessing or a curse. Li Tingshan could no longer contain himself, pulling her into his arms tightly. I take back what I just said. I do not want to divorce you. Even if it means mutual torment, I will not divorce you. Gu Mian resigned herself, closing her eyes and allowing her tears to fall. In Luoxue was wheeled back to her room, the staff member ignoring her as he left. After several minutes, she finally regained her senses and hastily pulled out her phone to make a call. After a while, the other party answered. What is the situation? Didn't you say brother Ting Shun is not really unwell? Is it true or not? In Luoshua questioned. I have no reason to deceive you. The person on the other end chuckled. Look at your reaction. Even if you're willing to marry him, he certainly does not wish to marry you. Why is this happening? In Luoshua could hardly believe it. If everyone was unaware of his condition, why would Gu Mian give him up? I am willing to marry him. Shouldn't he despise Gu Mian and choose me instead? Why did he throw me out? The other party scoffed. It seems your childhood sweetheart, your betrothed fiancé, is nothing in Li Tingshun's eyes. It's not like that. It can't be. In Luoshua's eyes turned bloodshot. How could he dare deny that he had not fallen for Gu Mian? If this was not love, then what was it? If he didn't love her, how could he possibly shield Gu Mian from harm? How could he still be reluctant to divorce at this stage? The other party said nothing further and abruptly ended the call. In Luoshua screamed in despair. In the hospital room upstairs. Yang Ma brought in a plethora of dishes while Gu Mian prepared a meal for Li Tingshun. Madam, the room has been cleaned. Let me handle the cooking, Yang Ma suggested as she entered. Gu Mian, busy washing vegetables, replied, no, I'll do it. It wasn't that she particularly wanted to cook. Rather, it felt awkward to face Li Tingshun at this moment. Were they really reconciled after all this? Gu Mian's thoughts were in disarray. Madam, then I'll assist you. Young Emma Alfred. No need, Gu Mian insisted. There's nothing to do here. You should go home and spend time with your husband and child. All right then. I'll come back early tomorrow. Call me if you need anything, Yang Ma said, tactfully leaving them alone. Gu Mian finished preparing the meal and brought it out. Let's eat. Okay. The two sat in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. After a long while, Li Tingshun finally broke the silence. Gu Mian. Gu Mian looked up at him. What is it? My body is ruined. Do you feel aggrieved? Gu Mian smiled lightly and replied without hesitation. When you became a vegetable, I was still willing to marry you, let alone now. I don't feel aggrieved. That's different. Li Tingshun countered. You married me to treat your grandmother's illness. It's not solely for that reason. Gu Mian clarified. If it were someone else, even if they could heal my grandmother, I wouldn't sacrifice my marriage for it. Even if I were willing, my grandmother wouldn't allow it. She would rather not be treated than have me suffer. Li Tingshun gazed ahead solemnly. Then why were you willing to marry me? Gu Mian's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head to eat. You know the reason. I want to hear you say it, Li Tingshun insisted. Gu Mian, tell me. Chapter 88. Confession to him. Gu Mian slowly lifted her head and looked at him again. Her face was flushed, barely concealing her shyness. Yet her voice was unwavering as she declared, the more significant reason for marrying you is that I love you. Even though you were a vegetable then, with the possibility of never waking up, I was still willing to marry you. Even if you never wake up, I would choose to stay by your side for a lifetime. Li Tingshun's heart felt like a massive stone dropping into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of emotion. He could almost hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Although he had known Gu Mian loved him, this was the first time she had confessed her feelings. Countless women admired him, and he had received confessions before, but none had stirred such profound emotions within him as this moment. Gu Mian's face reddened further. So, Li Tingshun, as long as I love you, even without a marital life, I am willing to be a good Mrs. Li. Li Tingshun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Silly girl, you're more innocent than I imagined. Gu Mian pouted. I was determined to divorce you. But who asked you to rush out last night to shield me from harm? You overturned my hard-won resolution. Don't be ungrateful, Li Tingshun smiled. Being harmed by a knife is painful. You definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Gu Mian felt a pang of sadness. She could easily imagine how much it would hurt him. Gu Mian, I'm sorry. Li Tingshun raised his hand, gently stroking her fair, radiant face. The past was my fault. I shouldn't have unconditionally complied with Luo Shui to repay her kindness while ignoring your feelings. I wasn't a responsible husband, even for her sake. I caused regret between you and your grandmother. Gu Mian lowered her gaze, her eyes reddening. Gu Mian, I know it's too late to say anything now, but I still hope you can give me one more chance, just this once. I don't want to part ways with you. Gu Mian felt a lump in her throat. Tingshun, even if I still love you, it doesn't mean our marriage is normal. In Luo Shui will always be between us. I don't love Luo Shui, Li Tingshun stated earnestly. Gu Mian, I have never loved her. Gu Mian was taken aback. How is that possible? Why is it impossible? When have I ever admitted to loving Luo Shui? Li Tingshun replied with a faint smile. Let me be honest with you. I don't believe I can love any woman. Luo Shui was merely a promise made by our grandfathers. and I never took such verbal promises seriously. However, she saved me later and did me a favor, so I felt the need to repay her. I admit, if it weren't for that accident, and you had married me, I might have married her. But that if no longer exists because you're now Mrs. Li. Gu Mian stared at him in disbelief. So you don't love me, nor do you love Yin Luoxue. I apologize for not being able to reciprocate your love, Li Tingshan admitted candidly. I witnessed the chaos between my parents growing up, and I clearly saw that marriage can be unrelated to love. My mother loved my father, which led to her suffering, so I refused to let myself love any woman and become vulnerable. Gu Mian's heart ached, not because he didn't love her, but out of compassion for him. Then why do you still want to be with me? I enjoy being with you, Li Tingshan said, cradling her face in his hands. Gu Mian, give me another chance. Perhaps you can teach me how to love someone. Gu Mian's heart trembled violently. She could not resist the impact of his words. At that moment, her mind went blank, and all she wanted was to hold him tightly. Following her heart, Gu Mian leaned into his embrace. Li Tingshan immediately held her closer. In that instant, the joy of regaining something lost flooded his heart. He cherished her like a precious treasure and held her tightly. Tingshan, please don't hurt me again. Gu Mian's tears soaked in his chest. I'm not as strong as I seem. Every time you hurt me, I feel unbearable pain. I promise you, from now on, I will handle matters with Luo Shui and ensure she doesn't hurt you again. Li Tingshan kissed her forward. Teacher Gu, thank you for being willing to give me another chance. Gu Mian looked up at him. What did you call me? Teacher Gu. Li Tingshan raised an eyebrow. Didn't we agree that you would teach me how to love someone? Gu Mian couldn't help but laugh through her tears. What kind of time is this for jokes? Li Tingshan held her tightly. He even began to look forward to the day he would fall in love with Gu Mian. That evening, documents requiring his signature arrived from the Li Corporation. After handling them, Li Tingshan was assisted by Gu Mian, who brought hot water and towels to help him clean up. Once finished, Gu Mian noticed his mood was quite good and suggested, Tingshan, let me take your pulse. No need. Li Tingshan's expression darkened. I'm already incapacitated. There's nothing to check. Don't ever mention this again, and don't call Dr. Liu to treat me. Gu Mian understood he couldn't get past this mental hurdle. All right, I won't mention it again. Please don't be sad. Li Tingshan's expression softened a bit. Let us sleep. You go to sleep first. I'll wait until you're asleep before going to the next room, Gu Mian insisted. Li Tingshan patted the space beside him. Sleep here. No way. You're injured. What if I accidentally touch your wound? It will hurt. Sleep here, Li Tingshan insisted. Gu Mian, seeing no other option, lay down on the hospital bed. The VIP ward's bed was 1.5 meters wide, ample space for both. Li Tingshan embraced her from behind, kissing her neck. However, as he continued, he began to lose restraint, his hands slipping inside her clothes. Gu Mian's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly pulled his hand out, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Li Tingshan let out a low chuckle, his lips brushing against her ear as his husky voice whispered, I miss you so much. Gu Mian felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, leaving her with a tingling sensation. Yet, her heart ached profoundly. During their 2 years of marriage, Li Tingshan's desires had been insatiable. As long as her health permitted, he would seek her every night. But now, with his body failing him, the repression of his desires must be torturous. Gu Mian could hardly fathom the agony of his remaining days. Gripping his hand tightly, she urged, let's sleep. All right, the following morning, as Yang Ma brought breakfast, Gu Mian had just awakened. She assisted Li Tingshan with his morning routine and fed him breakfast. He relished her attentiveness, allowing her to feed him despite being capable of doing so himself. Just as they finished, the door to the hospital room swung open and Li Hongxian stormed in, confronting Li Tingshan with fury. Xingzhe said you injured your kidney, which will affect that aspect of your life. Is it true? Li Tingshan's expression darkened. It is. Li Hongxian's anger was palpable. Xingzhe said you were injured while protecting Gu Mian. Is that correct? Li Tingshan remained silent. Gu Mian stepped forward. Dad, I smack. Before she could finish, a resounding slap struck her face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Yang Ma rushed to help, horrified to see Gu Mian's face reddened and blood trickling from her lips. What have you done? Li Tingshan immediately rose from the bed, only to wince in pain as it tugged at his wound. That question should be directed at you. Li Hongxian seethed. Tingshan, do you understand what you're doing? She has done this to you, and I would be justified in killing her. Is that so? A chilling glare emanated from Li Tingshan. Touch her again, and you will regret it. You dare to protect her? Li Hongxian could hardly believe his eyes. Tingshan, when did you become so irrational? How could you defend a woman like this? How do you intend to resolve this situation? What situation? Li Tingshan raturta coldly. It is my body that is injured. Why are you angry? Your body? Is it not the property of the Li family? Li Hongshuang Castunat. Do you grasp the weight of the responsibilities you bear as the heir of the Li family? Without heirs, how will the Li family endure? Now, you have rendered it impossible to continue your lineage, all for such a trivial woman. Gu Mian sat in stunned silence, overwhelmed by Li Hongxian's hurtful words, which assaulted her senses with humiliation. She understood that Li Hongxian had never truly regarded her as a daughter-in-law. Previously, he had maintained a facade of peace for the sake of the elder Mrs. Li, and because she had conducted herself appropriately within the family. Yet now, with Li Tingshan injured on her behalf, he would not tolerate it. As she sat in shock, Li Tingshan's voice suddenly broke through. She is not a trivial woman. She is my wife. Gu Mian slowly lifted her gaze to Li Tingshan. He sat on the hospital bed, his gaze locked in a standoff with Li Hongxian, his handsome face taut, each word deliberate. I know that in your lexicon, she is merely a tool for alliance. Unworthy of your respect, but I am not like you. Oh, how delightful Li Hongxian laughed, his anger dissipating into mockery. So, my son has turned into a lovesick fool. Listen closely. Since you were born into the Li family, you have a mission. If you do not wish to be the heir, I have countless alternatives. Indeed, Li Tingshan replied with a cold smirk. You have numerous illegitimate children outside. Picking one to groom as an heir is hardly a challenge. Li Hongxian's face turned ashen with rage. Fine, I will grant your wish. Gu Mian watched as Li Hongxian stormed out in fury, and she rose to follow, but Li Tingshan stopped her. Do not go. Tingshan, Gu Mian pleaded urgently. Dad is upset because of your injury. Let him vent his anger on me. It will be fine. There is no need to confront him like this. You have done nothing wrong. You do not deserve to be scolded. Li Tingshan turned to her, beckoning. Come here. Gu Mian approached. Li Tingshan gazed at her slightly swollen face, his eyes turning icy. He really laid his hands on you. Iem me fine. Please don't be angry, she reassured him. Yang Ma summoned the doctor to treat Gu Mian's injuries. Once the doctor departed, she spoke Tingshan. Please do not let this escalate further with Dad. It has nothing to do with you. My relationship with him was never good. If it weren't for Grandma, this family would have fallen apart long ago. Gu Mian hesitated before asking, is it true what you said about Dad having illegitimate children? Of course, he has many. The oldest is even older than me, and the youngest is just 2 or 3 years old, all from different women. Gu Mian was astonished. After more than 3 years in the Li family, she had been oblivious to these matters. It meant he had not only fathered children before their marriage, but had continued to stray after. Anger surged within her. How could he inflict such harm on her mother? Their marriage is nothing but a farce, Li Tingshan scoffed. Suddenly, Gu Mian seemed to comprehend. Growing up in such a facade of family would undeniably influence his views on marriage and love. Seeing her downcast expression, Li Tingshan mistakenly assumed she was distressed and gently caressed her face. I will make him pay for that slap. Gu Mian shook her head. No matter what, he is still your father. Grandma values familial harmony above all. Please don't let this disrupt our peace. Li Tingshan isa gaza suftanat. Gu Mian, thank you, but this matter is far more complicated than you imagine. It cannot simply be resolved by wishing for peace. Li Tingshan remained hospitalized for a week before returning home to Yunyu Bay. Gu Mian inadvertently learned from the process that during Li Tingshan's hospitalization, Li Hongxian had gradually reclaimed his power. Although he had managed the overseas market for years, regaining authority over the Li group after 2 decades was not difficult. Gu Mian felt anxious, yet Li Tingshan seemed unfazed, living leisurely each day. That evening, as Gu Mian sat at her vanity applying skincare, she remarked, Tingshan, I will be going back to work tomorrow. All right, Li Tingshan replied, work well. Gu Mian smiled, I will. After finishing her skincare routine, she lay down on the bed. Li Tingshan turned off the lights and kissed her. Gu Mian closed her eyes, responding to his kiss. However, soon she sensed something amiss. His breath became heavier, and the heat radiating from him was unmistakable. He desired her. Stop teasing. She gently pushed him away, panting, or it will become uncomfortable. Li Tingshan's fingers caressed her face softly. Are you uncomfortable? Gu Mian knew exactly what he meant. To say she was not uncomfortable would be a lie. In the past, she would have whimpered those 2 words, and he would have ceased his teasing, instantly satisfying her. But now, uttering those 2 words was a lethal blow to him. Gu Mian steadied her breath and whispered, "Please, stop. I'm tired." Li Ting Shun chuckled softly. "Wife, wanting is entirely normal. You are not none." Gu Mian's heart fluttered. This was the first time Li Ting Shun had called her wife. His voice, deep and melodious like a cello, resonated within her soul as he spoke those words, filling her with an unparalleled sense of happiness. Ting Shen. Li Ting Shun curled his lips. "Okay, I'm here." Chapter 90. Deeply loved by her. Gu Mian was almost driven to madness, her hands tightly gripping his nightgown, her shy voice reminiscent of a cat's meow. "Ting Shun." Li Ting Shin kissed her. Yet continued. Time slipped away unnoticed until the man finally paused, breathless, his lips lingering against hers. "Mrs. Li, are you made of water?" Gu Mian, feeling an intense flush of shame, murmured, "Please stop." Li Ting Shun teased. "Poor Yang Ma, already asleep. And now she'll have to be woken up to change the sheets." Gu Mian's face turned even redder. "No need. I could do it myself." "All right." Li Ting Shun kissed her cheek. "I'll step out for a smoke to calm down." Gu Mian knew he must be suffering, yet she persisted in pleasing him. Concerned, she donned a coat against the coolness outside. On the terrace, Li Ting Shun leaned against the marble railing, smoking, through the floor-to-ceiling glass. He could see Gu Mian in their master bedroom, changing the sheets. A smile unconsciously crept across his lips. He had once contemplated letting Gu Mian go free, only to realize it was utterly unfeasible. He thought to himself, habit is a terrifying thing. He was captivated by Gu Mian's love and desired to be cherished by her forever, just as in the past. The following morning, Gu Mian arrived at work punctually. Although she had taken leave, she did not idle away her time, seizing every opportunity to peruse medical texts. In the hospital, she had already finished several volumes she had brought along. After returning the books to the shelf, she heard Mr. Lu Lang's voice behind her. "Mian, Mian. Master, you seem to be in good spirits. That puts me at ease." "Thank you, Master. I really have no issues." Gu Mian lowered her voice. "Master, is there any possibility of treating Ting Shun's condition? Did you not take his pulse?" He resisted vehemently. "I feared he might have an adverse reaction, so I didn't dare to force a diagnosis." Gu Mian explained. After all, the hospital's diagnosis was quite severe, stating it would be difficult to cure. "I cannot say for certain without a proper examination. If we wish to treat him, I must first conduct a diagnosis. Then I will find a way to persuade him to accept treatment." Mr. Lu Lang inquired. "If a man has issues in that regard, his emotions will inevitably be affected. Some even resort to domestic violence, venting their frustrations on their wives. He hasn't mistreated you, has he?" "Of course not. Ting Shun is not that kind of person. He has his principles." "That's good." In the evening, Gu Mian returned to Yunyu Bay after work. Yang Ma had already prepared dinner. As they were eating, Li Ting Shun's phone suddenly rang. He answered. "What is it?" "Brother, you need to come back right away." Li Xing's voice was loud enough for Gu Mian to hear. "Grandma has fainted." Both were taken aback, hastily putting down their utensils and rushing to the Li residence. The old matriarch had a robust constitution. The last time she fainted was during Li Ting Shun's car accident. Gu Mian was anxious all the way. Upon arriving at the Li house, she hurriedly took the pulse of the unconscious old lady in bed. "How is it?" Li Ting Shun asked. "It should be a fainting spell due to emotional distress. Once she wakes up and stabilizes her emotions, there shouldn't be any issues." "That's good." Li Ting Shun sighed in relief. Turning to Li Xingze, "What on earth happened?" "Brother, why are you asking me? I didn't cause Grandma to faint." Li Xingze bolted. "Grandma inadvertently learned about the rift between you and Dad, went to confront him, and they ended up arguing. She fainted as soon as she got home. It nearly scared me to death. Didn't I tell you not to let Grandma know about this matter? Was it you who spoke out of turn?" "How could it be me?" Li Xingze defended. "Do you think Grandma is just sitting at home, oblivious to the world? She has many informants. How could she not know about the changes in the corporation?" Li Tingshen understood. It was hardly surprising that the old lady had her own informants within the Li Corporation. Li Hongxian hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news of the old matriarch's fainting. He exchanged a glance with Li Tingshan, both their expressions grim. With the old lady still unconscious, no one dared to leave the Li residence. So everyone stayed night. Li Tingshan worked in a room on the 3rd floor, while Gu Mian kept company with the old matriarch on the 2nd floor. Young madam, Zhang Ma entered and said, Sir requests your presence in his study. Sir, as referred to by Zhang Ma, was Li Hongxian. Gu Mian nodded, okay. Please stay with Grandma. Yes. Li Hongxuan's room was on the second floor, adjacent to the study. Gu Mian stood at the study door, took a deep breath, and knocked. Gu Mian. Li Hongxuan's voice called from within. She entered. Dad, you call for me? Li Hongxian, seated behind his desk, raised a hand, sit. Gu Mian approached and took a seat opposite him. Though Li Hongxian was nearing 50, he looked well-preserved, with no signs of aging on his handsome face. One could easily mistake him for Li Tingxin's brother. Born into a wealthy family, he exuded an air of nobility, his every gesture filled with charm, which explained why so many women willingly bore his children as mistresses. Li Hongxian regarded Gu Mian. His typically harsh voice softened slightly. That day I struck you. You weren't angry, were you? Gu Mian shook her head. Tingxin's injury is my responsibility. I have no right to be angry. You are very understanding, Li Hongxian conceded. However, no matter the circumstances, I shouldn't have resorted to violence. I'm glad you aren't upset. Gu Mian inquired, Dad, is there something specific you wanted to discuss with me? Her intuition told her that Li Hongxuan's purpose for summoning her was not merely to address that incident. Li Hongxian opened a drawer beside him and directly took out a check, placing it in front of her. Gu Mian glanced down. The amount written on it was 300 million. Before she could speak, Li Hongxian continued, Gu Mian, you took excellent care of Tingxin's mother during her illness. And throughout your 3 years of marriage to him, you have been obedient. This is what you deserve. Gu Mian protested, Dad, I cannot accept your money without merit. My words aren't finished. Li Hongxian interjected, sipping his tea. This is not a reward for you. It's compensation for your eventual divorce from Tingxin. Gu Mian froze. Divorce? Li Hongxian regarded her coolly. You two were never a proper match. If it weren't for Tingxin's grandmother's fondness for you, you would have divorced long ago. Gu Mian clearly perceived the disdain in his eyes. Just as he said, they were mismatched. To him, she was nothing more than an ordinary person. After a moment of silence, Gu Mian calmly spoke, Dad, I promised Tingxin I wouldn't divorce him. Moreover, now that his condition has changed, I have a responsibility to care for him. It is precisely because he is incapacitated that you should divorce. Li Hongxuan's eyes darkened with coldness. As the heir of the Li family, Tingxin cannot have vulnerabilities. If he is willing to shield you, it means that anyone wishing to harm him can easily target you, thus threatening him. I absolutely cannot allow such a situation to occur. Chapter 91. Cannot divorce. Gu Mian pressed her lips together. I understand that his injury resulted from my actions. I assure you I will be doubly cautious in the future to prevent him from being harmed again. What I want is not your assurance. Even if you vow to remain indoors, it does not resolve the fundamental issue, Li Hongxian stated coldly. To be more explicit, the heir of the Li family cannot afford to have genuine emotions. Gu Mian clarified, Tingxin does not love me. Is that so? Li Hongxuan shuklat. I wouldn't be so sure. If he didn't care, would he go to such lengths to protect you? Gu Mian was taken aback. She too could not comprehend why Li Tingxin was willing to risk himself for her. She had once harbored doubts about whether Li Tingxin might possess even a modicum of affection for her, yet he had unequivocally confessed that he did not love her. Gu Mian's thoughts were in disarray, but one conviction remained resolute. Father, I will not divorce Tingxin. Li Hongxuan's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of impatience in his eyes. Gu Mian, I hope you understand that I am informing you, not seeking your opinion. Gu Mian calmly articulated, I am aware that, in terms of lineage and social standing, I am unworthy of Tingxin. However, I firmly believe that when Grandma decided to allow me to marry Tingxin, she must have carefully considered the matter of compatibility. If such a factor were truly paramount, she would not have permitted our union, even if our fates aligned. As for your assertion that Tingxin has developed feelings for me and thus protected me, I must ask, Father, do you not regard having feelings as a positive thing? Do you genuinely wish for Tingxin to be an emotionless heir in a wealthy family? Li Hongxuan's expression darkened. The strong never require emotions. After a brief silence, Gu Mian queried, is this conclusion drawn from your own experiences with compassion? Li Hongxian, far from angered, chuckled, who told you that I exhibit compassion? Is it not so? Gu Mian retorted, you have an illegitimate child outside that cannot possibly be a secret in high society. Li Unshuan, Lauga, Heartless. My relationships with other women and my illegitimate child signify compassion? How naive you are, my dear. I do not shy away from admitting that those women are merely my playthings. They are willing to approach, and if I do not sleep with them, it would be a waste. I differ from other men only in that I am unperturbed by complications. Thus I allow them to bear children, since I can afford to support them. Gu Mian struggled to believe her ears. You have never developed feelings for any woman? Not even for Tingxian's mother? The only distinction between her and those women is that she bore the title of Mrs. Li. Li Hongxian raised an eyebrow. There is no other difference. Gu Mian, unable to conceal her shock, exclaimed, but I have heard that she truly loved you. And so what? Liun Xuan Shuja. Just because she loves me, must I return her affections? Must I love her exclusively? Gu Mian, taken aback, replied, by the way, my mother mentioned that you love Tingxian and that I should not interfere with your relationship. May I inform you that even if Tingxian has momentarily developed feelings for you, he will certainly not succumb to a romantic obsession, nor will he commit to you for life. Men understand men better, especially since he is my son. I suspect he has merely developed a fleeting attachment due to physical intimacy. Now that he is incapacitated and unable to engage with you, any feelings will inevitably dissipate. If you are wise, you should take your leave with the money and live your own life. Remember, the Li family's existence was never meant for you. Gu Mian remained silent for a moment before responding, I'm sorry, but I cannot acquiesce to your demands. Li Hongxian tapped his fingertips rhythmically on the teacup. Are you certain you wish to defy me? Gu Mian, the reason your mother fainted today is because I intend to force you and Tingxian to divorce. Even if she does not agree, I shall persist. Is it because of Yin Luoxue? Gu Mian inquired. I have heard that she has been drawing close to you recently. Li Hongxian chuckled. I initially presumed you to be innocent, yet it seems you possess a cunning mind, paying such attention to Luoxue's movements. Gu Mian hardly had the time to focus on Yin Luoxue, but Li Tingxian was well aware of his father's affairs. She had overheard reports while in the study with him, noting that Yin Luoxue had approached Li Hongxian several times. Naturally, she would not disclose this information. Thus, she did not refute Li Hongxuan's speculation. Li Hongxian, unabashed, continued, since you mentioned Luoxue, I might as well share the truth. Luoxue's grandfather sacrificed his life to save Tingxian's grandfather, which is why our families are bound by an engagement. Furthermore, Luoxue saved Tingxian's life, but this is a taboo topic for him, hence few dare to mention it, though it cannot simply be erased. Luoxue has come to plead with me. In light of the Li family owing the Yin family 2 lives, I have no reason to refuse her request to marry Tingxian. Gu Mian frowned, but Tingxian does not love Yin Luoxue. I am well aware of this. Li Hongxian dismissed her concern, and when it comes to social status, the current Yin family cannot even compare to the Li family. Luoxue, having been pushed down the stairs by you and rendered disabled, is hardly worthy of Tingxian. However, the Li family cannot bear the stigma of ingratitude, as it would affect the development of the Li group, hence Luoxue must marry Tingxian. As for your claims of love, it is the least necessary element in a wealthy marriage. Tingxian should not be ensnared by romantic entanglements. In marrying a woman he does not love, but owes a debt of gratitude to is the most fitting solution. Gu Mian gazed at him. Father, your decision may indeed be in the best interest of the Li family, but have you considered Tingxian's feelings in this matter? There is no need to inquire. Li Hongxian replied with a faint smile. If he dares to refuse, I will simply replace him as the heir, and thus he will not dare to oppose. Gu Mian, are you not very filial? Are you willing to witness the Li family torn apart due to your actions? Do you believe you deserve the love my mother has shown you? Gu Mian was momentarily stunned. The matriarch was the person who cared for her the most in this household, and the elder's greatest wish was for familial harmony. She understood all too well that refusing Li Hongxuan's demands would render her future in the Li family exceedingly difficult. Gu Mian, I believe you are a wise individual. Since Mr. Lu Lang has taken you as a disciple, I shall extend him a courtesy. Li Hongxian took a sip of hot tea and said, from now on, you will serve as the family doctor for the Li family. Including Luoxue, there are a total of 6 members in the Li household. Mr. Lu Lang's annual fee is 10 million. I will offer you 20 million, totaling 120 million a year. Li Hongxian presented his offer in a condescending manner. 120 million was indeed an irresistible sum. Yet Gu Mian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She and Li Tingxian were still legally married. Yet Li Hongxian had already excluded her, treating Yin Luoxue as a member of the Li family. Suppressing her heartache, Gu Mian met Li Hongxuan's gaze with unwavering composure. Father, You indeed possess a talent for psychological manipulation. However, in my view, Grandma's vision of a harmonious family is not a facade of superficial unity, but rather the genuine happiness and joy of all its members. If divorce would bring Tingshin happiness, I believe Grandma would have arranged for it long ago, rather than wait for your intervention. As for Yin Luoxue, Tingshin has made it very clear that he does not love her, and he intends to repay her life-saving favor in other ways. Therefore, I must apologize, but I cannot agree to divorce Tingshin. Chapter 92. Encountering betrayal, it appears I have indeed underestimated you. Li Hongshuan's face darkened. Now that Tingshin is incapacitated and unable to fulfill his duties as a husband, do tell, what is it that you refuse to divorce for? And what does Yin Luoxue stand to gain? Gu Mian countered. Luoxue has loved Tingshin since childhood. Marrying him is her dream and obsession. Thus, even if Tingshin is incapacitated, she would still willingly marry him to fulfill her dream. Li Hongxian pressed further. So, Gu Mian, what do you stand to gain? Gu Mian forced a smile. Would anyone believe her if she claimed marrying Li Tingshin was her dream? Li Hongxian's piercing gaze bore into her. If you find the money insufficient, I can increase the offer. Li Hongxian had lost his patience. Greed knows no bounds. Humans are never satisfied with what they can comprehend. Do you understand? Since my kind words have fallen on deaf ears, do not blame me for resorting to more forceful measures. Have you not considered that opposing me could jeopardize your family? Gu Mian's fingers trembled. You intend to target my uncle. I despise those who defy me. Li Hongxian smirked. You should know that eliminating a commoner like your uncle is easier than squashing an ant. And don't think about asking my mother for mercy. Once I have made up my mind, no one can stop me, not even my mother or Tingshan. By informing them, you not only hinder your own cause, but also risk fracturing our family. At that point, I shall ensure that you and your family endure a fate worse than death. Gu Mian trembled violently. If it were only her at stake, she would willingly risk everything to protect her love. Yet, she had family to consider. She could not afford to be so selfish, putting her uncle's family in jeopardy. Li Hongxian, seasoned in the art of manipulation, recognized he had struck a nerve with Gu Mian, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Take the money. I trust you will find a suitable justification to persuade Tingshan to agree to the divorce, won't you? Gu Mian bit her lip in silence, slowly reaching for the check before her. Though it was merely a piece of paper, it felt as heavy as a mountain. The barrier between her and Li Tingshan was not solely the presence of Yin Luoxue. It was also the disapproval of the Li family. They had not intervened yet, but should they choose to act, they could effortlessly orchestrate a divorce. Li Hongxian regarded her with contempt, warning softly, I hope tonight's conversation remains between us. Should a third party learn of it, the consequences will be equally dire. Gu Mian offered no reply, rising with great difficulty to leave. Lady Li had yet to awaken, and just as Gu Mian prepared to head downstairs to fetch her some food, her phone rang. It was Mrs. G, calling from the hospital, requesting to see her. Without the time to inform Li Tingshan, Gu Mian hastily briefed Zhang Ma and rushed to the hospital. In the VIP ward, Mrs. G lay pale and weak upon the bed. Mrs. G, what has happened? Gu Mian asked anxiously. Do not worry. It was merely a minor surgery. What kind of surgery? Gu Mian felt a surge of guilt. It's my fault. I've been preoccupied with family matters and neglected to check on your health. Gu Mian, please do not say that. You saved my life. If you had not urged me to go to the hospital, I would not have discovered my breast nodules. The doctor said if it had gone unnoticed, it could have turned cancerous. Is it really a nodule? Gu Mian asked, taken aback. I only diagnosed you with liver qi stagnation, suspecting your prolonged sadness might lead to breast issues, which is why I recommended the checkup. Mrs. G's expression darkened. Some family matters ought to remain private. The last time you inquired, I didn't tell you the truth. Is it related to Mr. G? Mrs. G, a woman of leisure, was troubled only by her husband and children. Their daughter was married with children and required no concern from Mrs. G, leaving only Mr. G as the source of her distress. Gu Mian, men are unreliable. After 30 years of marriage, I still cannot secure his loyalty. I never imagined that he, a grandfather now, would still seek other women. Gu Mian was shocked. When did this happen? You seem so happy on your anniversary. I discovered it 6 months ago, but chose to remain silent. Men are born actors. To outsiders, our marriage appears blissful, but I have swallowed my own bitterness. Tears streamed down Mrs. G's face. I thought that if he could settle down, I could endure this for the sake of our daughter and the G family's honor. After all, at my age, what is left to fight for? But I never expected he would secretly have a son with that woman, already 3 years old, younger than my grandson by a month. I wondered why he was so exuberant when our daughter gave birth. It turns out he is not only a grandfather, but also a father. Mrs. G trembled with rage. How could he deceive me to this extent? I cannot help but fall ill with such betrayal. Thankfully, you discovered it early. Had it turned to cancer, I would have been doomed, and that woman would ascend as Mrs. G, her son inheriting all of the G family's fortune, while I would die with resentment. Mrs. G, please try to stay calm, Gu Mian urged, quickly pouring her a glass of water. After sipping some water, Mrs. G steadied herself, taking Gu Mian's hand. Do you know why I admire you so much? Because our circumstances are quite similar. Similar? Yes, we both hail from humble beginnings, yet married into affluent families. Mismatched in status. When I fell in love with Mr. G, his parents disapproved, and he threatened to end his life if we did not marry. Yet, after marriage, their attitude towards me remained unchanged. Especially when Mr. G was away, his mother would often berate me. For the sake of family harmony, I endured until we finally moved out after 3 years when our daughter was born. The doctors warned me against having more children due to complications from childbirth. Yet his parents blamed me for not bearing a son to carry on the G name. I found out that when that woman was pregnant, Mr. G initially wanted nothing to do with it. But once he learned it was a boy, his mother protected her, and the child was born. Mrs. G wept anew. Gu Mian, the essence of marriage lies in compatibility. A union without the blessing of elders is doomed to misery. I have endured humiliation for 30 years, only to face betrayal. Gu Mian, if the G family can be like this, how much worse is it in the Li family? Your in-laws are not kind-hearted. Please do not follow my path, enduring humiliation for a lifetime without a favorable outcome. As Gu Mian returned to the Li residence, Mrs. G's words echoed in her mind. They were indeed alike. Mr. and Mrs. G had not achieved a fulfilling conclusion, and neither would she and Li Tingshun. Given the current circumstances, a divorce was inevitable. Upon her return, Gu Mian encountered Li Tingshun, who was hurriedly heading out. In the past, whenever he was in a rush, it was always for Yin Luoxue. Where are you going? Gu Mian instinctively asked. Is something wrong with Yin Luoxue again? Don't be absurd. Li Tingshen fronat. I called you, but your phone was off. Naturally, I had to come look for you. Gu Mian felt a lump in her throat. This was the first time Li Tingshun had shown such concern for her. She sensed a subtle shift in their relationship, a growing closeness to his heart. Yet, all of this was destined to come to an abrupt halt. She suppressed her tears and said, Tingshun, I have something to tell you. Chapter 93. Not pregnant, what is it? Your eyes are red. Li Tingshun cupped her face. Speak your mind. Just as Gu Mian was about to respond, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen, causing her to double over, clutching her stomach in distress. Gu Mian, what is wrong? Seeing her nearly fainting from the pain, Li Tingshun instinctively scooped her up. His back injury had not yet healed, and lifting her caused him to wince in pain. As he hurried her towards the elevator, he called out, someone, fetch a doctor. The Li family had other doctors on call, and they soon arrived to examine Gu Mian. I'm fine, she said, her face pale. It's just that time of the month. I'll be all right after a moment. The female doctor respectfully suggested, Madam, let me assist you to the restroom to take care of it. I'll do it, Li Tingshun instructed. Go downstairs and have someone bring up some brown sugar water. Yes, sir. Li Tingshun did not move Gu Mian, instead helping her change into clean clothes while she lay on the bed. Gu Mian gradually recovered after drinking brown sugar water and taking painkillers. Li Tingshun gently stroked her hair and asked, are you feeling better? Gu Mian nodded softly. Li Tingshun touched her heart with a smile, saying, I tried so hard those days, yet we still didn't conceive. Gu Mian was taken aback. They were indeed on the same wavelength. She forced a smile and said, Tingshun, do you know what I've been thinking ever since you got injured? What are you thinking? I was thinking if only I could become pregnant. Your health has declined, and it seems we may never have children. How wonderful it would be if I found out I was pregnant now. A wave of guilt surged within Gu Mian. Tingshun, there is something I've never told you. After leaving Yin Yu Bei, I secretly took a contraceptive pill to avoid pregnancy. I truly regret it now. If I had taken that pill, we might have had a child. She struggled to hold back her tears, but they spilled over. Tingshun, now that I have my period, all hope is lost. We may never have children in this lifetime. Li Tingshan embraced her, saying, Gu Mian, you're overthinking it. Tears streamed down Gu Mian's face. I've wronged you, taken away your dignity as a man, deprived you of children. We can still live well without children. There is no throne to inherit in the Li family. But the Li family is vast and cannot be without an heir. Xingzhe will have children. You need not pressure yourself. The more he reassured her, the sadder Gu Mian felt. This time, she genuinely wished to become pregnant. Having a child would at least alleviate some of the regrets in his life. Yet, it remained a distant wish. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Zhang Ma's voice called out, Young master, young madam, the old madam has awakened. Gu Mian quickly wiped her tears. I'll go check on grandma. You're not well. I'll take a look myself. No, I can't rest easy without seeing her. The two ascended to the second floor, where they indeed found the old matriarch awake. Mian girl, grandma. Gu Mian approached to take her pulse. It was steady but warned that she must avoid anger. Did I scare you? Yes, so please don't frighten us like that in the future. All right, grandma will listen to you. You must be hungry. Let us eat something. Okay. After Gu Mian fed the old matriarch a little, Li Tingshan suggested they return home. Go home and rest well. Tingshan, take good care of your wife. Understood. Upon returning to Yinyu Bay, Gu Mian washed up simply in her room before lying down on the bed. Li Tingshan brought her warm water, but she noticed something was off about his gait. Tingshan, what's wrong? My wound hurts a bit. Let me see. Gu Mian lifted his shirt and found the white bandage around his waist soaked with blood. Your wound is bleeding. Why didn't you say anything sooner? It's nothing. Lie down. I'll take care of it. Gu Mian carefully treated his wound, suddenly recalling something. Did the wound reopen when you held me? I don't know. Are you still lying to me? Gu Mian felt heartbroken, knowing he must have been in pain for so long. I'm a man. This little pain is nothing. Just lie down properly and avoid disturbing the wound. Otherwise, it won't heal. Okay. Li Tingshan turned to embrace her. You said you had something to tell me when you returned. Go on. Gu Mian smiled slightly and said, I wanted to tell you that something happened with Mrs. G. Li Tingshan raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about old G having an illegitimate child? Gu Mian widened her eyes in surprise. You knew? I've heard a bit. In this circle, it's not unusual for men to have women outside. So, do wealthy men not need to be loyal to their partners? Gu Mian couldn't accept this viewpoint. In your circle, infidelity isn't shameful because money can placate outside women, right? Gu Mian, I never said or thought that. Li Tingshan explained. For me, being entangled with women is exhausting. I wouldn't do that, nor do I want to. As for the G family, their situation is quite unique. They are a typical Prince and Cinderella story, and Mrs. G lacks a family background, making it hard for her in the G family. So you believe Mrs. G is unworthy of Mr. G? Other people's marriages have nothing to do with me. Li Tingshan pleifully. I only need to manage our marriage. Gu Mian looked at him. Tingshan, in fact, I am just an ordinary person like Mrs. G. We are also a prince and Cinderella. So, is there a problem? Li Tingshan replied. Aren't he the prince and Cinderella living happily together in the end? Gu Mian chuckled. But do you think that after Cinderella returned to the castle with the prince, the king and queen would accept her? Could they really live without worries? Li Tingshan didn't respond, merely gazing deeply at her face. What's wrong? Gu Mian asked. I was just thinking that this precious time shouldn't be wasted on discussing these trivial fairy tales. Li Tingshan kissed the corner of her lips. Mrs. Li, if my body were well, I would ensure you had no time or energy to dwell on such meaningless matters. Gu Mian's cheeks flushed. You're talking nonsense again, am I? Li Tingshan raised an eyebrow. We've never wasted a night before. Gu Mian turned even redder, suddenly recalling what Li Hongxian had said. He claimed that Li Tingshan had developed feelings for her through their intimacy, and once the physical pleasure was gone, that insignificant emotion would vanish. She longed to know the answer. Tingshan. Gu Mian looked at him. If it were another woman as your wife, would you still be as intimate? Why the sudden question? Just curious. Perhaps, Li Tingshan replied nonchalantly. After all, I've never tried being with another woman. Gu Mian retorted without hesitation. How is that possible? Why not? Li Tingshan's expression darkened. Do you think I have many women? Gu Mian swallowed nervously. If he hadn't been with Yin Luoxue after marriage, there shouldn't be any other women. But before marriage, with his high demand, he hadn't been with anyone? Who would believe that? Seeing her incredulous expression, Li Tingshan's demeanor turned serious. Gu Mian, do you really think I've had many women? I never said many. Gu Mian weighed her words. But before marriage, there should have been one or two, right? Li Ting-shun's face darkened immediately. Am I that frivolous? Gu Mian pouted. You're not saying that you and I are first time, right? Is there a problem? Really? Gu Mian couldn't believe it. Quickly realizing, she said, Ting-shun, you don't have to say that just to make me happy, even if you had relations with other women before marriage. That was in the past. I have no reason to mind. Li Ting-shen. The man's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Gu Mian shrank back, about to explain, when suddenly his handsome face loomed closer, and in the next moment, his lips captured hers. Li Ting-shun's kiss was forceful and domineering, leaving Gu Mian with no room to resist. Given his injury, she was especially cautious, afraid of reopening his wound, and she didn't dare push him away. Though they had shared countless kisses, Gu Mian found herself repeatedly succumbing to his embrace. What began as a kiss of punishment gradually spiraled out of control, until Gu Mian sensed his body's response and abruptly realized the situation, hastily pushing against his chest. Ling Shun, please calm down. Li Ting-shun refused to allow Gu Mian to treat him, leaving her unaware of the extent to which this injury impacted him physically. However, from the past few days, it was evident that he was experiencing normal reactions. Yet, the Li Hospital, the most prestigious in all of Huagua, had declared him incapable, suggesting that there was no possibility of a mistake. Therefore, he must have normal responses, yet was unable to act on them. A sense of guilt swelled within Gu Mian. Ling Shun, do you not believe that you can still do this? Please, do not become agitated. Li Ting-shun, disinterested in explaining himself, took a deep breath, striving for tranquility. Let us sleep. All right. The following noon, during her lunch break, Gu Mian visited the old Mrs. Li. Grandmother, how are you feeling today? I won, exclaimed the old lady, joyfully reaching out to Zhang Ma for her winnings. Zhang Ma, conceding, produced the cash. Grandmother, are you gambling? Indeed, we wagered on who would come home first to visit me today. I guessed you. Gu Mian chuckled, shaking her head as she approached to check the old lady's pulse. Grandmother, you are fine now, but do remember to rest well and avoid excitement. Very well, I shall heed your advice. After a brief chat, Gu Mian returned to work. As she reached the entrance, she encountered Li Hongxian, who was returning. They paused, and Li Hongxian inquired first, what is the progress on the divorce? If I were to suddenly propose divorce after reconciling with Ling Shun, he would undoubtedly suspect something. Then you must act swiftly if you prolong this. Ling Shun will be completely sidelined by me. Li Hongxian smiled. Do not entertain thoughts of changing your mind. If you do not divorce, Ling Shun will be expelled from the Li group. Do you think he would be able to protect you and your family when left with nothing? Gu Mian's fingers trembled. I understand. I will hasten my actions. Please do not make things difficult for Ling Shun. He is my son. As long as he listens to me, I have no reason to make things hard for him. In the evening, Gu Mian returned home to Yinyu Bay promptly after work. The study door was ajar, and upon reaching the threshold, she saw Li Ting-shun engrossed in his work. Earlier that afternoon, she had made a phone call to the program, subtly probing, and indeed, as Li Hongxian had mentioned, he had suspended all of Li Ting-shun's work under the pretext of his injury, taking charge of the lead group himself. This meant that Li Ting-shun currently had no employment. Gu Mian surmised that he did not wish for her to know of these developments, hence his pretense of working diligently as the end of the day approached. Her heart ached at the thought. You're back? Li Ting-shun looked up, noticing Gu Mian at the door. Why so silent? Gu Mian collected herself. I saw you were busy and didn't want to disturb you. Li Ting-shun closed his laptop, rose and approached her. I have finished. Is your wound hurting today? No. Then do ensure you rest. Try to lie down when you can. All right. Li Ting-shun enveloped her in his arms. And you? Did work tire you today? Not all. I visited grandmother during lunch. She is perfectly fine, so you need not worry. Li Ting-shun kissed the top of her head. You're the most filial, Mrs. Li. After dinner, Li Ting-shun returned to the study. Gu Mian heated up soup prepared by Yang Ma and headed to the hospital to visit Mrs. G. Mrs. G was not in good spirits, so Gu Mian stayed to comfort her, returning to Yinyu Bay only after 10. As she stepped into the master bedroom, she saw Li Ting-shun sitting on the bed with his back to her, holding something unknown. As Gu Mian closed the door, she asked Ling Shun, what are you looking at? Upon approaching and recognizing the object in his hand, her expression shifted dramatically. Li Ting-shun slowly turned to her. Gu Mian, tell me, what is this? Gu Mian bit her lip tightly at a loss for words. Seeing her reaction, Li Tingshun's restrained anger erupted. Gu Mian, I'm asking you. What is this? Gu Mian trembled, stammering, it's the divorce agreement. Li Tingshun rose and walked toward her in a few strides, his tones softening slightly. This is from before. You forgot to dispose of it, didn't you? Gu Mian struggled against the pain within, whispering no. Li Tingshun closed his eyes in despair. I have examined the contents, and no, it is the latest draft. Gu Mian, you wish to divorce me again, do you? I am sorry. Li Tingshun opened his eyes, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You stated in the agreement that you would serve as my personal doctor for life, caring for my health. This clearly indicates your intent to repay me. How could you feel sorry? Ling Shun. Why? Li Tingshun interrupted her. Tell me. Why the change of heart? Why divorce? Gu Mian's hands clenched into fists, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I want a child. Li Tingshun was taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. So your reason for divorce is that I cannot have children with you now? Yes. Gu Mian's gaze grew resolute. Having grown up without parents, I have no close family left in this world except for my uncle. I adore children and long to bear my own. Chapter 95. The formal divorce. Li Tingshun was perplexed. Yet you previously professed your love for me. You claim not to mind my physical issues. At that moment, you saved me, and I was deeply moved, so I impulsively agreed to reconcile. However, upon reflection, I realized I cannot accept this life. I love you, but I love myself more. Without children, I will carry regret throughout my life. I do not wish to live with such regret. Therefore, Ling Shun, I am sorry, but I must divorce you. I will find other ways to repay you, just as you repaid En Luoxue. You cannot repay En Luoxue with marriage, and neither can I repay you thus. Li Tingshun fixed his gaze intensely upon her face. Are you speaking from the heart? Gu Mian did not deny it. I have struggled with this, but reason ultimately prevailed over emotion. I am sorry. Li Tingshun stepped back 2 paces, collapsing onto the bed. He looked down at the divorce agreement in his hands and spoke in a low voice. So you do love me, but you love yourself more. Rather than being with a disabled man like me, you prefer to build a family with another man and have children. Gu Mian shut her eyes in pain. Yes, I understand. Li Tingshun did not react with anger, but rather with a smile. Husbands and wives are like birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. To me, not having children is hardly a hardship, yet you choose to flee. Gu Mian, there are many ways to have children: adoption, artificial insemination. Yet you did not hesitate to choose divorce, proving that I hold no significance in your heart. She heard him say, Gu Mian, your love is truly cheap. Gu Mian's hands balled into fists, her nails digging into her palms, reminding herself to remain calm. Yes, she looked at him. We were never from the same world. I do not deserve you. Let's divorce. Do you think I would beg you? Li Tingshun slowly raised his head, a chill enveloping his handsome features. In the depths of his dark eyes, a storm brewed. You wish to divorce? I will grant you that. All those years you sacrificed for Luoxue, I have repaid in full with that one blow. From now on, we owe each other nothing. That night, Gu Mian slept in the guest room on the first floor. Originally, she intended to return to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Yet Li Tingshun insisted that they must head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce the following morning, not wishing for her to waste any time. Gu Mian understood that this time, Li Tingshun had resolutely made up his mind. Anyone else would have crumbled under her hurtful words. Outside, an unexpected torrential rain began to pour, the heavy droplets striking the window pane, effectively muffling Gu Mian's sobs. She curled up beneath the covers, feeling as though she were ensconced in an ice cellar, devoid of warmth. Gu Mian spent the night in restless despair, finally rising the next morning only upon hearing Yang Ma's voice. Li Tingshun had also awakened early, and as they sat together at the breakfast table, Yang Ma sensed an uncomfortable atmosphere between them, yet refrained from commenting. After breakfast, they exited together, both enveloped in silence throughout the journey. It was only after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau that Li Tingshun finally spoke. Uttering his first words of the day, they would return for the divorce certificate in 1 month. Today was merely a registration, necessitating a month-long cooling-off period before the official divorce could take place. Watching Li Tingshun enter his car and drive away in the Rolls-Royce, Gu Mian immediately dialed Li Hongxian. I have registered the divorce with Tingshun. That's splendid, Li Hongxian replied, his mood evidently buoyant. It appears I can now begin preparations for his wedding with Luo Shui. Gu Mian hung up, feeling utterly drained, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. She squatted by the roadside for a long while before mustering the energy to return to the clinic. In the afternoon, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Yang Ma answered the door and was met with the sight of Luo Shui waiting outside. Miss Yin? Yang Ma frowned. What brings you here? Am I not allowed to come? Luo Shui shot her a glare. Who do you think you're to speak to me like that? Yang Ma maintained her distance. What do you need? Luo Shui maneuvered her wheelchair into the house. I'm here to see Brother Ting Shun, not you. Yang Emma Horili bloquet hair. The sir is not meeting anyone today. Please leave. Get out of my way. Luo Shui fumed. Soon, I will be the esteemed lady of the Li family. And you dare to obstruct me. Once she married Li Ting Shun, the first thing she would do is dismiss the insufferable Yang Ma. Unmoved, Yang Ma stood her ground. I have stated that the sir is not meeting anyone today, and you should be mindful of the time. It is broad daylight. Do you think I'm joking? Luo Shui laughed lightly. It seems you are unaware that Brother Ting Shun has already divorced Gu Mian. I am soon to marry him, and I am here to discuss wedding plans. Yang Ma could hardly believe her ears. How is that possible? Luo Shui dismissed her disbelief. Get out of my way. She took the elevator upstairs, noticing the master bedroom door ajar, with smoke wafting out. Stepping inside, she indeed found Li Ting Shun lounging on the sofa, smoking. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Shui choked and coughed, quickly realizing that the ashtray before him was nearly overflowing. Even without her usual awareness, she could tell his mood was exceedingly poor. Becoming cautious, she approached him with feigned concern. Brother Ting Shun, is your injury healing? Li Ting Shun slowly lifted his gaze to her. What brings you here? I was worried about you, so I came to check on you, Luo Shui replied, her exquisitely made-up face laden with worry. You're still injured. You shouldn't smoke so much. It's bad for your health. I understand. You may leave now. Brother Ting Shun, have I done something wrong? Luo Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. If I have erred in any way, please tell me, and I will amend it. I only ask that you do not distance yourself from me. Li Ting Shin regarded heartlessly. Indeed, Luo Shui was obedient. Whenever he desired, she would revolve around him, her heart tethered to his, infinitely more compliant than Gu Mian. He couldn't help but ponder. Had it not been for the accident years ago that intertwined his fate with Gu Mian, Luo Shui would now be Mrs. Li. Perhaps he would not feel such anguish today, for Luo Shui would not persistently seek to divorce him as Gu Mian did. Noticing his distraction, tears cascaded down Luo Shui's cheeks. Brother Ting Shun, I know you are in pain and distress. I will always be by your side, even if your health deteriorates. I am willing to marry you. No matter what you become, I will steadfastly remain by your side for a lifetime. Li Ting Shun offered a faint smile. Just recently, Gu Mian had expressed similar vows of unwavering devotion, promising to teach him how to love. Yet, she had released him without hesitation. The sharp pangs of heartache he had so painstakingly suppressed surged forth once more.